Rebirth of a Star General Chapter 189 to Chapter 218. In entering Cloud's Tower, it was not as lively as it was many years ago. Kai Lian explained with a smile. After Mother Ding passed away, many girls in entering Cloud's Tower left. Those who got married and those who went home. Kai Lian did not find other girls to come in. There was no lack of brothels in the city. After Hua Yuxian went to Yangzhou, entering Cloud's Tower's business was not as good as before. After the girls left, it was almost deserted. There's nothing bad about it. Usually, everyone will do some other rouge and face powder business to earn some money. It's enough to make do with the days. Kai Lian said with a smile, it's just that the sisters have nowhere else to go. Entering Cloud's Tower was built by Mother. It's also the sisters' home. People should have a contented heart. It was very good for them to be like this now. Hua Yuxian invited everyone to sit down in the banquet hall. She first ordered people to prepare the food and wine. She asked Yan He and the others, what are the young masters doing now? A few years had passed. The youths had already grown into young people. They no longer had the youthful appearance of the past. But it could be seen that each of them had extraordinary experiences. I am now a doctor, Lin Shuanghe lightly waved his folding fan and said seriously, but I am only a female doctor. Thanks to the love of the world, I received the beautiful title of white-clothed divine hands. I am very ashamed. He Yan looked at Lin Shuanghe in surprise. Even though Lin Shuanghe usually spoke without thinking, but since they reunited, it was the first time he saw him showing off. It was probably in front of the people he admired when he was young. He always wanted to perform better. This one is even more impressive. He pointed at Yan He with his fan, Guide Zhonglong Generals Yan. Kai Lian was extremely surprised. The young masters are very impressive now. Yan He was inexplicably uncomfortable. He touched his ponytail and snorted, not as impressive as General Fengyun. General Fengyun? Hua Yuxian was stunned. Following Yan He's gaze, she saw Xiaoju calmly drinking tea. Young Master Xiao, is the present General Fengyun? Lin Shuanghe, yes. Hua Yuxian and Kai Lian gasped at the same time. Back then, the group of youths had introduced themselves. Only this one and one of the masked youths had not spoken. At that time, everyone thought that it was either because their identities were too important to be revealed, or because their identities were ordinary and not worth mentioning. However, Hua Yuxian felt that with the white-robed youth's outstanding looks and grace, he was the first type. Now that so many years had passed, no one would have expected him to be Dewey's famous Right Army commander. This one is even more coincidental. Lin Shuanghe pointed at Yang Mingji and said jokingly, now, your Jinling city's governor is this Lord Yang. Yang Mingji moved his lips, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Hua Yuxian and Kai Lian didn't know the story, but they were very happy. Looks like young Master Yang and Jinling City are really fated. What a coincidence. That's right, Lin Shuanghe snorted, what a coincidence. These two young masters look a little unfamiliar. Hua Yuxian looked at He Yan and Chu Zhao and said curiously. This is their first time in Jinling, Lin Shuanghe explained. This one's surname is Chu, you can call him young Master Chu. This one is my good friend. At a young age, he was personally appointed as Muan Lang by His Majesty. He is also the subordinate of Military Governor Xiao. His name is He Yan. Young Master Chu, young Master He. Hua Yuxian smiled and bowed. Since this is your first time in Jinling City, you must try the food and wine of entering Cloud's restaurant. Lin Shuanghe's eyes lit up at these words. Miss Yuxian, is the chef of entering Cloud's restaurant the same person from back then? Hua Yuxian smiled and nodded. The food and wine were all made by the sisters in the restaurant. It is exactly the same as before. If the young masters like it, everyone will be very happy. He Yan still remembered that the food and wine of entering Cloud's restaurant was indeed superb. It was completely different from the restaurants in Shuajing. It was sweet and mellow, leaving a rich aftertaste. After she returned to Shuajing, the He family did not treat her badly. However, she had never tasted the same delicacies as in entering Cloud's restaurant. While they were exchanging greetings, it was not long before someone brought the food and wine to the long table. They were all home-cooked dishes: duck oil sesame seed cakes, plum blossom cakes, small wontons, red bean yuanxiao, pork fat dumplings. They were golden and fragrant. After arriving in Jinling City in the afternoon, He Yan had not eaten yet. He was already hungry. Seeing that everyone was only focused on talking, he endured it. In the end, he could not help but silently raise his chopsticks and eat the smoked fish silver thread noodles in front of him. The silver thread noodles were thin and soft. It melted in his mouth. Once it was steaming hot, all the cravings in his stomach came out. Seeing that no one was paying attention, He Yan picked up a crystal bun. Lin Xianxia was talking to Hua Yuxian about the interesting things that happened in the past few years. Where did the youths from Xianxia restaurant go? While He Yan listened, he did not stop eating. His hands did not stop, and he grabbed a piece of floury bun. The food was naturally delicious, especially after the days in Rundu where even dry biscuits were not enough to fill their stomachs. Even tofu pudding had become more precious than imperial cuisine. He Yan saw a plate of glutinous rice lotus root on the other end of the long table, and he was a little restless. Entering Cloud's restaurant's glutinous rice lotus root was sweet and delicious. When he took a bite, it was as if he was biting down on a small bridge over flowing water, a clear breeze and a bright moon in Jiangnan. She loved to eat this very much in the past. She still remembered the first time she came to Entering Cloud's restaurant. That plate of glutinous rice lotus root was eaten clean by her. Therefore, she wanted to secretly pick up a piece to taste while everyone was talking. She wanted to see if it still tasted the same as before. Unfortunately, this plate of glutinous rice lotus root was unfortunately placed on the long table at the furthest end from her. He Yan struggled to raise her chopsticks, trying to reach out with her long hands. Unfortunately, she was too far away. If she stood up to pick up the food, it would be too rude. After trying a few times, she had no choice but to give up. She sighed in her heart. In the next moment, she suddenly saw a piece of glutinous rice lotus root appear in the bowl in front of her. He Yan was stunned. She saw Xiaoju put down his chopsticks, as if he was not the one who had just done this. He also did not look at He Yan. He tilted his head and listened to Lin Xianxia talk. It was as if doing this was just a casual action, and he did not take it to heart. He Yan's ears turned slightly red. Before she could think of what to do next, she saw another piece of glutinous rice lotus root appear in her bowl. She was stunned. She subconsciously raised her head and met Chu Zhao's smiling face. The conversation at the table had stopped at some point. He Yan's bowl suddenly had 2 more pieces of glutinous rice lotus root. Everyone at the table was staring at her. Their gazes were unclear. He Yan's vision darkened. What was this? She just wanted to quietly pick up a snack to eat. How did she become the center of everyone's attention? Chu Zhao was smiling warmly as usual. Xiaoju was looking at her calmly. It made her feel as if she was sitting on pins and needles. He frowned and looked at her for a while. He tapped the edge of the bowl with his chopsticks and said, I want to ask, Muan Lang, are you a relative of the royal family? He Yan. No. If you are not, he asked in disbelief, why would the 2 of them, he pointed at Xiaoju with his chopsticks and then at Chu Zhao, act like they are fighting for attention? He Yan was horrified when he heard the word fighting for attention. Before she could think of a reply, Lin Xianxia had already laughed. He reached out his chopsticks and took away the piece of glutinous rice lotus root that Chu Zhao had given to He Yan. He smiled and said, I love glutinous rice lotus root the most. 4th young Master Chu, you know me best. It's so good. He took a bite. It's so sweet. Thank you, 4th young Master Chu. When Chu Zhao saw this, he was slightly stunned. Then, he smiled and shook his head. He did not say anything. He Yan then heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xianxia was a smart person. Fortunately, he managed to smooth things over. Otherwise, who knew what Xiaoju would think of her in her heart? However, Chu Zhao was also strange. Why did he suddenly put food in her bowl? If others saw this, they would inevitably find it strange. However, Hua Yuxian seemed to have noticed something. She smiled and clapped her hands. A young lady with a falling horse bun came forward with a small jar of wine. Young masters, you haven't had Cloud Restaurant's Bifeng wine for a long time. She placed the jar of wine on the table. This jar of Bifeng wine is the last one left this year. The young lady brought a few glass cups. Once the Bifeng wine was poured into the cups, it was green and sparkling, and its fragrance assailed their nostrils. He Yan still remembered that when he was young, the wine in Cloud Restaurant was sweet and refreshing. It made people slightly tipsy, but not too drunk. He was looking forward to it. When the young lady was about to pour the wine into the cup in front of He Yan, Xiaoju glanced at her and suddenly said, "Give her a bowl of milk." He Yan was speechless. The young lady who poured the wine was also stunned. She looked at Xiaoju, not knowing what to do. He Yan was confused and asked, "Commander, why do I have to drink milk?" This person was very calm and said, "Milk makes you taller." Yan He touched his chin and looked at He Yan with a scrutinizing gaze. He nodded and replied, "Indeed, this young man is indeed a little short." Hua Yuxian smiled. "Young Master Xiao, Cloud Restaurant doesn't have milk. The Bifeng wine is a little strong, I'm afraid this young master can't drink it. Ding Xiang, go and get the rose dew." Not long after, a young lady brought the rose dew. Once the rose dew was poured into the cup, it was a light red color that was completely different from the Bifeng wine. He Yan took a sip and could not help but be stunned. This wine was exactly the same as the sweet wine she tasted in Cloud Restaurant that year. Yan He also snatched a cup and took a sip. He frowned and said, "What is this?" "It's sweet, like fruit juice." "This is rose dew. It's usually for the young ladies to drink." Yan He did not feel anything. He mocked He Yan and said, "Muan Lang, did you hear that? This is for the young ladies. Are you still a man?" The speaker did not mean it, but the listener took it seriously. He Yan was really speechless. Just as she was thinking of how to reply without being rude, Lin Shuanghe helped her out. Lin Shuanghe waved his fan and said calmly, "Yan Nongguang, you came to Cloud Restaurant when you were young. Now you're here again. Does your wife know about this?" Yan He's expression changed. Lady Qingshou values etiquette the most. Sir Xia also keeps himself clean. I'm afraid no one in the Xia family has ever been to a brothel. You're the exception. I wonder what Lady Qingshou will think of you if she knows about this. You. Don't talk nonsense. Yan He stuttered and retorted. However, this rebuttal was not imposing at all. He Yan heard this and asked curiously, "Lady Qingshou? Is she General Jian's wife?" She's Xia Qingshou's eldest legitimate daughter of the Imperial College's chancellor. She's tender and gentle. There are many families in Shuai capital that want to recruit a beauty for their young masters. However, Yan Nongguang beat them to it. Lin Shuanghe laughed and teased, "It's said that heroes have a weakness for beauties. I heard that our General Yan is very obedient to his wife in the Fu. She doesn't allow him to drink. When he socializes with his colleagues, he only drinks tea. He's really the model of a good and virtuous husband." Yan He's face turned red. "Lin Shuanghe, you. Don't talk nonsense here." "Oh? Isn't that the case? Then when I return to Shuai capital, I'll have to ask your wife properly," he said. Yan He did not dare to say anything else. If Lin Shuanghe really confronted Xia Qingxiu, wouldn't that be a slap to his face? His gaze swept across the people at the table. He decided to take a different approach. He raised his ponytail and slammed the wine cup in front of him on the table. He said loudly, "What's wrong with listening to my wife? A real man knows when to yield and when not. Moreover, at least I have a wife. Do any of you have one? Do you? Everyone here, may I ask which one of you has a wife now?" He Yan, he really did not know how to respond to this. Yan He drank the wine in front of him in one gulp. He did not know if it was because the Bifeng wine was particularly intoxicating, but he was already drunk. He first asked Lin Shuanghe, "You hang out with women every day. All the women in the world are your little sisters. May I ask if you have a wife now?" Lin Shuanghe. No. As if he had won a battle, he asked Yang Mingji with satisfaction, "You have a gentle temperament and great talent. Everyone says that scholars do not lack beautiful partners. Do you have a wife?" Yang Mingji. No. Yan He became more and more excited. He looked at Chu Zhao, "You have." He suddenly paused and said to himself, "Your wife has already been decided." Forget it, next. He asked He Yan, little guy, do you have a wife? He Yan, she really did not have a wife. Yan he turned to Xiao Ju and looked at her proudly, you are the number one in the Xianxia dojo. You have a handsome face and a good figure. No one can beat you in terms of both civil and martial arts. In those years, the door of the Xianxia dojo was almost broken by the girls. But, may I ask if you have a wife? Xiao Ju looked at him calmly. I know you don't. Yan he single-handedly defeated everyone at the table. He probably thought that having a wife was a great honor, so he became even happier and prouder. He slammed the table, stood up and said loudly, it seems like all of you aren't that great. Do you know how amazing it is to have a wife? When you return home late at night, no one is waiting for you under the lamp, right? When you have a headache or fever, have you drunk the hot soup made by your wife? Don't even mention the clothes and boots that your wife personally sewed. Huh. He looked at everyone with disdain, as if he was the son of heaven looking down at the world. Let's not talk about having a wife. I'm afraid that all of you have not even held a girl's hand in your life. You still have your first kiss. The more he spoke, the more ridiculous he became. He Yan covered his face with his hands. He could not bear to look anymore. Yang Mingji could not help but tug at Yan He's robe. Brother Nanguang, you are too much. When the girls who were pouring wine and playing the zither saw this, they could not help but laugh. They only felt that this arrogant young man had a kind of reckless cuteness at this moment. Kai Lian smiled and said, Young Master Yan, you are wrong. We are in the Cloud Dojo. If we are talking about girls, we do not lack anything. Young masters are so outstanding. If you really choose a girl in the dojo, everyone will be willing. He Yan was so shocked that he almost dropped his cup. What was this? She was already recommending herself to be his pillow? No way. Absolutely not. Even though it was the Cloud Dojo, she had always treated the Cloud Dojo as a proper tavern. Just as she thought of this, she saw that the two beautiful girls beside Kai Lian had already stuck to Xiao Ju. She really had good taste, picking the most outstanding one in one go. He Yan's actions were faster than his thoughts. He instinctively shouted, no way. The two girls who were about to persuade them to drink paused. The others at the table looked at her. Facing Xiao Ju's thoughtful gaze, He Yan calmly said, we came here in a group. We only drink, not talk about love. Hearing this, Hua Yuxian laughed even more happily. She poured herself a cup of bifeng wine and made a toast to He Yan. Young master is so cute. I toast you. He Yan felt like a simple and honest scholar who had mistakenly entered the demon's cave. At this moment, he was really weak, pitiful and helpless. After drinking a cup of rose dew, Kai Lian smiled and said, Young masters, do you still remember that many years ago at this place, everyone sang and danced together? She looked at Yan He. Young Master Yan even danced with a knife on the table. Yan He was stunned. Why don't I remember? It would have been better if he did not say this. Once he said it, He Yan also remembered. At that time, after he helped Hua Yuxian chase away Tong Qiushi and scare Lu Rui away, everyone drank and celebrated at the Cloud Dojo. The girls in the Cloud Dojo played the zither and danced. It was very lively. Mama Ding took out the best bifeng wine to entertain them. Yan he drank the most and got drunk the fastest. After he was drunk, he took out a long knife and cut the lotus flower that was placed in the vase as a decoration in half. Everyone was shocked. Before they could stop him, they saw the exceptionally brightly dressed young man step on the table and start to dance with the knife. He danced and sang, there is a tree in the east, a dragon is placed below. I will cut off the dragon's legs and chew on the dragon's flesh. I will make it so that it will not return in the morning and will not rest in the night. His friends went to pull him and pulled him off the table. Lin Shuanghe covered his mouth and smiled apologetically to the girls beside him. This guy is drunk and spouting nonsense. Don't take it seriously. Sisters, please forget about it this time. Don't take it to heart. He turned around and scolded Yan He. What dragon slaying, how dare you spout such disgraceful words? If your father knows, he will bring you back tomorrow and break your legs. Unfortunately, Yan He was already completely drunk at that time. At that time everyone was drunk. Lin Shuanghe recalled the past and sighed. Bifeng wine is strong. Now that I think about it, other than Huijin, He Rufei has the best alcohol tolerance and is the most sober. He Rufei? When He heard He Rufei, he felt uncomfortable. He scoffed. I think he secretly poured the wine away. I don't believe you if you say he has a good alcohol tolerance. He must have done something to it. Yan lowered her eyes and looked at the dark red wine in the wine cup in front of her. She thought to herself, that time, she really wasn't drunk. Even when everyone was unconscious, she was very sober and returned to her room, wearing her clothes and lying down. There was no other reason. It was because everyone was drinking Bifeng wine at that time. She was the only one who drank rosedew like today. Rosedew was just like what he said. It was sweet fruit dew. Although it was considered wine, its alcohol tolerance was definitely not as good as Bifeng wine. Moreover, she was extra cautious that day, so she drank very little. When everyone was lying on the floor, she was still standing. But, why was she the only one who got rosedew back then? Yan could not understand. A girl played the pipa. The sound was light and cheerful. When he was young, he liked to watch tragedies on stage and listen to sad songs. He always felt that the joy of the world was not as unforgettable as the sadness. As he grew older, he strived for perfection in everything. However, he knew that perfection was difficult. All he wanted was an instant. Kai Lian covered her mouth and laughed. Not only that, the young masters also left various scrolls of calligraphy in Yunlu. However, after a long time, those scrolls of calligraphy were lost. Otherwise, being able to take it out for a look today would be a joyous occasion. What's so great about scrolls of calligraphy? He did not think much of it. Just write another one. Our great scholar Yang is here. What can't he write, right? Yang Mingji was stunned. He did not say anything. Hua Yuxian seemed to be touched by his words. She said, please wait. Then, she got up and left. Everyone did not know what she was going to do. After a while, the girl hugged a long scroll and walked to the side of everyone. Miss Yuxian, what is this? Lin Shuanghe asked. Hua Yuxian looked at the scroll in her arms. She touched it gently. Her eyes were filled with nostalgia. She said gently, I don't know if the young masters still remember that when we celebrated at Yunlu, young master Wang was also there. Everyone fell silent. Young master Wang was the cause of everything back then. He was also the end of everything. Ever since they reunited, everyone deliberately avoided talking about this person. They were afraid that Hua Yuxian would be sad. Even though they did not know why, for a girl who was willing to sacrifice herself for her lover to break up so decisively, she must have encountered something very sad. When the young masters were drinking and talking, young master Wang once drew on the side. He drew all of the young masters. As she spoke, she had the girl beside her help unroll the scroll. Later, I divorced young master Wang. When I left the residence, I did not bring any luggage. I only had this. After she finished speaking, the scroll in her hand slowly unrolled. It fell into everyone's eyes. Wang Xing did not need to be evaluated. His talent was not fake. The brush strokes captured the characteristics of each person very well. It was vivid and lifelike. On the scroll, lights intersected. Hu Qingxing sang endlessly. The pretty girls' dresses were flipped up. Wine pots and cups were tilted at the long table. A young man with a high ponytail stepped on the table. He was in high spirits. He was practicing with his sword. There was a young man under the table. He held a folding fan in one hand and hurried to pull him up with the other. Yang Mingji beside him was not as steady as he was now. His expression was as gentle as ever. His sister beside him urged him to drink. He hurriedly waved his hand and refused. Yan also saw himself. The masked girl sat in the corner. Amidst the laughter and chatter, she seemed to have been forgotten. Her head was slightly tilted, as if she was following something. As far as her eyes could see, there was a white-robed youth sitting in the middle, casually drinking with his head lowered. Still laughing, I'm here for an old friend after getting drunk tonight. Yan he held the wine jar lightly, his face was red and his words were slurred. Hua Yuxian smiled and said, General Yan is drunk. A small jar of jade fragrant wine was emptied, and before the sound of the zither stopped, everyone was already drunk. Yan He and Lin Shuanghe were the most drunk. Lin Shuanghe raised his fan and fought bravely with Yan He. What's so great about a wife? How can someone who has a wife understand the value of freedom? What do you know? Yan He scolded him drunkenly, you are saying sour grapes because you can't eat them. Yang Mingji's alcohol tolerance was low. After drinking a little, he felt dizzy. He did not go crazy, he just sat there with restraint. No one knew what he was thinking, his gaze was a little unfocused. He Yan's current alcohol tolerance was even worse than Yang Mingji's. Although the rose dew was sweet, it was still mixed with alcohol. After drinking a few cups, he felt sleepy. He didn't know when he felt that his head was heavy and his feet were light. He laid his head on the table and slept soundly. In the group, only Chu Zhao and Xiaoju were sober. There's an empty room upstairs, Kai Lian said, why don't we send them upstairs to rest for a while? I'll ask the girls to make some hangover soup. When they wake up, they can drink it directly. Xiaoju nodded. Not to mention other things, just Yan He and Lin Shuanghe stayed alone. If they were put on the streets, something big might happen. Kai Lian ordered people to help Lin Shuanghe and Yan He upstairs. Yang Mingji stood up shakily and tried to stay awake. He smiled and said, I don't need to. My carriage is still outside. I'll go back and rest. After saying that, he did not wait for a reply and walked out. Hua Yuxian was worried, Xiaoju, let him be. After Yang Mingji left, Chu Zhao looked at He Yan. Just as he was about to speak, Xiaoju walked in front of He Yan and patted her back, calling her, He Yan. He Yan was half asleep. Subconsciously, he slapped Xiaoju's hand away and continued to sleep. Xiaoju paused for a moment, bent down and carried He Yan. The girl who was playing the guqin at the side was shocked. Her fingers moved and the guqin made a strange sound. Hua Yuxian lowered her head and smiled. She said to Xiaoju, Young Master Xiao, please follow me. Seeing Xiaoju take He Yan away, Kai Lian looked at Chu Zhao, Young Master Chu. The young man smiled gently at her. Sorry to trouble you. The room was in the corner of the upper floor. It was far away from Lin Shuanghe and Xiaoju. At the end of the corridor was the attic. At a glance, it looked like a celestial mountain pavilion. Hua Yuxian stood at the door and smiled, no one has lived in this room before. It is cleaned every few days. Young Master Xiao, please. Xiaoju thanked her and carried He Yan into the room. Hua Yuxian left. Xiaoju was tall and He Yan was thin and short. It was easy to carry him. It did not feel like carrying a girl. Instead, it felt like carrying a cat. The bed in the room was very low. Perhaps it was because no one had lived here before, so. It was cold and cheerless. Xiaoju bent down and placed He Yan on the bed. Then, she half knelt on the ground and leaned against the head of the bed. She covered him with the blanket. The moonlight was hazy and the summer breeze was light. It blew in through the window and seemed to have lifted the alcohol. The young man lowered his head to look at the girl sleeping on the bed. Yan He's words seemed to ring in his ears. I'm afraid you haven't even held a girl's hand in your life. You still have your first kiss. He lowered his eyelashes and stared at the person on the bed. He whispered to himself, that's not true. He Yan had almost suffocated to death in the water during the battle in Jiang. At that time, he was eager to save her and helped her vent his anger. That should be his first kiss, if it could be considered a kiss. However, this person did not seem to know. This made him a little unhappy. The young man bent his fingers as if he could not help but hit her as a punishment. However, he stopped when his fingers were about to touch He Yan's forehead. Then, the hitting turned into a gentle caress. Xiaoju tucked the messy hair on her face behind her ears. Before they left, Lin Shuanghe's words came to his mind again. Huaijin, oh Huaijin, if you like Mimi He, you should fight for her. Even if she likes Chu Xilan, you should know that it is impossible between her and Chu Xilan. Chu Xilan is also not a good match. With your appearance and family background, are you afraid that you can't compare to Chu Xilan? I don't know what Mimi he has encountered before, but as long as you treat her well and don't act so unreasonable, it should be easy for her to fall in love with you. Do you know that in Mimi's heart, she has never thought that she should be favored? The young man stared at the girl on the bed. His gaze gradually deepened. Even if Lin Xuan did not say it, he could feel it. However, this did not make sense. According to Luan Ying's information, he doted on this daughter of his and would not make her belittle herself. In the martial arts arena, she was free and unrestrained in the light of swords. Compared to the humble and cautious in the ordinary world, there was a clear contrast. This was a contradictory person. However, this contradiction made her particularly eye-catching. Xiaoju lowered his eyes to look at her. He reached out his hand as if he wanted to touch her cheek. Just as his fingers were about to touch her cheek, he suddenly woke up. He immediately retracted his hand and stood up. After a pause, he closed the window, closed the door, and went out again. The wind and moon outside were cool and refreshing. In the pavilion, it was like the old scenery. The young man walked slowly, his expression indifferent. He was dressed in a black brocade robe. The corner of his robe was embroidered with a beautiful and dangerous golden python. From afar, he drew a bright shadow in the night. On the long bench in the pavilion, someone had already arrived, leaning against the carved railing and drinking. Xiaoju walked over. That person stood up and bowed to him, young Master Xiao. It was Hua Yuxian. The young masters have all been sent back to their rooms to rest. Hua Yuxian smiled mischievously, don't worry, young Master Xiao. The girls did not dare to enter their rooms. The servants are all serving them. This group of young masters were either rich or noble. They did not come to entering Cloud's Tower to have fun. In Hua Yuxian's heart, she had never treated them as guests. She only thought of them as friends visiting and resting temporarily. Xiaoju did not say anything. Hua Yuxian held the railing in the pavilion with both hands and looked into the distance. The clear moon was in the sky, sprinkling silver frost everywhere. She said, I did not expect to meet the young masters again after so many years. I am really happy today. If Mama Ding was still here, she would be just as happy. Why did you divorce? Xiaoju asked. Hua Yuxian was stunned. The young man did not look at her. He only looked at the flickering lights on the street under the pavilion and asked casually. After a while, Hua Yuxian smiled, why else? Because what I got was not what I wanted. She sighed, young masters, I was the same as you in the past. I thought that as long as I chased away the evil people, we would be reunited. But I did not know that there are all kinds of difficulties in the world. The evil people are just one of the simplest. Back then, everyone helped Hua Yuxian chase away Tong Qiushi. After taking back the contract, Hua Yuxian followed Wang Xing to Yangzhou. Even though Mama Ding and the sisters in entering Cloud's Tower were very reluctant, they still hoped that Hua Yuxian could be together and live a happy life. Hua Yuxian and Wang Xing did have a period of loving and harmonious days. That was before they came to Yangzhou. When they came to Yangzhou, all kinds of trials and tribulations followed. Although the Wang family was a merchant, they were also a famous rich family in Yangzhou. When they heard that their son had brought back a woman with no status, they were already unhappy. When they found out that this woman came from a brothel, they were even more against it. Only now did Hua Yuxian know that Wang Xing did not tell Madame Wang and Master Wang about them from beginning to end. If their son married a woman from a brothel, they would become a joke in Yangzhou. Hua Yuxian knew that her status was low and did not want to make things difficult for Wang Xing. Seeing his firm attitude, she was embarrassed and sad. She told Wang Xing that they should separate. Wang Xing was unwilling. How could he lose the happiness that he had fought so hard for in the hands of his parents? In anger, Wang Xing went on a hunger strike in protest. He only told his parents that if they could not marry Hua Yuxian, he would leave and never return. He would never return to Yangzhou again. There were no parents in the world who could win against their children. Madame Wang loved her son, so in the end, she gave in and agreed to let Hua Yuxian marry into the family. But they could not tell others that Hua Yuxian was a distant relative's cousin who came to seek refuge. The neighbors of Yangzhou did not know the twists and turns and only thought it was true. So Hua Yuxian married into the Wang family. She thought that after the bitterness, there would be no more bitterness. She did not expect that this was just the beginning. Madame Wang was prejudiced against Hua Yuxian. Since she married into the family, she deliberately beat her. Every morning and evening, she set the rules, she was not allowed to leave the residence. She had to take care of everything. If there was anything wrong, she would say in a strange tone, "It's not your fault." After all, that was not all. After Madame Wang tortured Hua Yuxian, Wang Xing would comfort his wife when they were alone and apologize to Hua Yuxian on behalf of his mother. Hua Yuxian also thought that time would reveal a person's heart. Maybe after a long time, Madame Wang would see her sincerity and her misunderstanding of her would be resolved. Although both of them knew that this was just self-deception. When Hua Yuxian was at entering Cloud Tower, she was famous for her beauty. After she married into Yangzhou, although she did not go out, she would still come out to receive people when the Wang family held a banquet. But anyone who saw her face was stunned by her beauty. After a while, the news spread in Yangzhou that the son of the Wang family of Shang dynasty married a wife. The new wife, young Mistress Wang, was extremely beautiful. The rumor spread more and more. There were even some ignorant and incompetent young masters in Yangzhou who sneaked into the residence just to see the legendary young Mistress Wang. Madame Wang was even angrier. She often scolded Hua Yuxian for being unfaithful and attracting flowers and butterflies. Hua Yuxian also felt wronged. She did not use her beauty to do anything. How could she be blamed for all the sins and absurdities caused by beauty? At the same time, Wang Xing's attitude towards Hua Yuxian changed. After a long time, his infatuation with Hua Yuxian was gradually replaced by the annoyance caused by various trivial matters in the residence. When Wang Xing heard Madame Wang's complaint, he had a thought, if only I hadn't married Hua Yuxian back then. He was shocked by this thought and forced himself not to think about it anymore. Unfortunately, if there was a first, there would be a second. This thought appeared more and more frequently. In the end, even his guilt was worn away. The last straw that broke the camel's back finally came. One day, a nephew of Madame Wang came to Yangzhou as a guest and temporarily stayed with the Wang family. This person was originally idle and ignorant. When he saw Hua Yuxian, he was shocked. Then, he learned from Madame Wang that Hua Yuxian was originally a prostitute who left her virginity. He immediately had bad intentions. Hua Yuxian's status in the Wang family was not high. The nephew wanted to take advantage of her and have a good time with her. Unfortunately, Hua Yuxian was not as degenerate as others thought. She sternly stopped this person's actions. The nephew was not satisfied. He actually said in front of Madame Wang that Hua Yuxian seduced him. Madame Wang was furious. She ordered Hua Yuxian to be locked in the woodshed as punishment. At that time, Hua Yuxian still had a glimmer of hope. As long as Wang Xing believed her, maybe she could have lasted longer. Unfortunately, unconditional trust was rare in the world. Not only did Wang Xing not stand on her side, he was also swayed by Madame Wang's words. Madame Wang said, she was originally a prostitute who slept with thousands of men. How could she be at ease with you at home? As long as she has the chance, she will seduce men. My son, do you want to be proud of being cuckolded? Do you want our Wang family to become a joke in Yangzhou? Divorce her. Wang Xing wrote the divorce letter. Hua Yuxian looked at the man she once loved deeply. She said coldly, if you want to divorce your wife, I dare to tell everyone in Yangzhou that I came from Jinling City Jinlu. Your Wang family took a prostitute as a bride. You. Wang Xing was furious. Do you want to pester me? You think too much, young Master Wang. Hua Yuxian slightly curled her lips. But in her eyes, there was no longer the affection of the past. What I mean is, divorce. The Wang family valued their reputation the most. They also wanted to get rid of Hua Yuxian, the stain. The divorce went smoothly. On the other hand, when Wang Xing got the divorce letter and Hua Yuxian left, he thought of the past. He was reluctant to part with her and tried to persuade her to stay. The flower fairy looked at him and said, young Master Wang, when I married you back then, I hoped that you could fulfill my childhood wish and accompany me to all the famous mountains and rivers. However, ever since I married you, I have never stepped out of the Wang family. Now that the grudges are settled, young Master Wang is not a good person. Only this farewell, I hope we will never meet again. She left especially calmly. When she left Yunlu that year, Madame Ding once told her, "Yu Xian, have you ever seen a moth flying into a flame? What good ending?" She was young at that time. Hearing this, she just smiled and replied, "Even if there is a moment of light and warmth, a moment is enough." The woman gently touched the corner of her eyes. She was still beautiful, but not like before. Because the young and fearless girl never thought that this love was really so short. So much so that the struggle and persistence in the past seemed particularly ridiculous. "Let's not talk about me." Hua Yuxian smiled and changed the topic. "Young master, is the girl beside you the little girl from that year?" When she said this, Xiaoju suddenly looked up. "What did you say?" Hua Yuxian paused and said, "Young master, isn't he a girl?" "Not this," Xiaoju frowned, her beautiful eyes sharpening. "You mean the girl from that year?" Hua Yuxian nodded, slightly confused. "That masked girl, doesn't young master Xiao know?" Xiaoju's gaze became incredulous. "Girl? Young master Xiao doesn't know even now?" Hua Yuxian was also surprised. Back then, young master Xiao had specially asked someone to change the little girl's bifeng wine to rose dew. "I thought young master already knew about it." She seemed to recall something, and her eyes curved. "Because of that, I deliberately teased her, making her blush. It was very interesting." Xiaoju's expression was shocked, muttering, "I didn't know." At that time, he could smell the sweet and mellow sweetness of the bifeng wine. It was very intoxicating. He Rufei had just been beaten up in the village and had just been treated with medicine. If he wanted to drink wine, it was better to drink something lighter. Thus, he ordered Hua Yuxian to change it to sweet rose dew. But Xiaoju did not expect Hua Yuxian to tell her now. He Rufei was a girl? "Are you sure?" Xiaoju looked at the girl in front of her. "He is a girl?" "When I was at Entering Cloud's brothel, occasionally, there would be girls from rich families who would dress up as men and come here to play. Mother told us that if we met such girls, we should not expose them, let them play and just protect them. So if they were really girls dressed as men, I would be able to tell at a glance." That masked young master was actually very good at dressing up as a man. There were no signs of earrings or hairpins. His actions were no different from a normal man. "It's just that this servant always felt that something was wrong, so I found an excuse to sit beside her." She laughed. She was clearly wrapped around her chest and was extremely nervous. This servant just teased her a little and she became extremely flustered. But that mask was quite good at scaring people. If it was someone else, they would not be able to tell. And the young masters did not have much contact with girls at that time. It is natural that they would not be able to tell at a glance that she is a girl. Xiaoju was speechless. He and Rufei had not been classmates for a long time, only a year or so. But all these years, he had never doubted that Rufei was not a man. It was hard to believe that Hua Yuxian would suddenly say something like this. However, he knew very well that Hua Yuxian was not one to speak without thinking. Although she had said it in a euphemistic manner, she must have said it because she was certain. From the looks of it, the Missy today is not the same person as the young master back then. Hua Yuxian looked at Xiaoju curiously. "I thought that the way young master Xiao took care of that lady was the same as back then. I thought it was the same person." Xiaoju's mind was in a mess. She shook her head and said, "She's not. Young master Chu seems to be interested in Miss He as well." Hua Yuxian rested her chin on her hand. This action made her look like a young girl. "However, I can tell that she likes you." Xiaoju raised his eyes to look at her. "Young master probably does not know." Hua Yuxian laughed lightly. "At the table today, she spent more time looking at you than she did looking at young master Chu. Also, when Kai Lian called someone to persuade them to drink, Miss He was so nervous that she almost dropped the cup. If young master likes Miss He, you have to be more proactive. If a flower is beautiful enough, more than one person will want to pluck it." After saying this, she straightened her body and picked up the wine pot on the table in the pavilion. She said, "I am also drunk, I will go back to my room to rest. Young master, please stay here and think about it slowly. Once you understand, everything will be clear tomorrow." She bowed to Xiaoju flirtatiously and said, "Goodbye." Hua Yuxian disappeared into the depths of the corridor. Xiaoju sat in the pavilion and looked at the lantern on the table. After talking for so long, until now, he was still shocked by one thing. He Rufei was actually a woman. No one had seen He Rufei's face under the mask. Was He Rufei a woman from the beginning, or was the He Rufei that followed them to Jinling a woman? Xiaoju pondered for a moment and concluded that the He Rufei that followed them to Jinling was not replaced. It was the He Rufei that he met in the Xianxia restaurant. In other words, the He Rufei in the Xianxia restaurant, the He Rufei in front of the world, was a woman. For a moment, all the strange behaviors of He Rufei in the past suddenly became reasonable. Why did he always wear a mask that covered his entire face, not even taking it off when he was sleeping? Why did the servants of the He family keep a distance from He Rufei and never served him personally? Why did no one ever bathe in the hot spring with He Rufei? Why was He Rufei not strong, short, and much thinner than the average teenager? Because He Rufei was a woman. However, the He Rufei that took off the mask in front of Emperor Wenshuan was clearly a real man. The previous battle in Huayuan appeared in front of his eyes again. He Rufei, who was brave and good at fighting, was defeated in the battle in Huayuan. His trusted aides were all killed in battle. How similar was this to the battle in Mingshui? In the battle in Mingshui, they were silenced because Xiao Zhongwu's deputy generals knew the truth of the main general's murder. In the battle in Huayuan, why did they have to silence them? Did those trusted aides who were killed in battle discover some great secret? After thinking about it, the biggest secret was nothing more than the General Fei Hong that followed him to the battlefield in the past, and the General Fei Hong that was personally conferred in front of His Majesty, were not the same person at all. In fact, they were far from each other. Fei knew in the darkness. Fei knew walked out. He couldn't hide the surprise in his heart. That year, Fei knew accompanied Xiaoju to Jinling. He was also one of the imperial bodyguards. Naturally, he also knew that the young man wearing the mask was He Rufei. Now that so much time had passed, how could he not be surprised when he found out that General Fei Hong, who was feared by the world, was actually a woman? Quickly inform Wanning to thoroughly investigate everything about the He family, starting from He Rufei's birth. In addition, find out if there are any soldiers in the Fuyue army who fought alongside He Rufei and secretly protect their safety. He stood up. I'm afraid that very soon, someone will want to silence them. The sun shone on his face, making his hair fluffy. He Yan reached out to block the dazzling sunlight outside and slowly opened his eyes. In the room, a girl was putting a basket of porridge on the table. She smiled and said, "Little Gongzi, you're awake? Did I fall asleep?" He Yan asked. Last night, after drinking a few cups of rose dew, he was extremely sleepy. He didn't know when he fell asleep. His current alcohol tolerance couldn't be compared to his previous life. One had to know that He Yan, who was still young, couldn't even drink a few cups. Little Gongzi went to bed early. It was young Master Xiao who sent you back to your room. The girl pursed her lips and smiled. Young Master Lin and young Master Yan are already awake. They've already eaten and are waiting downstairs. Little Gongzi, after eating breakfast and washing up, you can go downstairs. She didn't have any intention of serving He Yan. After placing the food on the table, she left. It should be Xiaoju's idea. Now that she was a girl, only Yan He and Yang Mingji didn't know. But at least for now, the fewer people who knew, the better. He Yan ate and tidied up before going downstairs. As soon as he went downstairs, he heard Yan He and Lin Shuanghe arguing. Yan He said, "Impossible. You got drunk first yesterday. Come on, Yan Nongguang. I saw that you drank too much. How could I get drunk first? Don't deny it. If you don't believe me, you can ask Huaijin. Huaijin, was I drunk first or was he drunk first?" Without waiting for Xiaoju to answer, Yan He quickly said, "Why are you asking him? He's your friend. Of course, he's on your side. Anyway, you got drunk first. Yan Nongguang, does your wife know that you're acting so shamelessly?" He Yan went downstairs and greeted them. He looked at Xiaoju, who was sitting in front of the window. He was looking out of the window. No one knew what he was thinking. He didn't even notice He Yan coming downstairs. This was strange. He Yan walked to Lin Shuanghe and asked, "What's wrong with Commander-in-Chief? You seem to have a lot on your mind." Lin Shuanghe shrugged. Who knows? He's been like this since early morning. Maybe he's thinking about what will happen after he returns to Shuajing. He said it simply, but He Yan was a little worried. Could it be that she said something crazy when she was drunk last night? He really didn't have any recollection of it. But He Yan looked around. Why don't I see official Yang and fourth young Master Chu? It seems that they didn't stay in Ruyunlu last night. Yang Mingji doesn't like these places. As for Chu's island, Lin Xuan had deliberately looked at He Yan and said slowly, if he stayed in Ruyunlu last night, Su Pingting will skin him alive when he returns to Shuajing. That's not all, I'm afraid that the entire Ruyunlu will suffer. So, he did a good deed. While they were talking, Yan He had already walked to Xiaoju's side and slammed the table. Come back to your senses. Xiaoju looked up. Didn't you say that you were going to find Yang Mingji in the morning? Hurry, Yan He was very anxious. If you have something to say it quickly. Don't delay our return to Shuajing. He rubbed his hands. I told Xingqiu the time of our return to Shuajing. Not even a day later. Ever. Since he knew that Yan He was a model husband, he didn't hide it anymore. 8 out of 10 sentences were about his wife. Xiaoju was too lazy to pay attention to his seemingly careless showing off. She stood up and said to everyone, let's go. When they got on the carriage, He Yan finally had a chance to ask the question he was most concerned about. Governor, General Yan, why are we going to find official Yang? Probably after everyone drank together last night, Yan He classified He Yan as one of their own camp. He didn't hide anything and said, I don't know. I only said that it has something to do with Yuto. Anyway, we'll know when we get there. Speaking of Yuto, his expression became somewhat serious. I don't know what the situation is like in Shuajing. The Yangfu wasn't close to entering Cloud's tower, but it wasn't far either. After a few minutes, the carriage stopped in front of the Yangfu. Yang Mingji was the governor of Jinling, but his residence was very simple. At first glance, it didn't look any different from a normal residence. He Yan still remembered that when Lu Rui was the governor of Jinling, he heard his friends say that the residence was luxuriously renovated. It was so luxurious that the youths who went to steal contracts almost got lost in the garden. Yang Mingji wasn't greedy for riches and honor. At least, his original intentions hadn't changed. Then, why did he say such hurtful words to his good friend that year? He Yan pondered in his heart as he followed everyone into the main door. There weren't many servants in Yang Mingji's residence. It looked like the residence of a normal scholar in Jinling. The garden wasn't taken care of. Some bamboo was randomly planted. When they reached the main hall, there were very few decorations. The most eye-catching things were the various landscape paintings hanging on the wall. He Yan went over to take a look. There weren't any famous paintings. They were all written by Yang Mingji himself. There was also a piece of paper and ink on the table. It hadn't been framed yet. 10 years of study, Yan Hua is still beautiful. Don't chase the world, fighting cock eastern suburbs. Riches and honor are like floating clouds. Gold and jade aren't treasures. Once the pelicans roar, the frost is strong grass. Ambition is lost, and tears are stained with hugs. He Yan was startled. Why did Yang Mingji write this? Who was he satirizing? Who was he crying for? Before he could think of a reason, he heard a person come out and say, "You're here." It was Yang Mingji. He didn't wear his official robe today. He only wore his daily clothes. It looked even more difficult to associate him with the governor of Jinling. Everyone found a seat and sat down. Yang Mingji ordered a servant to pour tea. Niao niao. Yan He held the teacup and looked up at Yang Mingji. He asked, "If you have something to say, just say it. There are no outsiders here. You asked someone to tell us that you have something important to tell us. What is it?" Yang Mingji was silent for a moment. He then said, "I heard that you came from the Rendu?" "What? My name has reached your ears?" Yan He said proudly, "Indeed, we came from the Rendu. If I didn't arrive with reinforcements, the people in the Rendu would have been killed by the Yuto. You don't know how critical the situation was at that time. When we arrived, the Rendu city's army had already started to eat people. Speaking up to hear, a trace of disgust flashed in Yan He's eyes. How dare they? Once Yan He started talking about his contributions, he would not stop talking. Yang Mingji obviously didn't want to listen to him show off. He interrupted him. Military Governor Xiao, you were there during the Battle of Jiang and the Battle of the Rendu. You interacted with the Yuto. What do you think of them? Xiao Ju, nothing much. His expression was calm. He Yan quickly explained, I happened to be there during the Battle of Jiang and the Battle of the Rendu. Official Yang, those Yuto were very cruel. They came prepared. Their methods were cunning. They massacred the citizens of Dawei outside the Rendu. They were very despicable. Yang Mingji looked at her and asked, do they have intentions to invade Dawei's territory? He Yan, it's obvious. Yang Mingji nodded. I think so too. Everyone in the world thinks so. Lin Shuang has said, isn't that the case? The imperial court doesn't think so. Everyone was stunned and looked at Yang Mingji. Yang Mingji frowned. His expression was very solemn. I received news that the Yuto emissaries are on their way to Shuwa capital. The two factions in the imperial court are arguing endlessly. His Majesty wants to make peace. He's crazy. Before Yang Mingji could finish, Yan He shouted, they're already at our doorstep. How can we make peace? Do they think that Buddha has descended to save all living beings? Yang Mingji shook his head. Not only that, they propose to set up a market in Dawei's territory so that the two countries can exchange trade. The moment he said this, no one in the room said anything. Even Lin Shuanghe, who had never cared about the affairs of the state, looked puzzled when he heard this. After all, the enemy had led their troops to invade and suffered defeat, yet the emperor was still thinking for them. It sounded like a joke. Right now, in the imperial court, the crown prince, Prime Minister Su, and the civil officials are mostly in favor of peace. The generals have yet to express their opinions. Yang Mingji looked at Xiao Ju, I want to ask you, what are you going to do? Do you even need to ask? Yan He said, we are not weak. If someone slaps us in the face, why should we let them slap us in the face? I will chase the Yuto back home and make sure they don't dare to step into Dawei in the future. Then I can rest assured. Yang Mingji said in a low voice, it's just that. I don't know if your words can change the emperor's mind. After talking about the recent movements of the Yuto, everyone got up and left their seats. Because of the news sent by Yang Mingji, Xiao Ju, and the others didn't plan to stay in Jinling for another 2 days. Since the Yuto emissary was already on his way to Shuajing, they had to hurry back to Shuajing to meet the emperor. Right now, Shuajing was mostly under Prime Minister Su. Even if they weren't under Prime Minister Su, they were still suppressed and didn't dare to speak. If they really agreed to the Yuto's request for peace and even set up a battlefield in Dawei, it would only be harmful to the people of Dawei. After regrouping the troops, everyone had lunch and was about to set off. Xiao Ju and He Yan rode at the front with the troops. He Yan and Lin Shuanghe sat in a carriage. Chu Zhao and Ying Xiang's carriage was at the back. Between the two horses riding side by side, Xiao Ju opened his mouth and said, have you seen He Rufei after the Xiancheng mansion? Yan He paused and said, I'm not familiar with him. I've only seen him a few times after he was made a general, but I only saw him from afar. However, ever since he was made a general, other than the battle in Huayuan, have you ever seen him lead an army? I think he's been living a comfortable life for too long. That's why he's so weak in the battle of Huayuan. Why are you asking him? You want to catch up with him? Xiao Ju did not answer his question. She continued to ask, He Rufei that you met later, what was the difference between him and the past? What's the difference? Yan He frowned. How would I know? I wasn't following him the whole time. However, he had grown a little over the years and was a little taller than before. Before I went to Ling County, I heard that the He family had the intention to marry a wife for him. Xiao Huijin. He glanced at his companion beside him. If He Rufei marries a wife before you, you won't lose to He Rufei, right? Xiao Ju couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him and rode off. He Yan, who was in the horse carriage, did not know that Xiao Ju and Yan He had such a conversation. The closer she got to Shuajing, the heavier her worries became. Lin Shuanghe also noticed it. He sat opposite her and asked, "Younger sister what's wrong with you? When I saw you in the rendu, I felt that something was wrong. It was as if you had something on your mind. You didn't even talk much these days. What kind of trouble did you encounter? If you have any difficulties, just tell me. I'll help you think of a solution." Yan smiled bitterly. She was only thinking about how to expose He Rufei when she returned to Shuajing. Now that she had become Muan Lang, her identity was closer to the He family and Su family than her previous identity as the military officer's daughter. However, the official position of Muan Lang had many restrictions. He Rufei's trusted aides who could prove the truth were all killed by He Rufei. It was difficult to get a witness, so she could only start from another place. The Su family was the one who kept this secret. If she could start from the Su family would pull the He family out to protect themselves. They would panic. An alliance formed for benefits would not be stable. Yan was deep in thought when Lin Shuanghe suddenly stretched out his hand in front of her. "Younger sister Yan looked at him and said, "I'm thinking about what I should do when I return to the capital." She counted with her fingers. "Brother Lin, you know that I escaped from Shuajing and got involved in a lawsuit. Everyone in the neighborhood knows that I'm a woman. Now is not the time to swagger back. I'm afraid that I can only see my father and brother secretly." She thought for a moment. "When His Majesty conferred the title, I left some money. It's enough to rent a small house, but it's inconvenient for me to show my face. If Brother Lin has a lot of connections, can you help me arrange it? I'll naturally give you the money without missing a single cent." Lin Shuanghe heard her words and slapped his thigh. "I thought it was some trouble. It's a small matter. Leave it to me." He lifted the curtain of the carriage and shouted, Huijin, Huijin." Xiaoju paused and slowed down his pace. He rode his horse back to the front of the carriage and asked, "What's the matter?" Lin Shuanghe smiled at him. "I just promised Brother He that when I return to Shuajing, I'll rent a house for him in the city. But you also know that renting a house is not something that can be done overnight. Before we find a good residence, can Brother He stay in your residence? Xiao family's courtyard is big and spacious. It shouldn't be difficult to give a room to Brother He, right?" Yan never thought that Lin Shuanghe would say this. He hurriedly said, "Brother Lin, that's not what you said just now. Governor, it's okay. I'll just find an inn outside. Staying in an inn costs more money." Lin Shuanghe said, "You're still so young. How can you be so extravagant? Don't you know the benefits of being thrifty? Listen to me and stay in Huijin's house." "Huijin, can you give me a definite answer?" Xiaoju glanced at Yan's body stiffened. He saw Xiaoju lightly nod his head. "Okay." Yan, after saying this, Xiaoju rode his horse forward. Lin Shuanghe lowered the curtain of the carriage and looked at Yan proudly. "See, now isn't it the best of both worlds?" Yan leaned weakly against the carriage. He thought to himself, this is really an ill-fated relationship. Not only did they not keep their distance, but they were getting closer and closer. They were even living in Xiaoju's house. Although living in Xiaoju's house did have its benefits. If she followed Xiaoju on various occasions, she might have a higher chance of meeting Su Zhiheng and He Rufei. She might even be able to find some useful clues. She suppressed the almost imperceptible joy in her heart and coughed lightly. In her heart, she secretly said to herself, "It must be like this." In the Shua capital, the Su family's study room. A servant was guarding the door. Someone was talking inside. Two people were sitting in front of a small table. One of them was wearing a green robe and looked refined. The other was also a handsome young master. However, there was a reserved and deep aura between his eyebrows. The two of them were looking at the chessboard in front of them. The black and white pieces on the chessboard were scattered all over. It looked like a chaotic game. These two people, one of them was the eldest son of the Su family, the current Hanlin Academy scholar Su Zhiheng. The other person was He Rufei, who had just returned to the capital not long ago. He had defeated Yuto at Huayuan. Second young master Xiao is about to return to the capital. Su Zhiheng placed down a piece. After Guide Zhonglong and second young master Xiao returned to the capital, they will definitely speak to His Majesty and advocate that Yuto be chased out of Dawei. He Rufei didn't speak. He silently looked at the chessboard. Brother He, are you still thinking about the Huayuan incident? Su Zhiheng smiled faintly. Those who know are no longer in this world. Brother He, don't worry. There won't be anyone else in this world who knows this secret. Even if there are people who know, they won't have any evidence. They won't be able to turn the tables. He Rufei glanced at him. Young Master Su seems to be too relaxed. Don't forget, when you were studying at Xianxia Academy, Xiao Huijin, Yan Nongguang, and even Lin Xuanhe all saw He Rufei. So what? Su Zhiheng said disapprovingly. When He Rufei was young, he wasn't very close to his classmates. If he was really close, his classmates wouldn't have been able to discover his identity for so many years. I think Brother He is worrying too much. Even if Xiao Huijin and Yan Nongguang return to Shuajing, you won't have much interaction with them. He Rufei placed a piece down. I hope so. In his heart, he suddenly remembered the nightmare he had last night. In his dream, he was leading troops to fight on the battlefield in Huayuan. Suddenly, a sword stabbed him from behind. He couldn't dodge in time and was stabbed in the heart. When he fell, he saw someone walk in front of him and squat down. It was a young man wearing a mask and armor. When he slowly reached out and took off his mask, a familiar, beautiful, and heroic face was revealed. He Yan smiled at him and softly said, Big brother. He Rufei suddenly woke up. He touched his forehead and found that it was covered in cold sweat. He Yan had clearly been dead for more than a year. This name had gradually been forgotten by the world. Or it could be said that she had never been remembered by the world. The days had passed peacefully for so long, but at this juncture, she would still appear in his dreams and cause him to be unable to sleep at night. That concubine of yours, he said. Su Zhiheng's face turned cold. She's already dead. He Yan had died at the hands of He Wanru. A month after He Yan's death, he had casually found an excuse to have He Wanru killed. The corpse had been dragged to the mass grave. He was afraid that it had already been eaten by wolves and wild dogs. In the future, if by any chance they found out something, they could push all the blame onto He Wanru. All the thugs, servants, and maids who had been involved that day were dealt with. The entire Su family, inside and outside, had been changed. He Yan had been a general when he was alive. After his death, he had used so many servants to accompany her. This could be considered to have completed the friendship between husband and wife. Very good. He Rufei said coldly. Don't make any mistakes. Just as they were talking, someone knocked on the door of the study. Su Zhiheng got up to open the door. A young woman walked in. This woman was also in the prime of her youth. If one looked carefully, there were some similarities between her eyebrows and He Yan's. It was just that she didn't have the heroic spirit and determination of a female general on the battlefield. Instead, she was more beautiful and sweet, like the delicate spring flowers in the capital. Her every movement was spoiled and lovable. This was Su Zhiheng's new wife, the current Su eldest madam. He Xining was He Yuanqing's second legitimate daughter, He Rufei's cousin, and He Yan's biological sister. Eldest brother, husband, Xining had the kitchen make some snacks while you were talking inside. He Xining smiled as she placed a few plates of shortbread on the small table. She said that if you're tired, you can fill your stomach. You've worked hard. Su Zhiheng spoke warmly and pulled her to sit beside him. Sit down too. He Xining obeyed and sat down beside Su Zhiheng. She looked at He Rufei and smiled. Eldest brother, you haven't come to the Su family for a while. How are father and mother? He Rufei nodded slightly. They're fine. You don't have to worry. He Xining didn't know what to say. She and this cousin of hers weren't very close in the past. He Rufei's temperament was particularly unsociable when he was young and he often wore a mask. The He family all knew that He Rufei wore a mask because he was ugly. He Xining saw He Rufei hiding alone in the corner during the He family's banquets every day. He Xining pitied him. But when she tried to get close to him a few times, He Rufei would avoid her as if she was the plague. After a while, He Xining's feelings faded. Later, He Rufei betrayed the He family and joined the army. He actually managed to earn some military merits. All of the He family's unmarried young ladies also rose in status, including He Xining's older sister, the He family's second branch, who was notoriously sickly. When He Yan returned to the He family, He Xining was already very old. At that time, because of He Rufei, the He family arranged a good marriage for He Yan. The Su family's eldest son, Su Zhiheng, was already a Hanlin scholar at a young age. He was also handsome and refined. He Xining had once been jealous of this older sister of his. She was clearly in poor health and hadn't returned to the capital for many years. Even the noble ladies in the capital didn't know of her existence. But as soon as she came back, she was able to become the Su family's young mistress. What kind of blessing was this? But this bit of jealousy disappeared after He Yan died. He Xining felt sad for He Yan. Even though she didn't have any feelings for this older sister of hers, blood was still thicker than water. She had just found a good marriage and was about to enjoy life, but her life was so short. What was strange was that after He Yan died, the He family and Su family held a large funeral for her. The entire Shuo capital knew that the He family valued this second branch's daughter, but only He Xining knew that in the He family, other than her own mother, everyone, including her own father, didn't seem as sad as others thought. After the funeral, other than occasionally wiping away a few drops of tears when He Yan was mentioned in public, normally, no one in the residence would even mention He Yan. It was as if the He family's second branch's daughter had never existed. He Xining felt that something wasn't right, but before she could figure out why her family was so cold to her older sister, He Yuanqing actually decided on her marriage with Su Zhiheng and wanted her to be Su Zhiheng's second wife. Even though Su Zhiheng was a widower, he was still a good candidate for a husband in the hearts of others in the Shuo capital. Especially after He Yan died, the affection he showed made many young ladies admire him. Even though He Xining knew that Su Zhiheng was outstanding, she was extremely unwilling to marry into the Su family. Older sisters serving the same husband wasn't a new thing in the Shuo capital. But most of the time, the D daughter would be the main wife and the Shu daughter would be the concubine, taking care of each other. How could two D daughters marry the same person one after the other? It wasn't like the He family's young ladies couldn't get married. She was so young and beautiful, and her family background was good. Wouldn't it be better to find a young master of equal social status to be the main wife than to be the Su family's young mistress? But on this matter, He Yuan Liang, who had always doted on her, was unexpectedly very firm. And her mother, second Madam He, wanted to fight for her, but she was powerless. In the He family, women's words didn't count. Just like that, He Xining unwillingly married into the Su family. After marrying into the Su family, He Xining discovered that Su Zhiheng was more considerate and gentle than she had imagined. It was very easy to fall for a handsome and outstanding husband who took care of her in everything. Moreover, Su Zhiheng was indeed very popular with women. The regret and longing he occasionally showed for his deceased wife made people think that this person was someone who valued friendship and was worthy of being entrusted with the rest of their lives. After He Xining married into the Su family, He Rufei, her older cousin, would come to see her from time to time. He Xining was a bit overwhelmed by the favor. She should be the one who married the best out of all the young ladies of the He family. She enjoyed all the blessings that He Yan didn't enjoy. It was just that sometimes it felt unreal. That's right, eldest brother, husband, He Xining said. Previously, every autumn, I would go up the mountain with mother to the temple to burn incense and pray for blessings. Although I won't be at home this year, I still want to go with mother. Su Zhiheng smiled and said, naturally, if I don't have anything to do that day, I'll go with you. He Xining happily said, that's really great. After sitting for a while, she got up and left the room, leaving Su Zhiheng and He Rufei to talk inside. After leaving the room, her personal maid, Xiao Lu, asked, young mistress, are we going back to the courtyard? He Xining shook her head, let's go. In the courtyard, the summer pond was lush and green, and the pond water was as calm as a mirror. The He family's pond was always planted with many lotus flowers. At this time of the year, a faint fragrance wafted through the air. However, the Su family's pond didn't even have a rockery, let alone lotus flowers. Su Zhiheng was an elegant person. Only this pond was like a pool of stagnant water. After looking at it for a long time, it felt like a bottomless abyss that could pull people down at any time. Her older sister, Xian, had lost her footing and drowned here. Perhaps it was because of this, or perhaps it was because of their blood relationship, but every time she walked here, she always felt that the wind was particularly cold, and the water was especially cold. It made her heart feel uncomfortable. Xiaoning looked away. The dowry maid, Xiao Lu, asked her, "Young mistress, when you were in the room earlier, why didn't you stay a little longer? The longer you stayed, the better the Su family would treat you." Xiaoning also understood that the Su family's master and madam were so lenient to her, their daughter-in-law, most likely because of He Rufei. The closer she was to this General Feihong brother and sister, the more the Su family didn't dare to treat her poorly. Xiaoning shook her head and laughed self-deprecatingly. "Big brother originally didn't come to see me. It didn't matter how long I stayed in there. If there was someone who knew He Yan here, they would discover that on this soft and sweet face, there was a clear and bright look in her eyes. It was very similar to the previous young Mr. Su. She was just deceiving herself." In less than a month, they traveled from Jinling to Shuajing. Along the way, they rested well and hurried along the way. Finally, they arrived in front of the city gates before the beginning of autumn. In front of Shuajing's gates, the guards who had received the news had already opened the gates. The soldiers and horses entered the city, and the common people along the street all pointed at the troops and whispered. He Yan and Lin Shuanghe hid in the carriage and didn't accept these comments. Lin Shuanghe's heart itched unbearably. He said to He Yan, "If I knew it would be so impressive, I would have asked Huijin to give me a horse. If I sat on the horse, the girls would be able to see my face more clearly." "Even if you don't sit on the horse, brother Lin, the girls in Shuajing will be able to see your face very clearly." He Yan comforted him. "That's true." Lin Shuanghe heard her say this and thought about it carefully. He didn't feel conflicted anymore. He Yan himself didn't think too much about the matter of being in the limelight. That year, when she returned to the capital with the victorious Fuyue army, it was also as lively as today. However, at that time, she was wearing a mask and was extremely uncomfortable. She was afraid that people would find out. The next day after returning to the He family, the real He Rufei accepted all the glory and burdens in her place. She had never used her own face to face all the things that General Feihong brought to her. The carriage stopped with a squeak and Yan He's voice came from outside. "How long are you guys going to sit inside? We're almost at the entrance of the palace." He Yan was startled and dismounted with Lin Shuanghe. Chu Zhao had already parted ways with their carriage when he entered the city. He only needed a servant to inform him. He Yan didn't mind. They weren't on the same side, so it was natural for them to split up. It couldn't be that if she moved into the Xiaofu, Chu Zhao would also move into the Xiaofu, right? "Commander-in-Chief, we are going to?" He Yan asked. "I want to enter the palace." Xiaoju glanced at her. "You wait in the carriage first." "Wait," Yan He looked at her in confusion. "Why don't you bring this fellow with you? When entering the palace, one must meet the emperor. Take this opportunity to let the emperor get to know this fellow. It will be beneficial for his career in the future. Since you are someone superior, you should find every opportunity to praise your subordinate. Or are you afraid that He Yan will be more successful than you in the future, so you deliberately don't let him stand out?" He Yan was sincerely convinced by Yan He. No matter how many possibilities there were, he could always think of the most boring one. Now is not the time. Xiaoju was too lazy to explain to He Yan. She looked at him and asked him with rare patience, "Are you okay being here alone?" He Yan smiled. "What problem can I have? Commander-in-Chief, don't worry. I'll just sleep in the carriage." Lin Shuanghe sensed something and poked his head out. "Huijin, you mean, I also have to enter the palace?" Xiaoju looked at him coldly. Lin Shuanghe coughed lightly. "Excuse me, can I not go?" "You can't." Xiaoju sneered. "Although I wrote a letter to invite you to Liangzhou, you didn't tell anyone in the Lin family before you left. Imperial Physician Lin sent a bunch of urgent letters to my account to find someone. Do you want to read them now?" Lin Shuanghe smiled awkwardly. I thought that you must be looking for me in an urgent situation. When people are anxious, their brains don't work well. I forgot. Yes, I forgot to tell my family. Yan he crossed his arms in front of his chest and said coldly, aren't you his good friend? You won't die if you take the blame for him. Lin Shuanghe was very touched, Brother Nanguang, I've known you for so many years. Finally, I've heard such words from you. Shut up. Xiaoju frowned slightly impatiently. Lin Shuanghe immediately stopped talking. After he got down from the carriage, Xiaoju was about to leave with him. Suddenly, he remembered something and walked to the carriage. He Yan lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked at him. Stay here and don't run around. There are many people outside the palace, Xiaoju reminded her. He paused and his tone became gentler, when I leave the palace, I'll take you home. Xiaoju and the other two followed the servant into the palace. He Yan sat alone in the carriage. When he heard Xiaoju say take you home, even though he knew that Xiaoju was just saying it casually, the person who heard it felt dizzy. He buried his head in his face and felt like he was floating. She didn't know what home was. Although the He family in her previous life was a home, they never gave her affection and warmth. The Su family was also a home, but they pushed her into the cold water. The other He family in this life finally gave her some attachment and warmth to live in this world. However, before the matter was settled, she couldn't rashly meet with them. Thinking of this, He Yan's joy gradually calmed down. She had to find a way to go back and see Yunxing and He Sui. She had been gone for more than a year. He Sui and He Yunxing must be very worried. Back when she was in the Liangzhou Guards, He Yan had secretly given Fei Nu money and begged Fei Nu to find a way to send a message to He Sui to tell her that she was safe. When he went to Jiang and the war in Yuchuo started, he forgot about this matter. It had been a while since he sent a letter to He Sui and the others. He Sui and the others must be worried sick. She had to find a way to go to the Su family. It was a little difficult to start with He Rufei. She had to start with the Su family. He Yan was killed. From beginning to end, Su Zhiheng and He Rufei didn't directly show their faces. She died at He Wanru's hands. With Su Zhiheng's temperament, he would definitely kill He Wanru to silence her. Perhaps everyone present on that day couldn't escape the word death. But was there no smart person in the Su family? Just like Xianxia in the Battle of Mingshui, there might be a fish that escaped the net in the Su family's courtyard. That was her chance. She had to first prove that there was something wrong with Su Zhiheng's death. Only then could she peel back the layers of silk and reveal the He family's biggest sinister secret. He Yan carefully thought about his future plans after returning to Shuajing. Unknowingly, the sky gradually darkened. When the lanterns in front of the palace gate lit up, a familiar figure walked out. Only Xiaoju and He Yan came out, Lin Shuanghe was nowhere to be seen. He Yan asked curiously, where is Brother Lin? Imperial Physician Lin is in the palace. He won't be leaving for now, Xiaoju answered and looked at Yan He. Don't look at me, I'm going back now. Yan he ordered a servant to lead the horse. Qingxiu is still waiting for me at home. He seemed to be particularly proud of the fact that someone was waiting for him. You are all alone. Of course, you don't care about these things. Finishing, he flipped onto the horse and said, let's go. He swaggered off. 2. Be honest, He Yan used to think that Yan he was obstinate and self-opinionated. Every day, he was like a cockfight. Whenever he saw an outstanding talent, he would compete with them. His life was too hard. Now, seeing him leave with a face full of smiles, she actually felt a trace of envy. It was probably a happy thing to have someone waiting for you at home after a long journey. She was lost in thought as she looked at Yan He's back. Suddenly, she heard Xiaoju's voice, why aren't you getting in? He Yan hurriedly shrank back into the carriage. Fei Nu and Qi Wu were driving the carriage outside. He Yan and Xiaoju sat in the carriage. From the Rundu to Shuajing, the journey was very lively. Yan Nongguang, Lin Shuanghe, Xiaoju, and He Yan were all former schoolmates. When they were together, they could even play leaf cards at a table. She didn't feel it when they were noisy. Now that everyone had dispersed, only she and Xiaoju were in the carriage. The atmosphere was quiet and she felt somewhat uneasy. What are you nervous about? Xiaoju leaned against the carriage and asked casually. He Yan almost choked on her own saliva. After hesitating for a long time, she squeezed out a sentence, I haven't been to your house before. It's my first time coming here empty-handed. I just feel a little apologetic. Speaking of this, He Yan really thought of this matter. She asked Xiaoju, Commander-in-Chief, why don't we buy some snacks and cloth for your family as gifts when we pass by the goods store later? Xiaoju stared into her eyes and pursed her lips. Are you going to propose marriage? Is it your first time coming here as a gift? Don't we need to? He Yan asked. I haven't been to other people's residences before. I don't know what to do when I'm a guest for the first time. In the past, when she was He Rufei, the He family was afraid that she would be exposed. They didn't even make friends, let alone visit other people's residences. In this life, He Yan didn't even have time to understand how ordinary people made friends before she went straight to the army camp. Her seriousness made Xiaoju speechless for a moment. She pushed her head away. There's no need. Just do whatever you want. Commander-in-Chief, don't you have eldest young Master Xiao and eldest young Mistress Xiao at home? He Yan recalled what Lin Xuanhe had said earlier and said, it said that eldest young Master Xiao is the #1 dream lover of all women in Dawei. Is that true? Rumor has it that he is very gentle and never mistreats his subordinates. He is a gentleman who is upright and gentle. Is that true? Xiaoju said calmly, you want to be my sister-in-law? How is that possible? He Yan immediately denied it. She wasn't Song Tao Tao. She wasn't interested in having a brother-in-law like Xiaoju. I'm just curious. Also, eldest young Mistress Xiao, how is she? Is she easy to get along with? He Yan hesitated for a moment. It's better if it's a man, but I don't know how to deal with a woman. What does she like and dislike? Is she lively or reserved? How do I talk to her to make her happy? Xiaoju restrained herself and said calmly, if you make her happy, my big brother will be in trouble. He Yan said, oh. She returned to her seat, as if she was still thinking about this matter. Xiaoju raised her eyebrows slightly. He Yan seemed to be very interested in the matter of being a guest. That kind of excitement and nervousness was like a young child receiving an invitation to go to a friend's house for the first time. He was at a loss and afraid of making a mistake, but he was also faintly happy and expectant. He Sui only had one son and one daughter. Compared to his son, his daughter, who looked very similar to his late wife, was obviously more favored by this military officer. According to the information that Luaning had gathered, He Yan used to be arrogant and unreasonable. Sometimes, she was vain. Although this could be a fox's disguise, the neighbors near the He family said that He Yan still had some sisters, even if their relationship wasn't very good. But why did he have this kind of expression? Xiaoju could clearly see He Yan's inner emotions and contradictions, but she couldn't see the reason for it. He Yan always seemed to be shrouded in a thick layer of fog, making many of her actions inexplicable. However, the more mysterious she was, the more people would be attracted to her. Otherwise, being alone in the thick fog would always make people feel sorry for her. While she was thinking, the carriage stopped in front of the Xiao mansion. Fei Nu and Qi Wu dismounted. Before Xiaoju and He Yan got off the carriage, they heard an excited voice from outside, young mistress, young master, second young master is back. Immediately after, there was a burst of noise from inside the mansion. It seemed that someone was coming. He Yan had just gotten off the carriage with Xiaoju when the Xiao family's door opened. Several people walked out from inside. Walking at the front was a young couple. The man wore a round-neck brocade robe with a sky-blue color. He really looked elegant and refined. The woman next to him was beautiful. Her eyebrows were moving. Her snow-white dress outlined her graceful figure. She was like a white pear tree. This was Xiaoju's eldest brother, Xiao Jing, and his wife, Bai Rongwei. He Yan had heard of this couple's name before, but seeing them in person was better than hearing 100 times. When these two people stood together, it was very pleasing to the eye. The Xiao family was really a place where beauties came from. Each and every one of them was so beautiful. He Yan thought that when she stepped into the Xiao family's mansion, she didn't know if it would be considered a hindrance to the appearance of the Xiao family. Huijin, you're finally back. Bai Rong smiled, your eldest brother has been thinking about you every day since a month ago. Today, when he got off work, he waited in the mansion. He was afraid that you wouldn't be able to make it back to Shuajing tonight. It just so happened that you made it back in time. Xiao Jing also smiled. When he smiled, he revealed a pair of small canine teeth. It added a touch of cuteness to his gentlemanly gentleness. It's good that you're back. Rongwei personally cooked some food. It's still warm. We're just waiting for you. Fei Nu and Qi Wu also eat. You guys took care of Huijin along the way. It's been hard on you. Fei Nu and Qi Wu repeatedly said that they didn't dare to. Xiao Ju turned to look at He Yan. He Yan stood 3 steps away from him. He was very respectful and polite. He said, "Come here." He Yan followed his instructions and went forward. Xiao Jing and Bai Rongwei looked at each other. They also saw clearly that this young master and Xiao Ju came down from the carriage together. If it was a subordinate, he would probably be riding a horse outside like Fei Nu and Qi Wu. Moreover, Xiao Ju wasn't a person who liked to interact with others. Sharing a carriage was already considered very close. Xiao Jing asked, "Huijin, this young master is my friend, He Yan," Xiao Ju said. He Yan bowed and said, "Young Master Xiao, madam." After saying that, he couldn't help but secretly look at Xiao Ju. He thought that Xiao Ju would say that he was a subordinate. She didn't expect him to be a friend. This time, Xiao Jing and Bai Rongwei were somewhat surprised. Bai Rongwei came back to her senses and said with a smile, "So he's Huijin's friend. This is strange. In all these years, other than young Master Lin, I've never seen Huijin bring a friend to the residence. Is young Master He a new friend that Huijin made in the Liang Province Guard?" Before He Yan could answer, Xiao Ju said, "Sister-in-law, let's talk inside." "Okay." Bai Rongwei smiled and looked at Xiao Jing with some confusion. Xiao Jing replied to her with a confused expression. Not only did Xiao Ju bring a friend to the residence, but she also seemed to be very protective of this friend. The husband and wife were curious about He Yan's identity. Could he be a relative of the imperial family? Why did she care so much about him? But was there such a person in the capital? Moreover, Xiao Ju didn't have a good temper towards the imperial family. They didn't understand. The group arrived at the Xiao family's hall. He Yan and Xiao Ju went to wash their hands first. The hall was brightly lit and the room was filled with the aroma of food. On the long table, there were all kinds of dishes. He Yan and Xiao Ju sat down at the table. Fei Nu and Qi Wu were also called by Bai Rongwei to bring 2 stools to the side. He Yan's heart skipped a beat. Just like the rumors said, young Master Xiao treated his servants very well. If this was the original He family, he would have been reprimanded by Madame He for not following the rules. The dishes were all home-cooked dishes. They weren't extravagant, but they were exquisite and delicious. He Yan was inexplicably nervous. He picked up his chopsticks and ate in small bites, following Xiao Ju's movements. Xiao family didn't have the rule of don't talk while eating. Even Xiao Jing, who looked gentle and proper, became a chatterbox at the dinner table. He kept asking Xiao Ju how she had been this year. "You didn't tell us about what happened in Jiang," Bai Rong smiled and said, "Later, when the news reached the capital, we found out that the situation was critical. I know you were afraid that Ruby would be worried, but in the future, don't take responsibility for this kind of thing. After Ruby found out about this, if I didn't stop him, I'm afraid he would have gone to Liangzhou to find you." Xiao Jing coughed softly. "I'm also concerned about Huijin, but..." His gaze fell on He Yan. "I heard that when you were in Jiang, one of your subordinates made contributions with you and even received a reward from His Majesty. Could it be this young master?" "That's me," He Yan replied shyly. "It's all thanks to the governor's praise. In fact, I didn't do anything." Xiao Ju said calmly, "The one who praised you was Chu Xilan, not me." He Yan, at this time, there was no need to be so clear. Xiao Jing seemed to have noticed something and shook his head with a smile. "Young Master Huijin doesn't know how to speak. Don't be angry. However, this is the first time he has brought a friend to your residence as a guest. It can be seen that he really wants to be on good terms with you." He Yan stammered and was about to speak. "She's not here as a guest," Xiao Ju interrupted him, "she's going to stay here for a while." Xiao Jing and Bai Rongwei paused. "I won't hide it from the 2 of you. This one has already asked people to look for a suitable residence in Shua City. However, I'm afraid it will be difficult to find one in a short period of time. The governor is kind and is willing to let me stay here for a few days. Once the residence is settled, I will immediately move out. He Yan was slightly embarrassed. I'll have to trouble young master and madam for the next few days. Bai Rongwei smiled and said warmly, young master you don't have to be so polite. Since you are Huijin's friend, you are also our friend. It is not easy to find a residence in the city. Young master please treat this place as your own home. You can stay for as long as you want. He Yan gratefully agreed. He didn't know how the Xiao family found a daughter-in-law. Among the young madams of the large families, Bai Rongwei's personality was the best. It seemed that only someone with such a personality would be a good match for Xiao Jing. He heard that Bai Rongwei was a concubine's daughter. When the news of Xiao Jing's marriage was announced, the entire Shua city was saying that Bai Rongwei's status was not good enough for Xiao Jing. However, He Yan felt that Xiao Jing had good taste. Eat. Xiao Ju said and placed a folded milk skin in front of her. He Yan quickly lowered his head and ate. Just by looking at her appearance, one couldn't tell that Xiao Jing was a chatterbox. Throughout the meal, Xiao Jing was the only one talking non-stop. She asked about this and that, even asking about how many blankets Xiao Ju used in Liangzhou's winter. If it wasn't for Bai Rongwei pulling him back, he would have talked even longer. Was this the feeling of being a family? He Yan looked at them and felt a trace of envy in his heart. After the meal, Bai Rongwei stood up and said, we have instructed the servants to clean the rooms in Huijin every day. Just now, I've already sent someone to boil some hot water. After the servants in Huijin clean up the rooms, you can rest early tonight. You must have had a long journey, so rest well. If there's anything else, you can talk about it tomorrow after you've had enough sleep. She then looked at He Yan. There are empty rooms and courtyards in the residence. Just now, when we were halfway through the meal, I had the servants clean them up. There's no one else in the courtyard other than the two servants. Young master you can rest assured. When He Yan heard this, he felt that Bai Rongwei was very considerate. He was about to thank her when Xiao Ju said, no need. Everyone looked at him. There's an empty room in my courtyard. She can stay in my courtyard. Xiao Ju said. Cough cough. Cough, Qi Wu, who was walking at the back, coughed. Bai Rongwei and Xiao Ju didn't think of anything else. They were just a little surprised. However, Xiao Ju quickly smiled and said, if that's the case, that's fine. If you stay in the same courtyard, it'll be more convenient for you to discuss anything. Qi Wu's face was filled with despair. Since Xiao Ju had made the decision, He Yan had no reason to object. After Bai Rongwei and Xiao Jing left, she followed Xiao Ju to his courtyard. On the way, she asked quietly, Commander-in-Chief, why do I have to stay in the same courtyard as you? They weren't in the Liangzhou Guard, nor were they in Jiang. There were so many rooms. Between men and women, it was better to be careful. Xiao Ju glanced at her. Do you really want your identity to be exposed? He Yan was stunned. There are no other servants in my courtyard. He Yan understood and thought that it made sense. If they stayed in another courtyard, it was inevitable that they would be exposed. If they were discovered by the servants of Xiao family, it wouldn't be a good thing. Living in Xiao Ju's courtyard was peaceful and quiet. Xiao Ju's courtyard was in the middle of the residence. It was spacious and bright. It wasn't as elegant and simple as Yang Mingji's residence, nor was it as luxurious and extravagant as Cui Yueji's residence. It was probably because no one had lived here for a long time that it felt empty and cold. Although it was clean and tidy, when they walked in, they didn't feel hot even though it was summer. Instead, they felt a little cold. After passing through the flower wall, they arrived at the main building. Next to the main building was a pomegranate tree with extremely small fruits hanging from the branches. They swayed back and forth like lanterns the size of half a fist. It was very cute. This is your courtyard? He Yan turned to look at him. Commander-in-Chief, did you live here when you were young? She stood under the tree and coincidentally had a fruit hanging from her head. It looked like a string of gourds. Xiao Ju found it funny and replied, no, I didn't live in the residence when I was young. I lived here when I was in my teens. He Yan vaguely heard that Xiao Ju used to live on the mountain. It was said that Xiao Zhongwu had invited a famous master to teach him martial arts on the mountain. Thinking about it this way, Xiaoju was more pitiful than him. Although she couldn't call her biological parents father and mother, they lived in the same residence and would see each other often. Xiaoju was a child living on the mountain. Xiao Zhongwu couldn't go up the mountain to visit him all the time. He was all alone and pitiful. He Yan wanted to cheer him up. He turned to point at the lowest pomegranate and asked, "Wait a few more days, will you be able to eat this? Have you eaten the pomegranates on this tree before? Is it sweet? You only want to eat?" Xiaoju raised his eyebrows. "It's very sour. You must be lying to me." He Yan disagreed. "If it's very sour, you would have cut this tree down a long time ago. Why did you leave it here for so long?" Xiaoju sneered. "Not everyone plants trees to eat. What's the difference between planting a tree and planting grass if it's not for eating?" He Yan raised his head and looked at the highest pomegranate on the tree. This pomegranate was probably the biggest one on the tree. He Yan reached out to grab it, but the branch was too tall. She jumped and tried to grab it, but she still couldn't reach it. The next moment, someone stood behind her and reached out to pull the pomegranate branch to a place where she could reach it. He Yan's body stiffened. He subconsciously turned around and almost sprained his ankle. Xiaoju grabbed his arm and pulled him up. He looked down and asked, "You can't even walk?" He Yan coughed loudly. "I can't stand properly." "You're not plucking it anymore?" Xiaoju gestured to He Yan to look at the branch in her hand. "No, I'm not plucking it anymore." He Yan explained. "I don't want to pluck it. It's not ripe yet. I'll pluck it when it's ripe. It'll be sweeter." She herself didn't know what nonsense she was spouting. She only felt her entire body tense up when she met that pair of limpid eyes. He Yan immediately turned around and said loudly, "Which room am I staying in? I want to go and wash up first." Xiaoju pointed to a room. He Yan immediately rushed into the room as if there was a ghost chasing after him. Immediately after, the entire courtyard only heard a bang sound as her door was closed. Xiaoju, he stood in place and stared at He Yan's room door. Not long after, he looked at the pomegranate tree in front of him and smiled. In the distance, Qi Wu and Fei Nu were huddled at the door of the courtyard. They didn't know whether to enter or not. Fortunately, as long as Xiaoju returned to the residence, all the servants in the courtyard would be chased out. They wouldn't have to see such an embarrassing scene. Qi Wu said with a trembling voice, They don't speak." Fei Nu interrupted him. "How can I not speak?" Qi Wu lowered his voice and couldn't hide the anger and grief on his face. It was fine when he was with the Liangzhou guards in Jiang, but now that he's back in Shuajing, he's actually so brazen. Is that He Yan crazy? Fei Nu wanted to say something but stopped. I know that when he was in Jiang, he disguised himself as a woman. However, he wasn't a real woman after all. Eldest young master and young madam don't know about this yet. What if they do? Fei Nu tried to comfort his anxious companion. You're overthinking this matter. It's actually not that serious. What do you know? Qi Wu said, young master has ordered us to investigate He Yan's matter every few days. It's clear that He Yan's background isn't clean. Otherwise, why would it be like this? If he's honest and clean, I'll accept it. Qi Wu's voice was choked with emotion. If he approached young master with ulterior motives, with young master's current concern for him, I'm afraid he's more concerned than the Su family's Hanlin scholar whose wife died. Fei Nu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His words reminded him of another matter. He said in a low voice, speaking of which, young master has returned to the capital. Wanning and the others should also be back. When Wanning returns, we'll be busy. He Yan slept very late that night at the Xiao family's residence. This was not the Liang province guard, and there was a middle door between the rooms. He Yan was even more nervous now that he knew Xiaoju was next door. She didn't know if it was just her imagination, but she felt that Xiaoju was treating her much more gently now. To Xiaoju, it might be a small matter, but to her, it could easily stir up the deepest and most secret emotions in her heart. He Yan turned over, but her current status was special. Once she returned to Shuajing, everything related to Su Zhiheng and He Rufei was right in front of her. No matter who she was with, she would be a burden. Xiaoju already had a deep grudge against the Xiao family. If she implicated him. He Yan took a deep breath and looked at the curtain above her head. This was not a good idea. Her mind was filled with all kinds of complicated thoughts. She only fell asleep in the middle of the night. When she woke up the next day, it was already late in the morning. She was stunned for a moment, then turned over and sat up. She changed her clothes and opened the door. Sitting on the steps facing the courtyard was a little servant girl around 8 or 9 years old. She was chubby and was holding her face as she carefully looked at the ants in the corner. When she heard movement, she raised her head, revealing a round face like that of a doll in a New Year painting. She smiled so widely that her eyes narrowed into slits. He Gongzi is awake. She patted the dust off her clothes, stood up, and jogged over to He Yan. This child was still too young. With her short legs, He Yan was afraid that she would fall. He Yan asked, "You are?" "This servant is called Bai Gua," the little servant girl replied obediently. "Second young master told this servant to take care of you. However, if Gongzi didn't call for me, I couldn't enter Gongzi's room. Since Gongzi is awake, this servant will go to the kitchen and bring breakfast over." Her voice was so soft that He Yan couldn't help but pat her head and ask, "Where's your family's second young master?" "Second young master left early in the morning," Bai Gua answered with a smile. Before second young master left, he said that young master didn't need to be restrained. If you didn't want to stay in the Fu, you could leave the Fu to do things and come back early at night. She thought of something and added, "There are banknotes in the wooden drawer on the table in young master's room. Second young master said that young master can take it and use it. If there's anything else that young master needs, young master can directly tell this servant. This servant will report to young mistress." This little girl still had an irrepressible childishness, but her words were clear and logical. He Yan couldn't help laughing. "You're so young, how could your family's second young master let you serve me? Newbie's father is the steward of the Fu." Bai Gua puffed out her chest proudly. "Second young master sent Newbie over. Newbie will definitely take good care of young master." "Thank you very much," He Yan said with a smile. Bai Gua was very excited. It seemed that this was the first time she had received such an important task. She replied, "Young master is second young master's friend, there's no need to thank Newbie. Newbie will go to the kitchen now. Young master, please wait a moment. The hot water is in the silver kettle at the door of the courtyard. If young master wants to wash your face, you can pour it directly." Second young master said that young master doesn't like to be touched by people. Newbie doesn't need to do such a small thing as pouring water. She stuck out her tongue and ran away. He Yan looked at her back and thought, Xiaoju was very thoughtful. She found such a simple and pure little girl. Even if she saw that there was something wrong with her, she wouldn't think of anything else. What if it was a smart person who came over and accidentally discovered her identity? What would she do then? She lowered her head and laughed. First, she went to the place Bai Gua mentioned to fetch water and returned to the room to freshen up. Just as she finished, Bai Gua came in with a food basket. She stepped over the threshold and put the food basket on the table. "Young master, after you finish eating, just leave the food basket here. Newbie will clean it up. Newbie will come in again if you need anything." Before He Yan could say anything, she immediately left. He Yan was speechless. He really didn't know what Xiaoju said to her. The food was plain porridge and side dishes, just like last night. It wasn't extravagant, but it was exquisite and meticulous. He Yan finished the food and put the empty plates into the food basket. He tidied his clothes and walked to the table. He thought of what Bai Gua said and opened the wooden drawer. Sure enough, there was a thick stack of banknotes inside. He thought that Bai Gua would at most have 1 or 2 banknotes. He didn't expect Xiaoju to be so generous. This amount of banknotes was enough to give the girl a betrothal gift. Evil aristocratic children, He Yan thought angrily. No wonder when Xiaoju went to buy clothes in Jiang, he bought 100 tails of mermaid gauze without batting an eye. With money, one could really do whatever they wanted. He Yan didn't touch the banknotes inside. Instead, he closed the wooden drawer and walked out of the room. She had a good memory and knew how to walk from this courtyard to the entrance of Xiao Mansion. She didn't meet Bai Rongwei or Xiao Jing along the way. As for the rest of the servants, she didn't know if Xiaoju greeted them in advance, but none of them paid attention to her. They only focused on their own tasks. It was as if He Yan's appearance in the Xiao family was a very natural thing. It was as if she had lived in the Xiao family since a long time ago and was a member of the Xiao family. He Yan walked out of Xiao Mansion's main door without much effort. As soon as he walked out, he saw the bright sunlight. He Yan narrowed his eyes and walked in a certain direction. Before she left the capital to join the army, she had already won a large sum of money at Lutong village. He Yunxing went to school. Now, a year and a half had passed. She didn't know if He Yunxing was still studying at that school. It wasn't good for her to go directly to the He family. After all, the neighbors had watched Lady He grow up. Even if she dressed as a man, she might be recognized. He Yunxing's classmates at school had never seen He Yan before. It was probably safer. At this moment, the time was just right. He Yan didn't spend much effort and arrived at the entrance of Helu Academy. Helu Academy couldn't be compared to Xianxia, but it was still considered a good school for ordinary people. In a way, where scholars were more important than martial arts, Yuelu Academy not only taught literature, but also had teachers to teach martial arts. This was something that He Yan valued the most. He Yunxing was a bit late in learning. He wasn't interested in learning, but his martial arts were quite good. If he wanted to walk the path of a martial artist in the future, it wasn't impossible. It was early in the morning, the best time to study. Sounds of people reading came from Yuelu Academy. He Yan wasn't a member of the academy, so it wasn't good for him to go in directly. He ordered a cup of tea from a tea house outside and sat for about an hour. When it was time for school to end, he took advantage of the time when the teachers were leaving to climb over the wall and enter the academy. From time to time, students would leave the academy. He Yan wanted to find a teenager and ask He Yunxing where he was. Unknowingly, he had already walked to the window of the school. The laughter of the teenagers came from inside. There was a bit of malicious ridicule. "Brother Yunxing, are you really not coming with us today? Today is Brother Wang's birthday." Another person said, "How could Brother Yunxing look down on us? Look at us playing together. When have we ever seen Brother Yunxing come with us? Brother Yunxing is so good in martial arts. His face is charming. Girls like him. Maybe he can get married in the future and have a meteoric rise. Why would he hang out with us?" There was another wave of laughter. He Yan frowned slightly. This kind of ridicule was too hurtful. He Yunxing was a proud and impatient person. How could he stand this? They wouldn't fight, right? She was worried. She sneaked a peek inside and saw a teenager in green standing in front of the table. He was tidying up the table with his head lowered. From beginning to end, he didn't say a word. He actually endured this kind of humiliation. He probably felt like he was punching cotton. There was no sound at all. The teenagers messed around for a while and felt bored. They left the school in twos and threes. At the same time, He Yunxing tidied up the table and got up to leave. He Yan followed He Yunxing from a distance. He Yunxing entered an empty alley. He had only taken a few steps when he suddenly felt a strong wind behind him. He subconsciously turned around and struck back with his palm. That palm didn't hit anyone. Instead, it hit another soft but tough palm. It silently blocked the wind from his palm and easily made him retreat a few steps. "Who is it?" he shouted vigilantly. The next moment, a familiar voice with a smile sounded. "Good boy. It seems that the year of school training wasn't in vain. You've grown a lot stronger." Hearing this voice, He Yunxing was stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. The palm in front of him moved away, revealing the person's face. A face that was similar to his would appear in his mind every now and then. It was a beautiful and elegant face that was familiar yet unfamiliar at the same time. His older sister. "He Yan. You." He Yunxing's voice trembled. He Yan slapped his head and rubbed it. "What about you? Call me older sister. Why are you back?" He Yunxing seemed to have finally regained his senses. He rubbed his eyes. It was at this moment that He Yan saw a little of the boy he used to see. He stepped forward and grabbed He Yan's elbows as if to confirm whether he was dreaming or reality. You're really back? He Yan. When did you come back? Do you know that Dad and I have been worried to death this year? His eyes were red and his voice was choked with sobs. He Yan looked at the boy in front of her and couldn't help but sigh. The boy grew quickly. He Yanxing was much taller than before after a year and a half. Now, she had to look up at him. He was also much thinner than before. He looked tall and straight, as if he was already an adult. He Yan pulled him out. This is not the place to talk. Come with me. In the tea room, exquisite pastries were placed in front of him. He Yanxing had no intention of eating them. The person in front of him pushed the plate in front of him. Don't you like to eat these? Eat more. He Yanxing straightened his neck and said, I don't like sweets. He Yan rolled her eyes in her heart. She wondered who was the one who drooled over the pastries He Sui gave her when they were chopping firewood in the mountains. She looked at the boy in front of her. The child had grown up and knew how to protect his own self-esteem. It was strange. She had met Qing Li Su and Song Tao Tao, who were all younger than her. However, she always had an inexplicable concern for He Yanxing. This concern was well hidden when she was in Liangzhou. Once she saw He Yanxing, she couldn't suppress it. She just wanted to give the best to this child and hope that he would be well in the future. Perhaps it was because this body was Lady He's. This was the wonder of blood ties. You still haven't told me why you came back. He Yanxing stared at He Yan and hesitated. Also, why do you look like this now? He Yan looked at him with a smile. This? Isn't this good? He Yanxing didn't say it was bad or good. He just felt that it was strange. He was used to seeing He Yan in dresses. He had also seen her in men's clothes once. However, even then, she didn't look as natural as she did now. If He Yan wasn't his sister, He Yanxing would never believe that this person was a woman if he saw her on the street. He Yan was quite beautiful. Even when He Yanxing and He Yanxing had a bad relationship in the past, he couldn't admit this fact. However, her beauty always seemed a little frivolous and cheap, especially when she tried every possible way to get He Sui's money to buy clothes and accessories for herself. He Yan was a little darker than before. She didn't wear any makeup. Instead of saying that she was beautiful, it was better to say that she was heroic. That bright light made her eyes as bright as the stars. Actually, she was also beautiful. In fact, she was even more attractive than before. However, this wasn't the main point. He Yanxing came back to his senses and said, Are you still in the barracks? No, if you were still in the barracks, how could you run out? Your sister is very capable. My superior appreciates me. He Yan picked up her tea and took a sip. When I joined the army, I was lucky enough to be appointed a small official. Now, I can't be compared to the top, but I can be compared to the bottom. How could you be appointed an official? He Yanxing was shocked. Don't you know that you are a woman? Even if you can hide it for a while, you can't hide it forever. If your identity is discovered in the future, you will be finished. No, He Yanxing was anxious. Hurry up and resign. Resign tomorrow. He Yan tilted her head and looked at him. Aren't you going to ask me what official position I was appointed to? No matter what official position it is, you can't stay. He Yanxing said impatiently, even if you are the prime minister, you can't stay. Besides, the higher your position, the more dangerous it is. Even if it's for glory and wealth, you can't put your life on the line. You must resign. He Yan was startled. For a moment, she was in a daze. He Yanxing, a child, could understand the logic. How could the two old masters of the He family, who were officials in the imperial court, not understand? This was clearly an extremely dangerous thing to do. Once it was discovered, she would die. But the He family still let her do it, and they did it for so many years. So it was just that, human nature was greedy and they couldn't bear to part with that bit of glory and wealth. Or perhaps, in their eyes, He Yan's life was just a bargaining chip that wasn't worth a single cent compared to the glory of their future. Hey, are you listening to me? He Yanxing waved his hand in front of her. He Yan raised his head and smiled. Of course I know what you're talking about. I must resign, but now is not the time. I still have some things to do. When I finish, I will resign. Xianxia was about to ask her what she wanted to do, but Yan suddenly opened her mouth again. She asked, let's not talk about me. What about you guys? When I wasn't in Shuajing, how was father? Did the Fan family come looking for trouble? Xianxia's expression darkened, those bastards. How could they not come looking for trouble? It turned out that after Yan joined the army, Fan Cheng's murderer was never found. The Fan family vented their anger on the He family. Although Yan was also a victim, because Yan's body was never found, there was no evidence. Fan Cheng's family often found trouble with He Sui in the field. They slandered He Sui for not doing things properly, causing He Sui to lose his position as a field officer. Fortunately, not long after that, there was a merchant in Shuajing who wanted to hire a bodyguard. When they found out that He Sui was a field officer and had good skills, they asked He Sui to work for them. Although it didn't sound as good as being a field officer, the merchant was generous and gave him a lot of money. Yan was a little suspicious. You have a lot of money, but aren't you wearing old clothes? From the words of your classmates, it's clear that they dislike you for not being willing to spend money with them. Xianxia looked at her in disbelief. You actually eavesdropped, Shu. Yan smiled. I was just passing by and happened to hear it. You kept the money and didn't use it. Could it be that you saved it as a betrothal gift? Xianxia didn't say anything. He couldn't tell Yan that although his family had a lot of money, he had discussed it with He Sui. They didn't know when Yan would come back after joining the army. As a girl, he didn't know how much hardship she had suffered outside. It was good enough that she was still alive. If she was old when she came back, or if she was disliked by others, she would not marry and save more money. In the future, if Yan wanted to live alone in Shuajing, having more money would not be a bad thing. Seeing that Xianxia didn't say anything, Yan thought that he had guessed correctly. She smiled and said, don't be so thrifty. I'm a person with a salary now. She took out 2 banknotes from her bosom and said in a low voice, we won the battle earlier. These are the spoils of war, His Majesty's reward. Take this money, go back and make 2 new clothes for father and yourself. Treat yourself better. Clothes make a man, and a horse makes a saddle. If you dress up well, the girl you like will like you, right? Young girls like handsome men. Although you have a handsome face, you don't have a good personality. You need to dress up. Xianxia held the banknotes in his hand. After a while, he asked, you won the battle? Did you go to the battlefield? Which battle? The battle at Jiang, the battle at Liangzhou, or the battle at the Rendu? Yan didn't expect him to care about these things. She scratched her head and said, actually, I went to all these battles. Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. Yan left in a hurry and only left a letter behind. Xianxia later asked around and found out that the batch of soldiers recruited by Shua capital all went to the Liangzhou Guard. After that, he always paid attention to news about the Liangzhou Guard. He heard that the journey was long and many weak people died on the way. He prayed every day, hoping that his mother in heaven would protect Yan and keep him safe. He also heard that the Liangzhou Guard suffered from the cold and worked hard to train the soldiers. He only hoped that Yan could be the head soldier. When Rida Muzi led the soldiers to the Liangzhou Guard, he and He Sui couldn't sleep for the whole night. Later, they comforted each other that Yan would be fine. She couldn't even carry a saber and was smart. She might not even see the enemy. The battle at Jiang, the battle at Rendu. In short, He Sui and Xianxia had a hard time ever since Yan joined the army. If they weren't afraid that the Fan family would find Yan's whereabouts, they would have packed their bags and rushed to Liangzhou personally. Didn't I ask someone to send you a message? Yan asked. Xianxia frowned and thought for a while, then said, there were 2 messages, but they were very short. Also, they were written on a note and threw it into the house. I didn't get to meet them, so I don't know about your situation. Xianxia was angry and anxious when he said this. What were you thinking at that time? Why did you want to join the army? You're a girl. No one said that girls can't join the army. Yan was afraid of his nagging, so she cut him off. Besides, don't you see that I'm safe and sound now? By the way, father is no longer a lieutenant. Is the Fan family still harassing you? Xianxia shook his head. A few months ago, the Fan family stopped coming. He said sarcastically, we can accept their beating and scolding. They probably know that it's meaningless to continue like this. I heard that the Fan family's old master has another son, so they probably don't care about the previous one. Yan couldn't help but be speechless. The Fan family's old master could still have a son at such an old age. He really didn't know what to say. Come back with me. Xianxia looked at Yan. Father will be home tonight. When you come back, he'll be very happy to see you. Yan shook his head. I can't go back now. Why? Yunxing. Yan looked at him patiently. My identity is very delicate now. Everyone in the neighborhood has seen my face. If I'm recognized, there will be trouble. Even if I want to meet father, it won't be at home. Moreover, now is not a good time. She stuffed the banknotes into Xianxing's hands. I came here today to see you. I'm relieved to see that you're doing well. Go back and tell father that I'm fine. We'll find a place to meet again in a few days. Xianxing felt a little wronged. It wasn't easy to see him, but he had to hide as if he couldn't be seen. However, he knew in his heart that Yan was right. Then what about you? He stuffed the banknotes back into Yan's hands. Don't you need to use the banknotes yourself? You can take them yourself. Also, where are you staying now? An inn? Inns are not safe. I heard that there are many unscrupulous shops. Yan couldn't be bothered to push the banknotes back and forth. She stuffed the banknotes into his arms and said, I still have a lot of them. It's a thick stack. You can use them whenever you want. You don't have to worry about it. I'm not staying in an inn now. I've asked someone to look for a house to rent. Before that, I'll be staying at a friend's house. Friend? Xianxing's ears perked up. He looked at her vigilantly and impatiently asked, what friend? Did you meet him at the Liang Province Guards? How old is he? Is he a man or a woman? Yan was speechless. Why did he look like a father who wanted his daughter to stay the night outside? She thought that if she said Xiaoju's name, Xianxing would probably follow her back to the Xiao residence tonight. After all, Xianxing's words were still fresh in Yan's mind. If I were a woman, I would only love him. Yan's mouth twitched. For a moment, she couldn't imagine Xianxing and Xiaoju standing together. After a while, she said, why do you care so much? Anyway, he's a big shot. With great difficulty, she managed to brush him off. In the end, Yan stuffed 2 banknotes into Xianxing's hands. She then carefully warned him that other than Xianxing was not to say anything about seeing her. Xianxing said impatiently, of course I know, but you. He looked at Yan, you won't disappear again, right? That day when they were on the boat, Fanqing had met with an accident. Yan disguised herself as an assassin and left. She had also said to Xianxing, we will definitely meet again. But not long after, she joined the army. Yan sighed in his heart. This child, she was about to leave a shadow in his heart. She stood on her tiptoes and patted Xianxing's head. Xianxing moved his head away and smiled, don't worry, I am now an official in the capital. Don't worry, I will come to see you in a few days. You should focus on your studies. As a younger brother, you can't be less successful than me, your older sister. Xianxing's face sank and said, how is that possible? He thought that Yan was going to mock him, but instead, he saw the girl dressed as a teenager looking at him with a smile. Her voice was gentle, I know, our Yunxing is the most powerful. Xianxing's face turned red and he muttered in a low voice, do I need you to tell me that? After sending Xianxing to the alley, Yan lowered the curtain hat on her head, turned around, and walked out. There was no harm in being vigilant in everything. They parted ways. Yan walked down the street, thinking about what happened when she saw Xianxing. After that, Fanqing was still looking for trouble with Sui. Although he had stopped for a few days, who knew if he would do the same thing again in the future? Although her official position could put pressure on the Fan family, Lady He would come to the Fan family's door every few days to cry. Everyone in the Fan family recognized her face. She was afraid that it would be inappropriate to rashly expose her identity. He had to think about it from a long-term perspective. But what was gratifying was that Xianxia had really grown up. Yan smiled when he thought of this. This young man now had the bearing of a man. When faced with the crowd's taunts and mockery, he didn't immediately hit back like before. He knew how to be patient. It was a heart-wrenching and gratifying growth. While he was thinking, he had unknowingly walked to the door of the Xiao family. It was already afternoon. When the manservant at the door saw Yan, he greeted him with a smile, "Young master he," and then stepped aside to open the door. Yan's heart warmed slightly. The people of the Xiao family were very friendly to him. Yan walked towards the courtyard. She didn't know if Xiaoju was back yet. If he was, she wanted to talk to him about what happened next. Unexpectedly, as soon as he reached the corridor, he ran into Bai Rongwei, who was giving orders to the servants. Yan had a good impression of Mrs. Xiao. She was gentle and considerate, and she was good at taking care of others' feelings. Seeing Yan, Bai Rongwei was stunned for a moment. Then, she smiled and said, "Young master he." Yan nodded at her. "Madam. Huijin hasn't returned to the Fu yet." Bai Rongwei asked Yan, "Young master he, have you eaten? If you haven't, what do you want to eat? I'll ask the kitchen to make some food and send it to your room." "There's no need to trouble yourself," Yan quickly replied. "I've already eaten outside." Xianxia had eaten some snacks in the tea house. Although it wasn't as exquisite as the food in the restaurant, it wasn't bad. Xianxia rarely ate outside. At first, he was a bit hesitant, but later on, he ate happily. Bai Rongwei smiled and said, "If that's the case, then let's wait until later." She looked at Yan. "Young master he is the first friend that Huijin brought back. It seems that you took good care of Huijin when you were in Liangzhou." No, it was the governor who took care of me." Yan blushed. "Huijin rarely opens his heart to others. He must have treated you like this because young master he deserves a sincere friendship." Bai Rongwei sighed. "He usually doesn't like to express himself. If he does something wrong, I'll have to trouble young master he to forgive him. This child has a good heart, but he always acts like he's unreasonable. The governor is a very good person." Yan smiled. "Everyone knows that." Bai Rongwei saw that she wasn't being perfunctory and sighed in relief. "That's good. He's always been alone. There's no girl by his side who cares about him." At this point, Bai Rongwei seemed to have thought of something. She asked Yan, "Oh right, young master he, you're close to Huijin. Do you know why he's angry with Miss Shen?" "Miss Shen?" Yan asked. "Shen Muxue?" Bai Rongwei nodded. "What happened between the two of them? When you returned to the capital this time, Miss Shen didn't come with you. I heard that it was because Huijin was rushing to the rendu. He didn't want Miss Shen to be tired from the long journey. However, Miss Shen already returned to the capital a few days ago, but the two of them didn't meet. If it was any other time, Miss Shen would have come to the Fu." Seeing that Yan was lost in thought, Bai Rongwei explained, "Young master he probably already knows about the relationship between the Shen family and our Fu. When father was in trouble, only Uncle Shen was willing to speak up for the Xiao family. Miss Shen liked Huijin when she was young. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Even though Huijin treated Miss Shen coldly in the past, he still took care of her because of Uncle Shen. Later, Miss Shen secretly went behind Uncle Shen's back to where Huijin was leading the troops. At that time, the war was chaotic and it wasn't safe to send her back. Thus, Miss Shen stayed on the battlefield and learned medicine. She has been helping Huijin since then. Uncle Shen couldn't do anything about his daughter. He could only ask Huijin to help take care of her. Huijin accepted Uncle Shen's kindness and protected Miss Shen's safety on the battlefield. Yan already knew that Shen Muxue went to the battlefield for Xiaoju, but he didn't know the details. Now that he heard Bai Rongwei's explanation, he couldn't help but feel bitter. Shen Muxue's actions were very brave and affectionate. Just like what Liang Ping and the others said that day at the martial arts practice field, as long as one was a man, they would be moved and feel pity for her. She heard her own voice ask softly, hiding all her emotions, "Does Foreign want the two of them to be together?" How could that be? Bai Rongwei was slightly stunned, then laughed. Ruby and I had this idea before, but then we saw that Huijin really didn't have any feelings for Miss Shen, so we gave up. Young Master you're close to Huijin. You should know that with Huijin's personality, no one can force him to do anything, let alone marry. Since he didn't have any feelings for her, we naturally couldn't force him. Otherwise, not only would we hurt Huijin, but we would also hurt Miss Shen. He Yan heard this and was somewhat suspicious. He only asked Bai Rongwei, I don't quite understand what foreign means. Even if they can't be husband and wife, they're still friends. Miss Shen didn't want to visit, so it's obvious that they had a conflict over something. But Huijin isn't a petty person, and Miss Shen isn't an unreasonable girl. After thinking about it, there's only one possibility. She looked at He Yan, her eyes sparkling. There was a trace of expectation in her usually gentle expression. He Yan looked at her, puzzled. Does Huijin have a girl he likes? He Yan, huh? Bai Rongwei continued, if Huijin has a girl he likes, then everything makes sense. Only this would truly hurt Miss Shen's heart, and she wouldn't even be willing to visit. Young Master have you seen anyone in Huijin's heart? He Yan. I don't think so. How can that be? Bai Rongwei was slightly disappointed, but she quickly continued to ask, then is there any girl in the Liangzhou Guard who's close to Huijin? Other than Miss Shen, there aren't any other girls in the Liangzhou Guard. He Yan abruptly stopped speaking. Actually, there was a girl in the Liangzhou Guard who was close to Xiaoju. Wasn't that her, but Xiaoju liked him, and she even had a conflict with Shen Muxue because of him. It sounded unimaginable. Bai Rongwei sighed. If that's the case, then it's really worrying. Seeing He Yan looking at her, Bai Rongwei smiled bitterly. Huijin should have gotten married a long time ago at his age. But he doesn't even have a girl he likes, let alone a wife. Ruby and I are both worried. Even if his classmates in the Xianchang pavilion aren't married, they're all engaged. Although young Master Lin isn't engaged either, he has dealings with girls, so it shouldn't be difficult for him to get married. Huijin. He Yan couldn't help but speak up for Xiaoju. If the commander-in-chief wants to get married, it shouldn't be difficult. Bai Rongwei glanced at him and smiled. It really isn't difficult. Everyone else wants to marry a girl, and the matchmaker comes knocking on their door. Our family wants to get married, and the matchmaker fills the courtyard with gifts. But what's the use? No matter how many girls like him, no matter how good they are, he won't look at them. If it weren't for the banquets we hold every time we return to the capital, I'm afraid he would have left in a huff. He Yan. She didn't know what to say, so she could only squeeze out a smile. Speaking of which, it's almost time to hold the banquet. Bai Rongwei looked at He Yan and smiled. Young Master he should come too. I heard that young Master is a few years younger than Huijin. You're young and promising, and you're born with an extraordinary appearance. If there's a girl you like at the banquet, then you'll have a good marriage. She was thinking wholeheartedly for He Yan. He Yan was about to cry when he heard this. He thought, how come it's one thing to be hurt in the Liangzhou Guards, but it's still unavoidable when we return to the capital? What, is her heart that has been tempered thousands of times not afraid of being burned? He Yan forced a smile and said, we'll talk about it when the time comes. I'm also a bit busy these days. Bai Rongwei nodded. Young Master he should be busy with his own matters. You don't have to take it to heart. I'm just saying it casually. He Yan was afraid that if he continued to talk with Bai Rongwei, she would say something heart-wrenching. He hurriedly found an excuse to return to the courtyard. He hurriedly bowed to her and returned to his own room. When he returned to his room, he closed the door. He Yan sat in front of the table and looked at the flowers and grass in the courtyard outside the window. He punched the table and pretended to be angry. Outrageous. If someone came to let her see Xiaoju and other girls, she would simply tell the world that she was a homosexual and had improper thoughts about Xiaoju. Let's see if they would still let her do such a good thing. At the same time, in a restaurant somewhere in the capital, someone was sitting in a private room. Fei Nu and Chi Wu stood at the door. Not long after, someone came in from outside. It was a woman wearing a guard's uniform. She was around 30 years old and was very beautiful. However, her long hair was tied up in a high bun. Her eyes were cold and sharp, making her seem somewhat unapproachable. She strode into the private room without looking at Qi Wu and Fei Nu. She only bowed to Xiaoju and said, "Young master." Luaning. Xiaoju looked at her. "Is there any news about He Rufei?" The woman called Luaning respectfully said, "Regarding He Rufei's previous deeds, this subordinate has already written a letter to Qi Wu to bring it to young master. In the past few days, there have been new discoveries. Ever since He Rufei was conferred the title of general, apart from this battle in Huayuan, he has never left the capital. Moreover, the officials that he has good relations with in the court are mostly civil officials." Civil officials. Xiaoju bent his finger and tapped the teacup in front of him. He lightly said, "Does he have any girls that he is familiar with?" Luaning was startled. She immediately replied, "Not yet. He Rufei has now reached the age of marriage. I heard that first madam he is currently looking for a suitable wife for him. However, He Rufei himself doesn't seem to be close to women. Other than his second cousin, he rarely interacts with women." Second cousin? He Yuanliang's second legitimate daughter. He Xining is now the new wife of Hanlin scholar Su Zhiheng. Luaning replied. Xiaoju lowered his eyes and looked at the teacup in front of him. After a while, he asked, "What is the relationship between He Rufei and the previous first Madame Su?" The previous first Madame Su? Luaning was confused for a moment. After a while, she said, "It seems not bad. The previous first Madame Su's health wasn't good. Before she got married, she had been recuperating in the manor. Although there is no evidence that they were close, after first Madame Su's death, He Rufei personally took care of her funeral. The funeral lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. It can be seen how close they were." Xiaoju's mouth twitched. That might not be the case. It really was a close sibling relationship. He Rufei should have stopped He Xining from marrying Su Zhiheng as a second wife. To his younger sister who had died young, this matter definitely couldn't be considered a consolation, but an insult. However, He Rufei wouldn't be surprised no matter what he did now. This was because the current General Fei Hong wasn't He Rufei at all. The real He Rufei might have died before becoming a general, or he might not have died yet. However, the He family definitely wouldn't allow a woman to occupy the glory, splendor, and wealth that was prepared for He Rufei. Therefore, the current He Rufei had appeared. However, what he didn't understand was that in this matter, He Rufei had become a vested interest and the He family had become a community of interests. However, what about that woman, He Rufei? What made her willingly wear a mask and use He Rufei's name to fight for meritorious service? Did she have a crush on He Rufei? That was also possible. However, even if she did have a crush on him, she had persisted for too long. The real He Rufei was foolish and stubborn. However, the current He Rufei was a smart person who was willing to let all of his trusted subordinates die in battle in order to not let the news leak out. It could be imagined that the original He Rufei had most likely met with misfortune after the rabbit was killed and the dog was cooked. "Go spread the news," Xiaoju said. During the Battle of Huayuan, He Rufei's ability to control the enemy retreated 1,000 miles in a single night. He's like a completely different person from before. After this, you must closely monitor He Rufei. Who he meets, what he does, don't miss a single thing. Luaning, yes. Xiaoju picked up his teacup and took a sip. Then he looked at her. What about the other matter? How is your investigation going? Luanying's expression turned cold. This subordinate was just about to report this matter to young master. In the village outside the city, there seemed to be soldiers who were lucky enough to survive the Battle of Mingshui. However, they hid very well. Prime Minister Su's people are also looking for their whereabouts. Previously, we found one, but he refused to believe us. He didn't wait to see us and jumped into a well to commit suicide. Xiaoju's hand paused. He put down the teacup and lowered his eyes. You continue to search for the remaining people. Be careful not to be discovered by Su Jingfu's people. After you find them, immediately inform me. He tilted his head, his expression very calm. I'll go see them myself. Late at night. The sound of the door opening came from next door. He Yan, who was sitting at the table, felt his heart skip a beat. He stood up and opened the door. Sure enough, he saw Xiaoju in front of the door next door. She called out, "Commander-in-Chief." Then she ran over. Xiaoju looked down at her and asked, "Why aren't you sleeping yet?" He Yan blurted out, "I'm waiting for you." Xiaoju raised his eyebrows slightly. "I'm not Yan he." After saying this, he walked in unhurriedly. He Yan followed behind like a tail. After 2 steps, he came back to his senses. What did he mean by that? In a split second, his face became hot. Chiwu and Fei Nu didn't follow in. He Yan helped him close the door. Xiaoju wasn't used to being served by others. There were no servants or maids in the room. At this moment, he leaned against the wall. He poured 2 cups of tea and handed one to He Yan. "Thank you." He Yan took the tea. He didn't want to drink it. He held the tea and asked, "Commander-in-Chief, I came to ask you something. When will you bring me to the palace?" Xiaoju unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his brocade robe and said casually, "What do you want to do in the palace?" "Our Rundu won the battle. Jiang won the battle. Previously, we also won the battle in the Liangzhou Guards. His Majesty will definitely reward us in person. Moreover, it's almost the Mid-Autumn Festival. There will only be more rewards. In any case, I've been with you for so long. When does His Majesty plan to reward me at the banquet? I want to buy some clothes in advance and dress up." He Yan spoke with conviction. Xiaoju stared at her for a while and smiled. Build a career? If He Yan hadn't said it, she would have almost forgotten that she had said it before. However, He Yan didn't feel anything when he used it to tease her. She nodded shamelessly. "Yes, it's already halfway done. Commander-in-Chief, please help me add a little more. If I'm made a high-ranking official, I'll be an official in the same court as you. We can help each other." Xiaoju laughed. "Nonsense." He Yan was a little anxious. She was anxious to enter the palace because this was the only way she could meet up with Su Zhiheng and He Rufei first. In the past, after a victorious general returned to the capital, there would be a banquet in the palace. Hundreds of officials would sit together and it would be a good opportunity for her to appear. Now, she could directly go to the Su family and He family's doorstep and wait for them. However, the effect would not be as good as the other method. Moreover, once she entered the palace, it would be the best opportunity for her to draw a clear line between her and Xiaoju. Thinking of this, He Yan couldn't help but feel a little sad. When she thought about what Bai Rongwei said during the day, she felt even more depressed. Xiaoju had always been sharp. He Yan's suddenly depressed expression fell into his eyes. Xiaoju paused and asked, "What's wrong?" He Yan looked up and changed the topic. "Commander-in-Chief, did you and Miss Shen have a fight?" Xiaoju was stunned and looked away. "Why do you ask?" "I met young Mistress Xiao in the residence today. She asked me if I knew why you and Miss Shen had a fight." He Yan's voice was bitter. "When I left Liangzhou to go to the Rundu, both of you were fine. Later on, when I met you in the Rundu, Miss Shen didn't come with you. Brother Lin said that it was because he didn't want Miss Shen to be tired from the long journey. Now it seems that you two didn't travel together because you had a fight?" "It wasn't a fight." Xiaoju interrupted her. "It wasn't necessary." He Yan, what do you mean, it wasn't necessary? Xiaoju lowered his head and stared into her eyes. She couldn't understand the emotions in his eyes. His voice was still calm, as if nothing had happened. "She isn't anyone to me. Why should I bring her along?" He Yan blinked. This atmosphere, this attitude, this tone, it was really easy for people to misunderstand. How could an ordinary girl withstand all this? Even someone like her, who had lived 2 lifetimes, was stirred up. She took a few deep breaths to calm herself down. "You can't say that. Miss Shen has always been by your side. You two can be considered friends. If there really is a misunderstanding, it's better to talk it out. You came to my room just to say this?" Xiaoju asked calmly. "Ah, that's not it." He Yan looked at her. "I just wanted to say that if His Majesty wants to hold a banquet before the Mid-Autumn Festival, you must bring me along." Her eyes were full of undisguised eagerness. I have never met His Majesty. If I can meet him, I can show off to my brother the next time I see him. Xiaoju raised his eyebrows. You went to see Xianxia today? Yes. He Yan did not hide anything. I've been away from home for a long time. My family is worried sick. Now that I'm back in Shuajing, I should let them know that I'm safe. Xiaoju looked at her meaningfully. You told them that you're staying at my residence? He Yan was shocked and immediately denied it. No, no. I will never do such a thing that tarnishes the governor's reputation. I only said that I'm staying at a friend's house. I didn't say who it was. I don't think they would guess that I'm staying at your residence. Xiaoju did not know what she meant. She nodded. Actually, there's no harm in telling them. He looked at the stunned He Yan and said calmly, You're my right-hand woman. They will find out about our relationship sooner or later. He Yan, what was wrong with Xiaoju? Their relationship was supposed to be between a superior and a subordinate, but he made it sound like a shameful relationship between a man and a woman. It made her blush and her heart race. She felt embarrassed. He Yan cleared her throat. Anyway, just remember to bring me along to the banquet. If you bring me along, I will repay you in the future. Xiaoju sized her up and said lazily, How will you repay me? He Yan. I haven't thought about it yet. He sneered and turned to put down the teapot on the table. He said casually, Okay, lady, he can come with me for the next banquet. He Yan was overjoyed and his eyes curved. Thank you. After receiving Xiaoju's verbal promise that she would bring He Yan to the palace banquet, He Yan slept exceptionally soundly that night. When she woke up the next morning, as usual, Xiaoju was not there. There was only Bai Gua sitting in the courtyard, waiting for her to wake up and have breakfast, just like yesterday. He Yan was used to waking up early in her previous life. Now that she had slept until late in the morning, she felt embarrassed to let a little girl wait for her. She asked Bai Gua, did your second young master say where he went? Bai Gua shook her head, is young master he looking for second young master for something urgent? He Yan smiled, I'm just asking casually. However, she felt a little strange. After returning to the capital, Xiaoju seemed to be very busy. What exactly was she busy with? However, she did not think too much about it. She had other things to do today. He Yan greeted Bai Gua, changed her clothes, and went out. She did not call for a carriage. Instead, she wore a curtain hat and walked on the streets by herself. She could walk past the Su residence with her eyes closed. Not long after, she stopped in front of the vermilion door. He Yan stood at the door and looked at the residence in front of her. Looking in from the outside, the residence looked even narrower. It was so narrow that it seemed like it could not contain one's ambition. It was so narrow that it was like a coffin, burying her in it. He Yan thought that after so much time had passed, she had already calmed down. However, when she really stood here, she found it difficult to calm down. It was here that He Wanru had pushed her into a pool of cold water and she had never seen the sun again. The servant at the door was sweeping the floor. Su Zhiheng was a very particular person. The residence had to be clean at all times. He did not like blemishes, just like how he did not like scars on a woman's skin. He Yan walked forward and said, Little brother, I want to ask you about someone. The manservant who was sweeping stopped and looked at He Yan, asking, You are? I was asked by someone to inquire about someone, He Yan said in a low voice. Is there a concubine mother called He Wanru in your family? As soon as these words came out, the manservant's face changed. The next moment, he felt a heavy object in his hand. Looking down, he saw that it was an ingot of silver. The manservant swallowed his saliva and subconsciously put the silver into his sleeve. He looked around to make sure no one was paying attention and said in a low voice, Young master, please wait for me under the locust tree in the alley ahead. This is not the place to talk. He Yan nodded. I understand. You will definitely come. If you can help me find out about this person. She smiled. I won't forget to reward you. The young servant was overjoyed. Of course, of course. He Yan did not say much to him. Just as the manservant was worried, this was not the place to talk. Moreover, with the relationship between Su Zhiheng and He Rufei, it was inevitable that He Rufei's men would be walking around outside. She lowered her veil hat and waited under the locust tree in the alley where they had agreed to meet. He Yan was not afraid that the manservant would take the silver and not admit it. Although the Su family was also an official family, they were not generous to their servants. It was probably because Su Zhiheng was originally a Hanlin scholar and learned to be a scholar. He was more willing to spend money on decorations, such as the tiles of the residence. Madame Su's favorite saying was, "If you treated your servants too well, it would not be good if they became disloyal. You have to know that one should be grateful for one's worth and hate for another. Servants and masters should not get too close." Because she had stayed in the military camp for many years, she did not have much of an opinion about the relationship between servants and masters. She always felt that people were people. High or low status was just an accessory brought about by reincarnation. How could one really rely on this? Therefore, when she first married into the Su family and was not blind, she was very generous. At that time, the servants of the Su family were also very happy to be ordered around by her. It was also because of this matter that He Wanru secretly complained to Su Zhiheng many times about He Yan. Like master, of course, the servant would be the same. Su Zhiheng was a person who could conspire with outsiders to kill his wife for benefits. Therefore, the servants in his residence would certainly be mercenary and would sail according to the wind. Sure enough, after the time it took to burn 2 sticks of incense, someone sneaked into the courtyard. It was the manservant from before. He Yan said, "Little brother, there is a tea house nearby. Let's go in and talk." The manservant nodded. When He Yan arrived at the tea house, he ordered a pot of good tea and a few plates of exquisite desserts. He was extremely generous. The manservant in front of him couldn't help but secretly ponder. Which family's young master was so rich? "Little brother, how should I address you?" He Yan pushed the teacup in front of him. "Young master, you can call me Fu Wang." He Yan did not take off his curtain hat and said softly, "Then Fu Wang, is the concubine mother called He Wanru in the residence right now?" Fu Wang looked troubled. "Young master, I won't hide it from you. Our residence does have a concubine mother called He Wanru. However, a year ago, she stole Madame's property and sold it outside the residence. She was punished by eldest young master. Later, she fell seriously ill and died." He Yan said, "So that's how it is." She was not surprised. A year ago, not long after her death, He Wanru was dealt with by Su Zhiheng. In fact, she had already reminded He Wanru. Since Su Zhiheng could kill her to keep a secret, he could also kill her. "Young master, you are looking for concubine mother He." The manservant looked at He Yan. However, his face was covered by the curtain hat and he could not see what this person looked like. He only vaguely felt that he was very young. "I was concubine mother He's childhood playmate. However, I was not in Shuajing in the past." He Yan sighed. "I haven't seen her for many years. I originally wanted to see her, but I didn't expect." Fu Wang suddenly understood. What childhood playmate? Was he interested in He Wanru or was he her past lover? After all, although he had never seen her, he had heard that concubine mother He was very beautiful and charming. She was so attractive that his young master was so infatuated that he did not even care about eldest young mistress. A concubine who made a mistake would not be buried in the Su family's tomb, He Yan said. "Where is she buried? If possible, I want to take her away." "Young master, after concubine mother He died of illness, she was rolled up in a mat and thrown into a mass grave," Fu Wang said with difficulty. "Now, I'm afraid that her bones can no longer be found." He Yan sneered in his heart. At that time, Su Zhiheng was very affectionate towards He Wanru. She had envied him. Now, it seemed that this man was really cold-blooded and heartless. When it came to her, she could say that he did not love her, so he could be so ruthless. But when it came to He Wanru, the woman he truly loved, she was just like this. Fu Wang saw that the man in front of him was silent and thought that he was really a sentimental person. He was already married and still could not forget her. He Yan raised his head and asked him, "Then what about concubine mother He's personal maid? If they are still here, I want to take them away from here. These years, I missed a lot of things about Wanru. Perhaps they can tell me." "Young master, concubine mother He's personal maid left the Fu after she passed away, Fu Wang said. He Yan smiled slightly. Then what about the other servants in the courtyard? Fu Wang was stunned. He had just entered the Fu at the beginning of this year. When he entered the Fu, the Su family had also recruited a large number of servants. At that time, the children who came with them were still surprised. Generally speaking, this kind of large family had no lack of servants. Suddenly recruiting so many people, either the house was marrying a new wife and needed servants, or something had happened at home and the original people were no longer there. Su did marry a new wife, but the wife was General Fei Hong's cousin. Eldest young mistress had brought enough servants with her when she entered the Fu, so the servants did not go to eldest young mistress's courtyard to serve her. Then, something must have happened, so the original people were no longer there. The so-called no longer there actually meant that they were dead. Fu Wang was not stupid. On the contrary, he was the smartest among this group of servants. However, he could only guard the door, so he often complained about the unfairness of fate. However, at this moment, he saw a corner of an iceberg from this strange man's mouth. For things like secrets, the more you knew, the easier it was to die. But at the same time, it was easy to change one's fate. Riches and honor were found in danger. Without risk, how could there be riches and honor? He Yan saw that this servant's eyes were already shining with desire, so she faintly added, Fu Wang, I see that you are quite smart. How does your master treat you? Fu Wang was stunned. After a while, he said, Master, doesn't remember this little one. That's a pity. He Yan smiled. If it were me, I would definitely put a talent like you to good use. Fu Wang was a little excited. Some words did not need to be said. He Yan took out a silver ingot from her sleeve and put it on the table. Today, I also know a lot of information. Thank you. However, if you can help me find out more information, such as concubine mother He's maids, or the servants who were still there at that time, you can get much more than this. Also, she exhorted, when doing these things, be careful. So many servants have left the Fu. The master of the Su family seems to be very strict. If you are not careful, Fu Wang, you might also leave the Fu. That would be a pity. Fu Wang looked at the young master in front of him. He was both nervous and excited. He asked uneasily, but, where should this little one go to find young master? The fish had taken the bait. He Yan smiled slightly. When I have free time, I will come here to sit. Fu Wang, if you need me, you can come here. Who knows when I will come? After saying this, she got up and left the tea room, leaving the servant sitting at the table alone. His expression was unpredictable. As soon as he left, He Yan's smile faded. Before dealing with Fu Wang, He Yan observed the servants coming in and out of the Su family's door. He found that most of them were unfamiliar faces. The group of people when she first married into the Su family were almost all gone. This was very natural. Su Zhiheng wanted to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, so those servants could not be left. He Yan actually did not expect to find any survivors. He was afraid that Su Zhiheng had already destroyed all the witnesses. However, she needed a servant like Fu Wang to work for her in the Su family. Paper could not wrap fire. There would always be traces of what was done. It was not a witness, but as long as there was some material evidence, such as something left behind by He Wanru, it could become material evidence one day in the future. If no one found out, Fu Wang could collect information for her. But if someone found out, Su Zhiheng would be nervous. A nervous person's work would always be full of loopholes. A person with a guilty conscience, walking under the sun, would suspect that the shadow was an evil spirit coming for revenge. Fu Wang was smart and ambitious, and that was enough. For example, when He Rufei sent Ding Yi to harm her, Su Zhiheng, as her pillow, watched coldly from the sidelines. How they used the people around her to deal with her, she did not do anything and returned it all. Su Zhiheng and He Rufei's nightmare had just begun. When He Yan returned to the Xiao family, it was almost evening. As soon as he walked into the courtyard, he heard Bai Rongwei and Xiao Jing talking. Xiao Jing said, "You don't have to make so many. One for Huijin is enough." Bai Rongwei rebuked, "How can you do this? Besides, these sachets were all embroidered by the servant girls. I just stuffed some herbs inside." It's not hard. He Yan stopped and bowed to them. Young Master Xiao, young mistress. Young Master He, Bai Rongwei said with a smile. You came at the right time. I was just about to ask someone to give you a sachet. She took 2 sachets from the servant girl beside her and handed them to He Yan. One is for you, and the other is for Huijin. He Yan took them and looked at them. The sachets were very small. One was black with a silver python embroidered on it, and the other was an ordinary auspicious cloud pattern. They should be for her. It's almost the Mid-Autumn Festival. I asked the servant girls to make some sachets. There are herbs and protective talismans inside. You and Huijin often go out, so it's not bad to have them. She smiled. Young Master He, please don't dislike them. He Yan did not expect that she would have one. He was very surprised. I won't dislike them. Thank you very much, young mistress. You're Huijin's friend. You don't have to be so polite, Xiao Jing said warmly. He Yan nodded. She was always at a loss when it came to the overflowing kindness of the Xiao family couple. That's right, in 3 days, there will be a banquet. Bai Rongwei seemed a little embarrassed. I told young Master He earlier that the banquet will be hosted in my name. At that time, there will be many madams and misses. Young Master He, are you busy that day? If not, you can stay at home. He Yan, they were choosing a wife for Xiao Ju. Why was she chosen? He Yan hurriedly said, let's talk about it later, and ran away. Looking at He Yan's back as he hurried away, Bai Rongwei said curiously, why is young Master He so afraid when he hears about a girl? Although he's still young, it's not impossible for him to get engaged. Could it be that he's been with Huijin for too long and wants to be alone for the rest of his life? Xiao Jing smiled. Huijin treats him very well. That's true. Bai Rongwei nodded. After she married into the family, although she knew that Xiao Ju didn't have a bad heart, she wasn't someone who liked to show her emotions. But towards this young Master He, it could be said that she was very protective of him. It's good to have friends. Xiao Jing's gaze was gratified. At least, there are many things that he can discuss with others. Under the oil lamp, He Yan leaned on the table and looked at the sachet that was wrapped around her finger. Bai Rongwei gave her 2 sachets and asked her to give the other one to Xiao Ju. Xiao Ju's sachet was very beautiful. He Yan wrapped the red string around her finger and sighed in her heart. Even the maid of the Xiao family was so good at needlework. It really made her feel ashamed. He Yan obviously didn't know how to needlework. When she first married into the Su family, He Wanru would make shoes and clothes for Su Zhiheng every few days. He Yan stayed up several nights and only managed to make a handkerchief. She wanted to embroider mandarin ducks playing in water on the handkerchief. Su Zhiheng stared at it for a long time before asking, "This is a duck?" He Yan was greatly shocked. Su Zhiheng laughed loudly. Although he later accepted the handkerchief, he didn't use it. He Yan understood. After all, he was an official in the imperial court. If he took out a handkerchief with a duck embroidered on it, he would be laughed at by his colleagues. But later, when she found the crumpled and yellowed handkerchief at the bottom of Su Zhiheng's drawer, she felt a little wronged when she thought about how her hands were full of needle marks. She had always been learning things that men needed to learn. She didn't know how to play the zither, go, calligraphy, painting, needlework and embroidery. When she had to work as an ordinary woman, she felt at a loss. There was also a small wooden basket on the table. In the basket, there were some needlework and silver scissors. It should be used by the servants. He Yan picked up the silver scissors. The scissors were very delicate. She was used to holding swords, knives, sticks, and spears with both hands. But this pair of scissors felt particularly heavy. In fact, He Yan didn't know how to do needlework at all. After all, during the years that he joined the army, he only had 2 sets of clothes. It was inevitable that there would be times when they would be tattered. As long as there was a tear, the brothers would casually find a piece of cloth or something to fill in the hole. But in the end, the men's skills weren't as meticulous as the women's. It could only be said that they sewed, but it really couldn't be considered beautiful. Sometimes, if there were too many patches on a piece of clothing, it would look worse than a beggar on the street. He Yan had also sewed by candlelight before, but that was already a matter of his previous life. The two sachets were placed side by side in front of her. Xiaoju's sachet was more gorgeous, while He Yan's was more ordinary. She reached out and pinched it. The insides were flat. She could vaguely feel a triangular piece of paper and some hairy medicinal herbs. He Yan thought for a moment, then took out the needlework from the wooden basket. The oil in the oil lamp was about to burn out. He Yan stretched and stood up. Half the night had passed. She wiped the beads of blood from her fingers and lightly sighed. It seems that Lady He's needlework wasn't very good. In both her previous and current life, she really didn't have any talent for needlework. He Yan smiled, extinguished the lamp, and got on the bed. The moonlight outside the window was weak, faintly illuminating a corner of the front table. On the table, there were two sachets lying side by side. They didn't look any different from before. In the capital, Xianxia's room, the lanterns were still lit. The servants in the courtyard were already asleep, but Xianxia wasn't sleepy at all. She laid flat on the bed and stared at the sachets hanging in the four corners of the curtains. It had been a few days since she returned to the capital. Xiaoju should have already known. This time, she didn't go to the Xiao mansion. But at the same time, Xiaoju didn't say anything. It was eldest Madame Bairong who sent someone to the Xiao mansion to ask about her. Xianxia was a bit annoyed as she turned over. Even Censor Shen could tell that something was wrong. He asked her if she had quarreled with Xiaoju. Xianxia shook her head and perfunctorily brushed it off. But in her heart, she felt a bit more nervous. She originally wanted to let Xiaoju know that she was uncomfortable. But after a few days of stalemate, she was the one who was unsure. Perhaps Xiaoju didn't know. He was a person who didn't care about these things. But what if he knew, and did it on purpose? There was a ball of fire in Xianxia's heart. When she left the Liangzhou guards, she found a figurine and a drawing made of wood in the box. She couldn't help but think about it. The figurine was a woman. Did Xiaoju have someone in his heart? If that was the only thing, she wouldn't be so worried. But the figurine on the drawing was a female general. And her eyes were very similar to He Yan's. In an instant, all the things that she had suspected in the past became evidence in front of her eyes. Xiaoju was overly close to and took care of He Yan. He Yan sometimes showed signs that made her uncomfortable. When they were in Jiang, Xiaoju had also brought He Yan along. Xiaoju's black jade, which never left his side, was once in He Yan's hand. The ointment that Xiaoju especially emphasized not to take away appeared in He Yan's hands the next day. If he was gay, it would be too shocking. But, what if He Yan was a woman? Xianxia closed her eyes. When the young lady was dressed as a young man, she was already very handsome and eye-catching. Her eyes were delicate and pretty. If she was dressed as a woman, Xianxia thought bitterly. She could easily catch people's attention. In the past few years, although she didn't have Xiaoju, she didn't feel too threatened. This young man was very outstanding when he was young. He had a lazy temperament. Later on, when his family experienced great changes, he became more indifferent and introverted. Although his temperament was like this, his talent and appearance made the ladies who liked him throw themselves at him dauntlessly. But she had never seen Xiaoju fall in love with anyone. He wasn't easy to fall in love. So Xianxia believed that she was the only woman in the world who could accompany him on the battlefield and support him. As long as there was enough time, everything would happen naturally. Her confidence came from her arrogance. But now, her arrogance was completely shattered. There was a woman who could do more than her. Not only could she accompany Xiaoju on the battlefield, but she could also fight side by side with him. He Yan could do what she couldn't. As for family background, Xiao Jing could even marry Bai Rongwei, who was a concubine's daughter. Xiao family didn't care about this at all. Xianxia's heart tightened. She couldn't get Xiaoju's love, but she also didn't want to see He Yan beat her to it. She was the one who came first. She was the one who stayed by Xiaoju's side the longest. In the dark night, Xianxia suddenly sat up. She put on her outer clothes, walked to the table, and lit the oil lamp. She found paper, brush, and ink and sat in front of the table. The light from the oil lamp was so dazzling that it hurt her eyes. Her hands were trembling slightly. After a while, Xianxia seemed to have made up her mind. She picked up the brush and started writing. No one would be satisfied if they didn't get a happy ending after spending so much time and energy. She couldn't accept such an ending. If Xiaoju wasn't destined to stand on her side and think for her, then she could only start from Yian's side. Xianxia wrote faster and faster. Suddenly, the tip of the brush was wrong. She used too much strength and scratched the paper. She stared blankly at the thin paper in front of her. She suddenly raised her hand, rolled the paper into a ball, and threw it on the floor. After a while, she covered her face with her hands and cried softly. The residence that Lin Shuanghe found for He Yan had been missing for several days. Ever since he returned to Shuajing, Lin Shuanghe acted as if he didn't exist. He Yan also didn't want to rashly go to his door to find him. It wasn't good to ask someone to do something and rush him. After a while, He Yan began to suspect that this person was doing it on purpose. As usual, Xiaoju left early in the morning and returned late at night. He didn't know what she was busy with. He Yan would appear during the day. Ever since she went to the Su residence to see Fu Wang, she didn't go to the Su residence again. She had to give Fu Wang the cold shoulder. When Fu Wang saw that He Yan didn't appear for a long time, he would definitely give up on the idea of pushing and pulling her. He was afraid that he would let go of this money tree. In order to prove his worth, he would only put in more effort to find useful information from the Su residence. He Yan wasn't in a hurry. In the past few days, other than secretly seeing He Yunqing again, she also spent a few days at the entrance of the He residence. She didn't know if it was because of He Rufei, but the number of guards outside the He residence had more than doubled. He Yan didn't want to expose himself, so he could only hide in the dark and observe. He Rufei didn't do anything other than go to court every day. He and his colleagues mostly socialized at restaurants and didn't bring anyone home. In addition, he also went to the Su residence once with the so-called tonic for visiting his cousin. But was it really to visit He Xining? He Yan didn't think so. But in the eyes of outsiders, He Rufei's actions clearly showed that he had a close relationship with his younger sister. There were even rumors that because of the accident that happened to Su Yunqing's grandmother, He Rufei took care of his younger sister even more carefully. In the end, it actually gave He Rufei a good reputation. He Yan only felt that it was a bit funny. He also felt that the He family's methods of acting were really endless. Autumn had arrived and the heat of summer had completely faded. On this day, He Yan had just returned from outside the residence and was surprised to find that the courtyard was much more lively. She had left early in the morning and did not know what had happened. However, Baigua happily ran over and whispered, "Young mistress is entertaining guests in the courtyard. Young master, you should wash up a little and go take a look." She leaned closer and said mysteriously, "There are many young ladies here today. Second young master is here too." She was young, so when she said these words, she was not shy or coy, but full of the innocence of a child. However, when He Yan heard these words, they were not very pleasant to hear. Bai Rongwei had told her before that she would hold a banquet before the Mid-Autumn Festival. On the surface, it was to invite the ladies, but in fact, it was to matchmake Xiaoju. He Yan didn't expect her to come back so quickly. Usually, Xiaoju would come back late. Sometimes, she would be asleep by the time Xiaoju came back. But today, there was a girl around and she came back so early. "Ha, what a coincidence." Baigua saw that He Yan was silent and said, "Young master?" He Yan came back to his senses and forced a smile, "I won't go. I've been running around the whole day and I'm really tired. I want to go back to my room and rest." Baigua, but... She felt that He Yan was in a bad mood and felt that it was strange. This young master, he was gentle and did not put on airs. He would take the initiative to clean the dishes and chopsticks. Sometimes, when he saw that she was hungry, he would deliberately leave some snacks in the dishes for her. Baigua felt that among all the masters she had met, other than the young master and his wife, this young master he was the best. However, today, his unhappiness was clearly written on his face. After all, they had been master and servant for a while. Baigua thought, could it be that he had been wronged outside? Before she could figure it out, He Yan walked quickly down the corridor with his head lowered. He Yan thought that what the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. However, this corridor was connected to the pavilion of the main courtyard. Bai Rongwei saw him at a glance and called out, "Young master he." If he pretended that he didn't hear her, it would be too deliberate. He Yan could only brace himself and turn around. He looked at Bai Rongwei and smiled, "Young Mistress Xiao." Bai Rongwei stood up and walked towards him. "I was just asking Huijin when you would come back. I was afraid that you wouldn't be able to make it in time for today's autumn banquet. You came at the right time. We haven't started yet." The host was so kind. It would be impolite to leave at this time. He Yan could only walk over and salute her. "Young mistress is so considerate." Xiao family's house was specially renovated according to his wife's preferences when old General Xiao was still alive. Xiao Ju's grandmother was from Suzhou. Therefore, the Xiao family's courtyard was especially elegant and unique in Shuo capital. Bai Rongwei didn't invite many guests to the banquet. There were only 4 or 5 people in total. It wasn't clear whether they were her good friends or not. However, the 4 young women sitting there were each beautiful in their own way. Xiao Ju sat beside Xiao Jing. The 2 brothers were famous for being handsome men in Dewei. For a moment, the courtyard was like a fairyland. Dewei had a strict rule against men and women. Men and women were not allowed to sit together at the age of 7. This rule was abolished not long after Emperor Wenxuan ascended the throne. Emperor Wenxuan yearned for the elegant and unrestrained manner of the famous scholars of the past. He didn't think that it was because of the old rules. Therefore, Dewei wasn't as strict towards unmarried men and women as the previous dynasty. Bai Rongwei smiled and explained to the others at the banquet, "This is young master he. He is a good friend of Huijin. At such a young age, he has already been bestowed the title of Muan Lang by His Majesty." She ordered the servants to add a bowl and chopsticks for He Yan. However, for some reason, the bowl was placed next to Xiao Jing. Bai Rongwei sat next to a round-faced madam and said to He Yan, "Today, we have invited a few friends to our residence to try the newly made chrysanthemum crisps. Everyone, please treat this as a normal family banquet. There is no need to be polite. Just be at ease." Although she said that, other than Xiao Jing and his wife, the older madams, and the indifferent Xiao Ju, the rest of the guests couldn't be considered casual. He Yan sat next to Xiao Ju and looked at Xiao Ju. Xiao Ju sat on the other side of Xiao Jing. He rarely touched his chopsticks. Most of the time, he just sat there. Although he hid it well, if one looked closely, they could see that he was impatient. The other maidens were different. They sat at the long table directly opposite Xiao Ju. The more timid ones glanced at Xiao Ju out of the corner of their eyes. The lingering affection in their eyes couldn't be ignored. The bolder ones stared directly at Xiao Ju. Their beautiful eyes were filled with adoration. It was enough to make one's bones melt. He Yan thought to himself. Bai Rongwei knew that Xiao Ju didn't like people like Shen Muxue. The 4 maidens that she found were completely different from Shen Muxue's cold and aloof temperament. However, their appearance was comparable to Shen Muxue's. Sitting there, she wanted to flip the table and leave. If Shen Muxue was here, he would definitely be angered to death. However, although she thought this in her heart, she couldn't show it on her face. He Yan lowered his head and ate. At this time, he didn't talk while eating. He just treated it as a normal meal. The only difference was that there were 4 beautiful maidens sitting across from him. This meal was extremely awkward. He Yan wasn't the only one who felt awkward. At the end of the meal, even Xiao Jing and Bai Rongwei couldn't handle it. After all, although Xiao Ju's personality wasn't as gentle as Xiao Jing's, her face was still very attractive. Moreover, Xiao Jing was already married. The 4 maidens all looked at Xiao Ju. They were all noble maidens who were carefully raised in Shuajing. They were very polite. However, the 4 of them still found some topics to talk about with Xiao Ju. For example, does second young master Xiao like autumn? What do you do on a daily basis? Will you be staying in Shuajing after this? And other meaningless questions. Xiao Ju answered them. However, if she could answer them in one word, she wouldn't say more than 2. Most of the time, it was Bai Rongwei and Xiao Jing who came out to fill in the gaps. He Yan was quite happy in his heart. However, when he thought about it, he felt that he was being silly. How could he be happy about such things? Was he possessed? Night was coming. After the meal, the madam said goodbye to Xiaojing and her husband. He Yan and Xiaoju stood to the side. The four maidens' reluctant gazes almost saw through Xiaoju. One of the bolder maidens looked at Xiaoju and asked with a smile, when second young master Xiao was at the hunting ground, no one could compare to his charm. After this, when are you free? Would you be willing to practice archery with me? Xiaoju looked at her expressionlessly for a while. Then, the corner of her mouth twitched. I have a habit when I practice. The maiden looked forward to it. Life and death. Cough, cough, cough. Xiaojing interrupted in time. She laughed and said, Huijin is joking. He likes to joke. However, as soon as she said this, the maiden's mother's expression changed. She quickly pulled her daughter away. Bai Rongwei was angry and amused at the same time. After they left, she said to Xiaoju, You child, why are you still the same as before? If you don't like her, then don't like her. Why do you have to deliberately scare her? Miss Tian has also practiced martial arts. She is also cheerful and generous. I think she is very good. When Xiaoju didn't say anything, Bai Rongwei continued, What about Miss Li? The one who sat opposite you just now. She looks weak and delicate. She has good handwriting and can speak eloquently. She is very gentle and quiet. Xiaoju still didn't say anything. Bai Rongwei looked up and saw He Yan. She asked He Yan, Young master He, you have also met the four maidens today. Don't you think it is a good idea? He Yan was speechless. What did this have to do with her? Disaster really fell from the sky. However, in front of these people, He Yan could only ask himself. He slowly opened his mouth, the four maidens are very good. Their temperaments and appearances are first class. Whoever marries them will be blessed by his past life. Bai Rongwei probably felt that she had gained the approval of Xiaoju's good friend. She said, Huijin, look, even young master He thinks they are good. Xiaoju suddenly said in a calm voice, Sister-in-law, if you think they are good, why don't you invite them back and give them to Big Brother? With Big Brother's temperament and appearance, they shouldn't feel wronged. These words were so harsh that even the usually gentle Xiaojing couldn't help but warn, Xiao Huijin. Xiaoju was unmoved. She glanced at Xiaojing and said calmly, Big Brother, why don't you think about what you did when mother wanted to choose a wife for you? Don't do to others what you don't want done to you. Big Brother should know better than I do. After she finished speaking, she didn't care about Xiaojing and Bai Rongwei's reactions and left in a huff. He Yan stood there and felt inexplicably awkward. He softly explained to Xiaoju, perhaps the commander-in-chief is in a bad mood today. Young mistress, please don't take it to heart. I'm not taking it to heart. Bai Rongwei was stunned for a moment. She seemed to have recovered from her shock and looked at her husband. However, was Huijin angry just now? Despite the rumors that the Right Army's commander-in-chief training troops was unreasonable, harsh, and cold, almost no one had ever seen Xiaoju lose his temper in the Fu. Most of the time, he was just too lazy to care. It seemed like it had been many years since he had written the words I'm angry on his face. He's done this before. Why is he so angry this time? She didn't understand. Someone was knocking on the door. Again and again, the knocking was very precise and unyielding. Even if the people inside were too lazy to pay attention to it, the people outside were not discouraged. It was as if they were going to knock until the end of time if they did not open the door. In the entire courtyard, the only person who had the guts to do this was the heroine. Xiaoju paused for a moment and said, Come in. He Yan's head poked in from behind the door. She also knew that Xiaoju was in a bad mood. She had a fawning smile on her face as she closed the door behind her. She walked forward and asked, Commander-in-Chief, are you all right? Xiaoju sat on the chair and replied, I'm fine. Looking at his expression, he didn't seem to be fine. What he said to Bai Rongwei just now was a little too much. However, He Yan was quite happy to hear him say that. However, she quickly scolded herself in her heart. How could she be like this? How could she, as an outsider, cheer for a family conflict? How was she different from those despicable people? During her stay here, Bai Rongwei had taken care of her a lot. It was reasonable for her to help mediate and not add fuel to the fire. He Yan ran in front of him and leaned half of her body on the table. She looked at him and said, "Commander-in-Chief, young Mistress Xiao has good intentions. What you did just now was a little hurtful." Xiao Ju's gaze shifted to her face. His eyes were cold. "Lady He, what do you think I should do?" He had called her Lady He many times. Sometimes it was teasing, and sometimes it was mean. However, this time it was cold and even a little angry. He Yan carefully chose her words. "At least, you should be more tactful." Xiao Ju sneered. "Why should I?" He Yan choked. "If it was Lady He, would you be more tactful?" He suddenly asked. He Yan was puzzled. "I'm a woman. If your father and brother were to find a few handsome young masters like they did today," he said sarcastically, "wouldn't you reject them directly?" He Yan thought that if it was in the past, she would have to be polite and courteous in order to save everyone's face. However, now that she had someone she liked, she would not be able to force it. However, she could not say this to Xiao Ju. The person in front of her did not care about her avoidance. He stared at her and asked again, "Lady He, what should you do?" He Yan could not go against her conscience when she met his gaze. After a while, she slammed the table. "I thought about it. If it were me, I would have made the same choice as you, Commander-in-Chief. Maybe I would have said even worse things." "Commander-in-Chief, you're right." "Well said. If you don't like them, just reject them. There's no need to give them the wrong hints. Sometimes, being polite and courteous can be seen as flirting to the other party. Flirting can make others unable to sleep at night. If you don't have such intentions, then you're lying." In the end, there was a hint of complaint in her tone. No one knew who she was referring to. Xiao Ju saw her indignant expression and her expression softened. She smiled. "At least you have some awareness." He Yan saw that she was in a better mood. She took out a sachet from her sleeve and gave it to her. "This is for you." Xiao Ju took it and looked at it. She looked up and asked, "You made this? How is that possible?" He Yan replied without hesitation. "How could I know how to make this? It was Grandma Xiao who made it. She also made one for me. I forgot to give it to you earlier." She took out her own sachet with cloud patterns. "I heard that there are herbs and amulets in it." She saw that Xiao Ju was holding the sachet and didn't say anything. She leaned closer. "I didn't expect Grandma Xiao to prepare one for me. Commander-in-Chief, Grandma Xiao is gentle and kind. She's wholeheartedly thinking about you. Although the method is not to your liking, you should talk to her about this kind of thing. There's no need to hurt the harmony between the two of you. There's no need to be so calculated between family members." She kept talking and moving her head closer and closer. Xiao Ju couldn't help but laugh. He bent his fingers and pushed her head back. "Stop, I'm not angry." At first, he was angry, but it wasn't because of Wei. This person still didn't know anything. He felt a little helpless. Being angry at someone who didn't know anything was destined to not be able to vent his anger. "Really?" He Yan looked at him. "Really?" He lowered his eyes and thought of something. After a while, he said, "I'll be out of the city for a few days. Is it okay for you to stay here alone?" He Yan was startled. "Do you need my help?" Xiao Ju had been leaving early and returning late these days. He Yan could sense that he had something important to do. It must have something to do with Su Jingfu and Xiao Zhongwu. Although she was busy with the He family and the Su family, if Xiao Ju needed her help, He Yan wouldn't refuse. "No need. I can do it myself." He Yan nodded. "When will you be back?" "I'm not sure." Xiao Ju looked at the burning wick. "I'll try to be back before mid-autumn." Prime Minister Su's residence in the capital was brightly lit at this moment. Prime Minister Su was a scholar. When he held a banquet at home, he didn't like women to dance. At most, he would find two guqin players to play the guqin. Chu Zhao knelt in front of the small table and looked at the teacup in front of him. The steam rising from the teacup was like a layer of gauze that covered his expression, making his face look unreal. Su Jingfu didn't like to drink. He only liked to drink tea. The people who came to the Su family to give gifts also knew how to cater to his preferences. Even the tea leaves that were given to the servants could be sold at a good price. The servants stood on both sides respectfully. Su Jingfu didn't have a son. Everyone in the Su family knew that Su Jingfu treated this favorite pupil of his as his own son. Su Jingfu's only daughter, Su Pingting, had a deep affection for Chu Xilan. Sooner or later, the teacher and the student would become husband and son-in-law. You went to Jiang very smoothly this time, Su Jingfu said with a smile. When he was young, he was handsome and refined, but when he grew older, he became kind and amiable. Just by looking at his appearance, one would think that he was an old man who was easy to get along with. He took a sip of tea and said, however, when you were in the Rendu, why did you stay for a few more days? Chu Zhao replied gently, the people in the Rendu were hungry. Xilan couldn't bear to leave alone. I wanted to stay in the Rendu to help and see if I could ask for reinforcements. I didn't expect that General Xian would lead troops to help and solve the Rendu's urgent situation. It was obvious that he wasn't lying. Su Jingfu was still smiling kindly. He didn't say that he was right, but he didn't say that he was wrong either. The atmosphere was a little tense. Just as they were in a deadlock, a girl's voice suddenly sounded, Father. Why didn't you call me when Brother Xilan came? The next moment, a girl in a yellow dress flew in like a flower and sat next to Chu Xilan. This girl was very beautiful. She was as delicate as a porcelain doll. There was an air of arrogance between her eyebrows. She looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. Her clothes and jewelry were luxurious and expensive. There was a ruby hairpin in her hair bun. The ruby was delicate and beautiful, making her look like a rose. This was Su Jingfu's only daughter, Su Pingting. Su Jingfu only had this pearl in his palm when he was old. He almost spoiled her to the heavens. Even the current princess was not as fastidious as Su Pingting. When Su Pingting arrived at the banquet hall, the atmosphere immediately eased. Su Jingfu shook his head and laughed. You came here to criticize me. You don't even care about me. Everyone says that girls are biased towards outsiders. Really, when Su Pingting heard that, she didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, she raised her eyebrows and said coquettishly, I see Father every day, but I haven't seen Brother Xilan in a long time. Father, can you not let Brother Xilan go too far away from the capital next time? She naturally held Chu Zhao's arm and looked at him. Brother Xilan, when I heard that you went to Jiang, I was scared to death. How could Father do that? Fortunately, you're fine. When you weren't around, I prayed for your safe return in front of the Bodhisattva every day. It seems that the Bodhisattva heard my prayers and protected you. Su Jingfu said sourly, I didn't see you praying for me. Father. Okay, little ancestor. I won't say any more, okay? Su Jingfu begged and looked at Chu Zhao. However, Xilan, you came at the right time. I have something to say. Chu Xilan looked at Su Jingfu. Teacher, please speak. I heard that today, Xiao Rubi's wife invited a few young ladies from her colleagues' manors to the Xiao mansion as guests. She said that they were guests, but it was obviously to choose a wife for Xiao Huijin. You're about the same age as Xiao Huijin. Since I'm your teacher, I should worry about these things for you. Su Pingting was stunned. Her face immediately turned red. Father, now you know how to be shy? Su Jingfu smiled and teased. Then, he said, Xilan, you're my most outstanding student. You grew up with Pingting and are Qingmei's childhood sweetheart. When you were young, I planned to marry Pingting to you when you grew up. Looking at it now, that time has come. What do you think? The servants in the hall all buried their heads to hide their surprise. Although they knew that this day would come, they couldn't help but feel surprised when they actually heard it. After all, with Chu Zhao's status, marrying Prime Minister Su's daughter was really climbing up the social ladder. Chu Zhao stood up, lifted the corner of his robe, and knelt down in front of Su Jingfu. He bowed to Su Jingfu. This student thanks teacher for your kindness. To be able to marry Pingting is this student's good fortune from 3 lifetimes. Marriage is completely up to teacher. It was late at night. The lights in the courtyard had already been extinguished. Only the lantern at the door was lit, like a firefly perched on a leaf, about to fly away in the next moment. Xianxia walked forward with the lantern and greeted, "Fourth young master." Chu Zhao raised his head and glanced at her. "Didn't I tell you not to wait for me?" "This servant couldn't sleep," Xianxia said softly. "I came out with the lantern to take a look and coincidentally bumped into you." Chu Zhao did not speak and entered the room. "You can leave." Xianxia bowed and left the room, closing the door behind her. Chu Zhao sat in front of the table and pressed his forehead. Just now at the Su residence, Su Jingfu's words floated in his ears. "Xilan I only have one daughter. In the future, you can't bully Pingting. If Pingting comes home and complains to me, even if I'm your teacher, I won't let you off." Su Pingting pouted. "Why would Brother Xilan bully me?" "But Brother Xilan is so handsome, there are many girls in Shua capital who like him. After I become Brother Xilan's wife, if there are any blind vixens who throw themselves at Brother Xilan," she raised her eyebrows and said loudly, "I will skin them alive." "What kind of girl is she? How can she be so violent all the time?" Su Jingfu said this, but he had no intention of stopping Su Pingting. The seemingly warm image of this father and daughter filled his mind, and he couldn't help but bend over. His stomach churned with nausea, and he retched a few times. Before he went to the Su residence today, Chu Zhao had asked Xianxia to stay in the room. In fact, after returning to Shua capital, he had asked Xianxia to stay in the Chu residence and not go out unless there were other circumstances. Now that the marriage between him and Su Pingting was almost out in the open, Xianxia would be in even more danger. When he was young, he became the disciple of Su Jingfu. Thanks to Su Jingfu, Madame Chu did not dare to act against him as openly as before. Su Jingfu also treated him well. For a child, he gave Chu Zhao enough face. Because he was Su Jingfu's student, it was convenient for him to interact with others. As Su Jingfu's daughter, Su Pingting was about the same age as him. In the beginning, Chu Zhao didn't hate her as much. When Su Pingting was a teenager, she was already the apple of the Su family's eye. She could get whatever she wanted. Other than being a little arrogant, she treated Chu Zhao very well. She always followed behind Chu Zhao like a tail, calling him Brother Xilan. Sometimes, she would tell Chu Zhao, "Pingting will marry Brother Xilan in the future. Brother Xilan belongs to Pingting alone." He took it as a joke until Chu Zhao was 14 years old. Chu Linfeng was famous for being a handsome man in Xiao Zhongwu's generation. Even if he didn't become Shi Jinbo, he could still win the hearts of many girls with his good looks. Chu Zhao's mother, Yi Runmei, was also beautiful. Chu Zhao modeled himself after the couple. When he was 14 years old, he was as beautiful as the two brothers in the Xiao family. His personality was gentle and considerate, and he knew how to take care of people. Many girls secretly fell in love with him. Among them, there was a young lady named Xian. She was fiery and passionate, and her eyes were very charming. She was different from the other shy girls in the Shua capital. After meeting a few times, she directly expressed her feelings to Chu Zhao. Of course, Chu Zhao rejected her, but she didn't give up. She didn't pester him, but she sent things to the Chu family every few days. Occasionally, when they met in the Shua capital, Miss Qian didn't refute. She just stared at him, making him feel helpless. Not long after, something happened to Miss Qian. It was said that she was killed by thieves when she was out on a walk with her friends. Her death was very tragic. Her eyes were gouged out, shocking the entire capital. Miss Qian's father was only a minor 7th-rank official. After reporting it to the authorities, they couldn't find the murderer. When Chu Zhao heard the news, he was stunned for a long time. He couldn't believe that the girl who always winked at him had died so quietly. Later, half a year after the incident, he went to the Su family to find Su Jingfu. When he passed by the small hall, he heard Su Pingting talking to the servant next to her. "She's just a lowly commoner. How dare she compete with me? She doesn't know how much she's worth. I'll gouge out her eyes. Let's see how she can seduce Brother Xilan in the future. If there's another woman who doesn't have eyes pestering Brother Xilan in the future, I won't be merciful like before." The girl's laughter was soft and innocent, but it was full of malice. Just like that, she completely destroyed another girl of her age. Chu Zhao's heart was cold from head to toe. But now, he was going to be tied to this woman and grow old together. How ironic was that? He slowly sat up straight. One night, when he was still in the Liang province guards, Lin Qingtan's grandson, the white-robed divine hand, Lin Xianxia, had said something to him. Fourth young master Chu, if you care about little sister He, you should stay away from her. You have a tigress in your family, but our little sister He doesn't want to be the second Miss Qian. His eyes changed unpredictably. There was a flat shirtu lying next to the pen holder. The shirtu was in the shape of a horse. It seemed that he could see through the shirtu and see the night sky. The girl casually wiped the sweat on her forehead, took a knife and seriously chopped down. Then, she handed the shirtu to him. Whose voice was it? It was bright and clear, as clean as a spring stream. Zhao, it means radiance. Xylan means vanilla. The person who gave you this name must have loved you very much. They hoped that you would have a noble character and a bright future. That's why they gave you such an elegant name. He had already stayed in the darkness for many years. But when the first ray of light appeared, even though he knew that it didn't belong to him, he still wanted to greedily hold it in his hand. He Yan deliberately woke up a little late the next morning. After eating breakfast and greeting Bai Gua, He Yan leisurely left the room. It had already been a few days since she last went to the Su family. It seemed that the manservant called Fu Wang had been looking at her with longing these past few days. As for the rest of His Majesty's reward money, she kept it all in her sleeve. When dealing with people, money was indispensable. Although she was now a small official, she didn't have much money. If she bribed people a few more times, she wouldn't have any extra money. He Yan wondered if he should go find Lin Xianxia to borrow some money and then go to Lutong village to make a few rounds. But last time, he won money at Lutong village and offended the banker. If he went this time, he was afraid that he would be refused at the door. While thinking about the serious problem of where to get the money, He Yan had already arrived at the tea house where she met Fu Wang. She first smiled and gave the waiter at the entrance of the tea house some broken silver. She casually asked, "Has anyone come to see me these past few days?" The waiter quickly took the broken silver and smiled, "Yes, yes, yes. The little brother who came with young master last time has been coming 3 times a day these past few days. If you sit down, I reckon that he will come again soon." He Yan smiled, "Then I'll have to trouble little brother to bring a pot of tea." After saying that, she walked to the elegant room where they met last time and sat down. After giving Fu Wang the cold shoulder for so long, He Yan had already guessed that Fu Wang would most likely be unable to restrain himself, but she didn't expect that he would be so impatient. However, this was a good thing for her. Su Zhiheng's method of buying people's hearts was too poor. Or perhaps, he only cared about buying the people above him and forgot to win over the people below him. Sure enough, He Yan hadn't even sat for a quarter of an hour when someone came outside and knocked on the door. He Yan said, "Please come in." The door was pushed open. Fu Wang closed the door and walked in with large strides. "Young master." Seeing He Yan, this person was very excited. "This little one thought that you weren't in Shuajing. These past few days have been really worrying me to death." He Yan reached out to him, "Sit." When Fu Wang sat down, she slowly opened her mouth. "These past few days, I have important matters to attend to. Only today did I have the time to come here." She poured a cup of tea for Fu Wang and said in a very gentle tone, "Little brother is so anxious to find me. Is there any news?" "News, naturally there is." Fu Wang revealed a difficult expression. He Yan understood tacitly and placed an ingot of silver in front of him. "Young master is a kind person." "Thank you, young master." Fu Wang beamed with joy and put the ingot into his pocket before saying, "Young master wanted to inquire about the matter. This little one has been paying attention in the Fu. It's just that when concubine mother he was in trouble, the group of servants in concubine mother he's courtyard were all gone. Some left the Fu, some were sold. In the end, no one was left. This little one also pieced together some information from the servants in the other courtyards." He lowered his voice and looked around nervously. "Actually, those servants are all dead." When he said this, he deliberately wanted to look at He Yan's expression. Unfortunately, the face of the person sitting in front of him was covered by a veil and he couldn't see clearly. However, seeing that he could still calmly drink his tea, he didn't look very surprised. Young master, do you know what the situation would be if all the servants in a courtyard were executed? Xian smiled slightly, silencing people? He originally wanted to keep him in suspense, but he didn't think that he would be seen through in one glance. Fu Wang was a bit discouraged and didn't have the same intention of keeping him in suspense like before. He answered honestly, that is indeed the case. This little one heard that concubine mother he had committed an unforgivable crime. Therefore, the so-called punishment of the family law was actually to kill her. The servants in her courtyard all knew the truth, so they didn't have a way to live. When Fu Wang heard about this from other people, he felt a chill down his spine when he thought about it now. Even if the servants in the courtyard were sold into the hands of their masters, dozens of lives, even if it was reported to the Shua capital, it was still a big matter. Moreover, the Su family was a scholarly family, yet they could still kill dozens of people without batting an eyelid. It was unavoidably frightening. It also made people curious, what kind of crime did concubine mother he commit, adultery? That wouldn't be to the extent of killing all the servants in the courtyard. There were also guards in the courtyard. It couldn't be that when concubine mother he was having an affair with someone, those guards were still outside watching? To be able to let everyone in the courtyard know, and to have people die to keep the secret, what kind of crime was it? Is that all? Xian asked. Fu Wang said, that's all. Xian smiled, little brother, the things you said seem to be secrets, but in reality, they are of no help to my matter. If that's all you found, then there's no need for us to continue this transaction. She stood up, these days, I've troubled you. It's been hard on you. After she finished speaking, she acted as if she was about to leave without any reluctance. Fu Wang's heart tightened, and he blurted out, Gongzi, please wait. As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted it. Doing business, sometimes it wasn't just about doing business, it was about who was more patient. He was afraid that he would lose this money tree, so he spoke out to urge her to stay, but he also exposed himself. Xian turned her head to look at him. Could it be that little brother still has some information that you haven't finished speaking? Knowing that he had been seen through by the person in front of him, Fu Wang braced himself and said, Gongzi, please sit down and talk. Xian smiled and sat down again. Actually, this little one heard that among the servants who were executed at that time, there might be one person who is still alive. Xian smiled and said, continue. That person is concubine mother he's wet nurse, Qin Momo. Before concubine mother he's accident, her wet nurse said that she was going home to see her grandson, but she didn't return to the Fu after some time. Concubine mother he sent people to check, but that wet nurse's family said that she didn't return. After that, the Fu also looked for her, but there was no news. Fu Wang said, this little one thinks that Qin Momo might still be alive. Xian looked at him without speaking. Fu Wang was a bit uneasy, Gongzi? Since you said that no one can find Qin Momo now, Xian wasn't in a hurry, slowly saying, then little brother might not be able to find her either. A person who has disappeared without a trace, even if she's still alive in this world, without any news, what value does she have? Fu Wang was inwardly shocked. Could it be that the person in front of him had the ability to read minds? He did find out a bit of Qin Momo's whereabouts, and he had spent a large amount of money to get this information. However, this transaction today was done by him wanting to use the other party, and the other party could leave at any time. If he couldn't show full sincerity, he was afraid that this person wouldn't meet him in the future. Thinking of this, Fu Wang steeled his heart. This little one heard that this Qin Momo has been a widow for a long time. When she was the wet nurse for concubine mother she had a lover. Other people don't know about this, only a servant girl in the Fu who boils water knows. That lover now lives outside the city. This little one wants to give it a try. Perhaps Qin Momo is still alive. That's more like it. Xian's heart calmed down a bit, and there was a bit of praise in his tone, my eyes were right. Little brother is really amazing. Other people couldn't find out, but you found out. She said, then I'll wait here for good news. If little brother finds out Qin Momo's whereabouts, you must not act rashly and alert the enemy. Just secretly tell me. She said, after this matter, this one can help little brother get rid of his slave status. At that time, you just need to take a large amount of money and leave Shuajing. In the future, you will naturally be able to sit back and relax. These words made Fu Wang's heart beat faster. I still have important matters to attend to, so I won't accompany little brother any longer. He Yan stood. Little brother can stay here and drink tea and eat snacks before going back. Gongzi, wait. Fu Wang's voice came from behind him. He Yan just turned around when he felt that someone was already in front of him, trying to lift his curtain hat. But in the next moment, that hand was easily clamped down by He Yan. Fu Wang, ouch, ouch, ouch. He Yan released his hand and continued to walk forward without looking back. He only said, little brother, if you want to see my face, you don't have to be in a hurry. When the dust settles, I will take off my veiled hat. The door was closed, and the elegant room was empty. It was as if the spy just now was just a dream. Only the 2 teacups on the table indicated that someone had been here. Fu Wang sat down at the table and drank tea to suppress the fear in his heart. This mysterious person who knew the Su family like the back of his hand, what was his identity? After leaving the tea room, He Yan's mood was much more relaxed. Under the curtain hat, a smile gradually spread. He didn't expect that Fu Wang's side would be so smooth. The people who had witnessed the truth in the courtyard had really survived. Since that Qin Mama could predict that Su Zhiheng would kill people to silence them, she must be a smart person. Smart people who ran for their lives might have some trump cards on them. Su Zhiheng had calculated everything, but he probably didn't expect that Qin Mama would run away. After all, her children and grandchildren were in Jing. If she ran away, the Su family wouldn't let her family go. But Su Zhiheng also missed one point. When people faced death, no one wouldn't be afraid. The desire to survive was greater than anything else. In this world, there would be people who would sacrifice themselves to protect their family, and there would also be selfish people who would run for their lives in the face of disaster. And with Qin Mama running away, her family would be safer. If Su Zhiheng took the lives of her children and grandchildren, it was possible that Qin Mama would tell the truth to the world in revenge. If she disappeared without a trace, Su Zhiheng would be more cautious. She had to find Qin Mama faster than Su Zhiheng and He Rufei. Today's matter had gone smoothly. He Yan was happy and returned home a bit early. Before he reached the courtyard, he heard a familiar voice. Younger sister, where did that older brother he go? You really don't know? When Baigua stood up, she only reached his waist. She looked up and answered, second young master didn't let us ask about young master he. Lin Shuanghe closed his fan. Your second young master is quite thoughtful. He Yan called out to him from afar, brother Lin. Lin Shuanghe turned his head. When he saw her, his eyes immediately lit up. He quickly walked over. I just got here and was wondering why you weren't here. You came back just in time. Brother He, I came especially to find you. He Yan hadn't seen him since returning to Shuajing. Lin Shuanghe was dressed much more ostentatiously than when he was in the Liangzhou Guard. He was still wearing his clothes when he was in the military camp. Now that he was back in Shuajing, even the red-crowned crane eyes on his clothes were embellished with tiny gemstones. He wore fragrant balls and jade belts. Not a single one was missing. Brother Lin, have you found a residence? He Yan was still thinking about the matter he had asked this person to do. Unexpectedly, as soon as he said this, Lin Xuan had choked. It was clear that he had long forgotten about this matter. He laughed awkwardly. A residence, it hasn't been easy to find recently. I want to find a satisfactory one for Brother He. Naturally, I can't be careless. And I'm here for other matters. Let's go inside and talk. He Yan was speechless. He led Lin Shuanghe inside. After closing the door, Lin Shuanghe walked around the room and sighed. Not bad. Isn't this residence right next to Huaijin? I think it's better than the Liangzhou Guard. Younger sister He, are you living well here? If there's anything inconvenient, don't hesitate to tell Huaijin. Don't let yourself suffer. He spoke as if this wasn't the Xiao family, but the Lin family. He Yan poured him a cup of hot water. Brother Lin, you didn't come to find me just to see how I'm living, right? Oh. Lin Shuanghe slapped his head. I almost forgot. He took out an invitation from his sleeve and handed it to Yan. An invitation to the palace banquet. Here. Huijin has left the city. I'm afraid he won't be able to make it back on that day. Before he left, he had someone tell me to remember to take care of you. In 3 days, I'll come to the Shao residence to pick you up. At that time, you'll come with me to the palace. This is your first time entering the palace. If no one leads you, I'm afraid it won't be very convenient. Yan was startled. The governor has left the city? Yes, he left the city today. He left in a hurry and had his people bring me a message. Originally, he planned to bring you with him to the palace banquet. However, he won't be able to make it back in time this time, so he asked me to do it for him. Yan recalled that Xiaoju had indeed told him that she would be leaving the city in a few days. However, he hadn't expected it to be so hurried that he didn't even have time to say goodbye. However, he really kept his promise. He said he would bring him to the palace banquet, and he really did. What are you thinking about, younger sister he? Lin Shuanghe waved his hand in front of her face. When I came today, I even brought some clothes. When you go to the palace, you have to wear something more glamorous. You don't know how the people in the palace treat dishes according to the plate. You might have to walk around the palace often in the future. The first time you go, you have to leave a deep impression. I had the servants buy these. Each piece is made of good material and is very gorgeous. You can choose one to wear. It won't be a disgrace to Huijin. Yan. Thank you very much. Also, younger sister I reckon that since Huijin brought you to the palace this time, His Majesty might reward you greatly. After all, you have done a lot of meritorious service in the past. Don't be too surprised if you become an official or something. That, I'll just say it first. It's not certain. He rambled on about a bunch of things to pay attention to at the palace banquet. When the servant came to urge him to hurry to the next social event, he stood up and bid farewell. After Lin Shuanghe left, Yan sat down in front of the mirror. The clothes he had the servants bring were on the table. They were new and tidy, and the embroidery was exquisite. Yan looked at himself in the mirror. In her previous life, before she entered the palace, she had already returned to her female identity. Therefore, the person who entered the palace was He Rufei, the person who met His Majesty was He Rufei, and the person who received the title of Fei Hong was also He Rufei. Now, she was finally going to enter the palace again as Yan. Thinking about it, Su Zhiheng and He Rufei would both be present at the palace banquet this time. Perhaps she would even see He Yuanliang and He Yuansheng. Those people who had been entangled with her in her previous life had finally reappeared in front of her, and in such a way. The girl in the mirror had already changed her face. Her facial features were not the least bit similar to before. Only that pair of eyes were burning with a raging flame, as if they wanted to burn all evil to ashes. They were as bright as ever. Yan lowered her head, not knowing what to think. After a while, she slowly raised the corners of her mouth and smiled. 3 days later, He Rufei, Su Zhiheng, and the He family would get to know the name Yan again. When they met an old friend who had passed away, they didn't know if they had a guilty conscience. When they heard this name again, would they be so scared that they wouldn't be able to sleep at night? Perhaps, it was a good thing that Xiaoju wasn't around. She could be even more fearless. Night shrouded the wilderness. In the thatched hut, someone was hiding in the corner. His lips were moving, but no one knew what he was saying. Young master, we found them. Su Jingfu's men are chasing after them. These 2 brothers are a bit delirious now. We might have to bring them back to the city for young Master Lin to take a look. Wanning stood beside Xiaoju and said in a low voice. These were the survivors of the Battle of Mingshui. In the Battle of Mingshui, Xiao Zhongwu's soldiers were almost completely annihilated. Among them, apart from Xianxia, no one else survived. And the soldiers who were still alive also died one after another. As for how they died and whether there was anything strange about their deaths, no one cared anymore. It had been 5 years since the Battle of Mingshui. Perhaps in this world, apart from Xiao Zhongwu's son, no one would care about the dead General Guangwu and the sinister plot hidden in that famous defeat. Is there no other way? Xiaoju frowned. Like this, I'm afraid they won't be able to hold on until we return to the city. When we came out, we were in a hurry and only brought medicine for injuries. We didn't bring anything to calm the mind. Wanning shook her head. Su Jingfu's men chased them for 7 days and 7 nights. They didn't sleep and didn't rest, so they couldn't hold on. Of course, a war of attrition was very tiring, especially a war of attrition like this. Xiaoju thought for a moment and took a sachet from his waist. It was the sachet made by Bai Rongwei that He Yan gave him. He held the sachet and pulled open the string. Inside, there was a very small protective talisman and some medicinal herbs. According to He Yan, it was very important to focus the mind. Xiaoju poured out the medicinal herbs and gave them to Luaning. Let them smell it. We won't leave tonight. Let them rest for a night in another place. Luaning agreed. After investigating Su Jingfu and the Mingshui case for so long, they finally found 2 living witnesses. It wasn't easy. But this also showed that Xiaoju's ability had gradually grown to the point where he could compete with Su Jingfu. For example, this time, he won the kidnapping. He couldn't stay here for long. He had to find another place. After finding a house outside the city, everyone, including the 2 delirious brothers, settled down. Chiwu and Fei Nu stood guard in front of the brothers' door to prevent any accidents during the night. Luaning went out to scout for information. Nights in the suburbs were always exceptionally cold and cheerless. Especially during autumn, when there was rarely any sign of human habitation within a dozen-li radius. The moon was white and bright, shining down on the empty wilderness like flowing silver water, giving rise to a sense of desolation for no reason. Actually, he didn't like the Mid-Autumn Festival. This was because the Mid-Autumn Festival always reminded him of very bad memories of the past. The more perfect the moon was, the lonelier it seemed. Every year around this time, he would find it hard to fall asleep. In the past, when he was in the barracks, he could read documents for half the night. Now that he was back in Shuajing, there was nothing he could do. Xiaoju lowered her head and looked at the sachet in her hand. The medicinal herbs in the sachet had been emptied, leaving only a flat layer. The protective talisman was small. After thinking for a while, he opened the sachet, intending to put the protective talisman back in. Although it was embroidered by a servant of the Xiao family, the silk material and patterns were personally chosen by Bai Rongwei. Bai Rongwei was always very persistent on this matter, so the sachet was especially exquisite. Her fingers touched it, and the silk was as cold as moonlight. Xiaoju's gaze paused for a moment. In the next moment, her fingertips brushed against the inside of the sachet, touching a rough protrusion. This protrusion on the smooth surface of the sachet was particularly different. She lowered her eyes and turned the sachet over. The inside appeared in front of Xiaoju. The inside of the sachet was embroidered with 2 layers. It was a double-layer embroidery, and the inner layer was a normal black cloth without any patterns. However, at this moment, there was a crooked, bright yellow horn embroidered on the inner layer. It was impossible to tell what it was, but it could be seen that the embroiderer's skill was not very good. The thread was not even cut clean. How to say it, the black python outside the sachet and the yellow horn inside the sachet did not seem to be the same thing. What did this mean? Xiaoju raised an eyebrow. Bai Rongwei's skill was much better than this. If the Xiao family's servants' needlework looked like this, it would be a bit scary if word got out. This sachet was given to him by He Yan. In the entire Xiao family, other than Lady He, there was no one else who could make needlework like this. He turned the sachet over and over again, trying to find traces of other things that He Yan embroidered. However, there was nothing. Other than this yellow horn, she did not embroider anything else. Xiaoju's mouth twitched. Was she using his sachet to practice her skills? She also practiced it so sneakily and silently. If he did not need to take the herbs inside to open the sachet, he was afraid that he would never discover the secret inside. But what was the point of doing this? If she really wanted to practice, she could find a white handkerchief and embroider it endlessly, hiding it inside. He always felt that there was a deeper meaning that he did not understand. Just at this time, in the wilderness, there was the sound of footsteps. A 12 or 13-year-old boy walked up to him and said with a smile, "Young master." This child was Luan Ying's son, called Bai Xian. He had handsome features and looked very similar to Luaning. However, he was young and his cheeks were a bit chubby, making him look simple and honest and cute. Unlike Luan Ying's cold temperament, Bai Xian was like any other boy his age. He was naive and even a bit talkative. He liked Xiaoju very much. No matter how many times Luaning warned him not to be impudent, Bai Xian did not remember. Xiaoju did not care about these things. Therefore, whenever Luaning did not look, Bai Xian would try to find a way to stick to Xiaoju whenever he saw her. Bai Xian saw the sachet in Xiaoju's hands. His eyes were good. In the darkness, he could see the embroidery on the cloth clearly. He blurted out, "Eh? This moon embroidery is so beautiful." "Moon?" Xiaoju was stunned. Bai Xian answered confidently, "Young master, look. It's yellow and curved. It's the moon." He moved closer and stood on his tiptoes to observe the embroidery in Xiaoju's hands. He praised, "This is a black lining. It represents the night. This moon is embroidered on it. It represents the moon in the night. Young master, you are the moon in the night. You are the moon in the night. Dazzling, dazzling." The more the child spoke, the more excited he became. He whispered mysteriously, "Young master, is this a gift from Miss?" Xiaoju was speechless. He was a bit uncomfortable and took back the sachet. "No. How could it not be?" Bai Xian was very confused. If it wasn't a girl, how could a man embroider such exquisite embroidery? Xiaoju wondered if Bai Xian was He Yan's biological brother. It was rare that they had the same evaluation of beauty. Bai Xian wanted to ask more, but a voice suddenly exploded behind him. "Bai Xian." Bai Xian was so scared that he quickly hid behind Xiaoju. "Mother. I came out to use the toilet and just happened to see young master." Luaning grabbed him by the ear and pulled him out from behind Xiaoju. "How many times have I told you not to disturb young master? Why is this child so immature?" "Young master, I'm sorry. I'll take him back now." Luaning carried the white pheasant back, leaving Xiaoju alone in the wilderness. The moonlight shone on the black wilderness. The soil was covered with white frost. It was like the snow by the Wei River in Liang province, pouring into the cold. The emotionless moon was like a dream. He curved his lips and turned to leave. Suddenly, he paused as if he thought of something and looked up. In his memory, there was a girl whose face was hidden under a mask in the midst of a lively and laughing crowd. She was chatting nonchalantly on a high platform. The last secret. She stood on her tiptoes and leaned close to his chin. She said softly, "I like the moon." The moon doesn't know. The day of entering the palace arrived quickly. Xiao Jing and Bai Rongwei also wanted to enter the palace. When they found out that He Yan didn't go with them, but with Lin Shuanghe, they were a bit surprised. However, they were very considerate and didn't ask much. When Lin Shuanghe's carriage arrived, they sent He Yan to the carriage and told him to meet again in the palace. Lin Shuanghe sat in the carriage and waved his fan. "Huaijin is probably afraid that you won't get along with Brother Ruby. We're all old friends, so it'll be easier for us to get along." He looked at He Yan again and sighed. It's Huaijin's loss that he didn't come back today. Our He Mimi looks so handsome in such gorgeous men's clothing. If you go to the palace with me, no one among the civil and military officials will be able to steal our light. He Yan was thinking about other things and gave a perfunctory reply. Lin Shuanghe saw this scene and thought that she was nervous because it was her first time entering the palace. He comforted her. "Don't be afraid, He Mimi. I'm here. I'm very familiar with the palace. You can do whatever you want. As long as you don't kill or set fire, you can find my grandfather to settle it." He was already very good at setting up his father and grandfather, so he brought He Yan along as well. The carriage sped along. After an unknown amount of time, they finally arrived at the palace gates. The imperial bodyguards in front of the palace were already very familiar with Lin Shuanghe's carriage. Lin Shuanghe and He Yan got off the carriage and followed the palace attendant inside. This was He Yan's first time entering the palace. If it was at this time in her previous life, she would be nervous because she could see the emperor and be rewarded. But after dying once, she knew that the so-called future and riches were fleeting clouds. She didn't enter the palace for the future, but for a debt from her previous life. Bypassing the palace's long corridor and garden, they walked past the front hall. The emperor's banquet this time was nothing more than a celebration. The people who came were all important people in the imperial court. For example, Lin Xuanhe could also sneak in because of his relationship with Lin Qingtan and Lin Mu. In the front hall, there were already many people. He Yan looked around and didn't see Xiao Jing and his wife's shadow. Lin Xuanhe said in a low voice, "We took the shortcut. Brother Ruby should have taken the main road, so he might be a bit late." "It's okay, He Yan. I'll follow you. When someone comes to greet you, I'll tell them your name. It'll help you get to know some people." As soon as he finished speaking, someone said, "Lin Xuanhe." However, this person didn't come to get to know He Yan, because this person was Yan He. Yan He was wearing his official robe. The woman standing next to him was elegant and gentle. Her appearance couldn't be considered stunning, but it was very pleasant to look at. She bowed from Lin Xuanhe. "Young Master Lin." This was Yan He's wife, Xianxia. Xianxia was a person who did things as he pleased. Under everyone's gaze, he put his arm around Xianxia's shoulder and pouted at He Yan. "Xianxia, this is the confidant I told you about. He hates He Rufei as much as I do. However, he's now Xiao Huijin's man." He looked at He Yan. "Do you want to work for me?" Before He Yan could speak, Lin Xuanhe waved his hand righteously. "No. Of course, this kind of thing has to be faithful to the end. How can you change people halfway through?" Yan He was confused. "You have to be faithful to the end? Could it be that you're such a fickle person in your heart?" Lin Xuanhe looked at Xianxia. "Sister-in-law, I'm worried about you." Xianxia, Yan He was furious. "Lin Xuanhe, shut up. How can you sow discord like this?" "Lin Xuanhe, it's good that you know." Yan He cursed and left with Xianxia. Lin Xuanhe heaved a sigh of relief. He turned his head and was about to ask He Yan, but he saw that He Yan was staring blankly in a direction. Lin Xuanhe followed her gaze and saw that not far away, there were people talking. Standing in the middle was a young man in a long robe. He was refined and handsome. He was no stranger. This was the Hanlin Academy scholar, Su Zhiheng. Lin Xuanhe was a little puzzled. He Yan was staring at Su Zhiheng. Those who didn't know better would think that she had taken a liking to him. However, Su Zhiheng was already married. Moreover, in terms of refinement and handsome, Chu Zhao wasn't bad either. Compared to Chu Zhao, Su Zhiheng was far inferior. Could it be that she couldn't get Chu Zhao and was looking for a substitute? Lin Xuanhe's mind was a mess. On the other side, Su Zhiheng seemed to have noticed that someone was looking at him. He followed the gaze and looked over. He Yan was a stranger here. Su Zhiheng had never seen her before, but he recognized Lin Xuanhe. Lin Xuanhe didn't have an official position. Lin Qingtan and Lin Muji were good at conducting themselves in the imperial court. Most of the officials in the imperial court were on good terms with the Lin family. At least, they wouldn't take the initiative to make enemies. Seeing that Lin Xuanhe was also looking at him, Su Zhiheng was a little surprised at first. Then, he temporarily left his colleagues who were talking to him and walked over to Lin Xuanhe. "Brother Lin." He stopped in front of Lin Xuanhe and said warmly, "Long time no see." Lin Xuanhe recognized Su Zhiheng, but they were just acquaintances. They weren't familiar with each other. However, he was a shrewd person. He took advantage of the situation and said, "Yes, I went to Liangzhou for a while. Our Shuajing is still the best." "Oh right, this is a brother I met in Liangzhou." He Yan raised her eyes to look at Su Zhiheng. It had been more than 2 years since she last saw Su Zhiheng. In her memory, Su Zhiheng was a gentle and considerate man. At the very least, he was a handsome young master with a face that could completely deceive people. Now that she looked at him again, she didn't know if it was because the face reflected the heart, but Su Zhiheng's face had become a lot harsher. He had lost a lot of weight. His official's robe was already loose, so it made him look even more stooped. Because he was too thin and weak, his face also looked a little old. Even the smile he deliberately squeezed out looked exceptionally stiff. Su Jiheng was also sizing up the person in front of him. This was a very delicate and pretty young man. His eyebrows were full of heroic spirit. His red round-necked robe made his lips red and his teeth white. A black belt around his waist outlined his extremely beautiful figure. The most attractive thing was his eyes. They were clearly gentle, but his gaze was sharp. This young man had been staring at him from afar. It was clearly the first time they had met, but his gaze seemed to surge with all kinds of emotions. It was cold and gloomy, as if he could see through all of his disguises. He couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate. Su Jiheng felt uncomfortable being stared at like this. He turned to Lin Xuanhe. "This is, Lord Su, don't look at this little brother's young age. He has already been personally conferred the title of Muan Lang by Her Majesty. His name is He Yin. In the future, he will be our colleague." Su Jiheng originally had a smile on his face as he listened to Lin Xuanhe's words. When he heard the last part, his smile disappeared in a flash. He asked, "You said, what is his name?" "Lord Su." He Yin looked at him with a smile. "This one is called He Yin. He as in He Miao, and Yen as in He Qinghai." Su Jiheng's expression changed greatly. The corners of the young man's lips were slightly raised. He looked friendly and inexperienced. However, when he looked carefully at his eyes, there wasn't the slightest hint of a smile. It was like a pool of ice-cold water that brought people to an afternoon when a young woman was struggling to fall into a bottomless abyss. The oppressive feeling of suffocation rose up his throat. His throat was dry, and he couldn't say a complete sentence. Fortunately, at this time, someone called Lin Xuanhe's name. It was Lin Qingtan. Lin Xuanhe dragged He Yin away. He said, "Brother He, that's my grandfather. I'll take you to see him." The person in front of him left. Su Jiheng almost suspected that the name he had just heard was a dream, caused by his uneasiness. However, when he looked up, the young man standing beside Lin Xuanhe in the distance and talking to Lin Qingtan, reminded him that this was reality. There really was a person called He Yin in front of him. Su Jiheng was drenched in cold sweat. A colleague noticed his abnormality and asked with concern, "Lord Su, what's the matter? Why is your face so ugly? Are you not feeling well?" Su Jiheng forced a smile and waved his hand. "It's nothing." He turned and walked to an empty corner, not daring to let others see his shock. He curled his fingers and did his best to convince himself. So what if he was called He Yin? In this world, there were many people with the same name. Young Mistress Su was already dead. He had personally seen her being sealed into a coffin. This He Yin was a man. Moreover, he didn't look very old, so it shouldn't match. But that young man called He Yin, the way he stared at him, made Su Jiheng's back crawl with chills when he thought about it. Indifference, hatred, mockery, and in an instant, it turned into a smile as if he had seen through everything. Moreover, he had said those words. When he first saw He Yin, or rather, when he first saw He Yin with his real name, that girl was wearing a skirt and said rather uncomfortably, "My surname is He, first name is Yin. He as in He Miao, Yen as in He Qinghai." Su Jiheng closed his eyes. How could there be such a coincidence? How could such a coincidence happen in front of him? This was really, He Yin, who was not far away, saw his uneasiness and sneered in his heart. Wang Ba always said that if one walked in the dark for too long, they would encounter ghosts. He originally thought that this person was too timid, but now it seemed that his words were not without reason. For example, Sun Ling and his son in Liangzhou City had committed countless evil deeds. Countless women had died in their hands, but they were still afraid of evil spirits coming for their lives, so they filled their courtyard with Buddha statues and divine talismans. Lin Xuanhe was very popular. Wherever he went, he couldn't help but exchange greetings with people. He Yin followed beside him, matching the positions of these people with their faces. Where they were, what they were doing. When the battlefield changed to the imperial court, the general would never fight an unprepared battle. At this moment, someone shouted, "General Fei Hong is here, General Fei Hong is here." The officials present quieted down and looked in the direction of the outer gate. It had to be said that the two great generals of the Great Way, Fei Hong and Feng Yun, were always eye-catching no matter the time. Today, Xiaoju couldn't come, so He Rufei was the only eye-catching person. Yan He, who was standing at the side, snorted and said disdainfully, "He's not the emperor. Is there a need to put on such airs?" Xiaoqingxiu tugged at his sleeve, and Yan He stopped talking. He Yan followed the crowd and looked in the direction of the outer gate. Following the palace servant's lead, someone walked in. This man was wearing the official robes of a military general. He was quite handsome and had the unique style and roughness of a military general. When someone greeted him, he would nod in response. He seemed to be friendly, but he also maintained a sense of alienation. This bit of estrangement made this General Fei Hong seem even more mysterious. Tisk, He Yan heard Lin Xuanhe say, "This kid was quite cute when he was young. Why is he becoming more and more unlikable as he grows? How is he different from those old fellows who have been in the bureaucracy for many years?" He added softly, "The bureaucracy is a big divat. Fortunately, I'm not an official." This was the first time He Yan saw He Rufei like this in front of his colleagues in court. With the name of General Fei Hong, he lived like a fish in water without any burden. It was as if he was General Fei Hong from start to finish. He Yan felt disgusted. Perhaps it was because his gaze was too focused that He Rufei also seemed to sense it and looked towards him. The moment their eyes met, He Yan turned his head and spoke to Lin Xuanhe. He Rufei only saw an unfamiliar youth standing next to Lin Xuanhe. Maybe it was his imagination? He Rufei didn't take it to heart and found a good colleague to sit with. Of course, he got to know his good colleagues after he took off his mask. In the past, he had nothing to do with them. As for Su Zhiheng, in front of outsiders, they weren't close. Everyone knew that He Rufei and He Xining were very close as siblings. However, towards this brother-in-law of theirs, they could only be considered as friends of a gentleman. After all, one was a civil official while the other was a military official. Even if they wanted to be intimate, there was nothing they could talk about. He Yan knew this wasn't the case. They were just people with a guilty conscience. They were afraid of being caught, so they did it on purpose. It seemed that they were very afraid of that matter being discovered. The more afraid they were, the more confident He Yan was. Lin Xuanhe said, "Let's sit down first." The men and women had to sit separately. However, there were very few women at this kind of palace banquet. Other than the madams that the Empress Dowager liked and their daughters, there was no one else. After some time, an eunuch came in to announce that Emperor Wenxuan had arrived. This was the first time He Yan saw Emperor Wenxuan in his previous life. Emperor Wenxuan had reached the age of knowing his destiny, but he looked younger than he actually was. His face was ruddy, and he was neat and tidy. Although he wore a bright yellow dragon robe, he did not look as majestic and domineering as He Yan had imagined. He even looked kind and benevolent, like a kind elder in an ordinary family. He did not put on airs. After arriving, he sat down in the high seat, indicating that the officials did not need to be reserved. Sitting next to Emperor Wenxuan was Empress Zhang. Empress Zhang and Emperor Wenxuan were husband and wife when they were young. Their family was prominent, and the late emperor made her the crown princess. Empress Zhang had a son and a daughter, the current crown prince Guanyan and Princess Xuchan. Princess Xuchan was already married, but she was not feeling well recently, so she did not come to the palace banquet today. Sitting next to Empress Zhang was Imperial Concubine Lan. Imperial Concubine Lan was about the same age as Empress Zhang, but she was not as beautiful and round as Empress Zhang. She looked thin and delicate. She was gentle and did not fight for anything, so she gave birth to the fourth Prince Guangxua. Fifth Prince Guangji was held by a nanny and stood next to his two brothers. His biological mother was Imperial Concubine Anai. Imperial Concubine Anai was very young and was at the age where she was as beautiful as a flower. She was arrogant and domineering. She was originally selected as the legitimate daughter of a local official, but because she was pregnant with the emperor's child, she rose up the ranks. However, Emperor Wenxuan disliked her arrogance and refused to promote her to the position of imperial concubine. In the past 2 years, Imperial Concubine Anai had become more well-behaved. The second prince and the third prince were originally a pair of twins. Emperor Wenxian was lucky enough to meet a palace maid who washed clothes in the palace. Unfortunately, it was difficult to give birth to twins. When the mother and the children were born, all three of them died together. Emperor Wenxuan did not have many children. In an imperial family, having many children was not necessarily a good thing. There was only one position, and when there were many people, it was inevitable that some people would be dissatisfied and disloyal. Now that 5th Prince Guangji was still young, only Crown Prince Guangji and 4th Prince Guangxua had the ability to sit in that position. Empress Zhang's family was powerful, and the Crown Prince was the legitimate heir. Coincidentally, the concubine Lan did not fight for the throne. Originally, it was understandable that the Crown Prince would inherit the throne. However, the Crown Prince was a Guanyin with neither talent nor virtue. He had no achievements in political affairs, and his own household was a mess. Usually, he only knew how to play around. In contrast, the 4th Prince was a Guanyin with both talent and virtue. He had outstanding talent, a gentle temperament, and kept himself clean. The Crown Prince was so weak, and the 4th Prince was so outstanding. Naturally, there were people who were tempted. Moreover, among the 3,000 beauties in the imperial harem, Emperor Wenxian loved concubine Lan the most. Although concubine Lan did not fight or snatch, no one in the imperial harem dared to look down on her. Gradually, the power in the imperial court was divided into two factions. One faction supported the Guanyin, while the other faction wanted to ask Emperor Wenxian to make Guangxua the crown prince. He Yan still remembered that when he was in Liangzhou, he vaguely heard people say that the crown prince did not like Xiaoju. Xiaoju led the troops to the Liangzhou guard. In addition to avoiding Su Jingfu's sharp edge, the crown prince also played a part in it. In other words, Su Jingfu and the crown prince Guanyin were most likely in cahoots. She thought in her heart, but her expression did not change. 5th Prince Guangji was only 5 years old this year. Emperor Wenxian disliked noble Lady Anai for being arrogant and leading a good child astray. Thus, he gave him to concubine Lan and let concubine Lan raise him together. Noble Lady Anai was flustered and exasperated, but there was nothing she could do. Guangji had been raised by noble Lady Lan for a long time, so he was very close to Guangxua. At this moment, he was sitting at the table, tugging on Guangxua's sleeve and whispering, "Fourth brother, Imperial Father said today that he has a happy occasion to announce." "What is it?" Guangxua smiled and looked at him. "I don't know either. You'll find out later." Guangyan, who overheard their conversation, sneered, "Fourth brother, Imperial Father likes you so much. I thought you knew all of his secrets. Why, didn't he tell you in advance this time?" Guangxua did not take the crown prince's provocation to heart. His attitude was still gentle. "Your Highness must be joking." Naturally, the undercurrent on their side was noticed by those who were observant. Emperor Wenxian was getting older and older. Some things were bound to happen sooner or later. He Yan sat at the men's table. She sat closer to Lin Xuanhe and Xiao Jing, but slightly further away from Yan He. He Rufei sat even further away. She could even feel Su Zhiheng secretly sizing her up. He Yan also saw Chu Zhao. Chu Zhao did not greet her today. He still spoke gently to others, but he treated He Yan like a stranger. He Yan did not care about this, but Chu Zhao seemed a little strange today. Not long after the banquet started, Empress Zhang spoke. She smiled and said, "Today is a good day. It's almost mid-autumn. I want to take advantage of today to do something good." Everyone looked at each other. They thought about the battle between the Rundu and Jiang. Dewei defeated Yuto. Today was supposed to be a celebratory banquet, but the main character, Xiao Huaijin, was not present. If they were to reward He Rufei, then He Rufei's contribution in the Battle of Huayuan was not outstanding. If they were to reward him now, not only would it not make people feel honored, it would also be insulting. "Sure Jinbo," Empress Zhang smiled and said, "It's time for the fourth young master of your residence to get married." Chu Linfeng was stunned. He stood up and quickly said, "Yes." Chu Zhao also stood up. "Chu Xilan, I know that you and Lord Su's daughter, Ping Ting, have been Qing Mei's childhood sweetheart. I watched Ping Ting grow up. I also like you very much. The two of you are a match made in heaven. Today, I will do this good deed and betroth Ping Ting to you. What do you think?" Su Ping Ting was not at the banquet today. Only Chu Zhao heard this and knelt down. Thank you for your favor, Your Majesty. I am very grateful. Su Jingfu also smiled and accepted the decree. He bowed and expressed his thanks. The banquet instantly became lively. The surrounding people also took the opportunity to express their thanks to Chu Linfeng and Su Jingfu. Chu Linfeng was very proud. He had 4 sons. The other 3 were average in appearance and talent. There was nothing special about them. Only this son, whose birth mother came from a small city, was stunning and outstanding. He was even able to become in-laws with the Prime Minister. If this news were to spread, he would be very proud. Chu Zhao also smiled and expressed his thanks. However, He Yan saw the smile on his face. He was not happy. Although she had not spent much time with Chu Zhao, this person often had a smile on his face. But now, even the fake smile was not as real as before. Pitiful, Lin Shuanghe murmured in a low voice. At this time, one sentence is determined for life. He is no different from a puppet. He Yan turned to look at him. Lin Shuanghe knew that he had misspoken and hurriedly said with a smile, "Ku, brother He, the Empress has said that the 2 of them are Qing Mei's childhood sweethearts. Naturally, they should be together." He Yan did not say anything. Chu Zhao and Su Jingfu's relationship. Although they were teacher and student, Chu Zhao often had to rely on Su Jingfu to do things. Since he had chosen this path, he had to give up something. For example, freedom. Everyone had their own choices. She felt sympathy for Chu Zhao's situation, but wasn't this also Chu Zhao's own decision? Because of this happy event, the banquet was no longer as formal and lively as before. Seeing this, Emperor Wenchuan smiled and said, "Since this is the case, Zhen will also do a good deed today." Everyone at the banquet was shocked. What did this mean? Could it be that there was another happy event? Could it be that they were going to witness 2 happy events today? Since His Majesty and the Empress had personally bestowed a marriage, it could not be a small figure. Guangji's eyes lit up as he looked at Guangxua. "Fourth brother, who are you bestowing a marriage to this time?" The Crown Prince also felt that it was strange. He knew about the matter between Su Pingting and Chu Xilan. The Crown Prince felt that it was a pity that Su Pingting, that girl, was born beautiful. However, he also knew that he already had a Crown Princess, and Su Jingfu definitely would not let his daughter be a secondary consort. As for Chu Xilan, he also needed to win over him. Therefore, he could only let Su Pingting benefit that brat Chu Xilan. Now, he had not received any news about the person Emperor Wenchuan was bestowing a marriage. "Where is He Yan of the Liangzhou Guards?" As soon as these words came out, everyone at the banquet was shocked. Lin Shuanghe looked at He Yan in surprise. How? He Yan was not worried at all. He stood up and walked forward confidently. He knelt down and kowtowed to Emperor Wenchuan. "This commoner He Yan greets His Majesty." Emperor Wenchuan smiled and said, "You are Muan Lang that Zhen has personally bestowed upon you. How can you call yourself a commoner?" He Yan said, "This humble subject knows his mistake." Su Zhiheng and He Rufei, who were at the banquet, heard this name and looked at the youth in the hall at the same time. Yan He frowned and muttered to himself, "What is going on now?" Chu Zhao secretly clenched the teacup in his hand. On the other side, Shen Muxue, who was at the female side of the banquet, lowered her head. Her expression was dark and gloomy. Guangji asked, "Who is this older brother?" Guangxue shook his head. The name He Yan was too unfamiliar. They had never seen this youth before. Only Muan Lang had some impression. He seemed to be Xiao Ju's subordinate when they were at the Liangzhou Guards. He was someone who had performed meritorious deeds together with Xiao Ju. "Zhen knows that you went to Jiang and the Rendu with General Feng Yun. You were also there when Raida Muzi attacked the Liangzhou Guards. The Jiang water battle and the Rendu defense were all your ideas. It is not easy for you to be brave and resourceful at such a young age. Zhen thinks that Muan Lang is not enough for you. Why don't I give you the title of Marquis? In the future, you will be Marquis Wu in this." The courtiers looked at each other in dismay. From a nameless kid to a marquis, he did not have any important people behind him to recommend him. What kind of spectacle was this? Even General Fei Hong back then had someone in his family who was an official. What was this kid's background? How could he be so powerful? They did not see the memorials. Naturally, they did not know how the memorials from Jiang and the Renda detailed He Yan's crucial role in the battle. Emperor Wenxian was a person who liked talents, especially young talents. This made him think of those geniuses in poetry and literature. To geniuses, the world and rules were restraints. This humble subject thanks your majesty for your grace. He Yan knelt down. His heart was extremely calm. What kind of luck did this kid have? Yan he gulped down the tea in his teacup and said gloomily, he rose faster than me. Lin Shuanghe was truly happy for He Yan. His face was about to burst into laughter. You can't. At this time an abrupt voice interrupted. He Yan turned his head. An unfamiliar face appeared at the male side of the banquet. He Yan had never seen this person before. He did not look old and was wearing an official's robe. This man's face showed impatience. He lifted the corner of his robe and walked forward. He also knelt down in front of Emperor Wenxian. Your Majesty, you cannot confer him the marquis position. This kid is a liar. She is not a man, she is a woman. As if these words were not shocking enough, this person raised his hand and pulled out the wooden hairpin that bound He Yan's hair. Immediately, a head of long hair flowed down. They clearly had the same eyebrows and eyes, but at this moment, they were as elegant and beautiful as a woman. The youth knelt in the hall. His expression was extremely calm, without a hint of panic. On the other hand, the surrounding crowd was like boiling water. They instantly became rowdy. What's going on? Is she really a woman? Didn't they say she was a Liang province guard? There are women in the Liang province guard? Is she really a woman? This is the crime of deceiving the monarch. At the banquet, Chu Zhao's gaze focused on the young girl's back. The hands hidden in his sleeves secretly clenched into fists. Yan he could not hold back. He stood up with a whoosh and shouted, how is this possible? When Lin Shuanghe heard that person say no, he already had a bad feeling. When he said woman, he almost blacked out. However, he still persisted. At this moment, if he was not careful, he would be labeled as an accomplice in the crime of deceiving the monarch. Lin Shuanghe pressed down on his arm, indicating that he should not move. Lin Shuanghe's lips moved. His mind was quickly calculating how to get away with this. Insist that it was only a boy with a feminine appearance? Impossible. At this point, the nannies from the palace only needed to come over for a brief examination to reveal the truth. Should he just say that He Yan's brain was not working well and that he mistook him for a woman and was spouting nonsense? That was not right either. If his brain was not working well, how could he deceive so many people? He had always had a lot of crooked ideas. At this moment, he could not think of a single one. He anxiously scratched his head, not knowing what to do. Su Zhiheng and He Rufei at the banquet, although they were sitting in different positions, when they saw this scene, their hearts could not help but tremble. They almost screamed out loud. Being called He Yan was a coincidence. A woman dressed as a man entered the army, received meritorious service, and was even conferred the title of Marquis. How could it still be called a coincidence? If there was a next life, it would be like this. Su Zhiheng was very guilty. His body trembled. If Emperor Wenxian and his entourage were not here, he was afraid that he would immediately run away. This He Yan, who exactly was he? No one expected that a good reward would suddenly appear like this. Emperor Wenxian looked at He Yan, Muan Lang, what do you say? This humble subject is indeed a woman, He Yan said, Your Majesty is very perceptive. This humble subject does not dare to hide anything. How could he admit it so openly and openly? The courtiers were in an uproar. Shen Muxue sat among the women and stared fixedly at the cup in front of her, as if she did not see this farce. However, if one looked carefully, her fingertips were slightly trembling. Xianxia sat next to her. Seeing Shen Muxue like this, he was a bit surprised, but he did not say anything. Empress Zhang also did not expect this to happen. A trace of surprise flashed across her face. However, Emperor Wenxian did not look shocked or angry. He only lowered his head and looked at He Yan. After a while, the emperor's voice sounded in the hall. Actually, I already knew that Muan Lang was a woman. Shen Muxue suddenly raised her head. How could this be? Lin Shuanghe was also stunned. The courtiers were even more at a loss. After so many twists and turns, even watching a show was not as exciting as this. First, he revealed Muanlang's identity as a woman. Now, the emperor said that he already knew that Muanlang was a woman? What in the world was going on? Chu Zhao frowned slightly. Suddenly, he looked at Su Jingfu beside him. Su Jingfu had a kind smile on his face. He did not look surprised. Chu Zhao's thoughts flashed. He seemed to have caught a glimpse of something. It was Empress Zhang who opened her mouth and broke the silence. Your Majesty, you mean, the eunuch outside said loudly, General Feng Yun has arrived. He Yan's heart skipped a beat. Why would Xiao Ju come? Didn't he leave the city? Wouldn't he come today? Emperor Wenxian laughed. What's going on? Let beloved official Xiao say it herself. He Yan's heart trembled. This seemed to be different from what she had expected. Why would Xiao Ju be involved in this? She clearly did not mention Xiao Ju at all. Why did Emperor Wenxian's words mean that it was related to Xiao Ju? Someone walked into the hall. The young governor had changed into a black court robe embroidered with gold. He was beautiful and elegant, like a new willow in spring. He was clearly a martial artist who had fought on the battlefield, but he did not look vulgar at all. He looked like a noble young master from the Shua capital. The officials here paled in comparison. Shen Muxue stared at Xiao Ju. Xiao Ju walked to He Yan's side and knelt down. From the official's point of view, she and He Yan looked like a young couple who were kneeling down to greet their new wedding. Beloved official, you may rise. Emperor Wenxian glanced at He Yan. Muanlang, you may rise too. He Yan and Xiao Ju stood up. Lin Shuanghe gripped the fan in his hand so tightly that it almost broke. He knew that since Xiao Ju had appeared, she would definitely protect him. However, how could he let He Yan escape unscathed? Miss, he is this official's fiancé, he said. I was afraid that war would be unpredictable in Liangzhou. I could not bear to part with her, so I brought her with me. However, I did not expect Missy to be so smart and brave. As a woman, she was able to achieve as much as a man. Huijing did not dare to deceive your majesty. He had already secretly reported the truth to your majesty a long time ago. Emperor Wenxian laughed loudly, as if he was amused by Xiao Ju's behavior. He shook his head and sighed. I always thought that beloved official Xiao would never marry in this lifetime. I did not expect to see the day when the iron tree blossoms. In my opinion, there are not many men in this world who are as deeply in love as beloved official Xiao. He had already secretly reported to Emperor Wenxian. He Yan was stunned. When did this happen? How could she not know? Even though she was in the palace, she could not help but look at Xiao Ju. However, the latter's expression was calm and did not reveal any clues. At this moment, a woman's sharp voice cut in. Liar. Shen Muxue sat on the female side of the banquet. She looked at He Yan with a gaze that was like a thorn, almost piercing through He Yan's entire body. Her voice was not as gentle and sweet as before. It was like a pot of boiling water, sharp and hoarse. When did military governor Xiao have such a fiancé? Why did we not know? Everyone in the Shua capital knew about Shen Muxue. However, when they thought about it, it made sense. When did Xiao Ju have such a fiancé? Why was there no news at all? Xiao Ju coldly stared at her. Shen Muxue could not help but shiver. She is indeed not my fiancé. He Yan was stunned. In the next moment, the young man's cold and slightly deep voice sounded. It carried an unquestionable certainty. She is the scene in my eyes, the things in my heart, and the person in my heart. Everyone in Dawei knew that the commander-in-chief of the Right Army, Xiao Ju, was well-mannered and well-versed in both the pen and the sword. When he picked up a sword, he could ensure the safety of an entire area. When he put down his sword, he was still an elegant young master. The heavens favored him by giving him good looks and good martial arts skills. Unfortunately, he was too cold and ruthless. As for who he would fall in love with, it was just a dream. Not to mention his temperament, he had already grown up to be so powerful. In this world, what kind of woman would he fall in love with? After all, the high and mighty fairy Shen Muxue had followed him for so many years, but she had never gained anything from him. Now, he heard the word sweetheart from this person's mouth. He Yan was in a daze. The officials were also in a daze. Even the emperor on the high seat was stunned. It turned out that the famous second young master Xiao could be so gentle when he thought of his sweetheart. It was as if the moonlight had faded away from its coldness and thinness, leaving behind only its clarity and brightness. The autumn moon was like a mirror, reflecting one's thoughts. Happiness or shyness, secrets or sadness, could not be hidden from the eyes of others. No one could remain unmoved when he looked at them with such eyes. He Yan could hear his own heartbeat. Thump, 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 thump. In the noisy banquet, it was clear and powerful. He was powerless to resist. The emperor's laughter broke the momentary daze. Ha ha ha, good. It's rare for Zhen to see beloved official Xiao like this. The empress has accomplished a good deed today. Zhen will also accomplish a good deed today. Since the two of you are in love with each other, beloved official Xiao, Zhen can't think of anything to reward you for this great victory in Jiang. Why don't Zhen bestow you a marriage? This miss he will be your wife. Are you willing? Xiaoju received the decree. This humble subject thanks your majesty for your grace. He Yan had no choice but to kneel down to receive the decree. Shin Mushua's lips turned pale and she almost fainted. The emperor's words were like gold and jade. Since he had already bestowed the marriage, he would not change it. Lin Shuanghe's heart twisted and turned with the changes in the hall. He was almost scared to death. Now that he was here, he could finally let out a sigh of relief. Even though he was full of doubts, now was not the time to talk. He simply ignored everything and wholeheartedly felt happy for his good friend. He excitedly said to his colleagues, "Did you hear that? The marriage was sanctioned. His Majesty has granted a marriage. This is a good marriage. Look at them, they are so well matched." Yan he had not recovered from the blow that Muan Lang, who spoke ill of He Rufei together with him, was a woman. He actually heard such a big news. For a moment, he was stunned and wondered if he was dreaming. Congratulations, Military Governor Xiao. Congratulations, Military Governor Xiao. His Majesty's bestowment of marriage is a beautiful story. What was surprising was that Su Jingfu also spoke up for Xiao Ju. Not only did he not look surprised, he seemed to be happy to see it happen. He kept praising how wonderful this marriage was. He Yan thought for a moment and understood. Su Jingfu and Xiao Ju were rivals. With Xiao Ju's status, marrying a woman like her who had nothing and no background was naturally the best. If it was a young lady from a high-ranking official's family, it would only bring harm and no benefit to Su Jingfu. Chu Zhao sat in the middle of the banquet hall with a smile on his face. He looked no different from usual. However, if one looked carefully, one could see that his hands on his knees were so tightly gripped that his knuckles were white. He was almost crumpling his robes. The courtiers watched a good show. Some joked and some congratulated him. The fifth prince was a little puzzled and asked Guang Shua, fourth brother, why did His Majesty bestow a woman dressed as a man to General Feng Yun as his wife? She doesn't look as pretty as Xianxia. The fifth prince liked Xiao Ju very much. Most likely, Xiao Ju's experience was like a legend in the hearts of young boys. Youths yearned for heroes and admired the strong. The fifth prince Guangji heard from his birth mother, noble lady Anai, that Xianxia the censor Fu was the most compatible person with military governor Xiao. Guangji also thought that Shin Mushue was born like a fairy. Now, the person who was bestowed as Xiao Ju's wife was an unfamiliar woman dressed as a man. For Guangji, this was unacceptable. Don't talk nonsense, Guang Shua patted his head and looked at He Yan's back in the hall. Since General Feng Yun is so protective, this miss he must have something extraordinary about her. Moreover, she was able to enter the battlefield as a woman and become an official. Since the founding of Dawei, this is the first time someone has done so. What extraordinary about her, the crown prince said disdainfully. His tone was a little obscene, who knows what kind of trick she used. Xiao Huijin is really lucky. A Shin Mushue, and now a female soldier. I don't know what kind of shady business they are doing in the tent every day. Guang Shua frowned slightly, Your Highness, be careful with your words. The crown prince disagreed. Emperor Wenchuan looked at He Yan again. He Yan, although you are a woman, I know that you have your difficulties in joining the army as a woman. I am not an unreasonable person. Although you have committed the crime of deceiving me, I will not pursue the matter on account of your meritorious service in the Battle of Jiangrendu. Meritorious service is meritorious service, and mistakes are mistakes. I will punish you with a year's salary, but you will still be bestowed the title of Marquis. So good? Lin Shuanghe was quick-witted. He slammed the table and shouted first, Your Majesty is benevolent. Long live your Majesty. He Yan also cowed out and shouted, Long live your Majesty. In an instant, a large number of courtiers knelt down and shouted, Long live your Majesty. Emperor Wenchuan became a wise ruler and thought that he had accomplished a good deed. He was a little smug after being praised and sat on the high seat with a smile. Empress Zhang frowned without batting an eyelid. Noble Lady Ni's probing gaze swept over He Yan. Only concubine Lan sat quietly at the banquet table with a smile, as if everything that happened today had nothing to do with her. He Yan and Xiaoju returned to their seats. Because she was now a womenfolk, she could only go to the womenfolk's banquet. She did not know any of the womenfolk here. Only Xianxia waved at her and whispered, Miss He, come over here. He Yan sat down next to Xianxia. Xianxia smiled and said, Congratulations, Miss He. She smiled and returned the greeting. The surtout in her heart was finally relieved. At least she could openly appear in Wei's court under the name He Yan. She had succeeded in her first step. Although she did not know why Xiaoju was involved and caused such a result, at least for now, there were no negative consequences. Of course, except for the two of them. He Yan's gaze swept across the banquet table. The seats of the womenfolk and womenfolk were facing each other. Her gaze accurately captured Su Zhiheng, who was sitting in the corner and secretly peeping at her. Su Zhiheng was very uneasy. This uneasiness reached its peak when He Yan's identity was revealed. He did not know what was going on. How could a dead person, a person who had been buried, whose corpse might have rotted into mud, appear in front of him again? This woman, who was also called He Yan, did not resemble his deceased wife at all. However, her every movement and expression overlapped with the He Yan in his memory. Especially when he peeped at her, she would also look at him across the crowd. Her meaningful gaze made his heart palpitate. Who exactly was she? Su Zhiheng did not believe in ghosts and gods. Every year, he would pray for blessings and burn incense in the temple. He was the most impatient. When he was young, his teacher always said that one should fear ghosts and gods. However, he always thought that if ghosts and gods really existed in the world, there would not be so many things that could not be done. When they were alive, they could not fight. How could they become fierce after they died? But, He Yan was not killed by him. Su Zhiheng's heart felt cold. He Yan was going to die. This was the ending that the He family had prepared for her. The one who gave the order was He Yuansheng, and the one who did it was He Rufei. He Wanru was an accomplice, and he just did not say anything. Even if the evil ghost came back for revenge, shouldn't the He family be the first to take revenge? Why would they look for him? He gathered his courage and looked at He Yan again. However, he saw that the woman had already turned her head and was talking to Xianxia. It was as if the gaze just now was just an illusion. Su Zhiheng looked at He Rufei again. They were grasshoppers on the same rope. If He Yan really turned into a ghost and came back, she would definitely not let He Rufei go. As if sensing Su Zhiheng's gaze, He Rufei looked over. He frowned and slightly shook his head at him, indicating that he should not be too obvious. In the imperial court, the two of them always interacted with each other indifferently to avoid being discovered by others. Su Zhiheng was burning with anxiety. However, the banquet was not over yet, so he could not leave without permission. He could only lower his head and continue this long and nauseating celebration banquet as if he was sitting on pins and needles. Emperor Wenchuan was very happy and drank a lot today. He had been on the throne for many years and did not have much talent in politics. In the first few years, it was okay. He worked hard day and night. Later, he felt that he really did not have any ability. And simply became lazy. Although he was not outstanding, he was not an incapable ruler. With the court officials looking after him, nothing major would happen. Until Su Jingfu's power became greater and greater. Many officials secretly reported to him to be wary of Prime Minister Su. Emperor Wenchuan did not know that this was inappropriate. However, he had relied on Su Jingfu for many years. If Su Jingfu was not around, he would not be able to find someone to replace Su Jingfu. Moreover, Su Jingfu's status was not low. If something happened to such an important official, the imperial court would definitely be in turmoil. Although he did not have any talent in politics, he had seen the same thing happen when the previous emperor was alive. However, as long as one was human, they would have their own selfish motives. He turned a blind eye to Su Jingfu's actions. Su Jingfu covered the sky with one hand and affected the interests of many people. Gradually, Emperor Wenchuan knew that behind his back, there were people who called him an incapable ruler. However, they did not know that when the water was too clear, there would be no fish. Governing a country was different. Even as the emperor, there were times when he could not control himself. Xiao Zhongwu's defeat, Yuto's restlessness, the crown prince's tyrannical and immoral behavior, all kinds of messy matters came one after another, giving him a headache. However, tonight, he did something that everyone praised as right. It was not easy. Emperor Wenchuan was happy from the bottom of his heart. Tonight, at a banquet, the two most promising people in the Shuo capital were both bestowed with marriage. Originally, Chu Zhao and Su Pingting's marriage was the Chu family's way out of their league. However, now that Xiao Huijin's marriage was announced, Chu Zhao's marriage was not so surprising anymore. Everyone whispered to each other. Where did He Yan come from? Xiao Zhongwu's eldest son, Xiao Rubi, did not care about the opinions of outsiders and married a concubine's daughter. His youngest son, Xiao Huijin, was even more extreme. No one had even heard of his name. Could it be that his family did not even have an official position? On the other hand, Xiao Ju was very calm from the beginning to the end. Lin Shuanghe sat beside him. He wanted to immediately pull Xiao Ju to the side and ask him what was going on. However, under everyone's gaze, it was not good to ask, so he could only suppress his curiosity. Looking at Yan He was the same. He was so sullen that he wanted to flip the table. Everyone had their own thoughts during this celebratory banquet. When it ended, the main characters at the banquet all let out a sigh of relief. He Yan stood up. Xianxia was still a bit worried. Miss He, do you need me to accompany you? She was now being stared at by countless pairs of eyes. Everyone looked at her with calculating gazes. Most ordinary women would not be able to handle it. It's okay. He Yan smiled and thanked her for her kindness. I'll go out by myself. Xiaoqingxiu did not insist. Just as he was about to leave, he thought of something and turned to look at Shenmuxue. He saw that Shenmuxue's face was pale and his lips were pale. He was like a stiff puppet, without any signs of life. She paused. In the end, she did not say anything and got up to look for Yan He. The emperor and the other concubines had already left. Yan He pulled Xiaoqingxiu and rushed over aggressively. When he saw Lin Shuanghe but did not see Xiao Ju, he was furious. Where's Xiao Huijin? And that Muan Lang? They lied to me so bitterly. I must get an explanation. Xiaoqingxiu pulled him back and seemed to be speechless. He reminded him, Marquis Wuan is a woman. You should watch your words. Have you seen a woman who can chop off several heads with a knife? Yan He shouted, I don't care if they're women or not. Are the two of them playing with me? I'm about to become an idiot. Xiaoqingxiu. Be careful. Father is here. What if he hears you? Xiaoqingxiu's father, Lord Xia, was looking in their direction. Yan He was shocked. He coughed softly and lowered his voice. His face was still angry. He clenched his fist and asked, where are the two of them? Lin Shuanghe spread his hands. They left. Left? Yan He widened his eyes in disbelief. When? After the emperor left, the two of them left. Lin Shuanghe waved his fan. They just got married and will be husband and wife in the future. Why are you, an outsider, interfering? Lin Shuanghe glanced at Xiaoqingxiu and said with a smile, could it be that you still haven't given up and want to move Mimi He into your tent? He Yan's identity had been exposed anyway, so he might as well openly call her Mimi He. Yan He was so angry that his face turned green. don't talk nonsense. He looked at Xianxia, who was smiling but not speaking, and emphasized in a low voice, I'm not familiar with Muanlang at all. Then you should go back early. Lin Shuanghe patted his shoulder. On the day of their wedding, I'll definitely invite you to the wedding banquet. Don't worry, don't worry. After he finished speaking, he walked away while humming an off-key tune. In a courtyard somewhere in the palace, weeds were overgrown. It was already autumn, so the flowers and leaves had withered. There was no sign of human habitation here, making it seem even more desolate and lonely. A bright moon shone on the eaves, causing the courtyard to be filled with white frost. The person in front stopped, and the girl behind him stood still. Puzzled, she asked, where is this place? It's an abandoned side palace, Xiaoju said, there are people guarding it, so no one can come in. The palace was huge, and it was He Yan's first time entering the palace, but Xiaoju wasn't. It was normal for him to know about the secret passages. Seeing that there was no one around, He Yan was slightly relieved. He looked at him and asked, Commander-in-Chief, what's going on? Why did the Emperor say today that you had already told him my identity? Xiaoju said calmly, didn't you give Zhao Shiming a letter? He Yan was shocked, how did you know? He didn't answer, but He Yan understood. Xiaoju had many capable people under his command. Not to mention entering the palace, he probably would have fallen into Xiaoju's hands before he even entered the palace. Why did you write a letter behind my back? Xiaoju asked. He Yan smiled bitterly, I always felt that my identity couldn't be hidden for long. Rather than someone revealing it at some point, it's better to prepare myself in advance. Moreover, once the crime of deceiving the emperor is announced, won't you also be implicated? Before she left the Rundu, she had asked the county magistrate of the Rundu to deliver a letter to the emperor. After the battle in the Rundu, the city officials would record the ins and outs of what had happened in a memorial and present it to the emperor. The letter in the memorial would expose He Yan's identity. However, at the same time that she revealed her identity as a woman, the people of the Rundu signed the letter. He Yan had never met Emperor Wen Xian, but he had always heard from Lin Shuanghe that Emperor Wen Xian was a mediocre and soft-hearted emperor. Sometimes, as long as Su Jingfu didn't fan the flames, he actually had the rare sympathy and compassion of an imperial family. When the late emperor was still alive, a minister made a mistake and the people petitioned. The late emperor was grateful for his past merits and pardoned the minister's death sentence. Emperor Wen Xian worshipped his father the most in his life. He would deliberately imitate the late emperor in many things. Therefore, when Zhao Shiji's petition was presented, Emperor Wen Xian hesitated. What's more, He Yan's contributions were beyond doubt. In the Battle of the Liangzhou Guards, the Battle of Jiang, and the Battle of the Rundu, her merits in each battle were worthy of praise. In comparison, dressing up as a man wasn't a big responsibility. Moreover, she didn't choose to disguise herself as a man. She had no other choice but to join the army by accident. Her merits outweighed her faults. She was a young genius and a woman. The petition from the people would be the last straw that broke the emperor's back. If she wanted to win the hearts of the people, Emperor Wen Xian couldn't order her to be executed. Otherwise, what would the new Liangzhou guards think? What would the people of Jiang think? What would the rescued women in the Runda think? He Yan thought that he had considered everything and tried his best to convince Zhao Shiji. However, he didn't expect Xiaoju to interfere at this moment. I stopped the letter, he said. He Yan stared at him. Your plan was good, but it wasn't perfect. You might be able to escape unscathed, but you might also lose your life. As long as there was a slight possibility, he wouldn't let He Yan take the risk. But didn't you also expose my identity? He Yan didn't understand. How did you convince His Majesty? She didn't know that the memorial that Xiaoju had presented on her behalf had tied the two of them together from the beginning. There was no Fancheng or no other choice. Everything was because Xiaoju had brought He Yan into the army camp for her own selfish desires. If the crime of deceiving the emperor was to be considered, then both of them would be punished. However, with Yuto eyeing them like a tiger watching its prey, Emperor Wen Xian couldn't bear the consequences of not having Xiaoju guarding De Wei's territory. Therefore, Emperor Wen Xian wouldn't punish them. Even if he did, Xiaoju would bear the responsibility. Of course, he made this matter a little more soul-stirring. The memorial was as moving as a love story passed down by word of mouth. It easily moved Emperor Wen Xian's romantic and talented heart. After that, he secretly leaked the news to Su Jingfu. When it came to Xiao Ju's marriage, other than the Xiao couple, Su Jingfu was most worried about it. Everyone in Shuajing knew that Shen Muxue was the most likely person to marry Xiao Ju. If the Shen family and Xiao family were to become in-laws, imperial censor Shen's people would all stand on Xiao Ju's side. This made Su Jingfu very distressed. Even if it wasn't Shen Muxue, Su Jingfu wouldn't be happy if she was the daughter of a court official in Shuajing, as long as it could increase Xiao Ju's power. At this time, He Yan suddenly appeared. Su Jingfu sent people to investigate and found out that she was just the daughter of a military officer at the city gates. He simply thought that this was a good thing that fell from the sky. Therefore, not only did he not stop it, he even tried his best to facilitate the marriage between Xiao Ju and He Yan. For Xiao Ju to marry He Yan, a woman who wouldn't be of any help to his career, Su Jingfu was happy to see it happen. Therefore, there was the scene at the celebration banquet today. Xiao Ju only picked out a few important points. After listening, He Yan was silent for a long time. She never thought that things would turn out this way. Her purpose for writing that letter, other than to get herself out of the possible death sentence, was to not implicate Xiao Ju and draw a clear distance from him. However, she didn't think that she would be involved in a marriage. Although at some point, when he said the word sweetheart, she was indeed moved and wished that time would stop. However, she had to wake up from the dream. There were things that she had to do. She couldn't let Xiao Ju be soft-hearted and let him sacrifice his precious life just to protect her. His life should be like the bright moon in the sky, clean, bright, and never mixed with the dark and rotten mud of the ditch. As long as it shone on her, she didn't expect anything more. Governor, He Yan took a deep breath and looked up at him. Actually, you don't have to help me by asking His Majesty to grant you a marriage. It's too unfair for you to try your best to maintain a fake marriage. It's not fake. Xiao Ju interrupted her. He Yan was stunned. What did you say? What was said in the palace is not fake. The young man's voice was gentle. His eyelashes drooped down, and there were faint ripples in his dark eyes. He was unbelievably gentle. In the cold autumn night, the courtyard was deep and the Milky Way was quiet. The slanting moon climbed up the curtain. The night was not as beautiful as a certain someone's eyes. He asked, "Do you like the moon?" He Yan answered blankly. "I like it." The next moment, something warm and cold was stuffed into her hand. He Yan looked down. It was the black jade that was rumored to be the heirloom of the Xiao family, which she had snatched away when she was drunk. It was lying in her palm with a lifelike python. "Now, the moon is yours." He Yan was still in a daze when they boarded the carriage to leave the palace. Fei Nu was an honest person. She silently drove the carriage while the young man sat beside her. The jade pendant in her hand was originally cold to the touch. Now that she held it tightly, it seemed to be burning hot. Xiao Ju's gaze fell on her hand. She raised her eyebrows and asked, "Do you want to crush it?" He Yan's strength was trained by throwing stone weights in the martial arts field. Crushing a walnut with her bare hands was not a problem. It was not impossible for her to crush this piece of jade. She was startled and unconsciously spread her hands. She did not know what to do. This was a dual-colored jade bestowed by the Empress Dowager. One was given to Xiao Jing and the other to Xiao Ju. It was rumored that it was the family heirloom of the Xiao family. Lin Shuanghe said that this jade pendant never left Xiao Ju's side. She had once stolen it when she was drunk in the Liangzhou guards. Knowing that it was a rare item, she returned it to Xiao Ju. She did not expect that after so many twists and turns, it would still end up in her hands. He Yan had never received such a valuable gift. She hesitated and said, "Governor, this is not appropriate for me, is it?" Xiao Ju took the snake-patterned black jade from her hand. He lowered his head and removed the tassel from He Yan's waist and replaced it with this piece of black jade. His movements were gentle and his expression was careful. His tone was clear and light. "Big brother gave his piece to sister-in-law. Since you and I are engaged, I should give it to you." Engagement? He Yan's face turned red again. The words that Xiao Ju had said to her in that abandoned side palace just now, she simply couldn't think about it. If she thought about it, she would feel like she had secretly seen fireworks for the first time after the New Year's Eve dinner. Boom! The fireworks flew into the sky and turned into countless dazzling stars in the sky. Even when she lay on the bed at night, she could not fall asleep. She would always remember the beauty of that moment. Yan tried to stop herself from thinking about it. She asked, "Are we going back to Xiao Manor now?" Hearing the word back, Xiaoju curled his lips and said, "To your home." "My home? You're a woman." Xiaoju lowered her eyes. "No one knew that you lived in the Xiao mansion before, but after today, someone will definitely investigate the He family. If you live in my residence, there will be gossip." He didn't care about what other people thought, but Yan couldn't, and neither could He Sui and He Yunsheng. Nowadays, men and women were not as clear-cut as in the previous dynasty, but if word got out that she was living in another man's residence before she was married, it would not be good for Yan. Right. Yan nodded. When she thought about returning to the He family, she felt another headache. He Yunsheng had repeatedly urged her to immediately resign. Now, not only did she not resign, she was also promoted to nobility. Fortunately, he didn't have to worry about the woman's identity being exposed. But for He Sui and He Yunsheng, it should be a big shock. "Don't worry." Xiaoju seemed to have seen through her worries and reminded her, during the celebration banquet, there were already people who went to congratulate the He family in advance. "Your father and younger brother should already know." Yan felt relieved. He Sui and He Yunsheng indeed already knew. Not long ago, He Yunsheng was still reading in his room. He Sui came back from her employer's home and took some water to take a bath. Qingmei had just finished washing their clothes when she heard someone knocking on the door. Their street was filled with people who did small business, and they weren't rich. It was already so late, and all the houses were closed. Qingmei was a girl, after all. He Sui took an oil lamp and went to open the door. He Yunsheng was worried that something might happen, so he also closed the door and put on an outer robe to follow his father. Who knew that when the door opened, there would be a long line of people outside. They were all dressed as palace servants. He Yunsheng's heart skipped a beat. He only thought, could it be that something happened to Yan? Her official position of Muan Lang came easily, but it wasn't a long-term plan. Once the matter was exposed, she was afraid that she would suffer a disaster. He Sui was also confused. He Yunsheng didn't tell his father that Yan had been promoted because he was afraid that he would worry. He Sui only thought that it could be that the Fan family came to cause trouble again. He immediately asked, "Officials, this is, congratulations to Old Master He, congratulations to Old Master He." The head servant's face was full of joy as he ordered people to carry the box behind him into the courtyard. Old Master He raised a good daughter. Lady He is a woman who doesn't lose out to men. Previously, in the Battle of Jiang and the Battle of Rendu to defend the city, His Majesty conferred Lady He the title of Marquis Wuan and bestowed a marriage. I think that General Feng Yun will soon come to visit, so I congratulate you in advance. He Yunsheng sucked in a breath of cold air. This street wasn't very wide. Once night fell, people could clearly hear who was beating their children or quarreling with each other. These eunuchs' formation was too big, so the neighbors had already heard the commotion. Some hid behind their doors and peeked out through the cracks of their doors, while others simply opened their doors to watch the commotion. They didn't mind the commotion. At this moment, the eunuchs rattled on. Everyone didn't quite understand, but they were clear about one thing. The eldest daughter of the He family didn't die. Not only did she not die, but she also didn't confer an official position and was bestowed a marriage. He Sui only knew that He Yan had returned to the capital. Because of his inconvenient identity, he temporarily stayed at a friend's house. He Sui thought that He Yan had become a deserter, so he didn't dare to say anything. Now, all of these matters were so confusing that he didn't know where to start asking. However, He Yunsheng was quick-witted. When he heard the eunuch say daughter, he knew that He Yan's identity as a woman couldn't be hidden anymore. However, these people also said that His Majesty had rewarded him. Did they not intend to pursue He Yan's crime of deceiving the emperor? This was rather surprising, but He Yunsheng didn't have time to be happy about this at this moment. He only asked, "Official? You said that my sister was bestowed a marriage? May I ask which family she was bestowed a marriage with?" He Sui also came back to his senses at this time. Muan Lang and Marquis Wuan weren't the most important things. How could his daughter be betrothed as soon as she returned home? He, as her father, hadn't said anything yet. How could she casually find someone she didn't know about and marry him? He had heard of meat pies falling from the sky, but he had never heard of a son-in-law falling from the sky. Master He, don't worry. I said that General Fengyun will be here soon. The eunuch crossed his arms and smiled. You mean, He Yunxing said in disbelief, General Fengyun? That's right. At this moment, the sound of a carriage galloping could be heard not far away. Everyone looked towards the end of the street and saw a gorgeous carriage coming through the night. The person driving the horse was a tall imperial bodyguard. At first glance, he was different from ordinary imperial bodyguards. Just by looking at his face, he was more handsome. The eunuch smiled and said, Aren't they here now? The carriage stopped in front of the He family's house. At this time, the neighbors all got the news. In the middle of the night, they put on their clothes and climbed out of their beds to see the noble. They saw a man and a woman coming down from the carriage. The woman was He Yan. She grew up on this street. All the neighbors watched He Yan grow up. Today, she was wearing men's clothing. Her hair was casually scattered and her face was washed clean. She looked clean and beautiful. She had a heroic spirit that wasn't seen before. There were young men in the prime of their lives who were a little dazed. They thought that the eldest daughter of the He family was beautiful, but she wasn't beautiful to this extent. Now, she was a little dazzling. And the young man who helped her out of the carriage and stood beside her made the young ladies and young women on this street blush. This young man was also wearing an official's uniform. With a handsome appearance, it was obvious that he was a noble from the palace. In this shabby corner of their place, he was simply like a shining gem. When the eunuchs saw Xiao Ju, they hurriedly stepped forward and saluted, Military Governor Xiao, Marquis Wuan greets you. It was unknown which stupid neighbor shouted, Military Governor Xiao, this is old He's son-in-law, Military Governor Xiao. Military Governor Xiao, is he really that General Fengyun? Where? I also want to see. See. He Yan, Xiao Ju had become a rare animal here. Everyone wanted to see her. The eunuchs also smiled, Military Governor, I have already brought your message. I will return to the palace now. Then, he looked at He Sui, who was still in great shock and hadn't recovered yet. He felt a little disdainful in his heart. Why did he choose such a family? Look at this father-in-law, he was just a boorish martial artist. He didn't even know to invite the people who were on duty to come in for a cup of tea. He was really a country bumpkin. The next moment, Fei Nu consciously stepped forward and said that he had worked hard. He gave a piece of silver to each of the eunuchs present today. The head eunuch weighed the extraordinarily heavy cloth bag in his hand and felt satisfied. Forget it. Although the country bumpkin was insensible, his son-in-law was generous and took good care of people. When he returned to the palace, he should say a few good words about him in front of the emperor. He Sui finally recovered and welcomed Xiao Ju and the others into the house. He Yunxing pushed out the neighbors who wanted to enter their house to continue watching Xiao Ju. It's too late today. Another day. Aunties, uncles, and aunts, come another day. Go back and rest. After saying that, he closed the door with force. With his back against the door, he breathed a sigh of relief and ran into the hall. All the lamps in the room were lit, but other than the lamp that He Yunxing used to read at night, which had more oil, there were only 3 oil lamps in the other rooms, and one of them had run out of oil. Qingmei rummaged for a long time before she found some broken tea leaves. She quickly made some tea and handed it to Xiao Ju. He Sui still felt that he was dreaming. He looked at He Yan. He was speechless. Yunxing, didn't you tell father? He Yan asked curiously. He Yunxing said impatiently, if I told father, how could he stay at home peacefully for so many days? He would have come looking for you a long time ago. TSK, she did not tell him. He Yan was in a dilemma. How should she tell him? She knew that He Sui would not be able to accept what she did at Jiang Rendu. That was why she threw this hot potato to He Yunxing. Now that He Yunxing didn't lay the groundwork for her, she didn't dare to say anything else. Xiaoju glanced at him. Let me say it. The two men from the He family were shocked. Now that He Yan had given them a sum of money, the He family's house was not leaky. It looked like a proper house, but it could not escape the word simple. He Yan was one thing, after all, he had always grown up in this room. But Xiaoju sitting in this room was really out of place. He Sui felt that his own rattan chair, which was so rough that even the barbs had not been polished clean, had tarnished this young master's exquisite robes. Fortunately, this young master did not have any opinions about their shabby house. He also did not dislike the weak tea made from the dregs of the tea leaves. He did not have any patience on his face. He calmly told him how He Yan joined the army in Liangzhou and how he became Marquis Wuan and Muan Lang. He Sui was shocked and frightened. There were a few times when he picked up the teacup and gulped down the tea to calm himself down. He Yan thought that there was no need for him to go into such detail. After Xiaoju finished explaining, He Yinxing and He Sui finally understood. So He Yan, who had hit the jackpot, had now become the first female marquis since the founding of the Great Wei Empire? But He Sui still felt that something was wrong. However, today's shocking news came one after another. He could not accept it properly and could not think of anything for a while. He could only look at He Yan and then at Xiaoju. Which family's daughter could be like his daughter? She went out, killed people, gained merit, became an official, and even brought back a man. Originally, when He Yan was infatuated with Fanqing, He Sui looked down on Fanqing. He thought that Fanqing was a young master who only knew how to squander money because of his family background. At first glance, he could tell that he was not someone who lived a peaceful life. His daughter had been pampered by him since she was young. If she married into Fan family, she would suffer a lot. Although Fanqing did not take He Yan as his official wife. Later, He Yan almost lost her life for Fanqing. After she woke up, she gradually forgot about Fanqing. He Sui was very happy. He only thought that after a few days, he would ask a matchmaker to help him find a suitable young man in Yanjing. Later, He Yan left Shuajing and joined the army. He Sui was already prepared that He Yan would not marry, or like him, take in a son-in-law. He did not expect that this time, He Yan did not even give him any leeway and directly let the current emperor bestow a marriage. That was the emperor. Fortunately, it was not some ugly melon and split dates. He Sui secretly looked at Xiaoju. He had only seen her from afar before, but this was the first time he was looking at her up close. Not to mention other things, he did not know how this child's parents gave birth to her. How could they give birth to such a perfect child? He Sui thought and glanced at He Yinxing. Suddenly, he looked away in disappointment. Sigh, comparisons are odious. He Yinxing was baffled. He Yan saw that He Sui was staring at Xiaoju. She was afraid that her father would ask something difficult to answer, so she quickly said, "It's too late today. If you have anything to say, we can talk about it another day." She then turned to Xiaoju and said, "Eldest young master Xiao and eldest young mistress Xiao should have already returned home. They have a lot of questions to ask you. Go back and explain. It's almost dawn." She gave Xiaoju a look. "Let's go." He Sui still wanted to ask, Yan, father still has questions. If you have questions, I'll answer them." He Yan was anxious. He pulled Xiaoju up from the chair and pulled him out. Xiaoju did not struggle. He turned his head and said to He Sui, "Uncle, I'll visit you another day." He Sui was shocked by the uncle. Before he could react, Xiaoju had already been dragged away by He Yan. "What did he call me just now?" The old father stood in the room and asked his inferior son. He Yinxing disdainfully said, "It's not father." Previously, when Xiaoju gave him a horse at the racecourse, He Sui scolded him for being a good-for-nothing. Why didn't he take a look at himself? The word uncle made him feel dizzy. He was indeed his biological son. Xiaoju was dragged out of the house by He Yan. The neighbors who had come to watch the show had already dispersed. After all, it was a late autumn night. Even if they were curious and wanted to see the legendary General Feng Yun, they could not squat in the corner in the cold wind for the entire night. There was no one on the street. Xiaoju let her drag him along without struggling. After they were out of the house, He Yan looked around with a guilty conscience. He only let go when he was sure it was safe. Xiaoju looked at her calmly and reminded her, your actions make it seem like I'm ashamed. He Yan came back to her senses and laughed. The people on the street like to watch a show. Governor, I'm sure you don't like to be stared at. Xiaoju, I don't hate it. He Yan thought, who would believe that? This person is usually alone. Now she's saying she doesn't hate it? A man's mouth was full of lies. She looked back at the door again. He Yunqing and He Sui did not chase after them. Qing Mei was obedient and did not make any movements. He Yan sighed in relief. He Yan felt strange bringing Xiaoju back. It was mainly because Emperor Wen Xian's imperial edict was too sudden. He Yan was not prepared for it. She pushed Xiaoju out. She knew that it was time to say goodbye to Xiaoju, but she did not know what to say. When they were in the Liangzhou Guards and in Jiang, they got along very well. Why was it that when they were in Shuai capital, she could not say a single word? She had been in the military for a few years and had a glib tongue. However, at this moment, she could only squeeze out 2 words. Have a safe trip. Xiaoju could not help but laugh. He Yan asked, what are you laughing at? He bent down slightly so that his eyes were level with He Yan's. He curled his lips and teased her seriously. Lady, he's not as good at lying anymore. Damn it. He Yan said vaguely, I've never lied to you. Xiaoju stood up straight and rubbed her head. It's windy here. You should go back. He Yan nodded and looked up at him. She did not know why, but she felt a little reluctant. Ever since she joined the military, she had spent a lot of time with Xiaoju. Now that she was back in Shuai capital and had regained her identity as a woman, it was impossible for her to spend time with Xiaoju, let alone spend the night with him. Xiaoju seemed to know what she was thinking and said, don't worry. I'll come and see you. He Yan blushed again and replied instinctively, yes, I'll come and see you too. As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized what she had said. She wanted to knock herself out so that she could muddle through this awkward conversation. He Yan knew that she would make a fool of herself if she stayed any longer. She turned around and said, then I'll go now. See you another day, Commander-in-Chief. She went into the house and closed the door. Xiaoju stood at the door and looked at the closed door. After a while, he walked towards the carriage that was parked at the corner. Fei Nu skillfully pulled the reins and the carriage left the alley. The interrogation in the house was not over yet. Qing Mei did not dare to speak when there were outsiders. Now that there was no one else in the house, Qing Mei hugged her and cried. Lady, it's great that you're still alive. This servant thought that she would never see you again. Sob, 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 how did you lose so much weight? Did you suffer outside? You must have. This girl had also grown up a lot. She was slender and elegant like a blooming flower, but her crybaby character was still the same as before. He Yan did not know whether to laugh or cry. It took him a lot of effort to comfort her. Before He Sui could speak, He Yan said, Father. I've been tired all day and I'm very sleepy. Can I wash up and sleep first? I'll explain to you tomorrow. He Sui loved this daughter of his the most. He Yan would even pluck the stars from the sky for her. When she heard He Yan say that he was tired, her heart ached. She had already forgotten all her doubts and said, okay. Yan, go to sleep first. If there's anything else, we can talk about it tomorrow. He Yan breathed a sigh of relief. She had to answer the questions one by one. He was afraid that he would not be able to sleep tonight. Besides, she had not thought about how to answer the questions. She still needed to use the night to think about it. With great difficulty, he managed to coax Qing Mei into smiling through her tears. He Sui sent her away. After He Yan did a simple wash in the courtyard, the moment he returned to his room, he saw the young master of the He family sitting on a chair, looking like he was about to launch a punitive expedition. He Yan closed the door behind him. Yunqing, are you going to catch a mouse in my room? He Yunqing's face was cold. I'm not as easy to fool as father. He Yan, tell me clearly. Why did you marry yourself off for no reason? The tone of his words made him sound like an elder brother instead of a younger brother. Don't talk nonsense. It was His Majesty who wanted me to marry him. He Yan walked to the edge of the couch and sat down. Although the bed in the He family was hard, her mattress was made soft by Qing Mei. He Yanqing sneered, "You said earlier that you were living in a friend's house. Could it be that you were living in General Fingyun's residence?" He Yan. The child had grown up and was not easy to fool. He Yanqing was furious. "He Yan. When I lived in his residence, I didn't know that I would be bestowed a marriage." He Yan tried to appease the anxious young master. "Moreover, we didn't live in the same room. What does it matter? You are a woman." "Yunxing, I joined the army before." "Did you know that I joined the army? When I was in the Liang Province Guards, my brothers and I all lived in the same bed. There were more than a dozen people on the same bed. For me, it was too pretentious to say that men and women were different. It was impossible for me to do it." He Yanqing was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The sisters of other families all scrupulously followed etiquette. It was not that He Yanqing was pedantic. If it was someone else, it would be fine, but it just had to be a Xiaoju. That kind of family was so outstanding. To put it bluntly, people with eyes would think that the He family was trying to climb up the social ladder. He Yan's thoughts were simple. What if Xiaoju or the Xiao family looked down on him because of this? This world had always been difficult for women. Gossip was a fearful thing, however, looking at He Yan in front of him yawning indifferently, He Yunqing's heart softened again. Forget it. It was already very good that he could come back alive. According to Xiaoju, every war that He Yan participated in was so dangerous. He had suffered so much, so why should he care about other things? However, the young man was still very concerned about another matter. He asked, "Since it was bestowed a marriage, does that General Fengyun like you or not?" He Yan paused. In his mind, he recalled what Xiaoju had said in the palace. It was not fake. The words he said in the palace were not fake. That meant that the person of his dreams was real. She lowered her head and looked at the jade pendant on her waist. The giant python on the jade pendant was dangerous and docile. It was entrenched in the clouds like a magnificent dream. "The moon is yours." Even after such a long time, these words still sounded so moving. However, He Yan suddenly widened his eyes. How did Xiaoju know that he was the moon? Just as He Yan was tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep, Xiaoju, who had just returned to the Xiao family, bumped into Xiao Jing and his wife, who had been waiting at the door for a long time. Bai Rongwei didn't even have time to change her clothes. She and Xiaoju were sitting in the main hall, waiting for Xiaoju to return. Xiao Jing immediately asked, "Huaijin, what's going on?" "He Gong. How could miss be a miss?" Xiao family was in a state of turmoil and chaos. It was already shocking enough that they found out during the banquet that the young master living in their house was a girl. The emperor even went as far as to grant a marriage. No matter how magnanimous their family was, they couldn't change the fact that Xiaoju's good friend had turned into his wife. The only thing they were sure of was that Xiaoju definitely liked Miss He. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said those things in front of all the civil and military officials. Now that they thought about it, everything, such as wanting He Yan to live in his courtyard, always seeming to protect him, were now explained. They had just explained the same thing to He Sui at the He family, and now they had to explain it to Xiao Jing. Fortunately, they were family, so Xiaoju didn't go into too much detail. He just gave a rough summary so that the husband and wife could understand. Xiao Jing and Bai Rongwei barely understood, and they looked at each other. Bai Rongwei probed, "Huaijin, do you really like Miss He?" Xiaoju calmly said, "If it's fake, then can the Xiao family go against the emperor's decree?" Bai Rongwei was speechless. Of course, they couldn't. His lips curled, "If it's fake, then there wouldn't be this marriage." Xiaoju seemed to be indifferent to the affairs of the imperial court, but that did not mean that she did not have any connections. He was the one who pushed for this marriage to achieve his goal. If he didn't like He Yan, he didn't have to do this. Even if Emperor Wen Xian had the intention, he could have done something to ruin the marriage. But, Bai Rongwei grumbled, "You child, it's fine if you're happy, but how could you just bring the girl home? Although there's nothing going on between me and your big brother, if outsiders find out, it's hard to avoid gossiping and damaging Missy's reputation. Previously, her identity was unknown, so it was not appropriate to bring her home. If we brought her home, no one would know. Xiaoju said, this will not happen again in the future. Only then did the couple heave a sigh of relief. In the past, he had always been worried that with Xiaoju's personality, he would not want to get married in this lifetime. Now that he finally knew that he liked girls, it was a good thing. But he was afraid that the young man's nature would be greedy for a moment of pleasure, and it would be over if he caused trouble. Now that they saw that he knew what he was doing, the couple was slightly relieved. Then where is Missy from? Where does she live? Is there anyone else in her family? Bai Rongwei asked him. When the young master of the Lin family left, he mentioned that Missy's father was a military officer. Since we are already in-laws, and her parents are no longer here, your big brother and I should pay a visit. We can't let people think that we don't understand etiquette. That's right, Xiao Jing also said, we should go and discuss the details of the marriage with Master He. We also need to prepare your betrothal gifts. This marriage decree came suddenly, so the family didn't prepare anything. These years, the emperor had bestowed many gifts, but Xiao Ju himself was too lazy to take care of it. Bai Rongwei had carefully stored it in the storeroom for him. Originally, he thought that it would be 3 to 5 years before he could use it, but he didn't expect the surprise to come so suddenly. From beginning to end, the couple didn't care about He Yan's family background. Even when they asked about He Yan's family, they just wanted to understand the situation. The elders above them had all passed away. The eldest brother was the father, and the eldest sister-in-law was the mother. Xiao Jing and Bai Rongwei weren't vain people. When Xiao Jing married Bai Rongwei, the rumors were rampant in the capital. The relatives of the Xiao family strongly opposed it, but in the end, Bai Rongwei, the Shu daughter, still became the eldest wife of the Xiao family. Therefore, for He Yan, they thought that as long as his family background was clean and his character wasn't bad, it was enough. What does Missy like? With something to do, Bai Rongwei felt that the burden on her shoulders had become heavier. Xiao family members were simple, so it was easy to manage. She didn't usually have any disputes with Xiao Jing. Now that Xiao Ju's marriage was finally settled, she felt that she had to handle this matter beautifully. How about I go buy some beautiful silk cloth tomorrow? Then I'll buy some jewelry, but it can't be too expensive or it'll be disrespectful. How old is Master He? Since he's a military officer, he's bound to have some difficulties. Let's buy some tonics. She spoke in detail. She was so engrossed in her discussion with Xiao Jing that she didn't even notice when Xiao Ju slipped away. When she finally reacted and was about to ask Xiao Ju for her opinion, she realized that the chair in front of her was already empty. Xiao Ju returned to her room, took off her court robe, put it on the chair, and sat down on the edge of the bed. The room was dimly lit, and there were faint sounds of bustling outside. It was probably Bai Rongwei instructing the servants to take out the key to open the storeroom. Everyone was shocked tonight, so they wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. But, at least it wasn't all for nothing. Emperor Wen Xian's marriage bestowment came at the right time. Not only did it remove Chu Zhao, that eyesore, from the equation, it also settled the matter between him and He Yan. The emperor's mind wasn't clear for all these years, but he finally did something right. Previously, he thought that He Yan admired Chu Zhao, so even though he had many things on his mind, he didn't want to mention it to He Yan. In this world, there were people who would do anything to take what they liked by force. For people like him, the one thing he hated the most was being forced. But, he wasn't being forced. He lowered his eyes and took out a sachet. The sachet was turned inside out. The delicate embroidery on the outside was turned inside out, and the coarse cloth inside was turned outside. Inside the sachet, the crooked corners and the pockmarked embroidery of the moon sparkled under the dim light. It was a little ugly, but, he even added some gold thread. The handsome young man lowered his head and couldn't help but laugh. In the small room outside, Chi-Wu threw a punch. Fei Nu caught it firmly and turned it to the side. Calm down. Did you already know? Chi-Wu was so angry that his nose was crooked. I was wondering why you always looked like you wanted to say something but didn't when I didn't like him. Why is it that every time I'm worried about young master's marriage, I'm sweating profusely, but you're so calm and carefree? So it's not that you're careless, but that you already knew. You and I have worked together for young master. We've been brothers for so many years, but you hid it from me. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Fei Nu dodged his punch again. He was also speechless. When did I hide it from you? When we were in Jiang City, didn't you see how he looked like in women's clothing? How could you still think that he is a man? Chiwu was stunned. That was true. He Yan had worn women's clothing before. When he was wearing skirts in Jiang City, Cui Yuezhi and his concubine, Princess Mu Hongjin of Jiang, the commoners, and the peddlers on the street, no one doubted He Yan's identity as a woman. Her eyebrows were beautiful, and her figure was slim. If she wasn't really a girl, how could no one find out? I thought it was because he looked like a girl. Chiwu said in a daze. Besides, how could I believe that a girl would go to the Liangzhou guard and throw 20 stone dumbbells in a row? Even a strong man couldn't beat her. And she ate so much, he never doubted He Yan's identity as a woman. It wasn't because He Yan didn't dress well as a woman, but because she dressed as a man too well. Which young lady would be able to sit among a group of men and listen to their vulgar words without batting an eyelid? Sometimes, he could even say a few words. Fei Nu patted his good friend's shoulder. Don't think too much. Weren't you always afraid that young master would be called gay by the people of Shuo capital? He is a woman. Now, what you're worried about won't happen. That's true. Chiwu sat down sullenly. But now that I think about it, I feel like I'm very stupid. It's not that you're stupid. Fei Nu said from the bottom of his heart. It's because he does a lot of things better than men. Fei Nu asked himself honestly. If Xiaoju didn't ask Wanning to find out about He Yan's background, and accidentally found out that He Yan was a woman, what would he do? Even if He Yan wore a dress and stood in front of him, he would probably have the same reaction as Fei Nu. He would think that this person was so outstanding in women's clothing. However, it was useless to think about this now. Now that young master had gotten what he wanted, and this young madam was also a capable and brave person. If news of tonight's matter spread out, Shuo capital would probably set off a huge wave tomorrow. In reality, Fei Nu was right. Before tomorrow, the people who had interacted with He Yan in the past, when they found out that He Yan was a woman and that he was going to marry Xiaoju, they couldn't believe their ears. In the barracks, Hong Shan's group of people were lying on their bunks, scratching their feet and chatting. After returning to the capital, they were stationed at the foot of a mountain not far from the capital. Here, they still practiced daily, but compared to Liangzhou, it was much better. At least there were fields at the foot of the mountain. When they weren't practicing, the soldiers in the barracks would help the farmers and get some fresh vegetables and fruits. Shuo capital also didn't have as much wind and sound as Liangzhou. Therefore, in less than a month after returning to the capital, everyone was already rounder. Those who lived in Shuo capital were able to leave the barracks one day a month to visit their families. Jiang Jiao had just gone to find the military instructor to arrange for a few days before returning home. As he was walking back to his room, he saw a small person rushing into his room. His movements were as fast as the wind. Jiang Jiao remembered this small person. His surname was Bao. Because he liked to inquire about trivial matters and was well informed, everyone called him Bao Inquire. After a long time, no one remembered his original name. They only remembered that he was called Bao Inquire. Looking at his posture, he must have gotten some big news. Jiang Jiao followed him unhurriedly. These days, they were in Shuo capital and it was very boring. He Yan now had an official title, so if he wasn't here, he would miss him. Bao Inquire ran into Hong Shan's room. Everyone was chatting. He jumped onto the table in the middle of the room and was scolded by everyone. Your feet are covered in mud. Hurry up and get down. That's where I eat. Bao Inquire, are you trying to rebel? Just talk. Why are you moving your feet? Wang Ba, Huang Xiong, and other people in the room were not to be trifled with. Normally, Bao Inquire would have jumped down obediently after hearing this. However, today was different. Not only did he not move, he seemed to be even more agitated. His face and neck were red. Big news, big news. I just came back from the military instructor's place. Big news, there's no news more important than this. People passing by the other rooms gathered around. It was rare to see Bao Inquire rambling like this. It must be big news. Someone asked, what's the matter? Is Military Governor Xiao getting married? This was just a casual question because there were 10 impossibilities in the Liangzhou guards. For example, Shen Han couldn't be soft-hearted, Liang Ping couldn't not scold people, Ma Damei couldn't not gamble. The biggest impossibility, which was also the one that everyone thought was unshakable, was that Xiao Ju couldn't get married. If this impossibility was broken, then it would be considered big news. However, it should be impossible. As they were thinking this, Bao Enquire nodded. Yes, yes. That's right. Military Governor Xiao is getting married. Everyone didn't react at first. When they realized what was going on, they immediately became excited. They surrounded the table and asked Bao Enquire. Who is Military Governor Xiao marrying? Are you sure it's Military Governor Xiao who's getting married and not someone else? Bao Enquire, is your information accurate or not? Why do I feel like it's not reliable? Does Military Governor Xiao look like someone who would get married? I think it's fake. Let's disperse. Don't fall for it. Bao Enquire was furious when he heard this. The veins on his neck bulged. He clenched his fists and stomped his feet. Why would I lie? I heard everything clearly. The military instructors were all scared. His Majesty personally bestowed the marriage. When the words "bestowed the marriage" came out, half of the people inside and outside the room believed it. Military Governor Xiao couldn't possibly take the initiative to get married. However, bestowing the marriage was something that His Majesty had given. How could he go against His Majesty's orders? Now that he said it, it wasn't impossible. Xiao Mai asked, is it really a bestowed marriage? Then His Majesty bestowed the marriage to Military Governor Xiao. Which family's young miss is it? A person outside was leaning against the window and listening. When he heard this, he answered without thinking, of course it's young Miss Shen from Censor Shen's residence. Shen Muxue had stayed in the Liang province guards for so long and helped many wounded soldiers. This young miss didn't despise them and even gave them medicine. The soldiers all liked her very much and spoke up for her. Yes, young Miss Shen and the commander-in-chief are a match made in heaven. They're a golden couple, a talented man and a beautiful woman. They should be the most compatible couple in Dawei. Bao Enquire's answer disappointed them. No, it's not Dr. Shen. Everyone looked at each other. It's actually not Shen Muxue? Young Miss Shen was such a kind-hearted deity. Even she couldn't become Xiao Ju's wife. Which family's young miss was bestowed the marriage by His Majesty? If it's not Dr. Shen, then who is it? Bao Enquire, it's He Yan. When the two words He Yan came out, the inside and outside of the room quieted down a bit. Wang Ba, who had been lazily dozing off, sat up. Jiang Jiao had just entered the room and heard this sentence. He thought there was something wrong with his ears. Which He Yan? Shi Tu was the most composed and asked. It's He Yan from our Liang province guards. Someone laughed. Bao Enquire, are you drunk? You're faking His Majesty's edict. If you're not careful, you'll be sued. He Yan is a man. How could His Majesty bestow a marriage to two men? Are you crazy? Or is this He Yan with the same name? At this time, Bao Enquire wasn't in a rush. He knew that his words would explode among the recruits of the Liang province guards, no, even among the soldiers of the southern prefecture. Who told him to have good ears and be the first to hear such big news? Who says His Majesty can't bestow a marriage to two men? His gaze swept over everyone in the room. Only when he took in everyone's expressions did he say unhurriedly, besides, He Yan is a woman. Of course she can be Military Governor Zhao's wife. Guangdang, Liang Ping's foot slipped and he fell flat on his face. However, he wasn't in a hurry to grimace in pain. Instead, he looked towards Shen Han, his gaze filled with doubt. What did you say? He Yan is a woman, Shen Han said with a cold expression. Don't be fooled by how calm he looked right now. Heaven knew how much disbelief he had felt when Tian Lang, the vice soldier of the southern prefecture guards, came to tell him this news. He Yan was a woman? How was this possible? How could there be a woman in this world who could eat more than a man, fight more than a man, and adapt to the harsh climate and training of the Liang province guards better than a man? When the instructors heard this news, they all collectively sank into a silence filled with doubt. no matter what, they couldn't. Imagine that the person who was sweating like rain on the martial arts field, yet was so carefree and cheerful, personally taking the heads of two of Raida and Muzi's personal guards was a woman. This was clearly a youth with exceptional talent, so how could he be a woman? A woman could reach this level, yet they were easily defeated by He Yan. There wasn't a single person in the Liang province guards who could compare to He Yan. Didn't this mean that all of them, as grown men, couldn't compare to a 16 or 17-year-old little girl? If it was said that He Yan was a woman, they were only shocked and shocked. Then the fact that His Majesty bestowed a marriage between Xiaoju and He Yan made these instructors tremble with fear. Before Tianlang left, he kindly and subtly reminded Shenhan, the military governor values Miss He greatly. What a joke, how could he just value her? This iron tree that hadn't bloomed in 10,000 years was blooming for the first time in front of the civil and military officials of the imperial court, in front of the emperor and the empress. As soon as the celebratory banquet ended, rumors spread everywhere about how the military governor of the Right Army treated his sweetheart gently. Then here came the question. If military governor Xiao was so considerate to his sweetheart, then how much was military governor Zhao's dissatisfaction with these devilish instructors who tortured and trained his sweetheart, often making the little girl run with weights, and standing in the sun for several hours? It was hard to say. Ma Damiai's face was pale. Previously, during the winter in Liang province, I soaked in the hot spring with Miss He. Everyone's faces were ashen, especially the instructor who had been the happiest at that time. He was about to cry. They now understood why He Yan refused to go into the hot spring in every possible way and even said that he had a hidden illness. It turned out that he was actually a girl. Fortunately, Xiaoju didn't appear at that time. Otherwise, if things continued to develop, perhaps all the instructors in the room would have hidden illnesses. Then, what should we do now? Someone asked in a trembling voice. What do you mean, what should we do? Shenhan said, just do your own thing. It has nothing to do with you. Although now it seemed that it was stupid of him to believe that He Yan and Xiaoju had broken up, Shenhan felt that he was quite far-sighted. At least he could see the unusual atmosphere between the two at a glance, right? Shenhan didn't stray from the path of standing between these two people. Now, he just changed from a man to a woman. What was wrong with that? Anyway, he had always stood firmly on the side of Xiaoju and He Yan. He Yan was a person with a temperament. He probably wouldn't bite the hand that fed him, right? Chu Lingfeng's residence was also very happy today. Shi Jinbo was said to be an official in the Shua capital, but these years, he was no longer as glorious as before. Chu Linfeng had 3 legitimate sons. Other than the eldest son who got a small official position in the Shua capital, which was bought by Madame Chu with money, the other 2 legitimate sons didn't get to be officials. On the contrary, the illegitimate son who was brought back from outside became the most promising one. Not only was he the current prime minister's favorite student, but he was also the prime minister's son-in-law. With this relationship, the Chu family would definitely prosper in the future. Thinking of this, Chu Linfeng was very proud. When the celebration ended and he returned to his residence, he immediately sent people to spread the news and buy things. He also said that he wanted to renovate Chu Zhao's courtyard so that Su Pingting wouldn't think their courtyard was shabby after she married into the Chu family. Madame Chu coldly looked at Chu Linfeng's undisguised joy and didn't say anything. Her 3 sons, however, were a little angry. After Chu Linfeng left, they complained to Madame Chu, "Father is too biased. He's just the son of a brothel girl and he's already like this. When we 3 brothers got married, father wasn't as happy as he is today." These words were true. Although Chu Linfeng didn't treat his 3 sons badly, he still disliked them for being too mediocre. In comparison, he preferred Chu Zhao, who could make him proud in front of his colleagues. When Chu Zhao first came to the Chu family, the 3 brothers bullied him a lot. Madame Chu also wanted to get rid of Chu Zhao when he grew up, just like those concubines. The worst part was that the boy had somehow learned to be so cunning. He had made Chu Linfeng so happy that he took him everywhere. Madame Chu couldn't find a chance to make a move on him. Later on, he even had a relationship with Prime Minister Su. Madame Chu didn't dare to make a move on Prime Minister Su's people. His mother relied on her face to make a living. She gave birth to a son like that. Third young Master Chu's words were especially harsh. Fourth young Master Chu is better than his mother. At least he sold his body to the capital Su family for a good price. Madame Chu frowned. Although she didn't like Chu Zhao and wanted Chu Zhao to die in the suburbs tomorrow, she didn't want her sons to become as mean as a woman because of this. Sometimes, when she thought about it, it was no wonder that Chu Linfeng doted on Chu Zhao. These three sons of his were probably spoiled since they were young. Compared to Chu Zhao, they were indeed much worse. Are we just going to let that kid have a meteoric rise? Eldest young Master Chu said unwillingly. If that happens, we won't have a say in the Chu family in the future. Don't worry. Madame Chu laughed and said in a gloomy tone, do you really think that it's so easy to marry the Prime Minister's daughter? Don't forget that Chu's island has a femme fatale, Xianxia. The news that He Yan was a woman and that she was betrothed to Xiaoju by His Majesty didn't stop there. The Shen family in the capital was dead silent today. Shen Muxue knelt on the ground and lowered his head without saying a word. Eldest young Master Shen and Madame Shen stood aside. Madame Shen looked worried and wanted to say something. After a while, eldest young Master Shen opened his mouth and looked at Censor Shen, who was standing in the hall with his hands behind his back and a cold face. He softly comforted him. My sister was confused for a moment. Father, don't blame her too much. Confused for a moment? Censor Shen turned around and his gaze fell on Shen Muxue. It was unclear whether he was distressed or angry. He said, my Shen family is proud and loyal. I didn't expect to raise a daughter. I don't know when she learned those dirty tricks. She was confused for a moment. If she is not careful, she will harm others' lives. Censor Shen was very thin and handsome. Although he was old now, one could still see some of his charm when he was young. The arrogance and coldness in his eyes were the same as Shen Muxue's. He was usually strict with his son but was especially tolerant with his daughter. This was the first time he was angry with Shen Muxue. Even when Shen Muxue insisted on going to the border with Xiaoju, Censor Shen was not as angry as he was today. You can't say that. Madame Shen felt sorry for her daughter. He Yan is a woman. Muxue was just telling the truth. If she didn't deceive His Majesty first, how could her identity be exposed by others? She should be punished for her mistakes. You keep saying that Muxue is wrong, but Muxue is really thinking for His Majesty. You can't let a woman use a man's identity to deceive others, right? As soon as she spoke, Censor Shen looked at her coldly. Madame Shen did not dare to speak. Censor Shen said, ridiculous. You only saw her disguise as a man to join the army and deceive the world. Why didn't you see her lead the army to fight against the Yuto? Jiang water battle, run to city defense. Do you think it is easy to earn merits? If she didn't have the merit of saving lives, how could His Majesty promote her to Marquis Wuan so easily? Moreover, he stared at his daughter. I heard that when we were in Liangzhou, there was a spy who infiltrated the city guard institution. You didn't know the details, and He Yan sent you away. No matter what the result was, she was always helping you. I've taught you since you were young that you should repay the kindness of a drop of water with a gushing spring. If you owe someone a favor, even if they don't take it to heart, you should remember it in your heart. I didn't expect you to remember it like this. Shen Muxue hung his head in silence. I also didn't expect. Censor Shen seemed to want to finish his sentence in one breath. Not only did you want to be the villain who exposed her identity, but you also didn't dare to stand out openly and wanted to hide behind Wang Rong. Did you know that by doing this, you would also harm Wang Rong? Shen Muxue trembled slightly. At the palace banquet, the stranger who revealed He Yan's identity was called Wang Rong. She was also her Qingmei childhood sweetheart. The two of them had known each other for a long time. Wang Rong's father and Censor Shen were good friends. Shen Muxue knew that Wang Rong liked him, but her heart was completely focused on Xiaoju. It wasn't that she didn't think of personally exposing her, but in the end, she couldn't bear to do it. She was afraid that He Yan would lose his life because of this. She didn't want to take He Yan's life. She only hoped that He Yan would stay away from Xiaoju. She was even more afraid of Xiaoju's disappointed and cold gaze. When Wang Rong came to the Shen residence, she saw Shen Muxue's worries and asked. Shen Muxue couldn't help but reveal his confusion and worries. After listening, Wang Rong didn't say a word. She turned and left, saying, wait. Wait for what? He didn't say. I didn't expect him to do this. Shin Mushiwa weakly explained. Her father, Censor Shin, stared at her with a sharp gaze. His voice was like a knife that could cut her open. You really didn't expect it? Shin Mushiwa was speechless. She really didn't expect it. Wang Rong liked her for many years. For her, she was willing to do anything. She was impulsive and didn't care about the consequences. When she told Wang Rong about this, didn't she expect Wang Rong's reaction? She just didn't want to admit that she was such a despicable person. Seeing Shin Mushiwa trembling, eldest young Master Shin's heart softened. He said, even so, sister already knows her mistake. Father, you also know that sister has been in love with Xiao Huijin for many years. How can sister feel good when another woman suddenly appeared? Sister has never liked to tell others about her grievances. It's my fault as her brother that I didn't think it through. That's why I didn't realize it until now. Father, if you want to punish, then punish me as well. It has nothing to do with elder brother. I made a mistake. I'll take responsibility for my own actions. Shin Mushiwa knelt straight. You liked Xiao Huijin for so many years. Did he respond to you at all? Censor Shin suddenly said. Shin Mushiwa looked at him. Love never changes from being moved. Censor Shin said faintly. You wanted to go outside and leave Shuajin to be by his side. Although I didn't support it, I didn't oppose it either. I knew that Xiao Huijin wouldn't fall in love with you, but I always thought that as long as you left the residence, walked a wider road, and met more people, your heart would naturally be broader. Gradually, you would let go of him. I didn't expect, he sighed, that it would push you deeper and deeper. Shin Mushiwa pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Even her father could tell that Xiao Ju wouldn't fall in love with her? She had never felt that she was such a failure. These words were too harsh. Madame Shin couldn't help but say angrily, how can there be a father like you in this world? That Xiao Huijin didn't like Mu Shui, it's his own fault. I don't like him. A woman entering the military camp for no reason. I don't know what saving the common people is. I only know that all the rules are messed up. Xiao Huijin would rather marry such a woman than be afraid of being laughed at by the world. Eldest young Master Shin wanted to say something but stopped. This time, Censor Shin didn't pay attention to his wife's rebuttal. He only looked at Shin Mushiwa and said, the places you've traveled are no less than Hien. The people you've met may not be less than Hien, but your outlook and ideals are much worse than hers. It's not that I don't believe you, but after tonight, the difference between the two of you will be obvious. You're not as good as her. Shin Mushiwa's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. She had been strong all her life and didn't want to cry in front of others. However, at this moment, she couldn't hold back her grievances and shame. Censor Shin didn't look at her anymore. He said calmly, from today onwards, you are not allowed to go anywhere. Our Shin family doesn't use force. If you make a mistake, you will be grounded at home for a year. Master. Censor Shin didn't pay attention to his wife's pleas. He flicked his sleeves and left the hall. The night wind outside the courtyard was extremely cold. When it blew on one's face, it was as painful as a knife. Eldest young Master Shin caught up and walked to Censor Shin's side. Father, isn't a year too long? Censor Shin looked at the bricks on the ground and smiled bitterly. Xiao Huijin is a protective person. Do you think that he won't be able to find out that it was Mu Shui? But, because of his father, he won't do anything to Mu Shui. However, in these years, the relationship between our family and Xiao family ends here. Of course, these people weren't the only ones who were shocked by this. In the Qing family, the relatives who heard about Xiao Ju's marriage were all shocked and suspicious. Everything was going well, but His Majesty suddenly bestowed a marriage. They were busy being surprised by the marriage and didn't pay much attention to Hien. They only knew that his family didn't have any official position, and his status wasn't comparable to Bai Rongwei's. As for Qing Lisu, compared to Xiao Ju's marriage, he was more surprised that Hien was a woman. My eldest brother, how could he be a woman? The young boy paced back and forth in the room, unconsciously tugging at the corner of his clothes. How could this be? When he first returned to the capital, he was caught by the Qing family and thrown into school to study. He was only allowed to go home once a month. On the day he went home, he was locked in the house to practice calligraphy and couldn't go anywhere. Therefore, when Xiao Ju and the others returned to the capital, Qin Lisu didn't even have the chance to visit the Xiao family. When he finally returned home this month, not only did he hear that Xiao Ju and He Yan were back, he also received good news that His Majesty had bestowed a marriage upon the two of them. My eldest brother. He grabbed a servant and said, can kill a tiger with one punch. How could he be a woman? Heavens, was he crazy, or was it the world that was crazy? No, I have to go find uncle. He opened the door and walked out. He wanted to find Xiao Ju and ask him about it. No, young master and madam said that you can't leave the manor. The young master wants to go out. The servant behind him hurriedly followed. Woo woo woo, you're all liars. In the Song family, Song Taotao was crying. How could my brother he be a woman? You must be lying. The little girl's eyes were swollen from crying. Madam Song and Master Song stood outside the door and looked at each other helplessly. Ever since Song Taotao returned from the capital, she had become much more obedient. Every day, she would practice the 4 arts at home. Madam Song suspected that she had someone she liked. If she really did have someone she liked, what would happen to her marriage with the Qing family? They knew Song Taotao's temperament very well. In the past, she didn't know what it felt like to like someone. Qin Lisu was also a lively young man. The two of them thought that after spending time together, their feelings would naturally develop. However, if she had someone else in her heart, they were afraid that the marriage would become an enemy. It wasn't that Madam Song didn't ask Song Taotao who the person in her heart was. Every time, Song Taotao would fool her. The little girl was very smart. She knew that He Yan's status wasn't high. Even if she told her parents, they wouldn't agree. It was better to wait a little longer. With that young man's ability, it was only a matter of time before he became a high-ranking official. Before that, she didn't need to tell anyone. She just needed to catch him. It wasn't until tonight that the news of Xiao Ju's betrothal came. Song Taotao went on a hunger strike at home, crying and throwing a tantrum. She was so upset that she wanted to hang herself. It was only then that Madam Song and Old Master Song found out that their daughter's sweetheart was Xiao Ju's fiancé. The couple didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Taotao, don't cry. You're a girl. Crying is useless. Quickly wipe your tears. Your eyes are swollen like walnuts. That's right. Anyway, young Master Cheng's uncle is Military Governor Xiao. If you like Miss He, when you marry young Master Cheng in the future, you can often visit Xiao family. Won't you be able to see Miss He often? It would have been better if she didn't hear it. Once she heard it, Song Taotao became even more sad. Who wants to visit Xiao family? She cheated my feelings. I don't want to see her anymore. Woo 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 woo, this side was in turmoil and chaos. On the other side, people didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There were also people who were like stray dogs. They were anxious and uneasy. When they returned to the residence, they saw that everyone was traumatized. Su Zhiheng couldn't fall asleep. When he returned to the residence, he told He Xining that he had a lot of official documents to deal with today. He told He Xining to sleep early. Then, he locked himself in the study. He Xining got up in the middle of the night to go to the toilet. When she thought of Su Zhiheng, she found a thick mattress from the cabinet. The weather was getting colder. Su Zhiheng slept in the study. It was warmer than sleeping in the bedroom. If he caught a cold, it would be troublesome. She carried the mattress to the study. However, she found that the lights were on and there was no one in the study. He Xining sat on a chair in the study for a while. She thought that perhaps Su Zhiheng would come back in a while. She didn't expect that after 15 minutes, there was still no movement. She was stunned. She was worried and suspicious. Even if he went to the toilet, it was still too long. Could something have happened to him? Last year, there was a family in the capital who got up in the middle of the night to go to the toilet. The floor was covered in frost. It was dark and they couldn't see clearly. When they stepped on the frost, they slipped. When the servants found them the next day, they were already gone. She was worried that Su Zhiheng had fallen somewhere. She didn't dare to disturb others. She left the mattress in the study and went around looking for him with a lantern. She didn't find her parents-in-law's courtyard. She only walked around her own courtyard. She didn't find Su Zhiheng's figure. It was so late. Could it be that he went out of the residence? He Xining thought for a while. She didn't know why, but for some strange reason, she turned her gaze to the courtyard next to hers, He Yan's courtyard. This courtyard was where her elder sister, the short-lived eldest Madame Su, used to live. After He Yan's death, this courtyard was sealed and all the servants in the courtyard were dismissed. However, He Xining once heard a rumor that there weren't many servants serving He Yan. Sometimes, those servants were assigned to serve another concubine of the Su family. He Xining was skeptical about this rumor. In any case, she was still a daughter of the He family. No matter how bold the Su family was, they wouldn't dare to neglect her. Moreover, He Xining didn't see that concubine after entering the residence. When he asked, she only said that she made a mistake and was kicked out. He Xining was well aware that the Su family might have done this because they were afraid that she, as the new bride, would feel uncomfortable. However, since they valued her so much, they wouldn't treat He Yan badly. After a long time, He Xining forgot about this matter and thought it was just a rumor that couldn't be taken seriously. However, there were some strange things about He Yan. For example, this courtyard. The Su family said that Su Zhiheng missed his wife, so he left this courtyard empty and didn't let anyone else live in it. However, He Xining had never seen Su Zhiheng go to this courtyard. Wouldn't someone who missed his wife often go to places where she used to live and pick up old things to reminisce? However, perhaps Su Zhiheng was afraid that he would think of her when he saw the things, so he deliberately didn't go. He Xining found an excuse for Su Zhiheng. She was originally a bit jealous of He Yan, but now, she didn't feel any jealousy at all. There was no meaning in fighting with a dead person, especially when He Xining didn't feel that He Yan was a threat to her. In other words, she didn't feel Su Zhiheng's unforgettable love for He Yan. The lantern gave off a faint light, and the wind outside blew, blowing away all of her sleepiness. She looked at the dark and empty courtyard and thought for a while. She couldn't help but move her feet, heading towards that place. She had only been to this courtyard once, not long after she married into the Su family. However, she only went as far as the courtyard. When He Xining wanted to enter the room, a servant girl came out and quietly said, "Young mistress, the young master doesn't allow others to enter this courtyard." He Xining was a new bride at that time and didn't want to quarrel with Su Zhiheng over this matter, so she left. After a long time, she didn't want to go back. Tonight, she didn't know why, but she inexplicably wanted to go and take a look. He Yan was previously recuperating in the farmstead, and after returning to the He family, she quickly got married. Speaking of which, she didn't spend much time with this older sister of hers. So much so that she almost couldn't remember what He Yan looked like. But perhaps she could still see the place He Yan lived and catch a glimpse of the traces of blood relatives who once lived there. Unknowingly, she had already walked to the courtyard. The courtyard was as cold as always. Whether it was summer or autumn, it was always as cold as winter. The servant girls cleaned the ground, but they couldn't get rid of the old and decadent air. He Xining slowly walked to the door and was about to push it open when suddenly, she paused. There was a sound in the room. She was nervous at first, afraid that there was a thief in the courtyard, but after hearing the sound, she felt that the thief wouldn't be so daring. So, she carried the lantern and secretly walked to the bedside, peeking through the gap in the paper window. The oil lamp in the room was lit, and she saw Su Zhiheng. A Su Zhiheng who was completely different from his usual self. Su Zhiheng was still wearing the clothes he wore when he entered the palace today. He was an extremely particular person. Normally, after returning to the residence, he would take a bath and change his clothes, but he didn't today. He sat in front of the large table in the room, frantically opening the wooden drawer over and over again, rummaging through it. His movements were very rough, no longer as gentle and refined as before. From the angle of the window, he looked like a complete madman. He Xining's heart skipped a beat, and a chill ran down her spine from head to toe. Looking at her strange husband, she actually felt a sense of fear in her heart. In her panic, she accidentally stepped on the chair too. Bang! The Shirtu slipped and fell down the steps in the courtyard, making a loud noise. Who is it? At the same time, Su Zhiheng raised his head from inside the room. He pulled open the door with a whoosh and rushed out, shouting, "Who's there?" He Xining was scared out of her wits. For a moment, she suddenly wanted to run away. She felt that Su Zhiheng would turn into an evil spirit in the next moment and pounce on her to take her life. She forced a smile, stood up, and said, "It's me." Su Zhiheng narrowed his eyes and looked at the person in front of him. After a while, the viciousness and nervousness in his eyes gradually faded away and was replaced by a smile. However, this smile was stiff and perfunctory no matter how one looked at it. His tone was also a little anxious. "Xining, why are you here?" "I was afraid that husband would be cold at night, so I took the mattress and went to the study to look for you, but I couldn't find you. I was worried that husband would fall in the dark at night, so I took the lantern and went around looking for you." She saw that Su Zhiheng's expression was somewhat nervous, and her heart was moved. She smiled and said, "I only came to try my luck. I didn't think that husband would really be here." "Husband must have missed big sister." Su Zhiheng stared blankly for a moment, then agreed. "Yes." He Xining sighed and said sadly, "It's a good thing that husband is in love, but sometimes you have to think about your own body." Su Zhiheng closed the door and covered He Xining's eyes. He pulled He Xining's hand and walked out. "Forget it, it's cold outside. Don't catch a cold with me. Let's go back." His hand was so cold that it seemed as if there wasn't a trace of life in it. He Xining obediently replied, "Husband, didn't I tell you before that I wanted to take advantage of mid-autumn to go up the mountain to pray to the Bodhisattva? My mother is finally free these few days. I want to go up the mountain the day after tomorrow and pray for big sister in heaven. Is that okay?" Su Zhiheng's expression stiffened for a moment. "Okay. Husband, do you want to go together?" He Xining asked. "I won't be going," Su Zhiheng replied. "I'm very busy these few days, so I might not be able to accompany you up the mountain." When He Xining heard this, she didn't get angry. She just smiled and said, "It's okay, then I'll count your share and pray to the Bodhisattva. Husband is busy with important matters of the country, so the Bodhisattva won't blame you." She was very obedient and considerate. She was also very good at saying things that flattered people. She was a smart woman, but also very stupid. This was what Su Zhiheng liked about her. Compared to He Yan, it was much easier to put on an act in front of He Xining. His heart gradually relaxed. The fear he felt when he heard that familiar name at tonight's celebration banquet was also washed away by the two of them. He Yan was already dead. The dead wouldn't come back. Then the living person was just pretending to be a ghost. Together with He Rufei, he would thoroughly investigate the background of the person who was pretending to be a ghost. The lantern emitted a dim light in the night. He didn't see the dark and gloomy expression of the woman beside him hidden in her obedient voice. He Xining felt that she had never really known this husband of hers. The Su Zhiheng she saw through the crack in the window just now was crazy, paranoid, anxious, and ruthless. It made her vaguely feel that the Su Zhiheng at that time was the real Su Zhiheng. She couldn't help but have doubts. Then, was this refined, considerate, and seemingly flawless man the real Su Zhiheng? Had her sister, He Yan, ever seen this side of Su Zhiheng? He Yan was so weak, and her body had always been weak. If Su Zhiheng accidentally revealed this side of him in front of He Yan, would her sister be scared out of her wits? But He Yan was already dead. She couldn't ask a dead person. He Xining suddenly felt that this seemingly gentle and beautiful Su family seemed to have many secrets that she didn't know. A terrifying thought surfaced in her mind. Did He Yan really accidentally drown to death? Xiao family's second son had a fiancée. His Majesty had personally bestowed the marriage. His fiancée was a girl dressed as a man. She had fought alongside Xiao Ju on the battlefield and had outstanding military exploits. Now, she was the first female marquis in Dawei, Marquis Wu, and overnight, the streets of Shua City, restaurants, and tea houses were all talking about the same thing. Some people said that Xiao family's second son was indeed extraordinary. His fiancée looked like a powerful woman who was not inferior to a man. Others said that he didn't want to marry the young miss of the Shen family and chose to marry an ordinary girl with no family background. Moreover, she was someone who didn't follow the rules and showed her face in public. No matter what outsiders said, the Xiao family was still enveloped in joy. Early in the morning of the next day, Bai Rongwei and Xiao Jing brought along the gifts they had prepared overnight. They grabbed Xiao Ju and went to the He family. Without a doubt, it attracted a lot of attention from the neighbors. He Sui complained incessantly in his heart. This Xiao family came too quickly. He didn't even have time to ask Qing Mei to go out and buy tea. Qing Mei was also helpless and could only pour a few cups of hot water. The whole family sat uneasily in the house and looked at the people across from them. He Yan had just practiced boxing in the backyard. The Xiao family came in a hurry and he didn't have time to change his clothes. Thus, after Xiao Jing and the others sat down, they saw a young girl wearing work clothes. Her hair was tied up in a bun and she walked over while wiping the sweat on her forehead. He Yan thought that Xiao Ju came alone today. When he saw that Bai Rongwei and Xiao Jing were also there, he didn't know what to do and looked at Xiao Ju. Without waiting for Xiao Ju to speak, Xiao Jing opened her mouth and said, "Master He, Miss He, it's impolite of us to come here today. Please don't take offense." It's okay, it's okay." He Sui smiled. He didn't sleep at all last night. In the middle of the night, he sat in the courtyard and stared at the sky for several hours. He Yan's marriage came too suddenly, and he felt that it was unreal. Even if it was His Majesty who had granted the marriage, he was still not sure. Everyone in the world said that Xiao Ju was a perfect match, but such a family was never from the same world as them. Last night, he had spent too little time with Xiao Ju. He vaguely felt that this General Feng Yun didn't have the temper of a young master and was much better than Fan Qing. He Sui had heard a little about Xiao Ju's family. Now, Xiao Ju didn't have any elders. Only her brother and sister-in-law. Xiao Jing was a famous gentleman in the capital. He didn't know much about Bai Rongwei. However, he was always afraid that his daughter would be at a disadvantage if she married into another family. Moreover, He Yan had been spoiled by him. If other families didn't spoil her as much as his family did in the future, what would happen? He Sui didn't want He Yan to marry into a rich family. As the saying goes, there was a reason why families of equal social status should be matched. Instead of climbing up the social ladder and being looked down upon, it was better to marry into an ordinary family and hold her in the palm of their hands. He Sui felt bitter in his heart. However, the current attitude of the Xiao family's brother and sister-in-law was somewhat beyond He Sui's expectations. Bai Rongwei and Xiao Jing weren't vain people. They were very grateful that Xiao Ju finally had a sweetheart. They were afraid that they would scare the girl away, so they were very considerate. As for the marriage between the two families, Bai Rongwei also discussed it with He Sui in detail. He Sui saw that the Xiao family was so serious, and the sure too in his heart was relieved. It was always a good thing to be valued. He Yan sat on the side, and there was no place for him to say anything. Fortunately, He Yunqing went to school early in the morning. Otherwise, if he stayed in the room, he didn't know how he would make things difficult for the Xiao family. He Sui was also observing Xiao Ju. The first branch of the Xiao family seemed to be very reliable. He Sui didn't doubt how outstanding Xiao Ju was. However, it was rumored that Xiao Ju didn't get close to women and was cold and ruthless. He didn't know what she thought of He Yan. He occasionally asked Xiao Ju questions about He Yan, such as what He Yan liked to eat, what she did, and how she performed in the Liangzhou guards. Xiao Ju answered one by one. He Yan, she was here as if she was a complete outsider. When this kind meeting finally ended, He Sui even tried to ask them to stay for dinner. "There's no need to trouble Master He," Bai Rongwei said with a smile. "We have to go back to the residence first and inform the Xiao family's relatives about this. The imperial edict arrived in a hurry last night, so we didn't have time to inform them. Today, we should invite all our relatives and friends to have a good time together." "Then, you must come another day," He Sui said with a bright smile. He Yan, there wasn't enough rice in their rice jar to cook a meal, and they only had one servant, Qing Mei. If they really wanted to ask them to stay for dinner, they would only be able to serve porridge and side dishes when the guests were hungry. He Yan looked at the jubilant He Sui and was speechless. He Sui sent Bai Rongwei and the others out. When the neighbors outside saw He Sui, they all cheered kindly. "Aya, congratulations, old He, you found a good in-law." Old he is so lucky to have raised such a good daughter. Why don't we have this kind of luck? When old he becomes rich in the future, don't forget about us. When He Yan was born, I even held her. He Yan thought that if the real lady he was here and heard these jokes, her face would have turned red with embarrassment. After all, she was like an iron wall, so when she heard these words, she also felt a little uncomfortable. Xiaoju walked behind her. Bai Rongwei and the others seemed to deliberately leave some space for He Yan and her to talk. He Yan asked, "Commander-in-Chief, what are you doing tomorrow?" Xiaoju looked at her and asked, "What?" "I plan to go to Yuhua Temple on Mount Lian Snow to pray to Buddha tomorrow." He Yan smiled and said, "Isn't it mid-autumn? I heard that the Buddha in Yuhua Temple is very good. Many people go up the mountain to pray at this time. Yunxing has to go to school and father has to go to work. I will go alone. If you have nothing to do, you can come with me. There is no harm in praying to Buddha." She always thought about that night when she met Xiaoju. After all, it changed her life. Although it was inevitable that her fate would lead her to a tragic end, before that end, it taught her some courage. This courage continued until now, and it became a fate with Xiaoju. Fate was long and long, like a piece of red silk hanging on an ancient tree. It was thrown away and trampled on, but it would still be picked up by another person. It would be hung again. In a place where the wind and rain could not destroy it. How lucky. I have nothing to do tomorrow. Xiaoju curled her lips and said, "I can go with you." "Okay." He Yan said, "Then tomorrow morning, I will wait for you at the entrance of Xiao Mansion." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard Xiaoju laugh. He Yan asked curiously, "What are you laughing at?" "Lady," he forgot that he is a woman again. Xiaoju said slowly, with a teasing look in her eyes. He Yan understood and coughed lightly, "Between you and me, there is no need to be constrained by the views of the secular world. Go to sleep." He chuckled, "Tomorrow morning, I will come to pick you up." He Yan nodded. The He family in the capital was happy and harmonious, full of laughter and laughter. In the other He family, the atmosphere was stagnant, and the mansion was filled with gloominess. He Rufei smashed the cup in his hand against the wall with a paw sound. The porcelain cup hit the corner of the wall, and the peony flower on the cup instantly shattered. The servants and maids in the room didn't dare to breathe loudly, and stood with their heads lowered. It was rumored that General Fei Hong was straightforward and generous, and didn't care about trifles. This was natural, but occasionally in the house, He Rufei would reveal a ruthless and malicious side. Even the servants of the He family would occasionally be confused. Why did the confident and awe-inspiring general, who was as dazzling as the sun, sometimes become as gloomy as a poisonous snake in the gutter, and the corners of his eyes would be gloomy and gloomy? "You can all leave." He Yuanqing stepped through the door, and used a shoe to push aside the fragments in front of him, and called for the servants to leave. After the door was closed, He Yuanqing sat down in front of He Rufei. "Right now, it is rumored that during the Battle of Huayuan, you used the thousand-li retreat at night technique to subdue the enemy. You are like a different person from before, very different." He Yuanqing took a cup of tea and took a sip. "I think that for the next few days, you should say that you are sick and temporarily not go to court." "Why go to this extent?" He Rufei smiled coldly and said disapprovingly, "Victory and defeat are common in the military. It's just a military campaign, it's nothing." "Is that so?" He Yuanqing looked at him, "Then why have you been restless since you returned to the Fu last night? Is it because of that woman called He Yan?" He Rufei suddenly raised his head to look at him. "She's not He Yan," He Yuanqing said calmly. "I've already sent people to investigate. She's just the daughter of a military officer at the city gates. In the past, she didn't have any connection with our family. I don't know what methods she used to hook up with the Xiaoju, and even made a marquis. She just appeared in the palace once, and you're scared to this extent? Don't forget, you're General Fei Hong." The speaker didn't mean it, but in the ears of those who paid attention, it was no different from sarcasm. He Rufei's eyes darkened, and he said, "Of course I know it's a trick." But at this point, just as someone was wantonly announcing that I'm different from the past, this woman called He Yan appeared. What a coincidence, she's also a woman dressed as a man and got promoted. "Father, don't you think it's too much of a coincidence? What do you want to say?" We couldn't find anything wrong with that woman called He Yan's identity. Based on her status as a woman, she wouldn't dare to scheme against the He family. Moreover, everyone who knew about the matter was silenced, except for the Su family. Su Zhiheng is as timid as a mouse and wouldn't take the initiative to speak. Father, that woman called He Yan is Xiao Huijin's fiancée, and Xiao Huijin was very protective of this woman last night in the palace. You're saying that this was all planned by Xiao Huijin? He Yuanqing's brows furrowed. The He family and the Xiao family have no past grievances, so why would he do this? If he could, he didn't want to be enemies with Xiao Huijin. Even the powerful Prime Minister Su couldn't do anything to Xiao Huijin, much less that military governor Xiao. If he didn't agree with him, he could chop off the head of the son of a court official. What else wouldn't he do? When He Yan was studying at the Xianxia school, she was classmates with Xiao Ju. He Rufei's gaze was deep. Perhaps he already discovered the secret of He Yan's identity. Now that we've already sided with Prime Minister Su, Xiao Huijin doesn't get along with Prime Minister Su, so he naturally wants to deal with our family. We're very secretive when doing things, Father. He Rufei didn't wait for He Yuanqing to finish speaking, and interrupted him. There's no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. There are spies everywhere in the capital. Since we've already gotten involved in the grievances between the Xiao family and the Su family, we can't just stay out of it. He Yuanqing sighed slightly. He wanted to be careful when doing things. It would be best if he took all the benefits and let others bear all the risks. There were countless benefits to being on the same boat as Su Jingfu, but at the same time, they were being targeted by Xiao Huijin. This really was a terrible thing. We're already Prime Minister Su's people. Xiao Huijin won't let us go. Since that's the case, He Rufei's eyes were filled with murderous intent. We should strike first. He Yuanqing frowned. If you want to deal with Xiao Huijin, you can't act rashly. Who said I want to deal with Xiao Huijin? You mean, didn't they find a woman to act mysterious? He Rufei spoke slowly, his eyes flashing with endless malice. Let's start with that woman. He Yan didn't expect that the appearance of the Xiao family would make He Sui start to have the idea of renovating the residence. He didn't think of changing to another residence. He Yan gave a portion of his previous silver to He Yunqing, used a portion to bribe the Su family's Fu Wang, and kept some for himself for future use. In addition, although he was a marquis, he didn't have a residence or farmland bestowed by the emperor. He was also fined his salary for a year. Even if he became an official, he would be an official with clean hands. She originally wanted to go to the camp outside the city to see Wang Ba and the others. If the Hongshan people found out that she was a woman, she could imagine how shocked they would be. But she also felt that she hadn't thought of a suitable reason to go so rashly. It was better to wait a few more days. For now, she would go to Yuhua Temple on Mount Lianxue to pray to Buddha. Early the next morning, He Yan got up and changed into a crab-shell green dress with hidden flowers. Although the He family wasn't rich, He Sui was still very willing to buy a dress for Lady He. It was just that in the past year, He Yan had grown a little taller. Although she was still slender, she was no longer as frail as before. She looked a lot more healthy. Qing Mei picked out a bit of her long hair and tied it behind her head, leaving the rest casually draped over her shoulders. He Yan looked at himself in the mirror and was still not used to it. Qing Mei smiled happily. Miss is still so beautiful. When you came back earlier, this servant almost didn't recognize you. He Yan thought in his heart, now I really don't recognize you. He Yan had asked Qing Mei to pawn off all the jewelry from before. Now, he couldn't even find a hairpin. After searching in the drawer for a long time, Qing Mei finally found a wooden hairpin. He Sui probably cut it himself. It wasn't worth much, so he didn't pawn it off at the time. Miss looks good with this. Military Governor Xiao will also like it when he sees it, Qing Mei murmured. He Yunqing and He Sui had left early, but the two of them were very confident in Xiao Ju. When they found out that He Yan was going to Mount Lianxue with Xiao Ju, they didn't ask any more questions. However, perhaps it wasn't because they were confident in Xiao Ju, but because they were confident in He Yan. After all, ever since they found out that He Yan had chopped off the heads of 2 Yuto at the Liangzhou guards, the father and son looked at He Yan in a different light. Alright. He Yan rubbed his head, just be casual. He Yan grabbed the bundle on the table and smiled, I'm leaving first. She didn't ask Qing Mei to follow her. After all, Qing Mei walked too slowly. He Yan didn't know when Xiaoju would arrive, so he opened the door first to see if there was anyone outside. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a carriage parked in front of his house. Fei Nu was driving the horse. The curtain of the carriage was half open, and Xiaoju was sitting in the carriage reading a book. He Yan was startled. He trotted over and asked, when did you arrive? Why didn't you come in? I just arrived. Xiaoju put down the book in her hands, I thought you weren't awake yet, so I waited. He Yan climbed into the carriage with ease. Chiwu began to hurry. He Yan sat down and rubbed his hands, have you eaten breakfast? Xiaoju glanced at her and didn't say anything. She took out a mahogany box from the small table in the carriage. As soon as she opened it, a fragrant smell immediately assailed her nostrils. It was a piping hot pastry and a cup of sweet syrup. How did you know I haven't eaten? He Yan was greatly moved. They had to go up the mountain in the morning. Qing Mei had to comb his hair and had already woken up early. He Yan didn't have the heart to ask her to cook for him earlier, so he wanted to buy 2 steamed buns before Xiaoju arrived. He didn't expect Xiaoju to be so thoughtful. Xiaoju raised her eyebrows, the vegetarian food in the temple is limited. I'm afraid it won't be enough for you. Seeing that he had prepared breakfast, He Yan didn't mind his teasing that he was a rice bucket. He Yan chatted with Xiaoju while eating, Governor, I heard that the Yuhua temple on Mount Lianxue is very efficacious. Once upon a time, there was a very poor man. He was so poor that his family didn't have enough food to eat. One day, he went up the mountain to chop firewood. Suddenly, there was thunder and rain. He hid in the Yuhua temple to avoid the rain. At that time, the Yuhua temple was just a dilapidated temple. The beggar looked at the Buddha statue and said, Buddha, Buddha, please show me a way to survive. The old people in my family are starving to death. As a result, when he fell asleep in the temple, he had a dream. In the dream, Buddha told him to go home and dig a hole next to the well in the courtyard. He Yan deliberately looked at Xiaoju's expression. However, this person just looked at him with a faint smile. He was not in a hurry to continue, nor did he urge him to continue. It was as if he was listening to an irrelevant gossip. He Yan almost suspected that he had said something wrong. If Wang Ba was here, he would definitely ask anxiously, what happened after that? What happened after that? However, since the story had started, he naturally had to continue. After this person woke up, he still remembered what happened in the dream. When he went home, he carried a hoe and dug a hole next to the well at night. As he dug out a bag of gold from the ground. After this poor man obtained the gold, he used the gold to do business. Later, it became better and better. He became a local tycoon. After he had money, he went to the Yuhua temple again and gave the Yuhua temple's abbot a generous amount of incense money. He also helped to renovate the temple. The Buddha statue was also given a golden body. After that, the Yuhua temple became more and more efficacious. People said that the more incense money one donated, the more one's wishes would come true. After finishing the story, He Yan drank the last mouthful of sweet syrup. What do you think, Commander-in-Chief? Do you think the legend is very powerful? Xiaoju did not comment. Lady He's story is not bad. He Yan, this story was indeed made up by her. She had already forgotten from whom she had heard it from. Of course, it was not Yuhua temple, but some other temple. However, it was enough to scare people. In the end, it was directly said by Xiaoju. He Yan almost doubted whether his ability to scare people had really deteriorated. As if sensing his frustration, Xiaoju said, the Yuhua temple's abbot is very close to my brother. He Yan, ah? So your story is too fake. He Yan was silent. It was indeed a little awkward to lie in front of someone she knew. However, she looked at Xiaoju. Okay, this temple is not Yuhua temple. However, the story is true. Commander-in-Chief, do you believe that sometimes things that happen in dreams can be real? Xiaoju, dreams? Have you ever thought that maybe everything that has happened to us now, whether it was in Liangzhou, Jiang, or the Rendu, is actually just a dream? When you wake up from the dream, you become another person. Everything that you originally had is gone. Her voice was clear and seemed to have other meanings. Xiaoju could not help but look at her. He thought for a while and said after a while, "It doesn't matter if it's a dream." He Yan looked at him. "When you wake up from the dream, you can start all over again." He Yan was stunned. He could not help but lower his head and laugh. She was right. When she woke up from the dream, it was fine to start all over again. Just like in her previous life, she met Xiaoju. Then she died. In her previous life, she became a general, but she also helped others. However, when she woke up from the dream and started all over again, she still met Xiaoju and became He Yan on the battlefield again. Even if you lost something that was destined to be yours temporarily, it would return in another way. The moon and her sword were the same. It was a sunny day with many pilgrims. At the entrance of Yuhua Temple, a carriage stopped. A young woman helped a middle-aged woman out of the carriage. The middle-aged woman was beautiful, but her face was pale and she looked haggard. The woman beside her looked similar to her. They were mother and daughter. "Mother, walk slowly. Be careful," He Xining said softly. "Madam," he nodded gently. He Xining sighed in her heart. When she left home to marry, Madam He's health was already poor. Now, it was getting worse. This morning, she went to the He family to pick up her mother in the carriage. When she held her mother's arm, she felt that Madam He's arm was so thin that she could hold it easily. It was so thin that it was frightening. "How did father take care of you? Are all the doctors in the residence useless?" He Xining was dissatisfied. "How about I ask my husband to go to the palace and invite an imperial doctor to take a look at you?" "Mother, how can I rest assured when you are like this?" "Madam," he waved her hand. "I'm fine. Don't bother." He Xining was distressed and helpless. She helped Madam He slowly walk inside. The He family didn't like to go up the mountain to worship Buddha. Today, only the mother and daughter went up the mountain. The guards were waiting outside the temple. He Xining took Madam He to see the temple abbot first and presented the promised incense money. She didn't really want to come to worship Buddha today. She just wanted to find an excuse to see her mother and tell her what she found in the Su family. But now, seeing Madam He's weak appearance, she couldn't say anything. Forget it. She didn't want her mother to worry about these things. As for the doubts about Su Jihing, she should let her find out by herself. Anyway, there was still a long way to go. Yuhua Temple was filled with incense and there were many carriages parked in front of the temple. He Yan and Xiaoju got off the carriage and Fei Nu drove the carriage to the side to wait for them. The two of them did not bring any maids or servants with them and they were very eye-catching. People who came to worship Buddha could not help but take a few more glances at them. There were those who didn't know the person, so they just looked around. There were those who knew the official's family members. After recognizing Xiaoju, they guessed He Yan's identity. However, they didn't dare to talk about it in front of him, so they stayed far away. The rules for worshipping Buddha were simple. Ordinary people would donate some incense, oil, and rice. Those who were richer would donate some money. Xiao family did not lack money and Fei Nu had already prepared it. After receiving the incense from the monks, they had to enter the temple to worship. Xiaoju did not enter. He Yan asked him why he did not enter and he only said, "I don't believe in Buddha." He Yan, they were already in front of the temple and he said that he did not believe in Buddha in other people's territory. This person was really arrogant and lawless. However, this kind of thing did not matter if he believed in it or not. She could not force Xiaoju to worship Buddha. She let Xiaoju stay outside and entered the temple. He Yan knelt down on the praying mat. The golden Buddha statue she made up for the wealthy merchants looked down on all living beings mercifully. She bowed down and kowtowed sincerely. She said in her heart, she didn't ask for anything else. She only asked for those who were harmed by He Rufei and were burdened by her to be reincarnated earlier. She wanted to be safe and healthy in her next life. After offering incense and lighting the lamp, He Yan walked out of the temple. Xiaoju was waiting for her in front of the temple. Seeing her come out, he asked casually, "What did you wish for?" "I hope that there will be no more wars in the world." He Yan put her hands together and pretended to be serious. I hope that the world will be peaceful so that you and I can relax. These words were not false. The matter of Yuto had not been completely resolved. It was said that the imperial court was still debating whether to advocate war or peace. Even now, no conclusion had been reached. After donating incense money and praying to Buddha, one could even have a vegetarian meal in the temple. The vegetarian food of Yuhua Temple was also one of the best. However, He Yan was blind the last time he came here. Even if it was a mountain delicacy, it was tasteless to him. He had already forgotten what it tasted like. Now that he thought about it, he was actually looking forward to it. When they passed the ancient tree, they could see that the huge ancient tree was rooted beside the mountain temple. The branches were as vast as the clouds and mist. They were originally green and glistening, but now they were covered in layers of red. When they got closer, they could see that the red on the branches were strands of red silk. On the red silk, there were words written, which were probably the wishes of the writer. It was said that if one hung one's wish on the ancient tree would manifest its spirit. He Yan remembered that he had hung the red silk here before, and he couldn't help but stop. This ancient tree is very spiritual, he said to Xiaoju. Xiaoju leisurely said, "You want to make up a story again?" "No, it really is very spiritual." He Yan smiled and thought that in her previous life, she had hung a wish on the tree. She hoped that she could see the moon again. At that time, when she wrote these words on the red silk, she felt that it was a pipe dream. Not to mention the moon, just the fact that her eyes could see the light again sounded inconceivable. However, at this impossible moment, even after her death, she was able to be reborn in a hopeless situation and see the moon again. In the future, when I have more money, He Yan said, I will buy a lot of fertilizer and water this ancient tree to show my gratitude and sincerity. Xiaoju choked, "Your sincerity is really different." The guest house of Yuhua Temple was a little in front of the courtyard where the monks lived. For those who donated less, many people ate in the same place. For those who donated more, they had their own courtyard. Most of the time, there was only one person in each room. There were fewer people, and the environment was more elegant. Although he was somewhat speechless at the difference in treatment, it was a good thing that there were fewer people. He Yan didn't want to eat a vegetarian meal and be secretly watched by others. Now, because of the marriage bestowed by the Emperor Wenxian, he and Xiaoju appeared in front of the world. It took a lot of courage for her to do so. Even though she was a famous person in the past, at least she had a mask to cover her face. Now, she didn't even have the slightest bit of cover. In broad daylight, she was like a white peacock shipped by a sea merchant from a foreign country. It was so rare that everyone wanted to see and talk about it. They sat down in the guest house. Not long after, the monk in green brought in many plates of vegetarian dishes. It was indeed very rich. There were steamed white jade Buddha hand, sweet and sour bitter gourd, steamed wild mountain pepper winter gourd, purple potato cakes, celestial tofu. It was much colder on the mountain than it was at the foot of the mountain. After rushing for an entire morning, they were already hungry. Now that the hot vegetarian dishes were in front of them, He Yan couldn't help but have a big appetite. He gave Xiaoju a pair of chopsticks and said, "The money for the sesame oil was not wasted. Governor, if you are not full, can I have another set?" "Xiaoju," he said, "as you wish." He Yan didn't stand on ceremony. She ate boldly. In comparison, Xiaoju ate more elegantly. Not long after they started eating, there was a knock on the door of the guest house. A monk led two people in. For a rich family like theirs, the guest house was small and exquisite. Usually, one family was enough. However, the weather was good today, and it was the Mid-Autumn Festival. There were many pilgrims who came to Yuhua Temple to burn incense. It was probably not enough to accommodate all of them, so they could only squeeze with Xiaoju. Xiaoju frowned slightly. Just as she was about to say something, He Yan said, "It's okay, let them in. I eat very quickly. It's not a problem." It wasn't easy for her to gain some fame in Shuo capital. She hadn't officially fought with He Rufei yet. She didn't want to be accused of being overbearing and unreasonable. Xiaoju thought about it and didn't say anything. The two people that the monks brought in were two women. One was older and the other was younger. He Yan only glanced at them briefly. When he saw the older woman's face, his heart skipped a beat. He couldn't control himself and the chopsticks in his hand fell to the ground. Yan hurriedly bent down to pick them up. At the same time, he hid the shock on his face. This movement attracted the attention of the two people who came in. The two women stopped in their tracks and looked at Yan. Yan had just picked up his chopsticks when the monk came over and said, "Benefactor, please wait for a moment. I will go and get a clean set for you." Yan didn't say anything. The younger woman had already followed Yan's gaze and saw Xiaoju. She blurted out, "General Fengyun." Yan subconsciously looked at Xiaoju. Xiaoju frowned slightly. She seemed unhappy. Xining was very surprised. He didn't expect to see Xiaoju here. Speaking of which, she had only seen Xiaoju once. It was when she went shopping with a friend. She saw a group of people riding horses through the streets. The people in carriages on the side of the road all avoided them. The man in the lead was handsome and outstanding. At that time, her friend beside her told her, that was Dewey's General Fengyun. It was probably because this man's appearance was too outstanding and the impression he gave people was too vivid. Therefore, when she saw Xiaoju, it overlapped with her memory. However, everyone knew that this military governor Zhao's temper wasn't very good. For a moment, Xining supported Madame He and didn't know whether to advance or retreat. He was afraid that if he wasn't careful, he would offend this vicious and merciless military governor. However, Madame He didn't care about this. She only pulled Xining inside and sat down at the table next to Yan's. Xining curiously looked at Xiaoju. There were many rumors about this military governor Xiao. However, there was one rumor that had never changed. It was that he didn't get close to women. However, this rumor was broken a few days ago at the celebration banquet. His Majesty personally bestowed a marriage between him and a woman. Xiaoju protected that woman in front of all the civil and military officials in the main hall. When the news spread to the ears of the people in Shuajing, it shattered the dreams of many young ladies. On the day that Su Zhiheng came back from the celebration banquet, his mood wasn't very good. Therefore, he didn't tell Xining about this matter. Therefore, this matter was only spread to the entire residence the next day when the maidservants in the residence went out to buy goods and heard about it. Speaking of which, Xiaoju's fiancée wasn't a simple woman. She actually dared to dress up as a man and go to the battlefield to kill Yuto. She even became the first female Marquis of Dewey, Marquis Wuan. The most coincidental thing was that this Wuan Marquis had the same name as her deceased sister, Grand Mistress Su, who had passed away due to illness. However, her sister, Yan, was very weak. She had to spend many years in the countryside residence to recuperate and take medicine every day. Not to mention going to the battlefield to kill Yuto, even walking a few steps would cause her to gasp for breath. Therefore, although their names were the same, their temperaments were completely different. Xining looked at the woman beside Xiaoju. The woman was young and beautiful, and there was a heroic spirit between her eyebrows. Xining guessed that the woman who could make Xiaoju, who did not get close to women, be so close to her was not the young mistress of the Xiao family, but his sweetheart fiancé, Wuan Marquis Yan. Xining sized her up. Yan just lowered her head and pretended to eat seriously. However, there were thousands of thoughts running through her mind. She couldn't help but look at the person facing her several times, Madame He. That was her biological mother. Yan didn't have a deep impression of Madame He. Compared to Yuan Liang, Madame He didn't like to go out. Usually, unless it was a festival, she would only stay in her courtyard. Perhaps because she was a soft-hearted woman, Madame He was afraid that something would go wrong. Yan often saw Yuan Liang, but he rarely saw Madame He. However, ever since Yan found out about his true identity, he often wanted to see what kind of person his biological mother was. He vaguely felt that she was a very quiet and gentle woman. Sometimes, she seemed a little dull. Yuan Liang always had a smile on his face, which was very popular with women. There were also a few concubines living in the second branch. There were also concubines who gave birth to sons and daughters of concubines. In terms of favoritism, Yuan Liang's second wife was definitely not the one that Yuan Liang liked the most. However, Yuan Liang never neglected his second wife. He had never done anything like favoring his concubine and neglecting his wife. At least, before He Yan's previous life, He Yuanliang's second wife, lived a good life in the mansion. One year during a family banquet, He Yan sat at the same table as Madame He when he was eating at home. At that time, she was still young. She was only 10 years old. She sat opposite Madame He. Probably because she was too curious, she looked up at Madame He more often. Later, during family banquets, He Yan and Madame He didn't sit at the same table. She didn't expect to meet her biological mother here without any warning. No matter how much he hated the He family, He Yan's mood wasn't as indifferent as it seemed on the surface when he faced Madame He. He Xining carefully pulled Madame He and whispered, "The one opposite is General Feng Yun and Military Governor Xiao. The one beside him is most likely Marquis Wuan, He Yan, who was betrothed to by His Majesty a few days ago." As soon as these words came out, Madame He stopped picking up her chopsticks and looked up at the opposite table. Now that the news of Xiao Huijin being betrothed to His Majesty was known by the whole Shuajing, from the officials and nobles to the common people. Even the beggars on the street knew that his fiancé was called He Yan. It was impossible that Madame He didn't know about it. She couldn't help but be startled when she suddenly heard someone with the same name as her dead daughter. On the other side, Xiaoju noticed He Yan's sudden silence and asked her, "Why aren't you saying anything?" Before the mother and daughter came, she kept chattering, but after they came, she didn't say anything. So what if she was recognized? He Yan was never someone who acted according to other people's expressions. Afraid that Xiaoju would see through her, He Yan smiled and randomly found a topic. "Military governor, is it really okay to keep the black jade you gave me before? What's wrong with it? I just think that it's a bit too precious." He Yan stuffed a potato biscuit into her mouth and stared at the table. She didn't look at the other two people in the room, "But your parents are really good at naming you. Ju, it means double jade. The Empress Dowager gave you a double-colored jade, it's really suitable." Xiaoju smiled, "Your name is also good." He Yan thought for a moment, her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything and just lowered her head to eat. Madame He stared at He Yan's movements. He Yan was fond of sweet things, so she always ate the beets first. Although she wasn't refined and reserved, she was very frugal and didn't leave a single grain of rice behind. If she encountered a dish that she didn't like, she wouldn't throw it away. She just paused a little, as if to pave some courage for herself, and then she would eat it all in one go and never touch the plate again. As Madame He watched, her face gradually changed. Her originally empty and numb eyes began to become more and more emotional, as if she couldn't help but cry. Xiaoju's back was facing Madame He, so she didn't see Madame He's strange behavior. He Yan saw it, but he pretended not to know and changed the topic to Xiaoju. He Xining asked in a low voice, "Mother, why aren't you eating?" The girl seemed to feel something and looked over. Madame He quickly lowered her head and picked up her chopsticks to eat a mouthful of rice. No one saw her tear fall into the bowl. During this meal, except for Xiaoju and He Xining, Madame He and He Yan ate with different thoughts. He Yan came a little earlier and ate quickly. After the meal, He Yan put down his chopsticks. Xiaoju had already finished eating. When she finished, she said, "Let's go." He Yan nodded, and the two of them walked out together. Not long after they left, suddenly, someone's voice came from behind. "Miss, please wait." He Yan looked back and saw Madame He running towards him. He Xining was a little surprised, as if she didn't expect her mother to do such a thing. Madame He was not in good health, so after running a few steps, she was gasping for breath. As a madam of an official's family, her behavior was somewhat rude. However, Madame He didn't care about this and walked towards them. Xiaoju frowned, "Who are you?" "I'm the second madam of the He family in the capital." Madame He glanced at Xiaoju. The young man's indifferent expression made her a little timid. Even so, she still stared straight at He Yan. She was reluctant to move her eyes away for even half a second. He Yan nodded with a smile, "Madame He. I'm sorry." He Xining also caught up and secretly pulled Madame He's sleeve. There was a hint of blame in her eyes. After He Yan left, they still hadn't finished their meal. He Xining wanted to talk to Madame He about the two of them, but Madam He suddenly stood up and chased after him. Everything happened so fast that she didn't have time to stop it. However, He Xining knew that she shouldn't provoke the commander-in-chief of the Right Army for no reason. Every official in the Shuo capital knew that Xiao Huijin wasn't someone to be trifled with. If she pursued the matter, she didn't want to add more trouble to the He family. "Madam, what's the matter?" He Yan asked politely. Madam He looked at her, as if she was looking at another person through her. Her voice was soft, as if she was afraid of disturbing the young lady in front of her, or as if she was coaxing her 3-year-old daughter. "You are called He Yan?" He Yan looked at the woman in front of her. In her memory, Madam He was still very young. Unlike Madam He, who was meticulous and strict, Madam He had a gentle and kind face. At first glance, she could tell that she was a very good person. He Xining had also seen her younger sister break a very expensive vase. Madam He didn't get angry. Instead, she would hold He Xining in her arms and check if her hand was scratched by the broken vase. He Yan was very envious at that time. She felt that her biological mother was really better than her mother. Later, when she returned home after the war, she became He Yan again. Madam He also came to visit several times. However, they had missed each other for too long. Even if they sat in the same room, they felt awkward and alienated. On the day of the wedding, Madam He came to see her off. He Yan sat in the room. When Madam He helped her cover her head, she said something. She took He Yan's hand and said slowly, He, you have to be good in the future." That one sentence made He Yan's eyes wet under the veil. Unfortunately, she couldn't even achieve such a simple wish of being good in the end. Even when she was blind in the Su family, Madam He didn't come to visit her even once because she was sick. The woman in front of her had aged a lot. She was no longer as young as she remembered. He Yan could even see that there were some gray hairs on her temples. She was old. He Xining looked at Xiaoju. She was nervous and hurriedly explained to He Yan, "I'm sorry, Miss He. It's because you have the same name as my sister, so my mother, she didn't know how to continue. If she said that He Yan had the same name as a dead person, who knew if the Marquis would feel that it was unlucky and displeased?" Madam He looked at He Yan and asked in a trembling voice, "Miss He, why are you called He Yan?" This question really came out of nowhere. He Yan stared at her. After a moment, she smiled carelessly and replied in a relaxed tone, "Who knows? Normal girls don't have the name Yan. The river is clear and the sea is Yan. Maybe my parents knew when I was born that I would have to go to the battlefield to protect the safety of the people. If that's the case, this name is quite different from normal people." There was a hint of self-mockery in her words. The river is clear and the sea is peaceful. It naturally sounded like a flourishing age, but she herself was on the battlefield. Not only did her blood-related relatives not feel sorry for her, they even wanted to squeeze every last bit of value out of her. It was unavoidably chilling. He Yan thought that her desire for family affection had been obliterated when she was very young. Since there was no hope, she wouldn't be too sad when she was disappointed. Now that she was in another He family, she received warmth that she didn't have before. When she met Madam He again, the grievances that were deliberately buried deep in her heart were all born. After saying that, He Xining didn't feel anything, but Madam He's expression changed. Her face was drained of blood in a split second and she almost collapsed. He Yan nodded at them, "If there's nothing else, we'll leave first." She gently pulled Xiaoju's clothes and walked forward. He Xining waited until the two people walked far enough before she complained in a low voice, "Mother, what's wrong with you? You suddenly rushed out and scared me. It's not like you don't know what kind of person military Governor Xiao is." Fortunately, they didn't make a fuss just now. If they were angry, big brother and husband may not be able to do anything. Mother?" He Xining suddenly stopped talking, because she saw a big drop of tears in the eyes of the woman in front of her. The tears streaked across the corners of her eyes, like cold dew in the middle of the night, with broken sorrow. He Xining knew that Madam He was thinking of her dead elder sister. After He Yan's death, her mother's health hadn't been good. The doctor always said that she would be fine after some rest, but He Xining also knew that it was a psychological problem. Her mother's heart was always thinking about her elder sister's death, so she became like this. But, there was something she didn't understand. She always thought that her mother was always indifferent to her elder sister. Maybe it was because Yan had always been recuperating in the village and didn't get close to her mother in the Fu, so after a long time, it was difficult for her mother to have the same feelings as her. But after Yan's death, her mother was so sad that she understood that she wasn't heartless. But if that was the case, why did her mother alienate her so much in the beginning? There was also his father, He Yuan Liang, who was very nice to everyone. He was always smiling and had a very amiable appearance. However, regarding He Yan's death, he didn't show that much sadness. In short, He Yan seemed to be a subtle existence in the He family, and He Yan's death made those seemingly normal things finally reveal the strangeness underneath. She was full of questions, but no one could answer her. No one would answer her questions. He Xining held Madame He's hand and didn't say anything in the end. She took a handkerchief to wipe the tears from the corners of her mother's eyes and said in a low voice, "Mother, let's go back." When they went down the mountain, He Yan was quieter than before. Xiao Ju asked, "Are you still thinking about what happened just now?" He Yan was afraid that she would find out, so he casually lied, "I just felt a little sad when I heard what that young lady said." Xiao Ju paused for a moment, then said lightly, "Don't worry, you won't become the previous young Mr. Su." He Yan lowered his head and smiled. He didn't know what to feel. Before this, she had already died once. But today, when she saw He Foreign again, she found that her mother didn't completely care about her. But if her mother really cared about her, why did He Foreign treat her so strangely when she was He Yan? When the He family and the Su family conspired to kill her eyes, when she was accidentally drowned, did He Foreign know the truth? He Yan would rather she didn't know. Ignorance is blameless. But even if she didn't know about this matter, Madame He must have known about the matter of her and He Rufei swapping identities back then. What kind of feelings did a mother have when she pushed her own daughter out? She was clearly so close, yet she couldn't call her mother. He Yan narrowed his eyes. Thinking about it, she should be making a trip to the Su family in a few days. She didn't know what clues Fu Wang had found. After the palace banquet, He Rufei and Su Zhiheng would definitely suspect her. She had to hurry. He Xining first sent He Foreign back to her residence with the imperial bodyguards and servants before returning to the Su family. Su Zhiheng was in his study. He didn't go to court today. For some reason, ever since he returned from the celebration banquet, Su Zhiheng rarely went out. People outside said that he was sick. He Xining naturally knew that Su Zhiheng was fine. Rather than saying that he was sick, it was more like he had something on his mind. Sometimes, when He Xining talked to him, he could feel that Su Zhiheng was obviously absent-minded. He Xining just pretended not to know. A smart woman should know how to show her stupidity at the right time. This was the rule she learned in the He family's backyard. But no matter how stupid he pretended to be, he had to have a scale in his heart. He couldn't pretend to be stupid, or else he would really be stupid. That night, Su Zhiheng, who was rummaging through He Yan's room before she died, looked very different from usual. He Xining had a layer of suspicion in his heart. When she married into the Su family, she brought along a servant girl with her. Right now, she didn't dare to use anyone from the Su family. She only dared to use the people around her. She wanted to check on some things. If these things had nothing to do with him, He Xining wouldn't care. But all these things showed that He Yan's death was not that simple. Not to mention Su Zhiheng's strangeness, today at Yuhua Temple, his mother met Marquis Wuan, who had the same name and surname, and also lost her self-control. If He Yan had any inside information, who knew if she would become the next He Yan? In the He family, women didn't have any status. Even if she was the daughter born by Madame He, her marriage had been arranged early on. A woman's marriage was to pave the way for a man's career. As for whether the person she married was a human or a ghost, good or bad, it wasn't important. Everything was based on benefits. This was also why when He Yan and Su Zhiheng married, the daughter of the He family was so jealous of He Yan. It was because her marriage seemed to be the best choice that the He family could choose for her. But now, it seemed that there was a hidden story. Xiao Lu, she ordered her personal servant girl, in these few days, secretly ask around in the Fu. When my older sister He Yan was still alive, what kind of discord happened between her and that concubine mother surnamed He, And what kind of mistake concubine mother he committed to be driven out. Eldest young mistress, why are you asking about this? Xiaolu asked curiously. I have my own ideas, He Xining didn't want to say more. You only need to remember that this matter needs to be kept secret. You must not let outsiders know. Give more money. Also, it's best not to mention my older sister. Start with concubine mother He. This way, even if she wasn't careful and was discovered by the Su family, she could say that she was jealous and wanted to know how that concubine mother in the past received Su Zhiheng's favor. And not expose that she was secretly investigating the cause of He Yan's death. Everyone in the Su family never took the initiative to mention He Yan and avoided He Yan's matters. There had to be a problem. He Xining looked at the bright sunlight outside and suddenly felt that the spacious and bright courtyard of the Su family had become a bit eerie and terrifying. But, even if it was for herself, she couldn't live so muddle-headedly. After praying to the Buddha, He Yan and Xiaoju didn't directly return to their fu. Instead, they went to the Liang province guards camp outside the city. The Nanfu soldiers were more reserved, but Tian Lang didn't allow them to talk too much about their superiors' private matters. Shen Han couldn't control the Liang province guard. He Yan had eaten and lived with a group of soldiers and had already formed a deep friendship. Now that he heard that his brother had become a woman and had even become his superior's fiancée. In any case, other than training the soldiers, the most popular thing that everyone was interested in recently was talking about this matter. When He Yan and Xiaoju arrived, they were still training the soldiers. He Yan thought about it and then said to Xiaoju, Governor, why don't you not go in with me? Just stay outside with Shin Jiaodou and the others. If you go in, even if they have questions, they won't dare to ask. Xiaoju raised her eyebrows, okay. Then she went to find Tian Lang. Ever since he returned to the capital, he had been busy with the Su Jingfu's matters. In order to make Su Jingfu lower his guard, he rarely came here. Every time, he would only stay for a short while and then leave in a hurry. After Xiaoju left, He Yan sat outside the training grounds and waited for them. Not long after, the training ended. The soldiers went to eat in twos and threes with their arms around each other's shoulders. Someone saw He Yan sitting at the edge. He Yan was wearing women's clothing today, so they didn't recognize him immediately. A soldier even approached him warmly and asked with concern, Miss, who are you looking for? He Yan looked at him, stood up, and patted the dust off his body. He smiled, we haven't seen each other for a while. Don't you recognize me? He Yan saw that the new soldier was still staring at him blankly. He seemed familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. He Yan reminded him, I am the number 1 Liang province guard. This time, the new soldier became excited. He swallowed his saliva and howled, brothers, He Yan is here. His voice was so loud that He Yan couldn't help but dig his ears. Immediately after, he saw a large group of people, like cats that had smelled something fishy, hula. All of a sudden they all surrounded him, their mouths saying where is it, show me, show me. He Yan was surrounded by the crowd in an instant. Now that he was dressed as a woman, everyone finally realized that he was indeed a woman. The new soldiers of the Liang province guard didn't try to curry favor with him like they usually did. They even seemed a bit awkward. Some people even blushed and didn't dare to look at He Yan. They looked at their shoes on the ground and asked in a small voice, that Brother He. Miss He, how come you're a woman? He Yan cupped his hands in apology to everyone and said in a clear voice, at the time, I really had difficulties and accidentally joined the army. I didn't mean to deceive you all. Now that the truth is out, I thought I should come and apologize to you all. I am indebted to everyone for taking care of me in the past. Even though I am a woman, we are still brothers. These words were spoken in the same tone as before. Only then did everyone's previous restraint dissipate slightly. Another voice came from the crowd, everyone, get out of the way. Where is she? He Yan looked up and saw Wang Ba's group parting the crowd and walking in his direction. When they were in the Liang province guard, they had the best relationship with He Yan. However, even with such a good relationship, they still didn't realize that He Yan's identity was strange. As a result, they were the ones who were most shocked. Wang Ba was the angriest. So he had been calling a girl boss for a year and a half? Because of this matter, he had almost become the laughingstock of the Liang province guard these past few days. Everyone wanted to use this matter to make fun of him. He didn't expect that He Yan would come knocking on his door today. He had to come and demand justice. Just as he was thinking, Wang Ba had already walked in front of He Yan. However, just as he was about to speak, he couldn't say a word. Facing a lively and delicate little girl who was looking at him with a sweet smile, even the most heartless man would be embarrassed to scold her. As a result, He Yan saw that the big guy in front of him had a face full of anger and couldn't say a word. However, Xiaomai squeezed out. He was young and passionate. After being surprised at the beginning, he was happy. Now that he saw He Yan, he was greatly surprised. Go, I didn't expect you to be so beautiful. You're too amazing. What go? Hong Shan slapped him on the head. Call her Miss He. He didn't know what to do. After all, they had slept in the same bed before. Brother He, how can you be a girl? Jiang Jiao also found it hard to accept. He had always admired He Yan because He Yan was about the same age as him. However, He Yan could always give him careful guidance on martial arts. He felt that he had benefited greatly from having such a close friend. Now that his close friend had become a girl, Jiang Jiao didn't know what to feel. He originally thought that this must be a misunderstanding and that the information broker had gotten something wrong. Now that he saw He Yan standing gracefully in the crowd, he knew that he couldn't deceive others and himself. She really was a girl. Among them, Huang Xiong and Shi were the calmest. Shi didn't like to show his emotions on his face. Huang Xiong was old and had traveled extensively. There was nothing he hadn't seen before. It was shocking to hear that a girl dressed as a man, but it wasn't new. However, some things that he didn't understand before were now answered. For example, why could He Yan only live in the same room and be so close to Xiaoju? It turned out that it was inconvenient. Xiaoju wanted to take care of his fiancée. However, this jade-faced commander-in-chief was indeed as ruthless as outsiders said. She was obviously his sweetheart. When He Yan first arrived in Liangzhou, he didn't neglect any training. She had also lived in a bungalow before. Every morning, she would follow the team obediently and run with weights. If it were another man, he would probably have a tender heart for the fairer sex. Are you really going to marry the commander-in-chief? Xiaomai asked curiously. Will I have to call you second Madam Xiao in the future? Xiaomai was a straightforward person. She said whatever she wanted to say, but He Yan's face suddenly turned red. If someone else were to call him second Madam Xiao, he would feel very uncomfortable. His embarrassment was noticed by the recruits of the Liangzhou guards. They all started to jeer, brother He is shy. I didn't think that I would be able to see brother He being shy in my lifetime. Heavens, my life wasn't in vain. He Yan, as the group of men talked, they went back to calling him brother He. They probably felt that it was easier to call him that. Hong Shan scolded Xiaomai, be careful. Don't talk nonsense. She's a girl. Do you want people to talk about her like that? Xiaomai covered her head and said aggrievedly, what's there to be shy about? The men around her laughed. That's right. Brother He didn't even blush when he claimed to be the #1 Liangzhou guard in front of everyone. Aren't you embarrassed? Even the #1 Liangzhou guard was taken by a girl. You guys can't even beat a little girl. What a waste of your tall stature. Is she an ordinary girl? Is she? Is a girl who was invited by military governor Xiao to be his wife an ordinary girl? If you can fight, why don't you do it? I'm not going. You do it. The noise from outside the martial arts field traveled into the small room. Shen Han wiped the sweat from his forehead. Liang Ping, Ma Damii, and the other instructors stood in the room, not daring to move. Who knew if Xiaoju suddenly came to settle scores? Speaking of which, every instructor here had treated He Yan harshly before. Especially Liang Ping. However, it was hard to say. For example, when they soaked in the hot spring on Baiyue Mountain, everyone present had a share. However, it seemed that their commander-in-chief was in a good mood. He had no intention of punishing anyone. He just sat in the room and watched the training of the new soldiers. Have you sent the money to them? Shen Han answered, I've already sent it. I've even visited them personally. Some of the new soldiers who died in the Liangzhou Guard were unable to return to Shuo capital with them. They had to go door to door to comfort their families. Don't slack off on your training for the next few days, Xiaoju said. The instructors nodded. After another hour, it was time for them to leave. Xiaoju stood up and walked out. Shen Han said, Commander-in-Chief. Xiaoju turned around and looked at him. Shen Han smiled awkwardly. Congratulations. After seeing the new soldiers, it was almost evening. He Yan and Xiaoju returned to the city. Xiaoju first sent He Yan back to the He family before returning to her residence. I'll be very busy these few days. Before Xiaoju could say anything, He Yan took the initiative to answer. There are still many procedures to be completed for the conferment of Marquis Wu and Commander-in-Chief. You don't have to worry about me these few days. Do you need help? He Yan waved his hand. No need. I'll be fine by myself. After Xiaoju left, he heaved a sigh of relief. His relaxed days were coming to an end. He Yan tidied himself up. He didn't want He Sui and He Yunqing to see any clues. He pinched his face until he squeezed out a smile. Then, he stepped through the door. On the other hand, Xiaoju returned to her residence. Xiaojing and Bai Rongwei were not around. Bai Guo was watering the flowers in the courtyard. When she saw Xiaoju, she called out crisply, "Second young master." The little girl had specially asked her to serve He Yan so that he could stay in the courtyard. After He Yan left, he was busy with Su Jingfu's matters and forgot about Bai Guo. He didn't expect Bai Guo to still be in the courtyard. It was already late. He would ask Bai Rongwei to arrange for her to stay in another courtyard tomorrow morning. He didn't like other people in the courtyard. Xiaoju entered the house. Fei Nu went to get the carriage. Not long after they sat in the house, someone knocked on the door. Xiaoju said, "Come in." Wanning walked in from outside. "How are the two people in the village?" Xiaoju asked. "The doctor has already seen them. Their lives are not in danger for the time being. Chiwu is still being interrogated. The two people have some misgivings and have reservations in their words. Young master, please give them a few more days. When the two people are willing to open their mouths and present evidence, Prime Minister Su will not be able to make a comeback." 3 days. Xiaoju said, "At most 3 days. If there is no result in 3 days, I will interrogate them myself." Wanning nodded. After a while, she said, "Young master, in addition to this, when I was investigating today, I found out something else." "Speak." "The military general He family is investigating us." Xiaoju paused. She looked up at him, "He Rufei?" Wanning nodded, "It should be. He Yuanqing and He Yuanliang's connections and methods in the imperial court are not as good as his. His movements are very secretive and careful. Maybe he was a little impatient and exposed himself. Did he find out anything about the rumors that were spreading in the market?" "No, young master." Wan Ying's expression was very serious. Moreover, if it was only about the rumors, he didn't need to investigate Miss He's background. Xiaoju's eyes suddenly sharpened. "He Yan?" "That's right." Wanning said, "He is not only investigating young master, but also Miss He." Xiaoju's face darkened. Because of his relationship with Su Jingfu, if Su Jingfu's people wanted to deal with him, they would target He Yan. After all, He Yan did not have any family background. Even if he had the title of Marquis Wuan, he had not formed his own connections in the imperial court. His foundation was too shallow, and it was easy for him to be uprooted. But if He Rufei wanted to target He Yan, then it would be a big mistake. "Young master, there is one more thing." Wan Ying's expression was somewhat hesitant, as if she did not know whether to say it or not. She rarely had this kind of time, so Xiaoju asked, "What is it?" Wanning thought for a moment, and after a long while, she made up her mind and said, "Hanlin scholar Su family is also investigating Miss He." "Su family?" Xiaoju frowned. If He Rufei was investigating Xiaoju because of his relationship with Su Jingfu, or because he had previously ordered people to spread rumors about him in the market, and thus implicated He Yan, then the Su family was not involved. At this time, they also interfered, which was very thought-provoking. "Only investigating He Yan?" Only investigating Hien. Since they were only investigating Hien, it had nothing to do with the Xiao family. Then the question was, what kind of relationship did Hien have with the Su family in the past that made the Su family act so rashly? After a long while, Xiaoju said, continue with your work, but after today, investigate the Su family as well. There were some things that were not right that had been overlooked. For example, the second Madame He that they met at Yuhua Temple today, her behavior was also strange. There must be something fishy between the Su family and the He family. At night, all the servants were asleep, but the hall of the He family was still brightly lit. Madame He stood in the middle of the room. Beside her was her maid, Cui Er, who came up the mountain with her today. He Yuanliang and He Yuanqing sat on both sides. He Rufei sat on a chair beside them. She glanced at Madame He with a heavy gaze. No one knew what she was thinking. Second aunt, what did you say to Xiao Huijin in Yuhua Temple today? After a long while, He Rufei said, now that Xiao Huijin has returned to the capital, the situation in the capital has been disrupted again. At this time, every step is very important. Xiao family and our He family are not the same kind of people. I didn't say anything. Madam, he said softly. Her eyes were calm. I just took a look at his fiancée. Xiao Ju's fiancé was He Yan, the name that no one in the He family was willing to mention. It always reminded them of the bad things in the past. He Rufei smiled. Second aunt, what are you doing? My cousin has passed away. Even if they have the same name, you don't think that He Yan is your dead daughter, do you? I told you before. He Yuanliang had already put away his usual smile. His face was very ugly. Don't mention He Yan again. He Yan is dead. It's all in the past. Do you want to kill our whole family? Cui Er knelt on the ground and trembled. She had been bought over by Madame He. She had to report to Madame He about everything that Madame He did when she was in the house, let alone when she went out. This time, it was the same. She didn't have the chance to eat vegetarian food with Madame He. She only saw Madame He talking with Xiaoju from afar. When she returned to the house, she couldn't wait to tell Madame He about it. She wanted to be rewarded. But now, Cui Er regretted that the He family didn't hide these secrets from her. It was not because they trusted her, but because it was useless for a dead person to know the secrets. She had no chance to reveal the secret. She's already dead. Second Madame He looked at him with a trace of anger in her eyes. She can't harm the He family. It's the He family who harmed her. What do you mean? Madame He's face turned cold, and her tone was very dissatisfied. Are you resenting us now? You knew it when I made the decision. Moreover, this is for the sake of the entire He clan. What do you mean by for the whole He family? Second Madame He sneered, when I made the decision, did I have the right to choose? She didn't die for the entire He clan, she died for your greed. You killed my daughter, but you don't feel the slightest bit of remorse. She's already dead. I just want to see my daughter again. Even if they have the same name, even if I know it's impossible, I still want to see my daughter. By the end of his speech, he was already hysterical. Second brother, He Yuanqing frowned slightly, is this how you discipline your wife? He Yuanliang said angrily, she's a lunatic. I've already said it's a disaster to keep her alive. Kill me, second Madame He smiled bitterly, and her eyes were filled with despair and madness. If you kill me, you won't be afraid that the secret will be known. If you kill me, I can go down to the ground and reunite with my daughter. I want to see from the sky how long the glory and wealth that you stole from others can last. Even if I become a ghost, I'll curse you from the ground every day. Everything you want will be in vain, and you won't have a good ending. These words sounded particularly strange at night. He Yuanliang said angrily, crazy, all of you are crazy. He Rufei's eyes were cold, and he said lightly, second aunt, don't say that. Even if you go down to the ground, my cousin may not be willing to reunite with you. After all, you were also the one who pushed her to that road. You're not qualified to be her mother. Even if you go down to the ground, she will still resent you. Second Madame He was stunned by his words. In a moment, tears gushed out of her eyes, and she sobbed painfully. Second aunt, don't talk about life and death. Have you forgotten how sad second sister was when you died? Second Madame He's crying stopped abruptly. Xining doesn't know anything. Of course I know second sister doesn't know anything. Hirufei smiled noncommittally. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lived until now and married Su Zhiheng. It's okay if second aunt doesn't want to say. I'll go to the Su family tomorrow and second sister will tell me everything. Hirufei played with the thumb ring on his hand. But second aunt, you have to know that He Yan is already dead, and you have more than one daughter. If you want to kill your other daughter, you can do whatever you want. I won't tell anyone. Second madam, he knelt down with a plop and crawled in front of Hirufei. Don't hurt Xining. She doesn't know anything. Hirufei helped her up and smiled. Xining is so obedient and sensible. Why would I hurt her? Second aunt, you don't have to worry. It's just that second aunt's condition is getting worse and it's not suitable for you to go out. Just announce to the public that you're seriously ill and can't get out of bed. Find a doctor to treat you. He had a pitiful expression. Second aunt, treat your illness well. After a while, all these things will be over and you'll be fine. Men, he ordered the guards outside to come in. Send second madam to the courtyard. She'll recuperate from today onwards. Don't see anyone. Second madam, he was dragged out of the hall. Arguing with Hirufei had exhausted all her strength. No one else in the room said anything. After second madam he left, He Yuanqing frowned. Is this really okay? I feel that she'll cause trouble sooner or later if we keep her. Hirufei glanced at He Yuanqing with a trace of contempt in his eyes. This man didn't have any talent in his career. He only got his position because of his relationship with He Yuanqing. Even so, the cowardice and selfishness in his bones didn't decrease at all. As for his wife and daughter, as long as it involved his interests, he wouldn't hesitate to kill them. However, he wasn't willing to make the final decision. Compared to him, He Yuanqing was much more decisive. Second uncle, don't worry. Hirufei smiled faintly. With Xining here, second aunt will know her limits. Moreover, if something happens to second aunt, it'll be more suspicious. At this juncture, it's better for the He family to be careful. If it's not for that, first madam, he asked worriedly. Then what should we do now? If Xiao Huijin really knows something, won't everything we've done be in vain? When He Yan was still alive, Hirufei would still discuss the big and small matters of the He family with He Yuanqing and his wife. However, after He Yan died, the He family had already listened to Hirufei's arrangements. In the eyes of the He family, the biggest danger had completely disappeared with He Yan's death. In the future, what awaited the He family was endless glory and wealth. However, because of Xiao Huijin's involvement, the situation had changed. That safety seemed to have many loopholes now, so they couldn't be completely at ease. I'll make a trip to the Su family tomorrow. Hirufei narrowed his eyes. Second aunt has been keeping secrets for so many years. With second sister by her side, even if she finds Xiao Huijin, she won't say too much. Compared to that, I'm more worried about Su Zhiheng. Su Zhiheng? He Yuanqing asked. What's wrong with him? This lowly person is trash. He's as timid as a mouse. He can't do much. Hirufei spoke of Su Zhiheng with disdain. This person always talked about how glorious he was, but unfortunately, he would immediately become timid when he encountered a problem. That day at the palace banquet, he only met someone with the same name and was so scared that he almost gave himself away. However, he didn't think about it. How could a dead person come back to life? It was obvious that someone was behind this to make them panic. He could still remain calm, but Su Zhiheng might not. If Su Zhiheng couldn't stand the threat and did something wrong, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, with his temperament, he would definitely reveal all the secrets he knew and implicate the entire He family. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of alerting the enemy, Hirufei would have killed Su Zhiheng more than Madame He. Because to some extent, Su Zhiheng knew no less secrets than Madame He. Even if it was to appease the army, he had to see Su Zhiheng as soon as possible. That's it. Hirufei stood up and rubbed his forehead. There were too many unexpected situations these days. He wasn't completely unaffected. When he walked to the side of the servant girl named Shui Er, he seemed to feel something. He lowered his head and saw that the servant girl was kneeling very low. Her body was trembling, and her white neck was exposed. She looked particularly fragile. What should we do with this girl? He Yuanliang asked. He Rufei looked at Chui'er with pity. Then, he walked past her expressionlessly and said, "Kill her." A woman's scream echoed in the room. The next day, He Yan went to the Su family. When he arrived, he coincidentally saw a carriage from the He family stop in front of the Su residence. He Rufei got off the carriage. The servants of the Su residence familiarly welcomed him in. He Yan stood in the corner across the street. Most of his body was hidden in the shadows. He lowered his eyes to hide the ridicule in his eyes. In the eyes of outsiders, He Rufei probably came to see his sister. Only He Yan knew that He Rufei came in a hurry today. He just saw He Xining at Yuhua Temple yesterday. He was afraid that He Rufei came to see her today because he wanted to see her. She also understood one thing in her heart. There were spies from the He family around Madame He. It was very likely that she was no longer free. It seemed that her appearance more or less made He Rufei panic. There was no point in staying here. She turned around and walked to the tea house where she had agreed to meet Fu Wang. At the He family's residence, Su Zhiheng saw He Rufei. As if he saw his savior, he pulled him into the study and closed the door. He couldn't wait to ask, "How was it? Did you find out about that girl named Tian? What is her background? Why did she come?" He Rufei looked at him contemptuously. "I haven't seen her for a few days. You're so scared that you don't even dare to go out. You don't know. You don't know." Su Zhiheng had a headache. That day when you didn't talk to Marquis Wuan, her demeanor and actions were very similar to He Yan. Moreover, I always felt that her eyes weren't that simple. Even if the dead can't be resurrected in this world, she must know something. She's coming for us. He Rufei sat down on a chair in the room and said neither quickly nor slowly, "Even if she's coming for us, it's not impossible." "What do you mean?" Su Zhiheng asked. "Didn't you doubt whether she's really He Yan?" He Rufei said, "Then kill her again. It doesn't matter if she's real or not. As long as she's dead, it's fine." "How is that possible?" Su Zhiheng was shocked. "She's Xiao Huijin's fiancée now. How would we dare to touch Xiao Huijin's people?" Su Zhiheng didn't have any connections with Su Xiang. For the Su family, it was natural to not have any conflicts with Xiao Ju if they could. They would not have any conflicts with Xiao Ju. He Rufei couldn't tell Su Zhiheng that Xiao Ju had already targeted the He family because of Su Xiang. Otherwise, with Su Zhiheng's cowardice, who was as timid as a mouse, he might tell Xiao Ju and try to get a chance to live. He Rufei said, "My people have already investigated. The He family once had an enemy in Shuajing. Although this matter has already been settled, and now because of Xiao Huijin, no one will take the initiative to mention it. However, one of their sons died, so they might have some resentment in their hearts. I'm guessing that the death of the Fan family's young master is more or less related to He Yan. If someone killed He Yan." He smiled slightly. The Fan family's people seeking revenge is really a natural reason. Su Zhiheng was a little moved, but he still had some concerns. "If you do this, Xiao Huijin might find out. That's General Feng Yun. I'm also General Fei Hong." He Rufei suddenly shouted. Su Zhiheng was shocked, but he saw that the man in front of him had an extremely gloomy gaze. It seemed that his words just now had touched He Rufei's sore spot. He reacted. "That's not what I meant, forget it." He Rufei waved his hand impatiently. "I'll arrange this matter. You just need to know. During this time, don't do anything stupid and cause trouble for me. I didn't come here just for you today. Where's Xining? Why are you looking for Madame? Yesterday, she and her mother went up the mountain to worship Buddha. On the way, they met Xiao Huijin and He Yan. I don't know what they talked about," He Rufei said. As soon as he said this, Su Zhiheng immediately became nervous. "I'll find her immediately." He Xining was drying books in the courtyard. When she heard that He Rufei had come and took the initiative to call her over, her first thought was not happiness, but nervousness. Xiaolu asked her, "Madam, why do you look so pale?" He Xining took out a mirror and saw that her lips were pale. She asked Xiao Lu to bring some lipstick to her lips and took a deep breath. Then, she put on a smile and walked towards Su Zhihing's study. When she reached the study, He Xining called out, "Husband, big brother." Su Zhihing hurriedly asked her to sit down. "Big brother passed by your residence today, so he came to see you." Su Zhihing smiled. "Big brother is very concerned about you." He Xining obediently thanked him. "I heard that you and second aunt went to Yuhua temple to worship Buddha yesterday." He Rufei looked at He Xining and smiled. "Second aunt's health has not been good recently. It's good to worship Buddha." He Xining nodded. "Yes, I saw that mother's complexion was not good. I was also very worried. Father has already invited a famous doctor to the residence to nurse second aunt's body. You're just too worried." He Rufei comforted. Then, he changed the topic and asked casually, "I heard that the two of you also met General Feng Yun and his fiancée at the temple yesterday?" He Xining's heart tightened, but she did not show it on her face. She revealed a surprised expression. "I didn't expect Big Brother to also hear about it. When Mother and I saw the two of them, we were quite surprised. We didn't expect that such a cold and indifferent person like General Feng Yun would actually believe in Buddha. Believing in Buddha has nothing to do with this." He Rufei picked up the teacup and took a sip. He smiled and said, "What did you talk about?" He did not ask did you talk, but what did you talk about? It seemed that their every move in the temple had been known. He Xining was even more nervous. She did not know what happened to her mother when she returned to the He family last night. Looking at He Rufei's appearance, he seemed to know everything. But He Xining was not completely stupid. She sighed and looked a little sad. Big brother also knows that after big sister died, although mother did not say it on the surface, she was very sad in her heart. "I heard that military governor Zhao's fiancée had the same name as big sister, so I wanted to go and see her. Mother only asked, 'You are He Yan?' I was afraid that I would offend military governor Xiao, so I did not wait for her to continue. I apologized to military governor Xiao and Miss He and pulled her away." He Rufei also sighed when he heard this. But the look in her eyes still made He Xining's back feel cold. He stared at He Xining and suddenly asked, "Then, is that Marquis Wuan really that similar to your big sister?" Su Zhihing looked at He Xining. He Xining's palms gradually exuded beads of sweat. She was stunned for a moment, then she suddenly laughed and said, "Big brother, why are you also like this? It's broad daylight, can you not say such scary things? Even though I don't have much contact with big sister, but from what I see, that Marquis Wuan and big sister are not the least bit similar. Big sister is well-behaved and polite, but Marquis Wuan has a lively temperament. When she was talking to military governor Xiao, she was not the least bit afraid. If it were big sister, she would definitely not be like this." He Rufei stared at her, as if trying to discern whether she was telling the truth or not. Just when He Xining felt that her smile was somewhat stiff, He Rufei looked away and said, "That's true." He Xining breathed a sigh of relief when the oppressive pressure was suddenly lifted. "I still have other things to do. Since I've seen you, I should go." He Rufei stood up. As if thinking of something, he turned back to look at He Xining and said, "It's not peaceful outside these few days. It's best if you stay in the Fu and don't go out." He Xining hurriedly said, "I know." He Rufei went out. Su Zhihing said, "I'll see big brother out." Then he followed him out of the study. He Xining sat alone in the room. After a long time, she slowly reached out and touched her heart. For a moment, she felt that her heart was about to stop. Even though Su Zhihing said that He Rufei was just passing by, He Xining knew very well that he came for her, for yesterday's matter. However, compared to Xiao Huaijin, He Rufei's focus seemed to be more on He Yan. Why, she did not dare to continue thinking about it, but she could not help but guess. He Rufei's last words seemed to be a reminder of concern, but He Xining's intuition told her that it would not be easy for her to leave the Fu in the future. Would she have to stay in this Fu, cut off from the rest of the world? He Xining could not help but shiver. If she was already like this, then her mother's situation would be even worse. What should she do? On the other side, when He Yan finished his second cup of tea, Fu Wang arrived. As soon as he came in, he went straight to He Yan's room and said, "Young master, I've been waiting for you for so long." Fu Wang had learned to be smart. He could not come here every day, or else he would be suspected by the Su family. However, if he did not come, he was afraid that he would miss He Yan. Therefore, he took some money and asked the teahouse's waiter to keep an eye on him. If He Yan came, the waiter would go to the Su family's door to inform Fu Wang. Therefore, Fu Wang could come here as quickly as possible. Originally, when I knew you were here, I wanted to come. However, there was an important guest in the Fu today, so I did not dare to leave my post without permission. I could only wait for the important guest to leave before secretly coming here. He Yan knew that he was talking about He Rufei, so he did not pursue the matter. He only smiled and asked, since little brother is so anxious to see me, it seems that Mother Qin's matter has been settled. Fu Wang cursed in his heart. This young master was really impolite. He did not even exchange pleasantries when he came up. Instead, he talked about business like this. It was really too unreasonable. However, even though he thought this in his heart, he did not dare to say it out loud. Fu Wang smiled and said, there is good news and bad news. Which one does young master want to hear? The good news. The good news is that Mother Qin is really not dead. These days, this little one has been diligently searching for her whereabouts for young master. As expected, there is a clue. Although it is not certain that we can find her, it is certain that Mother Qin is still alive. There is an 80 to 90% chance that she is at her lover's house outside the city. However, that lover is very cunning and often cannot find her. Every 3 to 5 days, she will change places. If young master trusts this little one, give this little one another 8 to 9 days. This little one will definitely be able to find Mother Qin's whereabouts. 8 to 9 days? He Yan slowly opened his mouth, that's a bit long. That's not it. Fu Wang had a long face. This little one also has to make arrangements and run all over the place. This matter is very important. Young master trusts this little one, but this little one does not trust others. This little one is afraid that this little one will accidentally mess things up. Naturally, this little one cannot be careless and do things half-heartedly. He Yan smiled and took out an ingot of silver from his bosom. He placed it on the table. Fu Wang immediately beamed with joy. He put the ingot of silver into his bosom and said seriously, as long as young master needs it, this little one will do everything for young master as soon as possible, even if this little one has to climb a mountain of swords or dive into a sea of fire. He Yan did not feel like listening to his glib tongue. He only asked, what is the bad news? Fu Wang stared blankly for a moment, then looked around as if he was afraid that someone would overhear. Only then did he lean over and whisper, the bad news is, there are still people in the Su estate looking for Mother Qin's whereabouts. He Yan's fingers moved slightly. He said, Su Zhiheng? Fu Wang's eyes widened. How did you know? He anxiously said, that's right, it is Master Su. This little one has been asking around these past few days and discovered that Master Su had also sent people to look for Mother Qin's whereabouts. However, it was because of this that this little one was able to borrow their strength and smoothly investigate without being discovered. Young master, if you really want to find Mother Qin, you must first meet her before Master Su finds her. After leaving the Su estate, He Yan went straight back to the He estate. He Sui and He Yunxing hadn't returned yet. He Yan took out a small box from under the table. There were a few silver ingots inside. Fu Wang was greedy for money. If there wasn't a huge benefit, he wouldn't dare to take such a big risk for her. He Yan's gaze gradually became serious. Su Zhiheng was probably scared out of his wits. That's why he went to find Mother Qin so quickly. She had to find her before Su Zhiheng, so she had to bribe him. Looking at the pitiful silver ingots, He Yan sighed. Did he really have to make another trip to Lutong village? A luxurious carriage stopped at the entrance of Shi Jinbo's estate. Servant girls escorted a young miss in. The Chu estate's servants hurriedly came out to greet her. Miss Su is here. Su Pingting held her chin high, lifted her dress, and stepped into the Chu clan's gate. When Su Jingfu occasionally came to the Chu estate to find Chu's island, Su Pingting would also come along. Everyone in the Chu estate knew that Su Pingting was the apple of Su Jingfu's eye. They didn't dare to slight her. Madame Chu followed them out. When she saw Su Pingting, she smiled and said, Miss Su is here. Xylan hasn't returned yet. Please sit in the main hall and drink some hot tea. You can wait for Xylan to come back. Su Pingting glanced at Madame Chu and snorted as a response. Her actions were very rude, but Madame Chu didn't get angry. She still had a smile on her face as she went out to instruct the servant girls to make some snacks. Su Pingting looked at her busy figure and smiled in satisfaction. Sure, Jinbo's wife was born with an unattractive appearance. This wasn't a big deal. In the Shua capital, there were many women without good looks. However, she had married a handsome man like Chu Linfeng. When the two were compared, it naturally became a joke. Chu Linfeng was also a man who lusted after beauties. He brought concubines into the manor one by one. He brought a total of 19 concubines into the manor, all of whom were outstanding beauties. In this way, Madame Chu looked even more pitiful. However, no one dared to look down on Madame Chu. In this manner, other than Chu Zhao, no concubine could give birth to Chu Linfeng's child. Su Pingting had also heard from Su Jingfu that Chu Zhao's position in the household was awkward. Since she was in love with Chu Zhao, she had to stand on the same side as Chu Zhao against a common enemy. Therefore, every time she came to the Chu residence, she had to make things difficult for Madame Chu, the official mother, so that she could avenge Chu Zhao. It was the same today. Madame Chu had a maid bring in snacks and tea. Chu Linfeng wasn't in the manor at this time. Madame Chu smiled and said, I haven't seen Miss Su in a while. Ever since His Majesty granted the marriage, I've been very happy to hear that Miss Su is going to marry our Xylan. In the Shua capital, only Miss Su is worthy of Xylan's attention. Who didn't like to hear compliments, especially compliments about Chu Xylan's love for her? Su Pingting was a little proud when she heard that. She said, of course. No other woman is worthy of brother Xylan. Madame Chu smiled and took a sip of tea. Her gaze landed on the maid behind Su Pingting, Mo Tai. Su Pingting noticed her gaze and said unhappily, why are you looking at my maid? I'm looking at how pretty Miss Su's personal maid is. Madame Chu gently stroked her hair and said unhurriedly, after you and Xylan get married, Xianxia, who is by Xylan's side, is also not bad. When you walk out, you will be a family of beauties. It would have been better if she hadn't mentioned this. As soon as she mentioned Xianxia's beautiful face immediately appeared in Su Pingting's eyes. Mo Tai's looks were not bad, but compared to Xiang, it was far worse. Not to mention Mo Tai, there were countless girls in the Shua capital, but there were only a few who could compare to Xiang. Speaking of which, Su Pingting suddenly realized that she had been seeing Chu Zhao these days, but she hadn't seen Xiang. Where is that girl now? Su Pingting asked. Xylan said that she doesn't need to serve him. She can just do some light work in the courtyard. Madame Chu smiled and said, Miss Su, you know that Xylan has a gentle personality and is kind at heart. He's always very kind to girls. Xiang is his maid who grew up with him. She's more special than the other servants. Mo Tai couldn't help but say, no matter how special she is, she's still just a servant. Su Pingting clenched her fists and her nails dug into her palms. Her expression was ugly. Xiang was a thorn in her heart. With such a vixen by Chu Zhao's side, how could she be at ease? If it weren't for Chu Zhao's protection, Xiang would have died 1,000 times over. When she was young, she once joked that she wanted to sell Xiang. Chu Xylan, who had always been obedient to Su Pingting, ignored her for half a month for the first time. At that time, Su Pingting understood that Chu Zhao wanted to protect Xiang. If she used the same method to deal with Xiang that year when she was interested in Chu Zhao would never forgive her. Su Pingting didn't want Chu Zhao and her to be estranged. She also didn't want Chu Zhao to think that she was a vicious woman. He had endured this for many years. However, she did not have an engagement with Chu Zhao. Could it be that in the future, when she became Chu Zhao's wife, she would have to tolerate a vixen hanging around under her nose every day? Madame Chu took in Su Pingting's expression and sighed. Miss Su is still young and hasn't been the head of the household. However, once you get married, your life will be completely different from when you were a young lady. You see, there are a total of 19 concubines in the Chu estate. All of them treat me with respect. It doesn't seem bad. Do you really think I don't have any grudges? A woman can be jealous and throw a tantrum before she gets married. But if she's still like this after she gets married, others will say that she's jealous and impolite. Su Pingting was furious. Who dares to say that I'm jealous? Even if they don't say it, they still think so. Madame Chu said with a smile, therefore, if Miss Su has someone she doesn't like, you must send that person away before you get married. Otherwise, it'll be a small matter if they stay in the estate and affect your relationship as a married couple. You're still young. It won't be good if you hurt your relationship. Madame Chu's words were full of concern and her face was full of smiles. Su Pingting knew that Madame Chu was trying to drive a wedge between them. However, what Madame Chu said was what she cared about the most. Keeping Xianxia was like leaving a thorn in her heart. If she didn't remove this thorn, she wouldn't be happy for the rest of her life. What if the person I want to get rid of is protected by someone else? Su Pingting asked. Chu Linfeng found 19 beautiful concubines. Among them, no matter how smart or stupid they were, none of them could compete with this average-looking woman in front of her. To be honest, Su Pingting quite admired Madame Chu. If she didn't have some tricks up her sleeve, how could she control the Chu estate? That's easy. Madame Chu said. I heard that the Prime Minister was the Crown Prince's teacher. The Crown Prince lacks smart and considerate people. If Your Highness the Crown Prince asks for it, who would dare to refuse? Su Pingting's eyes lit up. She had forgotten that she couldn't do anything to Xianxia, but the Crown Prince could. How could Chu Zhao refuse the Crown Prince? For a moment, Su Pingting was overwhelmed with emotions. Even Chu Zhao didn't want to wait. He stood up, glanced at Madame Chu, and smiled for the first time today. Thank you, Madame Chu. I still have something to do today. I'll come another day. He hurriedly left with his maid. After Su Pingting left, the smile on Madame Chu's face faded. The servant next to her whispered, Madam, if the Crown Prince really wants Xianxia, there's nothing the fourth young master can do. Chu's island has always been wise to protect himself. No matter how much he loves that girl, he won't destroy his future for a lowly servant. I never thought that he would go against the Crown Prince. Then you, Madame Chu picked up the teacup in front of her and took a sip. After a while, she said, it was Su Pingting's idea for Xianxia to be taken away by the Crown Prince. I will naturally let Chu Xilan know about this. That lowly bastard is very vengeful. He doesn't show it on his face, but he's probably very angry inside. I want him to fight with the Su family. You also know, Madame Chu sneered. If he fights with the Su family, the only result is death. I'll wait for the day he dies. He Yan didn't know anything about what happened in the Chu family. She hadn't seen Chu Zhao since the celebration banquet. She thought that he was probably busy with his marriage with Su Pingting. After all, the Su family valued this daughter very much. That day, He Yan went to pick up He Yunqing from school in the evening. It was early winter in the capital, so the sky got dark early. There weren't as many people on the streets as usual. Other than the hawkers who sold hot soup, people still preferred to stay in warm houses. A group of young men walked out of Helu Academy. He Yunqing was surrounded in the middle. The situation was completely different from the last time He Yan came. Yunqing, in the future, your brother-in-law will be the famous General Feng Yun. You're still the best. How can this be called Yunqing's best? This is called Yunqing's sister's best. Can your sister do this? She can't do it. He Yan listened by the wall and felt that something was wrong. Why did it sound like they were scolding her? Now in the academy, He Yunqing had changed from being ignored by everyone to someone who wanted to get close to him. It was just that he had a sister who was a marquis and a brother-in-law who was a general of the clouds. There were even shameless people who wanted to go to his house as a guest. Bah! He didn't even know that person. It wasn't easy to get rid of this group of sticky candy. He Yunqing carried a cloth bag and walked home. Someone patted him on the back. When he turned around, He Yan reached out and rubbed his head. Why are you walking so fast? Are you in a competition? He Yunqing was stunned and looked around. Why are you here? I dealt with some business today, He Yan said seriously. I passed by your academy on the way home. I was waiting for you to go back together. Don't come to the academy to find me in the future. He Yunxing walked forward in a bad mood. I don't know what these lunatics will do when they see you. He Yan smiled and guessed what happened to this young man. He said, I know. Our Yunxing doesn't like to be in the limelight. I won't come to find you next time. Sigh, I think Dad will be home soon. Qingmei will cook porridge tonight. Let's buy a few mutton buns to eat. You only know how to eat. He Yunxing complained, but he obediently followed He Yan to buy some buns. The mutton buns on the streets of Shuajing had thin skin and large fillings. They were not expensive. The hot buns were packed in oil paper bags and held in their arms. They were warm. He Yan carried the paper bags and walked home with He Yunxing. He turned into an alley and took out a bun for He Yunxing. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat one to fill your stomach first? He Yunxing refused. No, do you want to grow up to be Tang Yuan from the Wang family next door? Tang Yuan was a pig raised by the Wang family next door. It was also the fattest pig on the street. When it walked, it could only see a round and white ball. Therefore, even though it was a huge monster, it had a cute name, Tang Yuan. He Yan looked him up and down and took a bite himself. You're so young, but you already know how to care about your appearance. I told you, you're at the age where you're growing. If you don't eat more, how can you grow taller? It's fine if you lose weight after you gain weight. Anyway, you won't look bad in the future. He didn't know what kind of nonsense she was talking about, but He Yun was angry. He was about to teach her not to speak so casually in the future, but he saw He Yan suddenly frown and quickly pull him behind her. He didn't have time to ask what happened, but the half bun in He Yan's hand was already thrown out, accurately hitting a shadow on the wall. The next moment, on all four sides of the wall, several shadows appeared out of nowhere, holding knives in their hands as they rushed towards the siblings. Yunxing, be careful. He Yan pushed He Yunxing to the corner of the alley. He Yunxing was stunned by the sudden assassination. When he turned over and sat up, he saw He Yan fighting with the group of men in black. Their target was not him. He Yunxing shouted, help! Someone's killing someone. However, this street was already sparsely populated. Now that it was night time, there were even fewer people. Even if there were people, those who were timid did not dare to come this way. He did not bring any weapons to school. Even if he wanted to rush in to help barehanded, he was only halfway there when he was slashed by a man in black and fell to the ground. Yunxing. He Yan was anxious. He bent his body to avoid the blade of the man in front of him. He bent his elbow and directly hit the man's abdomen. The man was knocked back. He Yan seized the opportunity to snatch his knife and turned to the side to knock down the other people's knives. He Yan's knife skills were not bad. Although there were many people, their skills were not good. In just a moment, they fell under his knife. He Yan did not take their lives. He kicked the last person down. He Yunxing hurriedly ran over. His eyes were full of panic. He Yan. Impudent. He Yan wanted to make him feel more relaxed. He deliberately joked, I said to call her sister. He Yunxing did not care. He only grabbed He Yan's hand and looked up and down. Are you hurt? What happened to you just now? Why did you push me out? Your small body is not enough to block the knife. He Yan said, go and get the torch on the wall. I want to ask a few questions. He Yunxing was still a little nervous. He Yan urged him a few times before he went to the wall to get the torch. He Yan took the torch and walked to the nearest person. He squatted down in front of him. At first glance, he was stunned. She did not attack the vital parts of these people. But this person's mouth was bleeding and he was motionless. At first glance, he was dead. She took the torch and looked at the remaining people. They were all the same. What happened? He Yunxing was very sensitive to killing people because of the Fanqing incident. At this moment, he saw that the people lying on the ground were not breathing. He could not help but panic. Why are these bandits all dead? You clearly. They put poison in their mouths. When they were caught, they bit the poison and killed themselves. He Yan stood up. Under the light of the torch, his eyes were very bright. They are not bandits. They are men of sacrifice. Men of sacrifice? He Yinxing was stunned. Men of sacrifice, why would they come to kill us? No, to kill you. Just now, when He Yan pushed him out, those people did not take the opportunity to take his life. Instead, they kept pestering He Yan. But He Yan had been in Liangzhou all this time. He just returned to Shuajing not long ago. He did not have any enemies. Why would someone deliberately want to take his life? At this time, the sound of people and horse hooves came from outside. Accompanied by the light of the fire, a large group of people ran over with torches. He Yan looked up and saw that it was the city guards. Thinking about it, He Yinxing's loud shout just now had alarmed the surrounding people. Some of the smarter ones went to look for the nearby city guards. What happened? The leading soldier dismounted from his horse. When he saw the corpses on the ground, his expression immediately became serious. He Yinxing was afraid that they would suspect He Yan and himself. He hurriedly said, "Officer, when we just arrived here, these people jumped out and wanted to kill us. My sister fought with them. When these people saw that they could not beat my sister, they took medicine and killed themselves." The young man was still a bit nervous. But compared to the last time on the boat, he was much better. At least he could finish a sentence. Sister? The soldier looked at He Yan suspiciously. A woman against so many men. The men were not her match? It sounded a bit unbelievable. He Yan did not panic. He only took out the official seal from his chest, Marquis Wu and He Yan. Hearing this, the soldier jumped in fright. He believed He Yunqing's words by 70%. Who did not know about Marquis Wuan? That beautiful woman who was conferred the title of Marquis. She was also the sweetheart of the Right Army commander. So it's Marquis Wuan. After confirming that the official seal was real, the soldier's attitude became much more respectful. Looking at the corpses on the ground, he still had some doubts. You're saying that these people ambushed you and wanted to take your life? He Yan nodded his head. Does Marquis Wuan know who these people are? He Yan shook his head. Since they are death soldiers, they are people who want to take my life. However, I don't have any enemies in Shua City, so I have some doubts in my heart. Report it to the officials, she said. He Yunqing raised his head. This matter is not something that I can solve alone. There are actually people who dare to attack an official of the imperial court. If the one ambushed today was not me, but a weak civilian, what would happen? Maybe the Shua City's city defense is not enough, which is why they are so careless. The woman was usually very polite. However, when she kept her smile, she seemed a bit cold. In my opinion, let's leave this matter to the officials. What do you think, sir? The soldier wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and smiled. Of course. While the coroner was examining the body, He Sui rushed over to the Yaman's main hall as soon as he heard the news. He rushed over as soon as he saw He Yan. He grabbed He Yan and looked at him from head to toe. Yan, are you okay? Are you hurt? Why are your clothes torn? Did they hurt you? He Yinxing stood at the side and said coldly, those who hurt her are all dead. Father, why are you so worried? He Sui saw He Yinxing standing at the side with a nonchalant look on his face. He slapped him on the back and scolded, why did you ask your sister to bring you home for no reason? Don't you know that your sister is a girl? What if something happens to her? Is this how you protect your sister? The Yaman officer standing at the side, He Yan said, Father, I'm fine. Those people were not after Yunqing. They were after me. Moreover, I can protect myself. Yunqing, on the other hand, should be more careful when going to and from school. It's better for me to pick her up. He Yunqing snorted. You should take care of yourself. He was still a little angry at He Sui's biased actions, although he did not really care. At this time, someone came in from outside. It was Xiao Ju. He had rushed back directly from outside and looked travel-worn. As soon as he entered, he brought with him the chill of early winter. Xiao Ju walked in and asked He Yan, what happened? He Yan shrugged. I was picking up Yunqing from school and encountered assassins on the way home. However, these assassins seemed to be suicide soldiers. I did not kill them. They all took poison and committed suicide. The coroner is examining the bodies now. I don't know what exactly happened. Suicide soldiers? Xiaoju frowned slightly. The first thing he thought of was Su Jingfu's people. However, Su Jingfu's people would not be so stupid. If He Yan really died, this marriage would be annulled. Xiaoju could also find another noble lady with a good family background. This way, their plans would all fail. Even if it was for their own interests, Su Jingfu would not kill He Yan at this time. Su Jingfu's people were the same. Were they He Yan's enemies? The Yamen officer wiped the sweat off his forehead. Marquis Wuan alone was difficult enough. Now, General Feng Yun personally came to inquire about this matter. If this matter was not investigated clearly, everyone's job would be lost. Are you injured? Xiaoju asked again. He Yan opened his arms and turned in a circle to show him that he was unharmed. Don't worry. In any case, I am the #1 Liangzhou guards. These people are not enough for me to fight. Xiaoju saw that he was alive and kicking and felt slightly relieved. When Fei Nu received the news, he was with Lin Xuanhe to see the two dying brothers that day. When he received the news, he immediately rushed over. Shuajing could not be compared to the Liangzhou guards. If the Liangzhou guards could kill a person, it would be the harsh climate, the harsh environment, and the cruel and domineering Yuto. In Shuajing, there were countless ways to kill a person. He did not want He Yan to be involved in unrelated quarrels because of his relationship with him. However, this assassination attempt was extremely strange to begin with. Emperor Wenxian had just bestowed the marriage and he acted as if he could not wait. This was not Su Jingfu's style at all. The coroner walked over while wiping his hands. He first saluted He Yan and Xiaoju before saying, there were a total of 7 people who died. They had wax pills in their mouths. The wax pills were sealed with a strong poison. They died upon entering the mouth. These people did not have any fatal wounds on their bodies. They took poison to commit suicide. Taking poison to commit suicide proved that their deaths had nothing to do with He Yan. He Yan was not the one who killed them. This also proved that these people came prepared. They were indeed death soldiers. Who are the other party? He Yinshin could not help but ask, why would they want my sister's life? Another Yamen officer stepped forward and said, we checked the bodies of these assassins. We found a banknote on one of the assassins. He handed the banknote to Xiaoju. It is the banknote number of Jinyu Bank. This banknote was very clean. It was almost brand new and was well preserved. We plan to take this banknote to Jinyu Bank. As long as they checked the account books of Jinyu Bank these days, they would probably know who exchanged the banknote and made it appear on the assassin's body. However, He Yan frowned slightly. This was a bit too smooth. Since these death warriors could seal the wax pellets so well, it meant that they didn't care about life and death. How could they store a banknote so well in their bosoms? It was as if they were deliberately showing it to them. He Yan cupped his hands and said, sorry to trouble you. The Yamen officers repeatedly said that. They did not dare. General Feng Yun's father-in-law, Marquis Wuan's father. They did not dare to neglect him. He Yan raised his head and saw that Xiaoju was still frowning, as if he was in an extremely bad mood. He tugged at his sleeve and said in a low voice, Commander-in-Chief, I think we should go back first and wait for news. Let the Yamen officers solve the case. You and I have to pay attention these days. Since they could make a move on her, it might mean that Xiaoju was also in danger. Xiaoju looked down at her, thought for a moment, and said, since they came for you, you should stay at home for the next few days. Don't go out. How can I do that? He Yan flatly refused. Yunqing needs to go to school. I don't feel at ease with him alone. There's also my father. I'm afraid that those assassins will target them. The two of them are not as good as me. If they encounter those assassins, they won't be able to protect themselves. Don't worry, Xiaoju said, I'll send someone to secretly follow and protect them. After a pause, he continued, Xiao family too. I'll let Chiwu follow you. He Yan shook his head quickly, no need, no need. Chiwu is not as good as me. He can't help much. I alone am enough. Besides, those people won't dare to be too presumptuous in broad daylight. They didn't succeed this time, so I don't think they will act rashly for the time being. After this, she still had to go to the Su family to gather information and find Mother Qin's whereabouts. It was really inconvenient for her to follow Qiwu. It was tantamount to planting a spy around her. Moreover, it was the kind of spy who would turn around and tell Xiaoju. If Xiaoju knew about her strange behavior in private, He Yan wouldn't even know how to explain. But this time, Xiaoju was unusually firm. No, you can't be alone. If you don't want him to follow you, you can live with the Xiao family. He Yan. Didn't you say that you want to protect my reputation? Xiaoju said coldly, compared to your reputation, I'm more worried about your safety. He Yan. He didn't know why, but he always felt that it was unnecessary for him and he swayed to appear here. He Yan thought for a moment and made a choice between the two options. In the end, he said, alright, then let Qiwu follow me. If she was in the Xiao family, she was afraid that she wouldn't even be able to leave the house. In the He family, although Qiwu was there, she could just sneak out and get rid of Qiwu. Although it would take a lot of effort, it wasn't completely impossible. Xiaoju finally gave up. Because it was getting late and today's incident happened suddenly, after talking to the officials, Xiaoju sent them back to the He family. She left Qiwu and a few bodyguards behind before she left. After Xiaoju left, He Yan washed up and went back to his room. Qingmei cooked porridge, but no one was in the mood to eat today, so they went to bed early. Qiwu and a few bodyguards were keeping watch at night, so He Yan didn't have to worry too much. After he got on the bed, he looked at the canopy and his heart was filled with thoughts. Actually, when those assassins committed suicide by swallowing medicine, He Yan already had a suspect in his heart after finding out that they were death warriors. He was afraid that the person behind the scenes was either He Rufei or Su Zhiheng. Her appearance at the celebration banquet must have scared Su Zhiheng out of his wits, and also made He Rufei suspicious. Perhaps they wanted to test her background, or perhaps they wanted to go all the way and kill her. Other than these two people, He Yan couldn't think of any other enemies. However, she didn't expect that these two people would be so bold and dare to make a move in broad daylight. Were they sure that she didn't know the whole story, so they were so bold? However, He Rufei and Su Zhiheng didn't know that she was He Yan and knew the whole truth. This move allowed her to figure out their background. She was afraid that He Rufei and Su Zhiheng weren't as calm as they seemed on the surface. Or perhaps, they didn't clean up their tails, so they couldn't wait to kill her to silence her. He Yan turned over and slowly closed his eyes. He Rufei was ruthless, and Su Zhiheng was cowardly. These two people didn't get along well with each other. They both had their own selfish motives and had something on each other. If they could quietly get rid of the other party, it might be a good thing for them. Relationships that were tied together because of benefits were fragile and unreliable to begin with. There was no difference between being a snipe and being a clam. The important thing was that the fisherman could sit back and reap the benefits of the fight between the two. She didn't know if it was because of her relationship with Marquis Wuan, or because of Xiaoju, but the Yamen acted very quickly. In less than 2 days, He Yan was notified to go to the Yamen that the mastermind behind the assassination had been found. He Sui and He Yunsheng weren't at home at this time, so He Yan went out by herself. Qiwu followed her all the way to the Yamen. When they arrived, they bumped into Xiaoju, who was getting off the carriage and walking inside. "Governor, why are you here?" He Yan asked curiously. "They also informed you?" Xiaoju nodded. He Yan didn't say anything else. She only thought that the people in the Yamen were really lackeys. She was clearly the victim, but they went ahead of her and informed Xiaoju. When they walked in, Official Liu, who was in charge of the case, invited them to sit down in the hall and ordered his subordinates to serve them tea. "Official Liu," He Yan went straight to the point, "have you found the mastermind behind the assassination?" The bailiffs went to Jinyu Bank and checked their account book. They found that the banknote was exchanged from the Fan family 5 days ago. Official Liu looked at He Yan and hesitated for a moment. He seemed to be very conflicted. In the end, he had to ask, "Does Miss He still remember the Fan family in the capital?" After saying this, he quickly glanced at He Yan. If he had a choice, he really didn't want to take this case. This case was a tricky one no matter how he looked at it. If he wasn't careful and didn't satisfy these two people, his official career might come to an end. Especially now that the mastermind behind the assassination had been found, he felt a headache. The relationship between the Fan family and He Yan was unclear. If he asked Xiaoju this question in front of Xiaoju, what if she felt uncomfortable and took it out on him? Fan family? He Yan was open and magnanimous. There wasn't the slightest bit of bashfulness. Fanqing? Official Lu sighed in his heart. She really was a heroine. No wonder she could subdue the cold-blooded and heartless Governor Jade-Faced. He smiled and said, "That's right. You're saying that the Fan family was the mastermind behind the assassination?" He Yan asked, "Why did they do this?" Official Lu said, "After we found out that the banknote was exchanged from the Fan family, we went to the Fan family. In Lady Fan's room, we found a poison that was exactly the same as the one in the assassin's wax pills. Lady Fan's personal maidservant told us the truth. She said, about a year and a half ago, Lady Fan's only son, Fanqing, was killed on a boat on the Chunlai River. The assassin's whereabouts were unknown. At the time, Missy was also on the boat, but no one knew where she went. Everyone thought that Missy was killed by the assassin. Now that Missy has returned to the capital safe and sound, Lady Fan believed that Missy was the assassin and that Missy was the one who killed Fanqing. Harboring a grudge, she secretly hired assassins in an attempt to take Missy's life. What did the assassin say? The one who asked was Xiaoju. Lady Fan refused to admit that she was the one who hired the assassin. She is now in prison and is still being interrogated. However, in this official's opinion, there are witnesses and evidence in this case. There shouldn't be any other possibility. Where is that maidservant right now? Official Lu sighed. After Lady Fan's maidservant told us the truth, Lady Fan started arguing with her. Before our men could pull them apart, that maidservant took a knife and stabbed herself in the heart, committing suicide. We don't know if she was afraid of the Fan family's revenge, or if she simply committed suicide to escape punishment. In other words, there is no one else who can prove Lady Fan's innocence? He Yan asked. Official Lu looked at He Yan. Miss He, this official knows that you have a good heart and don't want to wrongly accuse others. However, this matter is already a clear fact. In fact, in order to avoid arresting the wrong person, the magistrate's officers also investigated many things. For example, during the days when you went to enlist. In the army, the Fan family continuously made things difficult for your father and brother. The reason why your father lost his position as a military officer was because the Fan family played some tricks. The Fan family has long blamed Fanqing's matter on you. Now that you have returned safe and sound, the Fan family doesn't dare to take revenge in the open, so they secretly take action. You don't have any enemies in Shuajing City. Other than the Fan family, there is no reason for them to take revenge on you. He deliberately ignored the possibility that He Yan was implicated because of Xiaoju. After all, he was just a small person and didn't dare to participate in the battle between Xiaoju and Prime Minister Su. He Yan looked at Xiaoju. Xiaoju said, "I want to see someone." Official Lu was stunned. Military Governor Xiao, Fanqing's mother. Official Lu could still fulfill this request. When He Yan and Xiaoju arrived at the prison, they saw Lady Fan sitting in the innermost part of the prison. She was hugging her knees and curling up into a ball. Once someone approached her, she couldn't help but tremble and mumble something under her breath. He Yan frowned when he saw this and asked, "Did you torture her?" "No, no." Official Lu was shocked and waved his hands. "We didn't have time to interrogate her. We only arrested her yesterday afternoon. However, it is strange. When we came in yesterday, she was still fine." Her tone was extremely arrogant and she refused to admit that she was related to the assassins. This morning, when the jailer came to check on her, there was something wrong with her. However, Official Lu didn't think much of it. We have seen this kind of thing many times. Knowing that she can't escape with evidence, she began to act crazy, thinking that she can escape. He Yan squatted down and called out to her, "Lady Fan, Lady Fan?" When the woman in the prison heard this, she looked at him with fear. Her hair was very messy and covered her face. Only one of her eyes could be vaguely seen, and it was filled with fear. He Yan had seen Fanqing before, but this was the first time he had seen Lady Fan. He also knew from Qingmei that Lady Fan wasn't a good-tempered person. Ever since Tang Ying and Fan Cheng's marriage was set, Fan Cheng and Lady He cut off all contact. When Lady He went to the door, the servants of the Fan family stood at the door, ignoring the curses of the people. He Yan was so ashamed that he fell seriously ill. However, now that he saw this woman, He Yan felt that there was still something suspicious about this matter. Even if a shrewish mother who spoiled her son really wanted to settle accounts with him, with Lady Fan's usual temperament, she definitely wouldn't do it secretly. Moreover, she was just a woman, how could she have come into contact with those men of sacrifice? Even if she really did hire assassins, why would she be stupid enough to put the poison in her room and not quickly destroy it? Why would her personal servant betray her master? Since she was afraid of being implicated, she simply didn't say anything. She even had the courage to die, so why would she commit suicide? Now that there was no evidence and Lady Fan was acting crazy. He Yan glanced at the woman in the prison. Was she really pretending to be crazy? Official Lu looked at He Yan's actions and his heart broke out in cold sweat. This Marquis Wuan really didn't avoid taboos. In front of her own fiancé, she dared to show such concern for her former lover's mother. Even if the other party wanted her life, she was magnanimous and didn't care. However, from Fanqing to Xiaoju, the He family's eldest daughter's foresight had indeed improved by leaps and bounds. He Yan stood up, let's talk outside. The few of them walked out of the prison. Miss He, Military Governor Xiao, this case, she's not the murderer. Without waiting for Official Lu to finish, Xiaoju interrupted him. Official Lu froze for a moment, but, the evidence is already complete. The so-called evidence is the evidence that the murderer wants you to see. If you continue to try the case like this, I'm afraid you'll fall into the murderer's trap. Xiaoju said. Official Lu's heart was incomparably bitter. He just wanted to be an official peacefully and quickly close this case. It wasn't easy to have witnesses and material evidence, so the case could be closed as soon as possible. However, Xiaoju refuted it with one sentence, so there was no end to it. However, he didn't dare to voice his complaints in front of Xiaoju. Official Lu thought for a moment, but if it's not Lady Fan, then who could it be? The clues are cut off here. The only thing on the assassin's body that can be used to identify her is that banknote. We can start from Fan family. Xiaoju calmly said, find out who the dead servant girl was in contact with before this. Find out who entered Fan Cheng's mother's room. Also, he paused, from tonight onwards, double the number of guards here. I think, very soon, someone will want to silence her. He Yan listened with trepidation. Xiaoju's analysis was similar to what he had in mind. No matter how much trouble Official Lu thought it would be, Xiaoju still pointed out a way for him. After a series of assurances, he went to instruct the officials to do their work. He Yan and Xiaoju walked out side by side. For a moment, the two of them were silent. If He Yan had only guessed before that He Rufei and Su Zhiheng were the culprits, now he was almost certain. The Fan family's crime was too obvious. He Rufei and the others probably thought that He Yan previously had disagreements with the Fan family. Once something happened, they would definitely take advantage of the situation and accuse Lady Fan of the crime. They wouldn't investigate further. However, because of Xiaoju's words, Official Lu was still investigating the case. In order to not make any mistakes, He Rufei and the others would take the risk to silence Lady Fan. Although this seemed to be full of loopholes, but, it was their best method. What do you think? Xiaoju suddenly asked. He Yan came back to his senses and said, I think, what the commander-in-chief said just now was very right. I feel that there is something wrong with this case. She saw that Xiaoju was looking down and didn't say anything. Her heart moved and she deliberately teased, Commander-in-Chief, are you angry because of the Fan family? Previously, the one who had a dispute with Fanqing was the proper Lady He, not her. When she had just arrived, she had forgotten about this. Now that she thought about it, Xiaoju was unusually silent. Could it be that she was unhappy because of this matter? This was also true. As a fiancé, to have a relationship with someone else, even in a normal family, was not acceptable. Slave Fei should have helped you investigate what happened on the spring-coming river back then. If I really had something, I wouldn't have done that, He Yan said softly. Xiaoju stopped and looked at her. The young girl's eyes were lively, like a child who had done something wrong. She was a little embarrassed, a little fawning, and a little smiling. It was impossible to tell that she had experienced a thrilling pursuit a few days ago. If it was in the past, he would probably follow He Yan's words and casually tease her, but today was different. He Yan, he called He Yan by her name, are you hiding something from me? He Yan paused and smiled as usual. She looked up at the person in front of her and said, no. Why do you say that, Commander-in-Chief? The young man stood in the same place and looked down at her. His tone was gentle, but his gaze was as sharp as a knife. He was silent for a moment before he asked, you really don't know where those assassins came from? For a moment, He Yan felt as if he had seen through everything and knew everything. However, after a moment, she said in confusion, Commander-in-Chief, what do you mean by that? If I knew where the assassins came from, I would have directly told Official Liu and let him catch them. Why are we still wasting time here? He Yan's expression was relaxed, but her heart was beating very fast. She did not know if Xiaoju had found any clues. She could not tell Xiaoju these things. She also did not know how to explain these strange, crazy, and tragic and disgusting actions. She could not tell Xiaoju. Xiaoju looked at her steadily. After a while, she said lightly, it's fine. In the next 2 days, He Yan waited for news from the Su family's Fu Wang. Unfortunately, he didn't know if it was because Su Zhiheng was also searching for Qin Momo's whereabouts, but Fu Wang's search didn't go smoothly. At the same time, on the night that He Yan and Xiaoju met Lady Fan, there really was someone who snuck into the prison to silence them. Because of Xiaoju's reminder, Official Liu increased the number of guards in the prison. The assassin didn't succeed, but the jailers weren't able to catch the masked assassin. Even so, Lady Fan was still crazy. Official Liu didn't dare to lightly punish her. The Fan family and the servant girl who tried to commit suicide were still being investigated, so the case was at a standstill. He Yan was assassinated that day in the streets. After the city guards arrived, many citizens gathered their courage and came to watch. He Yan revealed his identity, so this matter couldn't be hidden. The next day, everyone in Shuajing knew that Xiaoju's fiancé, Marquis Wuan, had been assassinated in broad daylight. Fortunately, her skills weren't bad and she managed to escape. For a time, the number of citizens in Shuajing who went out at night greatly decreased. They were afraid that they would encounter bandits wandering outside. Before everything was investigated, the people in Shuajing would only think that it was bandits. In the Crown Prince's residence, beautiful servant girls were playing the zither and dancing. The Crown Prince's indulgence in Guanyan's sensual pleasures wasn't something that happened in a day or two. Although the Crown Princess was angry, she couldn't do anything. She focused all of her efforts on herself and hoped that she would give birth to a grandson soon so that the Crown Prince's position would be more stable. Unfortunately, the Crown Princess's stomach didn't live up to expectations. Ever since she entered the Crown Prince's residence, there had been no news. The Guangyan was dissatisfied with the Crown Princess and became more and more impudent. Now, in the entire residence, there was no one who could discipline him. Today, the Crown Prince hosted a banquet and invited Prime Minister Su. Chuzhao was also present. Ever since Imperial Father bestowed the marriage, I haven't had the chance to congratulate Zilan. The Crown Prince looked at Chuzhao and smiled. This time, Zilan has fulfilled her wish and strengthened her marriage with Prime Minister Su. It is a wonderful thing. Congratulations. Finished speaking, he raised the wine cup in his hand to Chuzhao. Chuzhao hurriedly picked up the cup in front of him and repeatedly said that he didn't dare. Then, he drank the wine in the cup. Now that Xiao Huijin has returned to the capital, Guangyan sighed. The emissary of the Wutua kingdom will enter the capital in a few days. Xiao Huijin would certainly do everything possible to obstruct the opening of the market in Great Wei. But now that most of the people in the court are on our side, Ben Gong isn't worried. After a pause, a trace of ruthlessness flashed through the Crown Prince's eyes. Ben Gong is worried about Lao Si. If Xiao Huijin joins fourth brother. In the imperial court, although Guang Shui did not have as many connections as Guan Yan, and concubine Lan's family was not as powerful as Empress Shang's, they had a natural advantage that they did not have Emperor Wenxian's favor. Emperor Wenshuan doted on Guang Shua, and several old and smelly pieces of hard shirtu in the imperial court also secretly supported the fourth prince's Guang Shua. The fourth prince is mediocre. You don't have to worry, Your Highness, Minister Su said with a smile. That kid is useless, but... The crown prince narrowed his eyes. He's always an eyesore. Most likely, although no one in the imperial court said it explicitly, everyone was well aware that his ability and character were not as good as Guangshua's. Even his own people thought so. Even this old fox in front of him. The crown prince's gaze swept past Minister Su, and he thought of another interesting matter. Xylan, the crown prince suddenly looked at Chu Zhao. I heard that you have a servant girl who is beautiful and clever. Is that true? Chu Zhao heard this and felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over his head. Slowly, it turned to ice. However, he did not show it on his face. He respectfully replied, that is true. If you have such a beauty, why don't I see her by your side? The crown prince asked with a smile. However, there was no smile in his eyes. Why? Of course, it was because if the crown prince saw Xianxia by his side, it would be impossible for her to continue staying in the Chu family. For a long time, with the crown prince's Guanyin personality, as long as there was a beautiful woman, he would kidnap her and bring her to his fu. Xiang's appearance would only bring her trouble. This girl's hands and feet are not clever, and because she is too beautiful, it is not convenient to keep her by my side. This lowly official has always had her stay in the fu and do some rough work. Hearing this, the crown prince laughed loudly. Xylan, you are wasting God's gift. You don't know how to care for women. In the future, when you marry Ping Ting, you need to change. Otherwise, Minister Su will not be happy. Su Jingfu only sat to the side and drank tea with a smile. It was as if he did not hear the crown prince's words. Chu Zhao appeared to be at a loss. Since it is a waste to keep her in your fu, why not give her to me? The crown prince said nonchalantly, I lack such a clever servant girl. The Eastern Palace is not lacking in food to feed one more person. What do you think? Chu Zhao paused and raised his eyes to look at the Guanyin. The zither music in the hall had stopped at some point, and the dancing servant girls had quietly retreated. In the silence, the air was stagnant like sticky blood, and there was a nauseating feeling of suffocation. The young man's face could be considered handsome, but it was unknown whether it was because of excessive indulgence, but there were obvious dark circles under his eyes. When he looked at people, there was always a trace of ruthlessness and mania. Even though there was a smile on his face, there was a trace of contempt in his eyes as he stared at Chu Zhao. That was disdain from the bottom of his heart. It was the contempt of a superior looking at an ant. What? The crown prince said jokingly, could it be that Xylan can't bear to part with her? Su Jingfu only looked at the teacup in front of him and did not say anything. Chu Zhao stood up and walked to the crown prince. He bowed down, how could Xylan dare? Xiang was chosen by your highness to serve your highness, and it is Xiang's fortune. It's just that this servant girl is clumsy and I'm afraid she will offend your highness. Since your highness has decided, when this official returns to the fu, I will immediately send Xiang over. His respectful attitude clearly pleased the crown prince. The crown prince waited for Chu Zhao to kneel for a while before he stood up and helped him up. He smiled with satisfaction, there is no need to bow. You are someone close to me. After she is sent to the fu, I will take good care of her. Chu Zhao expressed his loyalty again, and after the crown prince was greatly pleased, he returned to his seat and sat down. There was good wine and delicious food on the long table. He held his chopsticks and drank with a normal expression. It seemed that he was not affected by this matter at all, but when he stopped drinking, his gaze fell on Su Jingfu beside him. The old man's face was kind and affectionate, and he seemed to be somewhat open-minded. He looked over with a smile, just like his master's gentle smile when he became his disciple. Chu Zhao also returned a smile to Su Jingfu and raised his cup to congratulate him. If one looked carefully, one could see that the fingertips of his other hand under the table were embedded in the palm of his hand, and there were traces of blood that were neither deep nor shallow. By the time they returned to the Chu family, it was already very late. Stepping into the fu, the smile on Chu Zhao's face disappeared completely. He was used to wearing a cultured and refined smile, even when facing the servants of the Chu family. Today, it was as if he could not bear it. As soon as he entered the fu, his face was so ugly that it seemed like water would drip from it. the servants did not even dare to approach him. Everyone in the Chu family knew that this fourth young master was extraordinary. When he was first sent back to the Fu, everyone thought that this fourth young master would not live long. An outside wife, and a lowly child born of a brothel girl, would not be tolerated by Madame Chu. Before Chu Zhao met Su Jingfu, he also had a difficult time. Although he had Chu Linfeng's protection, Chu Linfeng was not a father who cared about his son. In a corner that Chu Linfeng could not see, Chu Zhao was often beaten up. However, this child was very good at enduring. He endured until good luck came. Prime Minister Su Jingfu picked him, and soon he became Prime Minister Su's favorite student. After that, Chu Zhao skyrocketed. Gradually, Madame Chu could no longer touch him. Chu Linfeng listened to his son's every word, but Chu Zhao's temperament did not change. He was very gentle to the servants of the Chu family, as always. After a long time, many of Madame Chu's servants also secretly sought refuge with Chu Zhao. Even a fool would know which master to choose from, who had a better future and was more gentle and considerate. But today, Chu Zhao's good manners and good temper seemed to have run out of patience. As soon as he walked into his courtyard, he saw the familiar lantern swaying at the door. Chu Zhao walked in, and Xianxia came forward to greet him. Fourth young master. He walked into the room without saying a word. Perhaps his expression was too strange today. Xianxia was startled and followed him in. Standing beside Chu Zhao, she asked softly, "Fourth young master, did something happen?" Chu Zhao looked up at the woman in front of him. Xianxia was very beautiful and charming. She was like a painting as she stood here. Her beauty was more beautiful than a flower. Her appearance was enough to enter the palace. In the Chu family, if it were not for the fact that it was inconvenient for him to do anything to her, Chu Linfeng would have already made Xianxia his 20th concubine. It was hard to imagine how Xianxia's parents, who looked so ordinary, could give birth to such a beautiful face like Xianxia. The first time Chu Zhao saw Xianxia, it was in front of the brothel. Xianxia's father, a gambler, was holding her wrist and bargaining with the brothel's madam to see if he could sell his daughter for a higher price. Xianxia's mother, a pregnant woman, just stood aside and cried silently. She did not dare to say anything. At that time, Chu Zhao was only 9 years old. He had just been with Su Jingfu, and Mrs. Chu did not dare to bully him openly. Xianxia looked to be the same age as him. Her clothes were very shabby, but her skin was very white. Although she did not dress up, he could see that she was a beauty. Her expression was very calm, and she did not cry or make a fuss. She just stood there. When Chu Zhao stopped across the street to look at her, the girl raised her head and looked at him. There was no expression on her face, but he seemed to be able to see her deep sadness and despair through her eyes. It was as if she had surrendered to her fate and was powerless to resist. In that moment, Chu Zhao thought of Yi Runmei. He ordered his servant to buy Xianxia for 2 silver coins and went back to tell Chu Linfeng that he was lacking a personal maid. Chu Linfeng thought that Chu Zhao had other thoughts. He was a romantic, so he was not angry at his son's behavior. Instead, he was very appreciative of it. From then on, Xianxia stayed by Chu Zhao's side. In these years, Xianxia did not talk much. What was different from her beautiful appearance was her quiet and obedient personality. She was also becoming more and more beautiful. Chu Zhao knew that beauty would bring disaster. The days that he could protect Xianxia were very limited. Xianxia probably noticed the pity in his eyes. Xianxia was stunned. After a while, she pursed her lips and asked, "Fourth young master, does this have anything to do with me?" "I went to the Crown Prince's palace today," Chu Zhao said. "The Crown Prince knows about you." The room was silent for a moment. After a while, Xianxia said calmly, "I understand." Her answer was obedient and gentle, just like when she was about to be sold by her biological father outside the brothel. She naturally accepted her fate, as if she had expected it. Chu Zhao moved his lips and finally spat out 2 words, "I'm sorry." Xianxia smiled. She walked to the table and poured tea for Chu Zhao as usual. The tea was simmering on the stove in advance. This way, when Chu Zhao came back, he would drink hot tea. On such a cold day, he needed to drink hot tea to warm his stomach. She handed the teacup to Chu Zhao and said softly, "I've been with fourth young master for so long. I'm satisfied." In the future, when I'm not here, please take care of yourself. Chu Zhao took the tea and didn't say anything. Xianxia knelt down. For so many years, I'm indebted to young master for taking care of me. Xianxia has nothing to repay you with. Before I leave, I'll kowtow to young master. She lightly kowtowed 3 times to Chu Zhao. Each kowtow seemed to weigh more than 1,000 gold pieces. After the last kowtow, she bowed down for a long time and didn't get up. Chu Zhao didn't stop her. After a long time, Xianxia stood up again and bowed to Chu Zhao. Then, I'll go back to my room to pack. Take care, young master. After she finished speaking, she was about to leave. Xianxia. Chu Zhao called her name. Xianxia stopped in her tracks and turned around. A glimmer of hope suddenly appeared in her eyes. That hope was hidden, but in the night, it was brighter than the stars. Chu Zhao avoided her gaze, as if he couldn't bear to look at her. After a moment of silence, he spat out 2 words. Take care. He Yan didn't know about these matters in the Chu family. These days, all of her attention was focused on the Su family. Money makes the world go round. With the help of money, Fu Wang was able to find Nurse Qin's whereabouts a few days earlier than the 8 or 9 days he had previously said. When He Yan received the news and went to the tea house near the Su family, Fu Wang approached him with a smile on his face, as if he had done something worthy of pride and couldn't wait to be rewarded. When He Yan saw him like this, he knew that he must have made a big gain. He was also delighted and asked, "Have you found her whereabouts?" Young master. Fu Wang was very good with words. He didn't talk about the results of the matter, but only talked about the hardships and dangers he had faced in the past few days. Then he said, "This little one has risked my life to do this for you. You can't help but feel sorry for me." He Yan smiled and put the last piece of silver in her sleeve on the table. At this point, she was also a pauper. However, in front of Fu Wang, she still had to put on an act. "Little brother, if you do things for me, I will definitely give you benefits. This silver is only a small amount. If you can do more things for me in the future, the silver will never run out." When Fu Wang heard this, his eyes lit up. He had an idea. He was afraid that after completing this business, this mysterious person would disappear. Since the silver came so easily, he naturally wanted to do a long-term business. This person meant that there were other things for him to do. Fu Wang was happy. This little one has already helped young master find out Nurse Qin's whereabouts. Nurse Qin has a lover who previously lived in the Niu family village outside the city. However, this little one also found out that after Nurse Qin ran away to find this lover, they no longer lived in the Niu family village. This lover's surname is Niu and he is a blacksmith. Blacksmith Niu has a relative who lives in a barren mountain more than 10 li away from the Niu family village. That mountain is so big that it is not easy to find a person. However, they live in the mountain and need to exchange for food and cloth. On the 10th day of every month, Blacksmith Niu will go down the mountain to the nearby market to buy food. He also helps people do some work. On the day he goes to buy food, he will put the forged ironware in a blacksmith shop called Changmao Blacksmith Shop to sell. If young master wants to find Nurse Qin, you can first go to Changmao Blacksmith Shop. On the 10th day of the month, Blacksmith Niu will go down the mountain and find him. Only Blacksmith Niu knows where Nurse Qin is. Fu Wang smiled slyly. As for how to make Blacksmith Niu speak, that will depend on young master's plan. Is the information you said true? He Yan asked. It is absolutely true. How could this little one dare to deceive young master? Fu Wang hurriedly said, "It's just that eldest master has ordered people to investigate Nurse Qin's whereabouts. This little one went through many channels to find this place. It is not impossible for eldest master to find it. If young master is in a hurry, it would be best for you to hurry to that blacksmith shop. If eldest master gets there first." He was not really thinking for the mysterious person in front of him out of kindness. He was just afraid that the mysterious person would not be able to find Nurse Qin and disappear. In the future, he would not be able to earn money so easily for him to spend. He Yan was also a little excited. She originally came to the Su family to look for evidence. She did not expect to find a living person. Now that Fu Wang had inquired so carefully, it was really a pleasant surprise. You have done well in this matter. Receiving praise. Fu Wang was overjoyed. It was as if he was looking at a steady stream of shiny silver flowing towards him. He said without thinking, "It is this little one's fortune to work for young master. If young master has anything else to say, please do not hesitate to tell me. This little one is not good at other things, but my legs are a little diligent. If I can help young master, that would be great." It would have been better if he did not say this. Once he said this, He Yan really thought of another matter. She hesitated for a moment before asking, "Do you know if there has been anything wrong with the current Su family's young mistress recently?" Young mistress? Fu Wang was stunned. He felt that the person in front of him was more and more unfathomable. Previously, he said that concubine he was his former lover. Could it be that this Su family's young mistress also had some unclear relationship with him? If that was the case, wouldn't his eldest master's head be covered in green clouds? For a moment, Fu Wang sympathized with Su Zhiheng. He Yan did not know that the servant's mind had already wandered 100,000 miles. She only asked, "You don't know young Mr. Su's situation?" "This little one is only a gatekeeper," Fu Wang said with a smile. "Young mistress's courtyard is filled with servant girls and older women. There are very few servants. If young master really wants to inquire, this little one can also run errands, but..." "But what?" He Yan asked. That day, not long after he bumped into Madame He and He Xining at Yuhua Temple, she encountered an assassin. He Yan thought about it and felt that He Rufei was definitely involved. Although He Xining did not know anything, with He Rufei's cautiousness, he might not let her go. Although he did not spend much time with his younger sister, He Yan did not want anything to happen to her. However, young mistress seems to be tired these days and has not gone out much. When Madame went out, she did not take her with her. Fu Wang said. He Yan's heart tightened. Madame Su did not take He Xining with her when she went out. Originally, it was not a big deal, but after she went to Yuhua Temple, He Xining could not help but guess that He Xining was under house arrest by the Su family. "Fu Wang," He Yan looked at the servant in front of him, "I want you to do one more thing for me. Keep an eye on young Mr. Su. If something happens to young Mr. Su, or if there are any problems, please go to the tea house and find the freckled waiter and inform him." Although Fu Wang was doubtful, he still nodded, "Okay." After the matter was settled, the two parted ways. He Yan left first, followed by Fu Wang. When Fu Wang left, he didn't notice that in front of a silk cloth shop on the opposite side of the street, there was a figure hiding behind a pillar in front of the shop. It was only after his figure disappeared that the figure came out. It was a woman in black. At night, the door to the Xiao family's study was opened and someone came in. Xiao Ju hung the sword back on the wall and took off his outer clothes. Just as he turned around, someone knocked on the door. "Come in." The person who came in was Luaning, dressed in black. Xiao Ju did not look at her and walked to the table. There was a stack of letters on the table. He picked up a few and flipped through them. Luaning said, "The matter that young master asked this subordinate to inquire about, there are already some clues." The young man was taking out a piece of paper. Hearing this, he did not raise his head and only said, "How is it?" Luaning was somewhat hesitant. Xiao Ju's hands paused and he glanced at her. It was this glance that made Luaning make up her mind. She said in a low voice, "This subordinate has been waiting at the Su family's door for 3 days. Today, Miss He came." The room was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Miss He and the Su family's doorman sat in a nearby tea house for an hour before leaving. This subordinate asked the tea house's waiter. Before this, they had already met several times. Xiao Ju threw the letter in his hand on the table and sat down on the chair. He looked at her and said, "What did you find?" "The doorman is called Fu Wang. Recently, he has a lot of money in his hands and is looking for someone called Qin Mama in the Su family." Qin Mama was the wet nurse of Yuanru, Su Zhiheng's favorite concubine, but after Yuanru died of illness, Qin Mama disappeared. This subordinate guesses that Miss He gave Fu Wang a sum of money and asked Fu Wang to inquire about Qin Mama's whereabouts. But the strange thing is that the Su family's eldest son, Su Zhiheng, is also looking for Qin Mama everywhere. After Luaning finished speaking, she did not dare to look at Xiao Ju's expression. He Yan unexpectedly had an unclear relationship with the Su family. For Xiao Ju, this was definitely not good news. A woman with many secrets always made people suspicious. This person called Qin Mama seems to be very important. The young man played with the paperweight in his hand. Under the shadow of the oil lamp, his expression could not be seen clearly. Have you found Qin Mama's whereabouts? Wanning nodded, I have. The winter in Shuajing was getting colder by the day. It rained at night and the next morning, the ground was covered in a layer of damp coldness. On the 10th day of the 10th month, He Yan got up early. He Sui and He Yinxing left before the sun rose. One of them had to go to work and the other had to go to school. He Yan got up after they left and lit a candle. He quietly finished washing up and tiptoed out the door. Qing Mei was sleeping soundly and it was not yet time to wake up to cook. He Yan knew that Qi Wu was staying in an empty room in the courtyard. He was keeping watch in the first half of the night and resting in the second half of the night. However, this person was very quick-witted and was afraid of being discovered. He Yan used the skills he learned from his previous life in the vanguard and walked the short distance from the courtyard to the outside. Xianxia looked at her as if he did not understand her actions. He Yan rubbed the horse's head. He Yinxing really loved this horse and specially bought a saddle for it. However, he was reluctant to ride it and the saddle was new. However, she was going out of the city today and she was so poor that she did not have the money to rent a carriage. She could only ask Xianxia to give her a ride. He Yan mounted the horse and galloped out of the city under the hazy light of the winter morning. When the rooster crowed for the third time, Qing Mei yawned and got up to boil water. The water stove was placed outside the courtyard and the kettle gurgled with steam. It gave off a bit of warmth in the cold morning. She first went to the kitchen and boiled the porridge. Then she went to the courtyard to add water to the stable's water trough. He Yinxing loved the horse as much as his life. In the past, he would feed the horse himself. However, he was busy with his studies and left early and returned late every day. He really could not take care of the horse all the time, so he gave this glorious task to Qing Mei. Qing Mei did not dare to neglect and treated Xianxia as the third young master in the residence. She took good care of him. In the past, when she walked to the stables, Xianxia would hear her voice and pace back and forth. However, today he was unusually quiet. Qing Mei was a little worried. Was he sick? Recently, the weather had been very cold. Even people could easily catch a cold, let alone horses. Qing Mei walked to the front of the stable and took a look with the lantern in her hand. In a split second, she was stunned. A moment later, she came back to her senses and hurriedly ran towards He Yan's house. As she ran, she shouted, young lady, it's not good. Xianxia has been stolen. The door was pushed open, and Qing Mei's voice stopped abruptly. The room was empty, and there was no one in sight. Her heart was in a state of panic. She looked around but didn't see He Yan's shadow. After staring blankly for a moment, she burst into tears. Bang! The door was opened again, and a man's voice sounded in the courtyard, what happened? Qi Wu rubbed his forehead. He had to admit that the He family was really too poor. Other than the 3 rooms in the courtyard, there were no other guest rooms. He Sui was an honest person. He wanted to give his room to Qi Wu. He Yinxing also reluctantly agreed to live in the same room as Qi Wu, but Qi Wu flatly refused. Although he didn't pay attention to his daily life, he didn't want to risk his life to become a bodyguard in someone else's residence to protect the master's safety. He even had to protect the master's main room. In the end, after thinking about it, He Sui could only vacate the innermost room in the courtyard, which was filled with junk. This room was very small. After removing the junk, there was only enough room for 1 bed. If Qi Wu wanted to walk, he had to walk sideways. Although he was also a bodyguard in a Xiao family, the treatment was very different. Although the He family had tried their best to provide him with the best conditions, Qi Wu often wished that he could pay out of his own pocket so that the He family could move to a bigger residence. Last night, he kept watch for the first half of the night and went back to his room to rest in the second half of the night. When he woke up at this moment, he heard this young maidservant crying her heart out, so he got up to ask. Qing Mei turned around and was shocked to see Qi Wu. Chiwu was usually quiet in the courtyard. He didn't eat with them and only slept in the junk room at night. He really didn't have much of a presence. Sometimes, Qingmei almost forgot that he was still in the room. At this moment, when Chiwu appeared, Qingmei seemed to have found a life-saving straw. She rushed up and said, "Young Master Chiwu. Young Miss and Xianxia are missing. They were taken away." Chiwu was speechless. He said, "I'll go and take a look." Yan's bedroom was gaudy. There were fragrant sachets and red curtains hanging everywhere. Chiwu was shocked. If he didn't have to go in, he wouldn't want to see these things. He didn't expect Yan to be so pampered under his casual appearance. He had to tell Bai Rongwei about this when he returned. When Bai Rongwei decorated Xiao Ju's room in the future, it would be exactly what Yan wanted. He only took a few glances and walked out of the room. Qingmei followed him. "Young Master Chiwu, how was it?" "She wasn't taken away. She left on her own." "How is that possible?" Qingmei didn't believe him. How could young Miss leave on her own without saying anything? Even if she wanted to leave, she would have told us. "Young Master Chiwu." She looked at Chiwu suspiciously. "Don't tell me you're afraid that you can't report to Military Governor Xiao, so you're pushing the responsibility to our young miss?" Chiwu couldn't take it anymore. "Young miss, look carefully." Before your young miss was taken away, she carefully folded the bedding. The bedding was folded using the method used by the new recruits of the Liang Province Guard. It was square, like a square piece of tofu. It was obvious that it was made by Yan. "May I ask, which assassin would wait for someone to fold the bedding before taking them away?" "Qingmei, but it's one thing to capture someone, but this one has never seen someone capture both a person and a horse." Qingmei didn't say anything. After a while, she seemed to have forgotten all the accusations and suspicions she had for Chiwu. She asked politely, "Then young Master Chiwu, can you think of why young Miss left without saying goodbye? Forgive this one for not knowing." Chiwu was also angry. There was only Qingmei and him in this courtyard. Looking at Qingmei's silly appearance, Yan didn't need to go through so much trouble to sneak out of the fu. Without a doubt, it was to prevent him from following her. Now that she was gone, if the young master asked about it later, he would definitely be in trouble. Yan left easily by herself, leaving him a mess of chicken feathers. He already knew that this trip to the He family wasn't going to be a good one. Sure enough, it was. "What do we do now? Do we report it to the authorities?" Qingmei was at a loss. She could only stare at the only person in front of her who could still speak. Chiwu said, "No need. I'll go look for her." Since Yan snuck out, it was very likely that she was doing something she didn't want others to know about. It wouldn't be good to report it to the authorities and blow up the matter. He had only taken one step when his sleeve was pulled. Chiwu turned around to look. Qingmei grabbed him as if she was afraid that he would leave without saying goodbye. "I'll go with you." "No need. I'm the only one in this courtyard. Even Xianxia isn't here." The young maidservant pursed her lips as if she was about to cry. She forced herself to hold it in. "Young Master Chiwu, I'll go with you to look for her." Chiwu, he was helpless. All right. Yan could certainly guess how the family would be turned upside down after he left. However, she also believed that Chiwu could appease Qingmei, that crybaby. She had no other choice. If it wasn't for Mother Qin's good friend, Blacksmith Niu, who only went down the mountain to Chengmao Blacksmith's shop on the 10th of every month, she wouldn't have thought of this idea. She couldn't let Chiwu go with her. She could only sneak out. As for other things, she would wait until she found Mother Qin and solved this matter first. Ever since Xianxia came to the He family, Yan had been taking care of her. Occasionally, when he didn't have to go to school, he would take her to the nearby river to run. The little horse ran very fast. Yan left the city very smoothly. He asked the pedestrians along the way and finally arrived at the market at the foot of the barren mountain. This place wasn't as lively as the city. There was only one big market in the nearby villages and towns. On the 10th of every month, all kinds of businessmen would set up stalls here. Some were selling herbs, some were selling old clothes, and some were selling cattle and sheep. It was very lively and dazzling. Yan led the horse to a shop that sold wine. The shopkeeper smiled and greeted him, "Little brother, do you want to buy wine?" Yan dressed up as a man for convenience. He only smiled and said, "I'm going to make a pair of horseshoes for my horse. I heard that there's a blacksmith shop called Changmao Blacksmith Shop nearby." "Shopkeeper, do you know where it is?" When the shopkeeper heard this, he pointed to a direction for Yan, "Follow this road and go straight. When you reach the end, look to your right. That's Changmao Blacksmith Shop." Yan thanked the shopkeeper and led Xianxia to the end. When he reached the end of the road, he turned around and saw a shop right in front of him. The words Changmao Blacksmith Shop were scribbled on the shop. Yan tied the horse outside and walked in. There was only a white-haired old blacksmith sitting in front of an iron furnace. He was knocking on a black iron jar. "Master." Yan called out to him. The old blacksmith raised his head and looked at Yan, asking, "What do you want to make?" "Sorry," Yan said, "I'm not here to forge iron. I'm here to inquire about a person called Blacksmith Niu. I heard that he comes here every day on the 10th of every month. Has he already been here today?" Yan was not sure. Fu Wang only said that Blacksmith Niu would come every day on the 10th of every month, but he did not say when he would come. With Blacksmith Niu's cautiousness, he must have left after finishing his business. She left the city and came here. It was almost noon. Blacksmith Niu might have already been here and left. When the old blacksmith heard this, he stopped what he was doing. He stood up and took a handkerchief soaked in water. He wiped the stains on his hands and said, "Old Niu has not come today. However, he's late." "This is the first time he's late." Yan asked, "Late?" "On the 10th of every month, in the morning, he will come here to deliver the goods. Old Niu's craftsmanship is very good." The old blacksmith said with some emotion, "I originally wanted him to come to my shop to help. The monthly salary is much higher than what he would get if he were to work by himself. According to the time, he should be here this morning to hand over the 10 iron sickles that I asked him to make last month. However, it's almost noon now." The old blacksmith looked at the sun outside and said, "He hasn't come yet. Maybe he was delayed by something on the way." Yan said this, but her heart sank. She was afraid that Su Zhiheng had already found Mother Qin's whereabouts before her. Therefore, she could not see Blacksmith Niu now. Old Niu is a reliable person. If there's nothing important, he won't be late. The old blacksmith asked Yan, "Gongzi, why are you looking for him? Ever since I met him, he has always been alone." "Gongzi knows old Niu?" Yan smiled and said, "I don't really know him. I'm looking for him because I want to ask him about some things." The old blacksmith nodded and pointed to a wooden plank at the side. "Gongzi, please sit here. We'll talk when old Niu arrives." Yan sat down. However, he did not expect that he would sit for an entire day. The sun gradually set and the sky began to darken. The old blacksmith finished his work for the day. He washed his hands and changed his clothes. He stood up and said to Yan, "Gongzi, it seems that old Niu won't be coming today. The market is about to end. I'm going to close the shop." He tactfully indicated that it was time for Yan to leave. Yan's heart sank like a piece of too. He forced a smile and said, "Okay." However, he was still worried and said to the old blacksmith solemnly, "Master, please don't mention today's matter to anyone. Blacksmith Niu is the same. In a few days, I'll come again." After the old blacksmith agreed, Yan led his horse and left. The people in the market dispersed in twos and threes. There was only a mess left after the bustle during the day. A mother and son from a poor family were bending over to pick up the leftovers. The lanterns in the distance gradually lit up. Yan led his horse and walked slowly. It was hard for him to be happy. He originally thought that Fu Wang had found a clue and came here today to find Mother Qin's whereabouts from Blacksmith Niu. However, he did not expect to find anything. For the past few months, Blacksmith Niu would go to the blacksmith's shop on time every month to deliver the goods. However, he did not come today. He waited from morning to night and disappeared. It was not a matter of time. Either Blacksmith Niu took Mother Qin and moved away again, or he could not come back. He Yan's eyes darkened. When he returned home, the house was already in chaos. He Sui was not back yet, and He Yanqing was preparing to go out. The whole family was noisy. When He Yan led his horse back, Qing Mei was at the door. When she saw He Yan, she thought that she had seen wrongly. She rubbed her eyes and rushed over, shouting, "Miss, you're back." He Yan did not have time to speak before He Yanqing took the lead and put on a punitive look. He said, "Where did you go? You even took Xianxia with you." For a moment, He Yan didn't know whether he was concerned about Xianxia or himself. After thinking for a moment, he said, "I just had nothing to do today. I haven't been out these days, so I took Xianxia out for a walk." "Since you wanted to go out, why didn't you take her with you?" He Yanqing looked at Qi Wu, who was silent at the side. "You didn't even say goodbye." "Ah," He Yan pretended to be surprised, "I left a note on the table before I left." "Didn't you see it?" "If you didn't see it, perhaps a swallow flew in from outside and took it away. It's the middle of winter. How could there be a swallow?" He Yanqing looked coldly at her, lying. "Where did you go?" "I just went out for a walk. I didn't do anything. I saw that it was still early and Qi Wu was not awake yet. I thought that I shouldn't wake him up. Anyway, I'll be back in a while. I didn't expect that I would forget the time as soon as I went out. I'm sorry. I was playful this time. It won't happen again." He Yan apologized without any sincerity. Qi Wu. Was she saying that he was sleeping too soundly? He Yanqing was angry. "He Yan. I'm hungry. Did Qing Mei cook?" He Yan touched his stomach. It was true. She had waited in the blacksmith shop for the whole day and did not leave at all. She was afraid that she would miss blacksmith Niu at the last moment. She even bought 2 steamed buns at the door to eat. I did. Qing Mei quickly went to the kitchen to bring out the food. "Miss, if you're hungry, eat first. This servant has been heating up the porridge. It's just right to taste it now." "Thank you." He Yan replied with a smile. He Yanqing was angry at He Yan, but there was nothing he could do. He Yan had never been able to control what she wanted to do. For a moment, he was angry and helpless. He could only sit down at the table with He Yan. He picked up the chopsticks and ate without tasting the food. Qi Wu stood by the door. He was also puzzled. He Yan had been out for the whole day. On this day, he and Qing Mei looked everywhere for He Yan, but they could not find her. He Yanqing almost went to report it to the authorities. He Yan looked safe and sound, and there were not many flaws in her expression. But, where did she go? In a room in a remote courtyard, a man and a woman sat opposite each other. They were not young anymore. The man's skin was dark, and his face was full of wrinkles. His fingers were dirty, but he was strong and strong. One look and one could tell that he was a man who worked hard. The woman was in her 40s. Although her clothes were ordinary and unremarkable, her skin was tender and she looked like a middle-aged woman. She did not look like she had suffered. The man was in a better state, but the woman looked particularly frightened. Their hands and feet were tied with ropes, and they couldn't move even half a step. Their mouths could still speak, but after calling for a long time, no one came to answer. "Old Niu, what's going on?" the woman asked. Her voice was full of panic. This man and woman were blacksmith Niu and his lover, Mother Qin, whom He Yan was looking for. Blacksmith Niu shook his head. This man looked dull, but his eyes were sharp. He looked around and said, "Maybe they're from the Su family." Upon hearing the 2 words Su family, Mother Qin's entire body couldn't help but tremble. She had entered the Su family with He Wanru. He Wanru was favored, and as a nanny, she also lived a good life. She ate and used much better than when she was in the He family. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. Ever since He Wanru died, she lived a life of wandering and hiding. Mother Qin could not help but shudder at the thought of He Wanru's death. He Wanru was raised by her. Although she was a little arrogant, she trusted her nanny very much. Nanny Qin had reminded He Wanru before that some things were secrets and the fewer people who knew about them, the better. If someone told you the secret without any concealment, it was not because they trusted you, but because you were already a dead person in their eyes. the dead could keep secrets the best. She had tried to persuade Hiwanru to pack up her belongings and escape with her. Unfortunately, Hiwanru did not believe her, so Hiwanru died in the Su family's residence. Before Hiwanru died, Mother Qin had predicted her fate. She wrote a letter to her old lover, hoping that Blacksmith Niu could help take care of her family after she died. Although Blacksmith Niu was a craftsman who did rough work, he had a flexible mind. He also had some feelings for Nanny Qin, so he gave Nanny Qin an idea. He thought that if she died, Nanny Qin's children and grandchildren would still be in danger. It was better to escape. Su Zhiheng might not dare to do anything to Mother Qin's family because of his misgivings. When Mother Qin heard this, she felt that Blacksmith Niu's words were reasonable. As for where to escape, it was naturally up to Blacksmith Niu. For the past year, she and Blacksmith Niu had been hiding in the barren mountains and had indeed lived a peaceful life. But last night, for some reason, a group of strangers suddenly broke into the thatched hut on the mountain and easily subdued them. When they woke up, they were already in this room. "Old Niu, are we going to die?" Mother Qin asked timidly. "They found us and won't let us live, my grandson, and you. I've implicated you." Blacksmith Niu said, "Ah Qin, don't be afraid. I don't think they want our lives." Mother Qin raised her head. "What did you say? If there was a chance to live, who would want to die so easily?" Mother Qin also did not want to die. When she heard Blacksmith Niu's words, a glimmer of light flashed through her eyes. "If it was Su Zhiheng, he would have taken action when he found us. He would not have let us live until now." Blacksmith Niu comforted her. "At least we are not in danger now." Then you mean that the person who caught us was not Master Su?" Mother Qin asked in confusion. "Then why did he catch us?" "I don't know either." Mother Qin fell silent. Sometimes, the fear of the unknown was the scariest. The other party just left the two of them here and did not ask about them. It was more suspicious than if he had revealed his identity from the beginning. After an unknown period of time, someone's voice sounded from outside. Mother Qin's spirits rose. She looked expectantly at the closed door. The door was pushed open and someone walked in. The first to enter were two black-clothed people, a man and a woman. Their expressions did not reveal anything. The last to enter was a young man. He was exceptionally handsome. Based on his clothes, he did not seem to be from an ordinary family. Mother Qin had served the Su family for many years. She still had a bit of insight. When she saw the three people, she knew that the handsome young man was the master. She immediately said, "Sir, spare my life. Sir, spare my life." However, Blacksmith Niu did not say a word. He only silently sized up the newcomers. The handsome young man sat down on a chair in the middle of the room. The two black-clothed people stood by his side. His gaze swept past the two of them and finally landed on Mother Qin. His expression was clearly calm, but it made Mother Qin shiver. "You are the wet nurse of the Su family, Ziwanru?" that person asked. Mother Qin's heart sank. She had originally held on to a fluke, but now that this person spoke, she understood that he was here for the Su family's secret. She said, "Indeed. Sir." Before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted by the other party. The young man said indifferently, "How did Hiwanru die?" If he lies, he will die." He raised his chin slightly and looked in Blacksmith Niu's direction. Nanny Qin was stunned. This person was very young. He looked even younger than Su Zhiheng. However, when he looked over, his gaze was like a cold pool that chilled her to the bone. She had never seen this person before and didn't know his identity. However, her intuition told her that he was more dangerous than Su Zhiheng. Nanny Qin was a widow when she was young. However, she was beautiful when she was young. After her husband died, it wasn't like she couldn't get married. However, she wasn't willing to give her son to a distant relative. Other men were willing to marry her, but they weren't willing to raise a burden. Only Blacksmith Niu was willing. However, Nanny Qin looked down on Blacksmith Niu's status and thought that he was poor. Later, when she entered the He estate and her life became better, she gave up on the idea of marriage. However, there was an unclear relationship between her and Blacksmith Niu. Nanny Chin originally didn't care much about blacksmith Niu. However, after Huanru's accident, blacksmith Niu gave her a way out. During the days when the two of them went through thick and thin together, Nanny Chin did develop some true feelings for him. This young man hit the snake where it hurts. He immediately threatened blacksmith Niu's life. Nanny Chin was much more passive. She said, Concubine mother he made a mistake and was punished by the madam. Concubine mother he's body was weak and couldn't endure it, so she passed away. After saying this, she looked at the young man and sized up his expression. The other party's expression was still indifferent and his voice was calm. I don't have the patience to listen to your nonsense. If you think this person's life isn't enough, I can add the lives of Wuhan and his son. As soon as he said this, Nanny Chin cried out, no. Wuhan was her son. This person threatened her with the lives of his son and grandson. The other party wasn't Su Zhiheng. If Su Zhiheng killed her son and grandson, he would still be afraid that Nanny Chin would fight to the death and reveal the truth. However, this strange man didn't seem to care. He didn't have any information on her, but he knew her like the back of his hand. Nanny Chin fell to the ground. In an instant, her heart was filled with despair. Don't worry, I don't intend to take your life. He leaned forward slightly and stared into Mother Chin's eyes. There seemed to be a sharp glint in his clear, watery eyes. Su Zhiheng's people have been keeping an eye on Wuhan and his son to force you to show yourself. But if you tell me what you know, I can save their lives. Granny Chin was shocked. This condition was too tempting. For the first time in her life, she was bold. How can this servant believe you? The other party smiled carelessly and stretched out his hand. The black-robed man behind him stepped forward and handed him a bracelet. The young man waved the bracelet in front of Mother Chin. Chin Mama was shocked. This bracelet was made by someone when her grandson was born. She even asked an eminent monk to consecrate it so that it could protect her grandson's safety and health. Now that she had fallen into the other party's hands, she knew that there was no way she could negotiate with the other party. The only thing she could do was to convince the other party to let her family and blacksmith Niu go. I'll tell you everything. Mother Chin mournfully said, concubine he was executed by the eldest brother. The family law was just a cover. Concubine he was locked up in the mansion and was afraid that outsiders would find out. She was fed medicine every day and passed away after a few days. The young man was not surprised and only asked, why did Su Zhiheng execute He Wanru? Because concubine he made a big mistake and had to die. What mistake? Mother Chin's hand trembled. She took a deep breath as if she wanted to give herself a bit of courage. After a while, she said, because concubine he killed young mistress. When these words came out, the room became silent. Luaning and Fei Nu behind them were shocked. Everyone in Shuajing knew that the young mistress of the Su family was blind and couldn't see clearly. She accidentally fell into the pond and drowned. But now, it was said that the young mistress died in the hands of a concubine. How absurd was this? No matter what, the young mistress of the He family, He Rufei's younger sister, had a high status. If she died because of jealousy with a concubine, it was too absurd. No wonder Su Zhiheng couldn't wait to execute He Wanru and all the people who knew about it. Otherwise, if the imperial censor reported that he didn't manage the family strictly, Su Zhiheng would lose his black hat. However, if the He family didn't know, why would they send another daughter over when one of their daughters had already died? If the He family knew, why would they let it go so easily? Xiao Ju's eyes slightly moved. Mother Chin's words confirmed his guess. Why did He Wanru kill young Mistress Su? He changed his words, why did Su Zhiheng kill young Mistress Su? Mother Chin was shocked and quickly said, no, young master, concubine he killed young mistress. It was a matter between women and has nothing to do with other people. Why would the eldest brother kill young mistress without any reason? The eldest brother is kind and gentle, how could he do such a thing? Xiao Ju looked at her indifferently, I said before, I don't have the patience to listen to your lies. In the next moment, the sword in Fei Nu's hand was pressed against blacksmith Niu's neck. Blood flowed down his neck. No one could be indifferent in a life and death situation. The man, who had always been calm and composed, couldn't help but reveal a trace of panic in his eyes. Mother Qin was so scared that her face turned pale. No, stop. Fei Nu's sword didn't go any further. Xiaoju said, I'll ask one more time. Why did Su Zhiheng kill his wife? If Mother Qin was still hesitant and unwilling to tell the truth at this juncture, it seemed that the matter she was hiding was not a small secret. Mother Qin closed her eyes and seemed to be in a panic. The other party's sword seemed to be slowly pressing against Blacksmith Nyo's neck. The bracelet engraved with scriptures was clearly in front of her eyes. She suddenly said loudly, I don't know. I don't know. I was too scared. I advised her not to do it, but she said that it was the eldest brother's idea and that it didn't matter. She would do as the eldest brother said and nothing would happen. I was very far away and I was very scared. I only vaguely heard concubine he say to young mistress, General he. Xiaoju suddenly looked up. In an instant, his eyes were as sharp as a knife, so piercing that Mother Qin didn't dare to speak. He asked, What did you just say? Mother Qin trembled as she said, Concubine he said to young mistress. General he, at that time, she was scared to death. Although there were many swords in the residence that didn't see blood, Mother Qin had never directly touched a human life. Of course, she also wanted He Wanru's position in the Su family to be stable. However, Mother Qin clearly saw that with He Wanru's family background, she would never be able to become Su Zhiheng's wife. Therefore, when He Wanru told her that she wanted to kill He Yan, Mother Qin was shocked and tried her best to persuade her to give up the idea. However, He Wanru steeled her heart and refused to listen to her. Mother Qin felt that it was strange. In the end, He Wanru finally revealed the truth. This matter was ordered by Su Zhiheng and the person who wanted to kill He Yan was Su Zhiheng. However, He Wanru refused to say why Su Zhiheng wanted to kill He Yan. She only said that it was a secret between her and Su Zhiheng. At that time, Mother Qin had actually already realized that something was wrong. Unfortunately, He Wanru had been spoiled by her family when she was young and married into the Su family. Su Zhiheng had a gentle temperament. Even the head of the family, He Yan, didn't care about the family's affairs. He Wanru was ambitious and brainless. She didn't listen to Mother Qin's words. By the time Mother Qin wanted to do something, it was already too late. When He Yan was drowned that day, Mother Qin hid among the old women outside and was extremely shocked. He Wanru's battle array was too big. With so many people, it was as if she didn't have any scruples. She vaguely heard the conversation between He Wanru and He Yan. It was as if they were talking in riddles and didn't speak clearly. However, Mother Qin clearly remembered that He Wanru called He Yan General He. General He was General Fei Hong, He Ru Fei, and He Yan's elder brother. What did this have to do with He Yan? At that time, Mother Qin didn't understand in her panic. It wasn't until she escaped from the Su family and wandered around with Blacksmith Nyo that she carefully thought about this matter and smelled a trace of something unusual. She seemed to have caught a glimpse of this secret, but this was really too sensational. Once the secret was exposed to the world, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, Mother Qin would never speak of this matter unless it was absolutely necessary. Now, every time she thought of the scene that day, she felt a chill all over her body. That day, under the watchful eyes of everyone, young Mistress Su was forced into a pool of cold water and never came out again. However, everyone who was present at that time was already dead in the eyes of others. Even He Wanru didn't expect that Su Zhiheng would make a move on her not long after he took his wife's life. It was all karmic retribution that was fated in the underworld. No one spoke in the room. Mother Qin couldn't help but raise her head to look at the other party. Her heart was on tenterhooks. This was her biggest secret. She didn't know who the other party was or why they wanted to know. Continue, Xiaoju said. It was better to have someone speak than to remain silent. Mother Qin simply said everything. After young mistress died, I predicted that concubine Mother He would most likely be silenced by the eldest son. I was afraid and wanted to ask concubine Mother He to escape with me, but she refused. At that time, all the servants in the residence, especially those who were present in concubine Mother's courtyard that day, were forbidden from leaving the residence. When I escaped, I asked around and heard that all the servants in concubine Mother He's courtyard had been replaced, they were all dead. My lord. As Mother Qin spoke, she wiped away her tears, this is all I know. Although I served concubine Mother He before, concubine Mother He refused to tell me why the eldest son wanted to kill young mistress. I'm only a servant of the Su family. I don't know anything. I beg you to let us go. Xiaoju stood up and looked at the two of them, saying, you two can stay here for the time being. Then he walked out of the room. The imperial bodyguards outside the door followed him in. Xiaoju walked forward. This wasn't a Xiao family, but a courtyard. Luaning and Fei Nu walked beside Xiaoju. They were both shocked. Xiaoju walked to the end of the courtyard and stopped at the flower wall. He had already arrived. There were only green leaves on the flower wall. There were no red flowers. His voice fell in the wind, carrying a biting cold. Luaning, when was He Rufei and young Mr. Su's birthday? Luaning replied, it was the spring equinox. On that day, first Madam He and second Madam He gave birth at the same time. He Rufei and young Mr. Su were born at the same time. Their birthdays were all the spring equinox. After saying this, she and Fei Nu looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. When they were in Jinling, they already knew from Hua Yuxian that He Rufei at that time was a woman. Now, He Rufei's actions in the Battle of Hua Yuan clearly indicated that he wasn't He Rufei at that time. Xiaoju had always ordered Luaning to investigate the women who were close to He Rufei. But now, it seemed that there was no need to investigate anymore. Although Mother Qin only said General He, these three words were already very clear. He Rufei at that time, He Rufei who studied in the Xianxia school, He Rufei who went to the Cloud Pavilion with the other youths in Jinling, and He Rufei who had outstanding military achievements in the Fuyue army, was actually young Mr. Su's cousin who was born at the same time as He Rufei. And now, young Mr. Su was already dead. No one in the world knew this secret, so He Rufei became the real General Fei Hong. Continue to investigate everything related to young Mr. Su's life, Xiaoju said. The relationship between Su Zhiheng and He Rufei may not be simple. Su Zhiheng should know about He Rufei and his cousin's identity swapping. Luaning nodded in agreement. Suddenly, she thought of something and hesitated for a moment before saying, but young master, Miss He bribed the Su family's manservant to ask about Mother Qin's whereabouts. I think it's because of this. He Rufei and young Mr. Su's identity swapping was a secret, so how did Miss He know? And why did she investigate this matter? He Rufei and the Su family both had their eyes on Miss He. Previously, this subordinate thought that their real target was young master, but now it seems that this might not be the case. What role did Miss He play in this? Luaning was much older than Xiaoju and had practically watched Xiaoju grow up. Many times, she was not as nervous about Xiaoju as Qi Wu and Fei Nu. She said whatever was on her mind. Xiaoju didn't say anything. On the other hand, Fei Nu couldn't help but say, Miss He and young Mistress Su have the same name. That's just a coincidence. Luaning continued without thinking, I've investigated. Miss He is Miss He, there's no substitute identity. Moreover, Miss He's name has always been this name. There's no other possibility. I originally thought that young Mistress Su might have a twin sister, but the age doesn't match. Moreover, the He family's neighbors can testify that Miss He looks like her mother. Therefore, He Yan definitely couldn't be young Mistress Su's twin sister. Regarding He Yan, let's stop here. Xiaoju said, I know what I'm doing. Fei Nu and Luaning looked at each other in dismay. No one had thought that such a simple matter would lead to so many follow-ups. Not only did they discover the shocking secret of He Rufei and his cousin's identity swap, now even He Yan's behavior became confusing. But since Xiaoju had spoken, they could only do as instructed. Xiaoju said, watch these two people, don't let them escape. The two complied. When Fei Nu and Luaning left to do their own things, Xiaoju looked at the quiet sky. In the winter of Shuajing, there were only a few stars scattered on the black velvet cloth, like the glimmering light of a clear spring in the sky. Under the water, lanterns were lively and bright. The longevity noodles on the boat were steaming hot, and the cups made of leaves were sweet like honey. The girl's face was hidden behind the lanterns. At that time, the night was too beautiful, and the wind was too cool, so much so that people neglected to notice that her eyes were a little red from the steam rising from them. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "Isn't today your birthday?" The girl's eyes curved. "Commander-in-Chief, you're so good to me, thank you." He slowly lowered his head, and his gaze fell on the reflection of the water in the pond beside his boots. That day was Jiang's water god festival, the spring equinox. Yan's mood was really not good. Since she wasn't able to find blacksmith Niu and find Mother Qin's whereabouts, she had many suspicions in her heart. If Su Zhiheng had found Mother Qin before her, Mother Qin would have been doomed. To her, she would have lost an important witness. She originally wanted to see Fu Wang, but now she was embarrassingly short of money, and the Su family's manservant was particularly greedy. If she went empty-handed, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to get any useful information. Therefore, on the second day Yan returned from the market, everyone in the He family noticed that she was in low spirits. "Yan, father was passing by East Street today. I heard that the young ladies who came to Shuajing had a kind of perfume. Father bought one for you. You can apply it on your hands every day, and it will also smell good." Yan listlessly said, "Thank you, father." Sui was also very distressed. Originally, this daughter of his was born with the countenance of a flower and the face of the moon. Although her temperament was a little arrogant, she was still a girl, so she was delicate and lovable. Her colleagues and friends all knew that this daughter of his was weak and beautiful. Now that Yan was back, her temperament was completely different from before. Not only did she wake up in the morning to practice martial arts and chop firewood, she didn't use the rouge and face powder that he bought for her in the past. She wore a plain face all day long, and even picked up a skirt to wear as if it didn't affect her work. Although this was also very good, the difference was too big. Sometimes, Yan looked at her and missed the delicate daughter of the past. Therefore, he tried to buy some small things to make Yan remember that she was a woman. Although he felt that Yan was also very good like this, General Feng Yun was marrying a wife, not marrying a brother back. Yan and Xiaoju couldn't go out together. Outsiders would say that Yan looked more like a man than Xiaoju. What kind of situation would that be? Yan didn't know that his actions had already distressed Sui to such an extent. She was only concerned about Mother Qin's matter. Although he knew that blacksmith Niu would most likely not appear in Changmao Ironworks again, there was still a trace of hope in his heart. After another 2 days, before the sun rose and Sui and Yunqing left the house, Yan quietly got up in the dark, folded the bedding, and led Xianxia to the town again. Therefore, when Qingmei got up to feed the horse, she screamed like she did a few days ago. This time, she was much more mature than the last time. She didn't cry when she saw that there was no one in the house. Instead, she walked to Qi Wu's room and politely knocked on the door. Qi Wu opened the door. "What's the matter?" Qingmei smiled and scolded him. "Young Master Qi Wu, did you sleep too soundly?" Mistook Xianxia out again. "Didn't you notice?" Qi Wu. This time, Yan went to Changmao blacksmith shop very early. As for the chaos after she left, Qi Wu would probably appease Qingmei. The first time was unfamiliar, the second time was familiar. Now that she knew the way, her journey would be much smoother. However, she did not expect that there would be guests at home today. When Xiaoju arrived at the He residence, there was not a single person at home. Qingmei was not there, Qi Wu was not there, and Yan was definitely not there. The He residence's main door was tightly shut. It was already dilapidated and looked like an abandoned old residence that no one lived in. Xiao Jing and Bai Rongwei had visited once before. After returning home, Bai Rongwei tactfully asked if they should find another residence for the He family. Xiaoju refused. Although this was not a difficult matter, with Yan's temperament, he would probably say something like, "I don't deserve a reward for nothing." Emperor Wenxian was also an emperor who did not eat the hardships of the world. He was given the title of Marquis, but he was not given a residence. Even his salary was suspended for a year. However, when he was in the Liang province guards, Yan also received some silver as a reward. This silver should be enough to buy a residence for the time being. Yan lived on a street that was surrounded by ordinary people. During the day, they all had to go out to work. It was unlike the previous night when everyone came to watch. There was no one at home. Xiaoju pondered for a moment and was about to leave. Just as she turned around, she bumped into someone. This person saw Xiaoju and was shocked. Military Governor Xiao, why are you here? It was Jiang Jiao. Jiang Jiao did not wear the robes of the new recruits today. He only wore a bamboo-colored brocade robe. Xiaoju did not immediately recognize him. However, as soon as Jiang Jiao spoke, he secretly scolded himself. He Yan was now Xiaoju's fiancé. It was natural for Xiaoju to come to find her. Why was he surprised? Military Governor Xiao is here to find brother He. Miss He, right? Jiang Jiao wanted to redeem himself a little, but he looked at the tightly shut door behind him. I just passed by here and asked a fruit vendor. He said that this is the He family. Why, is there no one in their house today? Xiaoju shook her head and looked at him. Why are you here? Oh, I'm here to give Miss He a sword. Jiang Jiao scratched his head. The soldiers in the camp who live in Shuajing have 1 day a month to go home to visit their families. I went home yesterday, so I should return to the camp today. Before I go back, I want to give this sword to Miss He. Xiaoju raised her eyebrows slightly. Jiang Jiao snapped out of his daze. He was afraid that Xiaoju would misunderstand, so he explained, it's because Miss He was assassinated in Shuajing a few days ago. Everyone in the Liangzhou guards knows about it. My brothers are worried that something might happen to her. My family runs a martial arts club, so I wrote a letter to my father asking him to find a sword for Miss He. He weighed the long sword wrapped in cloth in his hand and seemed to be surprised. It's not a precious sword, but it's light and sharp. Since Miss He has a sword with her, if she goes out in the future, even if she is attacked by blind assassins, she will still have a suitable weapon in her hand. Sword? Xiaoju frowned. Why would you want to give her a sword? Ah? Jiang Jiao didn't expect Xiaoju to ask such a question. Miss He's swordsmanship is exquisite. If I want to give her a weapon, of course I should give her a sword. Although her whip and knife skills are good, I think her swordsmanship is better, so I chose this sword. Xiaoju stared into his eyes. How did you know that He Yan's swordsmanship is exquisite? It was when we were in the Rendu. Jiang Jiao suddenly understood. Oh right, when Miss He used the sword, the commander-in-chief wasn't in the Rendu yet, so he didn't see it. Wang Ba, I, and the others all saw it. That day, Miss He led us to attack the Yuto camp. We all wore devil masks. The mask Miss He wore was different. According to Lord Li, it was exactly the same as the mask General Feihong wore. That day, Miss He wore the mask and pretended to be General Feihong to defeat the Yuto. At that time, she used a sword. Although I haven't seen General Feihong use a sword, I feel that Miss He's swordsmanship isn't inferior to his. Jiang Jiao finished speaking in one breath and realized that he had said too much. Although he and He Yan were friends and had nothing to do with each other, now that He Yan was Xiaoju's fiancé, it was better to avoid arousing suspicion. Thus, he coughed lightly. I came here today to deliver the sword. I didn't expect Miss He to be home alone. Since we met Military Governor Xiao here, why don't Military Governor Xiao give the sword to Miss He? He handed the cloth bag in his hand to Xiaoju. It's getting late. I have to leave the city and return to the camp. I'll have to trouble Military Governor Xiao with this matter. Thank you. He cupped his hands in salute to Xiaoju, then carried the cloth bag from home and turned to leave. Jiang Jiao's figure disappeared at the end of the long street. Xiaoju lowered his head and looked at the long sword in his hand. The long sword was very light and looked thin and small. He lowered his eyes and seemed to have thought of something. After a while, he turned and left in another direction. That day, He Yan returned empty-handed. The old master of Changmao blacksmith shop told He Yan that blacksmith Niu had not appeared in the past few days. Even the 10 iron sickles that he ordered last month had not been delivered. The old master and blacksmith Niu had some friendship. Although the iron sickles were important, blacksmith Niu would not miss the appointment if there was nothing urgent. He Yan asked the old master if he knew where blacksmith Niu lived. The old master shook his head and said that blacksmith Niu lived on a barren mountain. As for the specific location, no one knew. Blacksmith Niu did not like to tell others about his family matters, so it was inconvenient for others to inquire. the matter was very clear. Blacksmith Miao and Mother Qin had most likely been found by Su Zhiheng's men before she did. This was, indeed, a depressing business. When she returned home, He Sui and He Yunqing had not returned because she had left early today. For the time being, they did not discover her sneaking out. On the other hand, Qing Mei was sitting on the doorstep waiting for him. When she saw He Yan leading the horse to the door, she immediately stood up happily and said, "Miss, you're finally back. I just went out for a stroll and lost track of time." He Yan continued to brush her off. "Miss, he went out before dawn. May I ask which market he went to?" Chi Wu walked out from behind the door and asked in an unfriendly tone. He and Qing Mei had just arrived home not long ago. To be honest, Chi Wu did not think that going out to look for them would yield any results. If He Yan wanted to hide from them, who would be able to find him? However, whenever he revealed the slightest thought that there was no need to go out to look for them, the young maidservant in front of him would immediately cry. Chi Wu almost suspected that Qing Mei was so persistent in looking for He Yan for an entire day because she wanted to go out for a stroll. It was a pity that a grown man like him had to be dragged around the streets by a young maidservant for an entire day. Xiao family's secret guards were not few in number in the capital. Who knew what rumors would spread in the Nine Flags camp tomorrow? What made him feel even more defeated was that not only did He Yan lead by himself, he even took a horse with him. It was right under his nose, yet he did not discover anything. He was even mocked by Qing Mei for his lack of skills. Who knew how He Yan managed to escape? However, He Yan was even more defeated than Chi Wu today. He left early and returned late, without any results at all. What made his heart ache even more was the money he spent bribing Fu Wang. It was not easy to find a clue, but now it was all gone. It was truly a loss of both the money and the person. She mumbled a few perfunctory words and said, "I'm a little tired after strolling around for an entire day. I'm going back to my room to rest." Without waiting for Qing Mei's reply, she went straight into her room. Qing Mei stood outside the door and blinked her eyes. She said to Chi Wu, "Imperial bodyguard Chi Wu, don't sleep too soundly today. Pay attention to the sounds coming from Mrs. room at night." Chi Wu, now, she did not even call him young master Chi Wu and directly called him Imperial bodyguard Chi Wu. What did she mean by that? Was she telling him not to sleep at night? What a joke. At night, when the lanterns were lit, the sound of drunkards singing could be heard from the distant market. Shuo capital finally welcomed the first snow of this winter. The snowflakes were like salt floss. The wind blew in from outside the city, sending snowflakes flying everywhere. On the pomegranate tree in front of the window, the pomegranates had long been ripe and weighed heavily on the branches. It was as if they would fall off by themselves and fall into the snowy soil with just a light touch. Green tea was simmering on the stove in the room. The 4 square windows just happened to reflect the snowy scene. Someone stood in front of the window, looking at the snow outside in a daze. Although I have not seen how General Fei Hong uses a sword, I feel that Miss He's swordsmanship is not inferior to his. Jiang Jiao's words appeared in his ears again. He turned around, walked to the table, and picked up the long sword on the table. The silk cloth wrapped around the sword had already been pulled open, revealing the complete appearance of the sword. The sword was very narrow, probably to make it easier for a woman to hold. It was completely black, and the scabbard was engraved with fine patterns. It was also very light. Everyone knew that the 2 famous generals of Dewei, General Fingyun's autumn drinking sword and General Fei Hong's Qinglang sword, were the sharpest weapons in the world. They could cut through gold like mud. What was more precious than their swords was their swordsmanship. The tip of the sword was sharp and had already reached perfection. When he was young, he met He Rufei. He Rufei's swordsmanship really could not be considered beautiful. Later on, he secretly taught him, and it was better than before. However, ever since He Rufei joined the army, he had not had the opportunity to see He Rufei use a sword. Therefore, he had only heard of He Rufei's swordsmanship. There was a thick stack of letters on the table. Xiaoju casually picked it up and flipped through it a few times. His eyes narrowed slightly. He Rufei and Su Wanru were born at the same time on the spring equinox. He Rufei entered the Xianxia when he was 14 years old. He Rufei joined the Fuyue army when he was 15 years old. He Rufei's military achievements became more and more prominent. Not long before he returned to the capital to receive his reward, the He family's second miss, He Yan, also returned to the capital. He Rufei received his reward and was conferred the title of General Feihong. It happened almost at the same time as the He family's second miss and Su Zhiheng's engagement. The He family's second miss became Su Wanru. 3 months after Su Wanru married into the Su family, Su Wanru became blind. A year later, she lost her footing and drowned. Regarding this deceased Su Wanru, there were pitifully few things that could be found about her life. Other than marrying Su Zhiheng, she did not do anything noteworthy in the He family. It was as if she was an inconspicuous speck of dust that few people paid attention to. The only thing in her life that could be tainted with a bit of brilliance was that after returning to the capital, she had a good marriage that everyone was envious of. Unfortunately, this little bit of good fortune seemed to have used up all of her luck. After that, she became blind and died. Like a speck of dust, she returned to nothingness. Her birth and death, compared to her brother He Rufei, were like tiny pebbles thrown into the ocean, unable to cause the slightest splash. When people heard it, at most, they could only sigh. A pitiful, lowly woman who no one paid any attention to. He picked up another letter. This letter was different from Su Wanru's. It was densely packed with records of all the interesting things that happened to a girl with the same name and surname since she was born. She was the daughter of He Sui, the military officer of the city gate. Although her mother died when she was young and her family was poor, she was pampered and spoiled by her father's care. She was lively, just like any other young girl who grew up in an ordinary family in the marketplace. She loved rouge, fragrant powder, and beautiful clothes. Her hands were unable to lift her shoulders, and her biggest wish was to marry into a well-off family. If this family also had an official position in their hands and a handsome husband, then she would be thankful to the heavens and earth. Her dispute with Fancheng was known to all of the neighbors. If they wanted to know about a little girl who grew up on the street, they could easily go door to door and ask about her past. It was precisely because of this that the Lady He that the neighbors spoke of and the He Yan of the Marquis Wuan were like two different people. Lady He loved to be beautiful and charming, but He Yan only wore men's clothes all day long. Lady He was particular about clothing and residence. He Yan could even squeeze into a large bunk with a dozen or so other men. Lady He had a delicate and weak body. She would pant after taking 2 steps. He Yan ran on time every day in the Liang province guard. She could easily throw 100 gene stone weight. It was the same face, but her temperament was completely different. She knew how to memorize Wu Zi's art of war and knew the drill of military formations like the back of her hand. She could see the weakness of Yuto's military strategy at a glance, and she could also face the enemy's long blade without batting an eyelid. It was impossible for such a genius to exist in the world, and it was impossible for such a genius to appear in the Liang province guard. However, if this person wasn't a genius, but rather a valiant general who grew up in a treacherous battlefield, then it seemed that all those inexplicable things had a reasonable explanation. Xiaoju was silent for a moment. She put all the letters in her hands back into the drawer and turned to leave. His courtyard was very large, and there were many empty rooms. Xiaoju walked directly to the innermost room. There were guards at the door. When they saw Xiaoju walk over, they made way for her. Xiaoju walked in. Inside the room, Mother Qin and Blacksmith Miao were sitting on the edge of the bed, talking about something. When she saw Xiaoju, Mother Qin was so frightened that she immediately stood up and said, "Sir." Currently, Su Zhiheng was searching everywhere for Mother Qin's whereabouts. The 2 brothers that he had brought back from outside the city were still in that courtyard. It would be troublesome for Mother Qin to stay there, so Xiaoju ordered people to send them to their own courtyard. Even if Su Zhiheng had the guts as big as the sky, he wouldn't dare to go to the Xiao family to look for them. There were guards at the door, so Mother Qin couldn't escape. After Xiaoju walked in, she didn't say anything. She only looked at Mother Qin. Mother Qin's body trembled slightly. Up until now, she still didn't know anything about this handsome young man. However, every time she looked into his eyes, she couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. "How did young Mistress Su die?" Xiaoju asked. Mother Qin was stunned for a moment, then she subconsciously replied, "Concubine mother he killed her." I'm asking, how did she die? Only then did Mother Qin return to her senses. She swallowed her saliva and said, this servant isn't too clear about what happened that day. I only know that young mistress's maidservant first gave young mistress a cup of tea with something in it. Young mistress knew martial arts, and her martial arts weren't bad. They were probably afraid that young mistress would escape. After that, young mistress couldn't move. Those servants used a stick to beat young mistress. They dragged her to the pond and pressed her head into it. As if recalling the tragic situation that day, Mother Qin felt a chill run down her spine as she spoke. Young Mistress Su died too tragically. She didn't struggle, didn't scream, didn't beg for mercy, and didn't break down like those who were on the verge of death. She only stubbornly resisted fate. She was clearly blind and couldn't see anything, but there was a fire in her eyes. She was determined, tenacious, and worked hard to resist. It was precisely because of this that when the body was pressed into the pool and gradually stopped moving and losing its breath, it was so frightening. Mother Qin closed her eyes. Young mistress drowned. However, she didn't lose her footing and drown. She was pressed into the pond and drowned alive. Xiaoju's fingertips trembled. The past gradually appeared in front of her eyes. On the billowing smoke of the canal, there was a sea of fire. The spring water was still cold. The girl underwater was not as lively as before. Although she could swim, her body gradually stiffened. Her expression was pained. Her long hair spread out in the water like fragile glass. It was as if she would disappear in the next moment. Those who were burned by fire would avoid it when they saw it. Those who fell off their horses and got injured would never get on their horses again. As for those who died in the cold pond, when they entered the water again in the future, they would never be able to let go of the cold pond water and the despair of not being able to see the sun. So that's how it was. Mother Qin didn't know the deeper meaning behind his question. She continued to plead, Sir, this servant really didn't participate. It was concubine he who did it. No, it was Sir who ordered people to do it. This servant only stood among those servants. This servant didn't do anything. Before she could finish speaking, she saw the young man in front of her push open the door and walk out. The door was closed behind him. Xiaoju walked forward a few steps. In the snowy night, the wind was especially cold. It blew away some of the suffocating feeling in the room. He slowly walked along the long corridor. There was no moon tonight. Under the flickering lights, the past flashed past his eyes like a lantern. Those seemingly familiar scenes finally stabbed into his heart like a sharp sword. Gradually, a sharp pain spread out. Time and space overlapped. Under the moonlight, a girl in tight clothes pulled a longbow with great effort. She didn't get tired of it. In the wilderness of the Liang province guards, she slowly blurred into a familiar figure. The masked youth clumsily swung the longsword in his hand. He fell to the ground with a bloody nose and a swollen face. He sneered, There's actually someone who works so hard and can't even withstand a single blow. The girl was covered in the smell of wine. She angrily asked, Why would you rather like Lei Ho than me? In terms of appearance, in terms of skill, and in terms of our past relationship, I'm very disappointed. In the Xianxia dojo, the young man who stumbled when reciting great learning could now recite an entire chapter effortlessly after getting drunk. Yet, he still had to hug his father's waist and ask for his father's praise. She looked down at the recruits training on the training field. She answered his questions fluently. When she was praised, she giggled and boasted, Sometimes, I even feel like I was a female general in my last life. The highest level a liar could achieve was to hide the truth behind a seemingly unintentional lie when telling the truth. Hua Yuxian asked him with a smile, Is the girl beside you the little girl from back then? Was she the little girl from back then? Was she the little girl who was a complete mess of horse archery and swordsmanship, serious, stubborn, hardworking, and unsociable? Was she the one who said, The person holding the sword in her hand should know where the tip of the sword was pointed? Was it pointed at the enemy in front of her or the weak behind her? The little girl who said, I will never draw my sword against the weak. Was she the little girl who was forgotten by her classmates in the field and refused to betray them and tell them the whereabouts of her friends even when she was beaten black and blue? Was she the fierce but inexplicably pitiful young Mistress Su who tried to kill herself a second time after failing to do so after Yuhua Temple and on Snow Lotus Mountain? At that time, he held an umbrella for her, gave her a candy, and gave her a non-existent moonlight. However, he did not know that she lived such a miserable life. She was so miserable that she could not even have her real name. On moonless nights, she hid behind a mask and spent many years alone and lowly. He saved her once, but he could not save her a second time. At the Water God Festival in Jiang, He Yan's face was hidden under the legendary liar mask that was said to be punished for lying. He told 10 secrets and 10 truths. I was fated to be with the governor in my last life. I was a female general in my last life. So that was it. So that was it. He raised his head. The sky was dark. Tonight, there was no moon as bright as frost. The wind was as clear as water, and the scenery was endless. Tonight was so cold. He had only lied to her once, but she had lied to him for many years. When the lie was exposed, his heart ached. Xiaoju walked very slowly. She walked to the end of the long corridor, in front of the study, and under the pomegranate tree under the flower wall. There seemed to be a girl smiling like a flower, trying to reach out and pick the pomegranate that was still young. Again and again, her back view gradually overlapped with that of a spring day many years ago. He was on the tree, and she was under the tree. The mask covered the little girl's face firmly, only revealing a pair of bright eyes and a comical posture of her trying her best to pounce on the yellow loquat. The white-robed young man landed lightly on the ground. He looked at the thin and short girl in front of him, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. That day, the spring breeze was warm, the sky was blue, and the water was blue. It was just like the first time they met. Someone's voice sounded in the sky, in the wilderness, by the spring water. It carried an indescribable sense of loss, and scattered in the night wind with countless fireflies in the depths of the dense forest. Sometimes, after being someone's substitute for so long, it's hard to avoid forgetting who you are. Governor, you must remember my name. My name is. The young man's beautiful and clear eyes gradually darkened. He lowered his eyes and looked at the sachet that was tightly held in his hand. He softly said 2 words. He Yan. It snowed the entire night. When they woke up the next morning, the courtyard was covered in a layer of silver frost. Qingmei woke up early to make porridge. Before cooking, she took a look to see if there was anyone in He Yan's room. Seeing that He Yan was putting on his clothes, she asked curiously, "Miss, why are you up so early?" "It's cold, why don't you sleep a little longer?" "It's fine." He Yan stretched, "I'm used to it." In the Liang province guards, he had to wake up early every day. After returning to the capital, it was not easy to change this habit. While Qingmei was cooking porridge, He Yan picked up the broom in the corner of the courtyard to sweep the snow. "Miss, put it down." "How can you do this?" "This servant can do it," Qingmei said in a panic. He Yan smiled, "You still want to cook porridge? How can one person do 2 things? Forget it, it's just sweeping the snow. I did much more difficult things than this when I was in the guard station. Don't worry about it." Qingmei was very insistent. "No, Mississippi. Take the stove and sit in the room. This servant can do it. It's really fine." Chi Wu, who was squatting in the corner, suddenly felt very uncomfortable. Although he was ordered to protect He Yan, the He family was very poor. They only had one servant, Qingmei. Now that the young miss and the servant girl were fighting to sweep the snow, it was very difficult for a man like him to pretend that he did not see. After hesitating for a moment, Chi Wu stood up and said, "I'll do it." Before He Yan could say anything, Qingmei's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled and stuffed the broom into Chi Wu's hands. "Then I'll have to thank guard Chi Wu." Chi Wu. He suspected that this servant girl was waiting for him here. He Yan was a bit embarrassed. Chi Wu was a talent in the 9 Banners camp. He usually followed Xiaoju around, so he probably had never done something like sweeping. If a sword-wielding imperial bodyguard was a servant, it would seem that the He family was bullying him. He Yan said, "Forget it, let me do it. It's fine." Qing Mei giggled, Imperial bodyguard Qi Wu is very good and strong. Miss, your body is not good, so you'll be fine after some rest. Qi Wu thought to himself, this servant girl probably didn't see how our young miss lifted a 100-pound boulder by herself in the Liang province guard. However, since there were 2 women here, it was better for him to do the work of sweeping the snow. Of the corners. After Qi Wu finished sweeping the snow and Qing Mei finished cooking the porridge, the 3 of them ate together at the table. He Sui and He Yunqing had left early. Qing Mei had made pancakes the night before for them to take with them. After eating, He Yan sat in the room in a daze. She wanted to go to the Su family to find Fu Wang, but when she opened the drawer, there was not a single banknote inside. She couldn't help but feel sad. If she had known earlier, she would have borrowed the stack of banknotes from Xiao Ju when she was in the Xiao family. But now, with her status, she was embarrassed to borrow it. How about, she go find Lin Xuanhe? While she was worrying about the banknotes, a gray-feathered pigeon flew into Qi Wu's storage room. It stopped on the beam and looked at him with its beady eyes. Qi Wu opened his hand and the pigeon flew into it. There was a small copper pipe tied to the pigeon's leg. Qi Wu untied the copper pipe and took out a piece of paper from it. After he finished reading the paper, there was a puzzled expression in his eyes. After a while, he sorted out the paper and released the pigeon. He walked to He Yan's room and knocked on the door. He Yan opened the door and saw Qi Wu. He asked, "What's wrong?" The scabbard of young master's autumn drinking sword cracked when he fought the Wutong people in Jiang. Qi Wu said, the autumn drinking sword was forged by the master swordsmith, Lu Daichuan. The autumn drinking sword is now being forged by Master Lu. He Yan nodded. He didn't understand what Qi Wu's words had to do with her. Young master went out of the city to retrieve the sword today. Young master went out of the city and I also have to go out, so I can't go and retrieve the sword. Master Lu has a rule. He won't wait for people who are late. If he misses this day, he will have to wait for 100 days before he can come out again. Besides the sword owner, only the person closest to him will go to retrieve the sword. Ah? He Yan was speechless. That's a bit too strict. However, all capable craftsmen in the world more or less had their own temperament. Since Lu Daichuan could forge a precious weapon like the autumn drinking sword, it was understandable that he had such a quirk. Miss He. Qi Wu looked at her and said, you are now the governor's fiancée. Master Lu will agree to let you retrieve the sword. Therefore, Miss He, can you do young master a favor and retrieve the sword from Master Lu? He Yan said, it's not difficult. But how can I prove that I am the governor's, fiancé? Don't you have young master's snake-patterned black jade? Qi Wu answered, you can use that. He Yan untied the black jade from her waist. Can this prove your young master's identity? Qi Wu said, yes. Then if I use this to go to the bank, can I get some money? Qi Wu said. Miss He, if you lack money, you can tell me. Young master won't stand by and do nothing. He Yan laughed and said, I'm just joking. However, she secretly understood that this black jade could be used anywhere. It shouldn't be difficult to exchange it for some money. She simply said, okay, it's not a big deal. Give me Master Lu's residence. I'll go there in a moment. Master Lu lives in the mountains north of the city. It's a bit far away, Qi Wu said. I will prepare a carriage and bodyguards for Miss He to avoid danger on the way. He Yan said, forget it. Your bodyguards can't even beat me. If we really encounter danger, it's hard to say who will save who. Just give me his residence. It's broad daylight, so it won't be a problem. Moreover, after the assassin incident, the number of guards in the city has doubled. It won't be a problem. She was stubborn. Qi Wu couldn't win against her and had to give up in the end. Qi Wu seemed to have something important to do. After writing down Lu Daichuan's residence for He Yan, she hurried out of the mansion. He Yan comforted Qing Mei and led Xianxia out the door. Although Lu Daichuan's residence was far away, it wasn't difficult to find. It was winter in the mountains north of the city. The snow was thicker than the snow in the city. Everywhere was silvery white. If the carriage traveled in the mountains, it would take a day and a night. He Yan was glad that he didn't listen to Qi Wu's advice to take a carriage. Instead, he rode a horse. At least he could catch up with Master Lu before sunset. Lu Daichuan was also a wonderful person. He Yan had thought that since he lived in the mountains, he must be a sage-like master. Who knew that this man had built a palace-like residence in the mountains, which was extremely gorgeous. As soon as He Yan entered, 2 giant tigers ran over and growled at her. Xianxia jumped in fright and almost threw He Yan off. He Yan held onto the reins and comforted Xianxia. When he got off the horse to take a look, he found that the 2 tigers were actually made of wood. Their eyes were black gems with green light, shining brightly in the dark. At first glance, they looked exactly the same as the real thing. He Yan was surprised. This was probably Lu Daichuan's work. He was indeed a skilled craftsman. The door wasn't closed. The 2 giant tigers were still growling at He Yan, but they didn't do anything else. He Yan thought for a while and pushed the door open to enter. As soon as he entered, he felt that this place was like a smaller version of Dawei. In the courtyard of the northern lands, there was a small canal that looked like a river town in Jiangnan. Inside the canal, there was a small boat that could only fit 1 person. There was even a gauze curtain on the boat, and moving music could be heard from it. Upon closer inspection, there was no one in the boat, only a wooden box. The flowers and plants on the wall were fake, but they were lifelike. Even though it was winter, it was lively and bustling. Some colorful stones were scattered on the ground. They shouldn't be gems, but they were shining and attracting people's attention. He Yan felt as if she had entered the legendary Dragon Palace. It was as if she had entered a fairyland. She couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This person was such a skilled craftsman. No wonder he could forge a sword like autumn wine. She had just walked to the main hall when the door opened with a crash. He Yan walked in and saw a man in a white robe sitting in the large hall. This man was cutting a bamboo dragonfly. He was probably at the last step. He Yan watched as he pulled the tail of the dragonfly and the dragonfly flew up on its own with a wing sound. She couldn't help but cry out in surprise. The man turned his head, and He Yan saw his face clearly. In fact, this man was dressed like an immortal. She didn't know what material his white robe was made of. It was especially light and elegant. Just by looking at his appearance, he looked like a hermit from the previous dynasty. However, his appearance was completely different. This person was very round. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was like a round ball. When he looked over with a smile, he looked like a Maitreya Buddha. He didn't have the air of a high scholar. This was somewhat beyond He Yan's expectation. She thought she would see a cold, arrogant, and eccentric old man with a white beard. She didn't expect to see such a kind fat man. Moreover, this person looked very young, probably in his 20s. It was a young fat man. "We have a guest." The man smiled. "Are you Master Lu?" He Yan took off the jade pendant from her waist and showed it to him. "I'm here to get the sword for Military Governor Xiao." "Eh?" Lu Daichuan saw He Yan's jade pendant and was stunned. "Why do you have Xiao Huijin's sword? Are you Xiao Ju's fiancé?" He Yan was caught off guard by the question and didn't know how to answer for a moment. After a while, she nodded. "That's right. So you are Huijin's fiancé." Lu Daichuan nodded and looked at He Yan again. "Not bad, not bad." He Yan felt inexplicably uncomfortable. She thought for a while and asked, "Master Lu seems to have a good personal relationship with Military Governor Xiao?" This person looked amiable. He wasn't as unreasonable as Jiwu said. "It's not good, but it's also not bad." Lu Daichuan shook his head with a smile and clapped his hands. With a creak, He Yan looked in the direction of the sound and found a small wooden figure standing in the hall. It was only 1 foot tall and made into a beautiful woman. It walked into the hall. She didn't know what it was going to do. "This is all made by Master Lu?" "Just some puppets." Lu Daichuan smiled. "There are no living people in my villa. There are only puppets who help me work." It sounded a little scary, but He Yan didn't feel scared. She said, "Why don't you ask some craftsmen to help you? Or just go down the mountain?" "That won't do." Lu Daichuan said, "I have lived on the mountain for more than 30 years. The life below the mountain doesn't suit me." He Yan asked, "Master, how old are you this year?" This person looked like he was in his 20s. How could he have lived on the mountain for more than 30 years? Guess? Yan couldn't guess. She simply said, "Master, you look like you are in your early 20s. Her words seemed to please Lu Daichuan. He held his stomach and laughed. "Child, your mouth is as sweet as honey. No wonder Xiao Huijin likes you. You are so likable." Yan. Just as she was wondering why this master swordsmith looked so frivolous, the wooden figure that had just entered the room ran out again with a da-da-da sound. He held a long box in his hands and placed it in front of Yan. Yan opened the box and saw a long sword lying in it. The blade was as white as snow. It was autumn wine. "It's already fixed?" Yan said in surprise. There were no traces of cracks on the scabbard. "It's just a sword. It won't take long." Lu Daichuan looked at Yan and smiled kindly. "You are Xiao Huijin's fiancé. For Xiao Huijin's sake, I can also make a weapon or treasure for you. What do you want?" Yan joked, "Master, can you also make a sword like autumn wine for me?" Lu Daichuan looked at her and smiled. "No." "Why?" Yan asked with a smile. "Master, do you think I don't deserve your sword? You already have a sword. You don't need another one." Yan's smile suddenly froze. She looked at Lu Daichuan. How did this man know she had a sword? "Master, I don't have a sword." Yan said, "I don't even have a good weapon." "You will." Lu Daichuan shook his head. The smile in his eyes seemed to see through her. "Your sword will come back to you again." Yan stared at Lu Daichuan, trying to find any flaws on his face. Unfortunately, he could not see anything other than the amiable and consistent smile on this person's face. Yan hugged the box containing autumn wine and stood up. "Grandmaster, it's getting late. I came here today to retrieve the sword. Now that I have the sword, I should go back." She bowed to Lu Daichuan. "Thank you, master." "You're welcome." Lu Daichuan also stood up. It was not easy for him to stand up because he was fat. It took him a lot of strength to stand firmly like a ball. He clasped his hands and sent Yan to the door. Beside him were the two colorful tigers and the wooden figure. He looked like a weird king hiding in the mountains. "Let's go." Yan got on his horse and turned around to leave. However, from the view of his back, it seemed as if he was fleeing in panic. The sound of the horse's hooves gradually faded away. Lu Daichuan made a tut sound and looked down at the wooden figure that only reached his calf. "Jade, do you think I scared the little girl?" The wooden figure hung on his leg and didn't say anything. "Forget it." Lu Daichuan shook his head again. He turned around and walked back. As he walked, he said to himself, Huijin, Huijin, this is all I can do for you." It was getting dark on the mountain. When Yan came, the sun hadn't set yet. She didn't stay long in Master Lu's Bun. But when she came out, it was already dark. Fortunately, the moonlight was bright tonight. It shone on the snowy mountain, making it brighter than usual. She remembered the way. She rode Xianxia down the mountain. But she kept thinking about what she had just said to Master Lu. How did Master Lu know that she already had a treasured sword? Did he already know something? Or was this person really some kind of otherworldly expert who could see the truth of her reincarnation in someone else's body, but she was alone now and knew nothing about Lu Daichuan? She had to wait until she met Xiao Ju and asked him who Lu Daichuan was. Then she would make a decision. Yan sighed in his heart. He had just solved the problem of Lady He who had disguised herself as a man and joined the Liangzhou guards. Now there was another problem. These days, it seemed like he was solving one problem after another. Yan's gaze fell on the wooden box in front of him. Fortunately, he had finally retrieved the autumn drinking sword. She didn't know where He Rufei had put her qinglang. Given He Rufei's cautiousness, he wouldn't show anyone the qinglang unless he had no other choice. If her qinglang was still by her side, she would definitely clean it every day. The horse galloped through the mountain. The cold wind that blew against her face cut painfully. She exhaled, and her breath immediately turned into white mist under the night sky. It was extremely cold in the mountain. Suddenly, something flew toward him from behind. The horse under him was startled and stood up abruptly. He Yan pulled on the reins. In the next moment, someone flew from behind him and aimed the tip of a sword at his back. An assassin, He Yan dodged to the side and landed on the ground. Before he could see who the person was, the person had already made a comeback. He threw himself in front of He Yan and pointed the sword at He Yan's heart. He wanted He Yan's life without saying anything. In this desolate mountain range, there wasn't a single person. Even if he shouted, it would be impossible to call the city guards. And she was unarmed, so it was very troublesome. She had no choice but to use her hand to split open the wooden box that she had clamped under her armpit. With a dong sound, the wooden box shattered and the autumn drinking sword fell into He Yan's hand. Although she had seen and touched it in her previous life, this was the first time she had used it. As soon as she touched it, she felt that the sword was really cold. It was as sharp as the owner of the sword. "I'm sorry, Xiaoju," she secretly said in her heart, "I'll borrow your sword for now." He Yan suddenly pulled out the autumn drinking sword and looked at the person in front of him. He shouted, "Who are you?" Under the moonlight, He Yan was able to clearly see that the other party's entire body was wrapped in a black cloak. The curtained hat covered most of his face, only revealing a little bit of his chin. In the dim light of the night, it seemed as clear as green jade. She wanted to look again, but the other person was already impatiently holding his sword and sweeping it towards He Yan's neck. He actually started to fight without saying anything? He Yan was startled, but the murderous aura in front of her made it clear that the other person wanted to kill her. It seemed that he only wanted to take her life. He Yan frowned. Could it be that He Rufei sent someone again? But last time there was a group of people. Why was there only one this time? But soon, He Yan understood why there was only one person this time. Compared to the assassins last time, this person's skills were much better. Even He Yan couldn't help but be surprised when she fought with him. His sword technique was exquisite. It looked as calm as water, but it was full of murderous aura. It was actually on par with hers. She was surprised. Where did this person come from? Even in Shua capital, there weren't many people with such skills. He Rufei actually had such a powerful person under his command, she didn't have time to think about it. The long swords danced and made a clanging sound. He Yan dodged the person's sword and bent her elbow towards the other person's abdomen. That person seemed to have expected her sneak attack and dodged to the side. Instead, he flashed behind He Yan and stabbed with his sword. He Yan couldn't dodge in time. She could only turn her back to that person and stab back. The two swords collided. With a ping sound, both of them took a few steps back. He Yan was startled for a moment. She didn't know why, but a familiar feeling welled up in her heart. She didn't know where this familiar feeling came from, but before she could figure it out, that person had already stabbed with his sword again. The other person's movements were extremely fast. After each exchange, there wasn't any time to rest as he continued to attack again. The sword moves were like a storm, fine and dense. He Yan's autumn drinking sword was nimble and sharp. She had long been used to it. Thus, she didn't hide the flaws and habits of General Fei Hong. The snowflakes danced in the wind. In the darkness of the night, the bamboo forest seemed to have the sound of wind echoing, leisurely burying the killing intent. He Yan's foot lightly tapped the ground. The autumn drinking sword in her hand seemed to have a telepathic connection with her. She finally caught a glimpse of a flaw in the other person's sword moves. Without hesitation, her figure was as fast as lightning as she stabbed towards the other person. At the same time, that person also stabbed towards He Yan. The two swords made a crisp sound as they collided in the air. The moment they passed each other, a paw sound rang out. A cold light broke into two. The sword in the black-cloaked person's hand had been cut in two by the autumn drinking sword. He Yan suddenly turned around and stabbed towards the back of that person who hadn't yet turned around. The tip of the sword was just a hair away from piercing his back. But at this tiny hair, it stopped. The surroundings were strangely quiet. There was only the sound of falling snow and a clear cry of wild cranes in the distant valley. He Yan looked at the other person's back and seemed to feel something. The hand holding the sword slightly trembled. The other person didn't move. She slowly opened her mouth with a hoarse voice, "Who are you?" In an instant, the mountain and the moon broke through the dark clouds. Thousands of peaks piled up like jade and thousands of valleys paved with silver. That person slowly turned around and took off his veiled hat, revealing a familiar face. Xiaoju. He Yan murmured. The black cloak was slightly blown by the wind in the snowy night. The youth's facial features were unbelievably handsome, like a jade carving. There seemed to be an indescribable emotion in his limpid black eyes. His gaze focused on her, as if from the past to the present, and perhaps the future. Your swordsmanship has improved a lot. He hooked his lips. Long time no see, General He. End of Book 5. The moonlight shone on the snowy ground. In the flowing light and shadow, the two of them stood facing each other. There was no need to hide. He Yan's gaze fell on the autumn drinking sword in her hand. At this moment, she realized how heavy the sword was. It was so heavy that she almost couldn't hold it anymore. When did you find out? She asked softly. I found He Wanru's wet nurse, Xiaoju replied. He Yan suddenly looked up at him. His expression was as calm as ever, as if what he said was just a trivial matter. Thousands of complex emotions surged in her heart. Bitterness, panic, nervousness, and finally, they all turned into a sigh of relief. I'm sorry, He Yan tried to make herself look more relaxed. I didn't mean to lie to you. But why did she lie? Even she couldn't come up with an acceptable reason. Xiaoju bent down to pick up the broken sword on the ground. The sword in his hand had been cut in two by He Yan's autumn drinking sword. He Yan quietly watched his movements. When he bent down and stood up, he said, You already know everything? More or less. Xiaoju's gaze was calm. You are Su Zhiheng's deceased wife, and He Rufei who wears a mask. When the words deceased wife came out of his mouth, He Yan's heart shook violently. It was as if the secret that she didn't want to be discovered had been exposed. For no reason, she looked a little embarrassed. She had been brave all her life and never feared facing thousands of troops on the battlefield. Only when she faced this person in front of her did she had the thought of retreating. But she couldn't run away. Since she had been discovered, she had to face it. No matter if it was a past full of conspiracies and schemes, or a future with no path ahead. That's right, He Yan said, I am He Yan, and He Rufei, your classmate. Xiaoju's eyes moved slightly. After a moment, he asked, How did you become the daughter of the military officer at the city gate? If you've already found Mother Qin, you should already know how I died. He Yan smiled bitterly and looked at the icicles hanging from the trees not far away. The icicles were like teardrops, hanging from the branches. After I died, when I woke up again, I was already He Yan now. Maybe God took pity on me and gave me another chance. He Yan shrugged. Even if I told you about the supernatural, no one would believe me. Maybe someone would even think that I was talking nonsense. However, since you've already found me, I think you already believe this matter. Why did you exchange identities with He Rufei? He Yan was startled. His eyes, which had always been bright, seemed to be covered by a layer of mist at this moment, giving birth to a bit of confusion. Xiaoju, no one can decide their own fate at birth. It's the same for me. When I could remember, I was already He Rufei. She slowly said, I only knew that my eldest brother wouldn't live for long. If I didn't become He Rufei, the title of nobility of the He family would be taken away. Therefore, I had to live in the name of He Rufei and live like this for the rest of my life. However, at that time, I was too young and didn't want to succumb to this kind of fate. Therefore, I left the He family and joined the Fuyue army. I earned military merits and received a reward. I also didn't expect that my eldest brother, who was destined to die young, didn't die and was even safe and healthy. Therefore, when I returned to the capital, everything went back to its original place. He became He Rufei and I became He Yan. This was good. There was nothing bad about this. Although she felt a bit wronged at that time, this was already the best ending she could think of. Whether it was He Rufei or He Yan, both of them would be able to escape unscathed. He Yan slightly raised her head, as if she was trying to force back the tears. She smiled and said, He Rufei is the famous General Fei Hong. Second miss, he is just a sickly person with poor health. When she reached the age, she could use He Rufei's name to find a good marriage for herself. Originally, this matter would have ended at this point. It's just that they were afraid that I would reveal some clues and implicate the entire He family, so they didn't trust me. Therefore, after this, they took my life. He Yan laughed self-deprecatingly. This should be a punishment from the heavens for me. Those who rebelled against fate would eventually be wiped out by fate. If she had obediently stayed in the He family as He Rufei back then and didn't go to the battlefield, didn't strive for military achievements, and didn't become General Fei Hong, perhaps when the time came, she and He Rufei would return to their positions and wouldn't have lost their lives. But, if someone asked if she could turn back time and if she had the chance to choose again, would she still leave the He family? He Yan thought that she probably would. It was because she had embarked on a path that was completely different from the predetermined fate that she realized that the vastness of the world, the scenery were completely different from those hidden in the 4 residences. Your eyes, it was the He family who blinded me. He Yan interrupted him, but they probably didn't expect that I could live well without my eyes. This is all thanks to you. She smiled slightly. I will remember what you said to me that day at Yuhua Temple. Even if I become a blind person, I want to be the one who is the most different among the blind people. Xiao Ju's breathing deepened slightly. What he said was also hurting He Yan. If He Yan had become a blind person, after he no longer posed a threat to the He family, he might have been able to save his life. It was because she didn't accept her fate that the He family became uneasy again and took her life away. Xiao Ju, please don't blame yourself. He Yan seemed to have seen through her thoughts. I don't regret my choice at that time. If I didn't meet you, I wouldn't even have the courage to live. As early as the mid-autumn night at Yuhua Temple, there should be no He Yan in this world. Fate was cruel, but it was also mysterious. Every seemingly careless choice would lead to unpredictable results. Now that she had become Yi Sui's daughter, she was no longer blind. Old friends appeared in front of her one by one. She couldn't tell if she felt more regretful or more fortunate. I am He Yan, and I am also He Rufei. She smiled slightly. When I first woke up, I accidentally stumbled into the recruit camp of the Liang Province Guards. When I told you that I wanted to make a name for myself, I wasn't lying. Because only by standing at the same height as He Rufei can I expose his lies. My life alone is not important, but because of me, He Rufei caused the deaths of many innocent people. This is unforgivable. What he owes me, I will take it back myself. Now that I have become Marquis Wuan, I have the ability to fight against him. What I am going to do next is also these things. I'm sorry, Xiao Ju, I didn't mean to lie to you. It's just that there are some things that are too ridiculous to say. Maybe it's because I'm too timid and don't know how to face you. You've been lying to me, he said. He Yan's fingers curled up slightly, and he took a deep breath. I'm sorry. Are you also lying to me about liking me? He asked. He Yan suddenly raised his head. He stood in the wind, his posture tall and straight, just like in the past. Yet, he also seemed to have returned to the beginning, a distance that could never be touched. No. Xiao Ju looked at him indifferently. I didn't lie to you. He Yan paused, swallowed the sourness in his throat, and then continued, when I was He Rufei in the Xianxia dojo, you took care of me a lot. You helped me apply medicine, and taught me swordsmanship. In this life, when I was He Yan, you always protected me. You always appeared when I was in danger. Xiao Ju, I used to like you, and now, I like you even more. Some things, once said, were said. It was as if all of his worries were gone. He Yan knew very well that Xiao Ju was someone who hated betrayals and lies. This was related to the Xiao family's accident. Thus, when he found out that she was pretending to be a man in the Liang Province Guards, he was also this sensitive. And now, an even bigger secret had been exposed. To Xiao Ju, from the moment they met, it had been a complete lie. She had no right to ask for Xiao Ju's forgiveness. I'm not the real Lady He. She took a deep breath, and revealed a fake relaxed smile. I really didn't want to drag you into this. Originally, I just wanted to make a name for myself in the Liang Province Guards, and be your right-hand man. I didn't think that things would come to this between you and me. His Majesty bestowed a marriage upon the two of us, and I can't go against it, but. She looked at Xiao Ju, you don't have to take this marriage to heart. Just treat it as a partnership. If you find a girl you like in the future, I will tell her that you and I are just putting on a show. When the time comes, you can cancel the marriage or divorce me. It doesn't matter. Xiaoju's eyes suddenly turned cold, and she slowly asked, divorce you? He Yan pretended to be indifferent and sighed, actually, marriage doesn't mean anything, really. Don't look at how happy Yan Nongguang is and think that there are many benefits to marriage. I've been married before, and if we talk about it, I was happier before I got married. Perhaps I am more suitable to be alone. 2 marriages are not good enough. She joked, wait until you divorce me, and I have settled all the debt of gratitude and enmity. Then 1 man, 1 horse, I will roam the Jianghu. It's better than living the life of an ordinary woman in this courtyard house, not very good. It's just a pity for you. She seemed to be genuinely worried for Xiaoju. Everything was fine, but I blocked your marriage for no reason. Xiaoju coldly said, He Yan. Don't look so angry. He Yan laughed, the one who should be sad is me. It wasn't easy to deceive a marriage, but now it's been exposed. Fortunately, I'm a very broad-minded person, and I'm always open-minded about everything. After today, you and I will be ordinary schoolmates. Xiaoju, she said seriously, pausing between each word, thank you, no matter if it was in the past or now. Her smile was relaxed, and she looked like she didn't care at all, like a heartless youth in the Liang province guards. However, only He Yan knew that when she said these words, every word was like a knife cutting into her heart. She liked this person so much, and had experienced so much with this person. Xiaoju had given her warmth and treasures that she had never experienced before. She thought that she had caught the moon, but in reality, she had only caught the reflection of the moon under the water. Now that she had woken up from her dream, she should return to her own path. Greed was a taboo in a relationship. If she didn't have that bit of greed, perhaps she wouldn't have been so sad when they parted. He Yan raised a big smile, thought for a moment, and reached out to Xiaoju. Here, this is your autumn wine, and now it's returned to its rightful owner. The youth didn't move, and his beautiful eyes focused on her, surging with an emotion that He Yan couldn't understand. In the next moment, he strode forward, and He Yan handed the autumn wine back to him. He didn't take the sword. That hand grabbed He Yan's arm, and with a gentle tug, pulled her into an embrace. He Yan was shocked. Under the seemingly cold black robe, there was an incomparably warm embrace. Just like the most valiant general, he had the softest heart. Xiaoju, you, He Yan leaned into his embrace, and could hear the other person's clear and powerful heartbeat. It was more intense than any other heartbeat, as if it was a declaration of the youth's unknown feelings. She raised her head, and saw Xiaoju's chin. He Yan's hand was supporting He Yan's waist, and he pressed her head against his chest, as if he was comforting her, but also as if he was afraid that she would escape from his imprisonment. I'm sorry. What? The youth's voice was restrained, hoarse and deep. I didn't recognize you at first sight. In an instant, He Yan's eyes were wet. For a long time, it was as if she had walked alone in the dark for a long time. No one had discovered her existence, and no one cared about her sadness or joy. No one apologized, and no one cheered. Happiness or sadness, beginning or ending, it was all her story. Until one day, someone discovered her. The only person in the world was her light, the source of all her brilliance. Hey, she wanted to lighten the atmosphere, Xiao Huijin, I can't bear to see you like this. He hugged He Yan even tighter, and whispered in her ear, I missed you twice. This time, I won't miss you again. He Yan was stunned. She broke free from Xiaoju's embrace, and looked at him in surprise. I'm not Lady He, I'm He Yan. I know. I've lied to you, from your previous life until now. I know. I've already been married. She seemed to find it hard to say. Xiaoju, even if that's the case, are you still the same as before? She didn't think that people who had been married were inferior. There were so many women in the world who had divorced, and those who had been abandoned were no worse than others. It was just that they were unlucky, or they had no choice but to choose the wrong marriage. It didn't prevent them from obtaining happiness. But it turned out that when people met the person they really liked, even if it was a fairy, they would secretly worry about whether they matched the other party. Happiness made people timid, and timidity made people feel inferior. Moreover, she had received too little love, and even the affirmation was very little. Under the night sky, the youth's eyes were like limpid autumn water, and all the coldness and ridicule had faded away. It was unbelievably warm. Xiaoju smiled. Why are you so unconfident? Even if you've been married, in my eyes, you're just a girl. He leaned over slightly, looking into her eyes. So what if I'm General Fei Hong? I'm only here for He Yan. It was unknown when Xianxia had sneaked back. She stood under the tree and watched them quietly. He Yan looked at him blankly. Is what you said true? I see that your swordsmanship has improved a lot. Why are you still the same as before? He said lazily. Stupid and short. These words seemed to have pulled He Yan back to the past, and the embarrassment and sorry state he was in earlier had unknowingly dissipated greatly. There seemed to be a surge of warmth in her heart, and all of her uneasiness turned to ashes at this moment. She raised her head, unable to hide her smile. But you are exactly the same as you were back then. Xiaoju coughed and turned her head. He Yan was excited and didn't want to let him go. He grabbed his sleeves and didn't let go. He tilted his head and asked, my sword skills were taught by you personally. But I was still dressed as a man. Why did you take care of me? Could it be that you already liked me at that time? These words were really shameless. Xiaoju sneered. I am not a homosexual. But you look like a homosexual. He Yan suddenly understood. No wonder Yan Nongguang always disliked me at that time. He probably thought that I was some kind of male seductress who tarnished the only genius he saw as a rival. Xiaoju stared at her in disbelief. You are not sad now? I was not sad in the first place. He Yan said stubbornly. You were about to cry just now. He raised his eyebrows. You can't bear to part with me? He Yan could not keep her face. She retorted. How could I cry? You saw wrong. Of course I can't bear to part with you. We were schoolmates after all. Just the friendship of schoolmates? He Yan ignored her. She leaned closer to him and said, don't change the topic. Tell me first. Why did you teach me swordsmanship at the Xianxia dojo? You are not someone who likes to help others. You must have fallen in love with me at that time. Xiao Huijin, could it be that you are really a homosexual? Xiaoju's face darkened as she reprimanded, nonsense. Then tell me why. He Yan had wanted to ask him this question for a long time. At that time, he and Xiaoju did not have a close relationship, but Xiaoju was willing to teach him swordsmanship on the last night of the Virtuous Prosperity Dojo. It was no wonder that he could not figure it out. Even Xiaoju herself did not understand. Xiaoju smiled. Do you still remember the winter solstice competition at the Eastern Mountain Hunting Ground in the capital when we first entered the Virtuous Dojo? He Yan was stunned. I remember. What's wrong? She still remembered that it was at that time when she first saw Shen Mushiwei in her previous life. When the cold and aloof young Miss Shen and the handsome second young Master Xiao stood together, they looked like a match made in heaven, even from the perspective of this lifetime. He Yan muttered, at that time, His Majesty personally came to the hunting ground. All the students in the Virtuous Prosperity Dojo had to enter the competition. The students who caught the most prey would be rewarded. The students who did not catch any prey would not be able to eat. Who came up with this idea? The weather was cold and the ground was frozen. It was normal that they did not catch any prey. How could they be so harsh on the students and let them starve? Speaking of this, she was still indignant. There was no other reason than He Yan was the one who did not catch any prey and went hungry. Xiaoju chuckled. Wasn't that your choice? What? You clearly caught a rabbit, but you let it go. She turned her head and looked at He Yan. Wasn't that your choice? He Yan was stunned. He stammered, How did you know? Because, Xiaoju curved her lips. That was a rabbit. I let it go. At that time, it was winter in Shuajing. The hunting ground was completely covered in white snow. At that time, the Xiao family was not in trouble. Su Jingfu was not at the stage where he could cover the sky with one hand. Emperor Wenxian had a sudden impulse and personally came to Dong Mountain to watch the students of the Virtuous Prosperity Dojo compete. Originally, it was just a competition in archery and horse riding. Because of the arrival of the emperor, there were more prizes. In order to make the youths work harder and not lose face for the virtuous prosperity dojo, some genius teacher in the dojo came up with a harsh rule. If they did not catch any prey, they would not be able to eat. Xian cursed the person who came up with this idea in his heart. She was not very good at martial arts. Her horsemanship and archery were even worse. Being together with these youngsters, he really had no advantage. Without a doubt, once they entered the hunting grounds, unlike his classmates who were in high spirits, Xian was simply especially helpless. At that time, Xiaoju was, without a doubt, the most eye-catching of all the youths. The horse was wearing a marten coat and looked beautiful. In a flash, there was a long string of prey tied behind the horse. Lin Shuanghe was a weak young master who could not lift or carry anything. He followed Xiaoju closely and gained a lot of benefits. It did not matter if there was prey or not. In the end, if he could get one or two from Xiaoju's prey, it would be enough to complete his task. The two walked in the forest of the hunting ground. Suddenly, not far away, they saw a gray arrow flying from the side. It accurately hit a piece of Shirtu. The two paused for a moment. Soon, a short figure ran out from the forest. She ran to the side of the Shirtu and pulled out the arrow. After looking at it, she simply sat on the ground and sighed. She said to herself, hunting is difficult. It's harder than ascending to the blue sky. Xiaoju and Lin Shuanghe, they all recognized that the masked man who was moaning and groaning was young Master He from the bottom of the virtuous prosperity hall. Lin Shuanghe had previously improved together with Xian. He already felt some sympathy for Xian. Seeing this scene, he said, "My brother, he is too pitiful." Xiaoju looked on coldly from the sidelines, unmoved. In his opinion, this young master of the He clan was often mentally ill most of the time. You see, there is not a single prey on his horse. When he goes back, he won't have anything to eat. He will be hungry. In this cold winter, it's not good to be hungry. Lin Shuanghe was a doctor with the heart of a parent. He said mercifully, "How about we give him a badger so that he won't be empty-handed?" Xiaoju sneered, "You go by yourself." Lin Shuanghe really walked in front of Xiaoju's horse. He picked the prey tied to the back of the horse. But halfway through, he suddenly realized, no, He Rufei can't do anything. However, he is extremely stubborn. If we give it to him like this, he will most likely not agree. He will even righteously refuse. Just like how he proposed to let He Rufei be the last in the exam so that he could strive to be the second last. This young master was extremely principled. Money would not be able to move him. Lin Shuanghe thought that he had a good eye for people. He Rufei would most likely not accept such a straightforward help. How about this? Lin Shuanghe had an idea. Huaijin, your archery skills are very good. Later, you will shoot a rabbit and let He Rufei pass by. An injured rabbit can't run fast. If He Rufei can't hit it, then he really has a mental problem. What does that have to do with me? Xiaoju frowned, I'm not going. Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Look at this boy, he is too pitiful. We are all classmates. It's just a matter of convenience. Huaijin. Lin Shuanghe was a person who was especially patient when it came to trivial matters. He also knew that Xiaoju was the most impatient person. Sure enough, after nagging for a while, Xiaoju was annoyed. He picked up the bow on his horse and shot an arrow in a direction. From the bushes, a gray rabbit suddenly jumped out. The arrow was shot very coincidentally. It did not hit the rabbit and just grazed one of its legs. Thus, the rabbit's movement slowed down. The arrow fell into the bushes and no one noticed. Xian was leaning on the Shirtu and sighing. Suddenly, he saw a rabbit jump out of the forest. He was first shocked, then became happy. Without saying anything, he grabbed his bow and followed it. He didn't know what was wrong with this wild rabbit, but its movements were much slower than the ones they encountered before. Xian guessed that it might be because the winter was too cold, and even the rabbits became less agile. But this was also a good thing. The fast rabbit couldn't be caught, but the slow one couldn't fly away, right? Lin Shuanghe praised Xiaoju in a low voice. Huaijin, your help was flawless. This boy must think that he got a good deal. Let's go and take a look. He pulled the unwilling Xiaoju and secretly followed behind Yan. The rabbit ran for a while. It seemed that it did not have enough strength and became slower. Yan thought for a while and put the bow and arrow on his back. He felt that even if he did not use the bow and arrow, the rabbit would most likely not be able to run on its own. He could catch it with his bare hands. In ancient times, there was a saying that one would wait for a rabbit to pass out. Yan applauded himself in his heart. He actually still had the time to carefully observe the rabbit. This rabbit was very thin. Perhaps it was hungry because there was no food in the winter. It looked like even if it was fried, it would not have much meat. Lin Shuanghe's imagination ran wild. She did not know if the prey she hunted could be shared with the students. However, if she brought this rabbit back to the He family, it would not even be enough for the whole family. Not long after, the rabbit stopped. It pulled open a bush and revealed a hole. Yan's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. Before it could go in, he grabbed the rabbit by the ear and lifted it up. He said to himself, "Everyone says that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. The ancient people did not lie to me." At this moment, something seemed to be moving at the entrance of the cave. Yan held the rabbit in one hand and curiously pried open the grass with the other. Inside the small cave, there were 3 small furry buns. They looked like 3 Xianxia, and they were huddled together. It was actually 3 baby rabbits. Yan was stunned. She looked at the gray rabbit in her hand that was constantly kicking and struggling. She suddenly realized that this was a female rabbit. The rabbits in the hole were her cubs. Yan became silent. Lin Shuanghe was holding the Xiaoju to watch the show from afar. When he saw this, he was pleasantly surprised. Rufei's luck is not bad. He actually found a rabbit nest. If he turns in this nest of rabbits, I think this time he won't be the last. He will at least be the second last. But, why is he holding the rabbit in a daze? The rabbit under her hand jumped silently. Yan looked at the 3 sesame Yuanxiao in the hole. After a while, she sighed and took out a small white bottle. What is he doing? Lin Shuanghe was very surprised. The boy called Rufei was grabbing the rabbit's ear and applying medicine for it. He even tore a piece of cloth from his robe to bandage the rabbit's leg that was grazed by the arrow. She said while bandaging, "Forget it. Who told you to meet me? I am a good person. I can't do something like separating a mother and child. I will let you go." She complained endlessly. "Brats, you must remember that because of you, I have to go hungry today." Yan's movements were very fast. In just a moment, she finished bandaging the rabbit. She put the gray rabbit in her hand at the hole and let go of her hand. The rabbit was freed and rushed back into the hole with a whoosh. "You didn't even say thank you?" Yan sighed. Public morals are degenerating day by day. Although she said that, she still spread out the shirt too near the hole to avoid being discovered by other animals. Lin Shuanghe was stunned. Is Rufei's brain okay? Is he here to hunt or to set animals free? Why is he showing mercy at this time? Why is he acting like a girl? Is he sympathizing with the rabbit? He turned to look at Xiaoju. "Huijin, look." Xiaoju's gaze fell on the boy wearing the mask. He didn't know why, but he suddenly remembered something when he was young. That was before he left the mountain. He learned martial arts from a master on the mountain. The master was very strict. If he failed a mission or did not do well, the punishment was very severe. It was very difficult to endure. When he was on the mountain, there was one time where he tested his archery skills. At that time, Xiaoju caught a deer. This deer was very fat. When it ran away, it was not as agile as other deer. He caught the deer. When he was about to raise his knife, the deer knelt down in front of him. This was a pregnant doe. At that time, he was 12 or 13 years old. He was not as cold and heartless as he was later. When he saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel sympathy. His master stood by the waterfall and looked at him. "You can't be soft-hearted." The boy stood in place and looked at the doe with tears in its eyes. He thought for a moment, then knelt down. In front of his master, he removed the rope on the doe and watched it escape into the forest. His master was not angry. He only looked at him and said, "Do you know what you are doing? You shouldn't be soft-hearted. I just want to protect what I want to protect." The boy's robe was as white as snow. He calmly replied. He was punished to break the array in the mountain for 3 months. Xiaoju did not regret it. When he was young, he simply thought that he did not want this doe to die. But now, he saw Hirufei here, carefully bandaging the wound of a wild rabbit. This was not soft-heartedness, nor was it hypocrisy. He suddenly understood what he wanted to protect all those years ago. A heart of compassion for the weak. When a person wants to become strong, it is to protect the people they want to protect. If in order to become strong, you lose your heart, it is no different from putting the cart before the horse. Huijin, I think Hirufei really has a problem with his brain. If he wasn't a man, he could be my sister. Lin Shuanghe was still rambling on. The white-robed boy was stunned for a moment. He lowered his head and pulled the corners of his mouth, smiling to himself. That day, Hirufei really did not catch anything. He was also the only boy in the Xianxia dojo who did not catch any prey. It was also the second day after that day that Xiaoju got up in the night and walked to the courtyard behind the bamboo forest. He watched the clumsy boy wearing a mask diligently and painstakingly practicing. From then on, his ill-fated relationship with the last place began. He Yan was stunned. He never thought that he and Xiaoju had such an unknown past. At that time, Xiaoju's arrow was hidden very well. She did not realize that the rabbit with an injured leg was caused by Xiaoju. She only saw that the rabbit was pitiful and felt compassion for it. She did not expect that Xiaoju would be moved by this. "You were moved by my kindness?" He Yan shuddered. Hearing this, he could not help but feel goosebumps. Xiaoju seemed to be speechless. "It's not kindness. It's just that at that time, Xiaoju saw a shadow of her own past in Hirufei." He Yan was happy. "So that's how it is. So when you were classmates, you already paid attention to me? Then why did you pretend to be indifferent?" Once this person started to be heartless, it was really hard to deal with. Xiaoju changed the topic. "It's not early anymore. You haven't returned home yet. Your father and brother must be worried." "That's true." He Yan came back to his senses. Seeing that it was already late at night, he guessed that He Sui and He Yunqing should be home by now. They might be looking for him again. Afraid that they would be worried, He Yan said, "Then let's go back first." Xiaoju whistled. Green Ear ran out of the forest and stopped in front of Xiaoju. He Yan also flipped onto Xiangxiang's back. The two of them trotted down the mountain. He Yan rode on his horse. As he galloped, he gradually came back to his senses. He said, "Xiaoju, you asked Qiwu to ask me to retrieve the sword just to test me? You've been following me all this time?" There was no trace of guilt on this person's face. He replied slowly, "This is unbelievable. Of course, I have to confirm it. You wanted to force me to use the sword. You actually beat around the bush." He Yan thought for a moment. "But what's up with that Master Lu Daichuan? When I went to his villa, he seemed to know something. He even said that I already had a sword and couldn't have another one. Did you tell him about this?" "No." Xiaoju's eyes flickered. "Other than you and me, no one else knows about this. Then, even if he knows something, it's not strange. He's my master." He Yan was surprised. "Master? I have many masters. He's just one of them. It's not strange that he can see your background. But he's already an outsider. Even if he knows, he won't do anything. You don't have to worry. This isn't a problem of worry." He Yan didn't know what to say. "This person is your master. You should have at least told me in advance. Fortunately, I didn't do anything rash." If Xiaoju glanced at her. Seeing her uneasy expression, she laughed. "What are you afraid of? Even if you did something, with me around, no one would dare to cause trouble for you." He Yan made a tisk sound. "You mean that I can do whatever I want in Shuasadi now?" "Do whatever you want." When He Yan and Xiao Ju returned to the He residence, He Sui and He Yunqing were sitting peacefully in the room. He Yan was stunned for a moment. He was a little surprised that they were so calm today. He Sui saw Xiao Ju and stood up with a smile. When I came back, I heard from Imperial Bodyguard Qi Wu that military governor Xiao took my daughter out. Now that you're back, have you eaten? Do you want to eat together? He Yan said, I've eaten. There's no need. He turned his head to look at Qi Wu, who was standing at the side. Qi Wu turned his face away as if nothing had happened. He Yan thought to himself, so this master and servant are colluding. Not only did they deceive me, but they also deceived my old father. Uncle, just call me Huijin, Xiao Ju said. He Yunqing coughed and choked on his own saliva. He Sui glared at He Yunqing and stuffed a sesame seed cake into his mouth. Eat properly. There are guests at home. Don't spit rice everywhere. It's too rude. He Yan said, it's fine. Father, Yunqing, you guys eat. I still have something to say to Xiao Ju. I'll go back to the room first. After saying that, he pulled Xiao Ju and left. If she stayed here any longer, she would feel uncomfortable looking at Father He Sui smiled lovingly and said, go. After the two of them left, He Yunqing pulled the sentinel cake out of his mouth and said in a muffled voice, Father, is this really okay? What? He Yan brought a man to her room. What would happen if word got out? In the past, when that bastard Fancheng was here, He Yan would go out to look at him and you would fly into a rage. Why are you so tolerant now that military governor Xiao is here? He Sui scolded him, how can military governor Xiao be the same as Fancheng? They're both men. What's the difference? He Sui looked at He Yunqing and was also puzzled. Didn't you admire General Feng Yun the most before? Why are you acting so awkward now? He Yunqing put down his chopsticks on the table and said angrily, General Feng Yun can't go to a woman's room before marriage. Feng Yun, did he go there himself? He Sui slapped his head, are you blind? Your sister was the one who dragged him in there. There was no way to refute this. He Yunqing's cheeks puffed up for a long time before he gritted his teeth and said, what a disappointing fellow. Lust blinded him. He Yan didn't know that her actions just now had caused an argument between her old father and her silly little brother. She dragged Xiao Ju into her room, closed the door, and lit the oil lamp with a match. All right, there's no one here now. As soon as Xiao Ju entered the room, he felt that he had almost gone blind. He Yan's room was very fancy. It was completely different from his usual temperament. Rouge, face powder, perfume sachets, and curtains were everywhere. People who didn't know better would think that there was a delicate young lady living in there. But when he looked back, the heroine who jumped on the table and poured tea was really an eyesore. He picked up a bronze mirror engraved with flowers on the table and asked in confusion, do you like this? He Yan glanced at it and said, how can I? These were all left by the original lady She came back to her senses and said, don't think that I like this. It's just that if I tear them all down, it will be very different from the past. It will be suspicious. And she sighed, I already feel bad about taking over a magpie's room. If I change all of these things, I'm afraid that the real lady will come after me in the future. Xiao Ju frowned and said, nonsense. He Yan blinked, don't mind the words of a child. Xiao Ju looked at her calmly and said, aren't you afraid of me now? I've never been afraid of you. He Yan smiled and said, anyway, you know my secret now. She was like a scoundrel. Besides, when we fought on the mountain just now, I wasn't any worse than you. Your sword was even cut into two by my saber. Although she cheated. Xiao Ju smiled and thought of something else. What about your sword? Xiao Ju asked. What are you going to do about your sword? He Yan's smile froze. Her sword was the Qingling sword. Rather than saying that Xiao Ju was asking her what to do with her sword, it was more accurate to say that she was asking her what she planned to do with the Su family and the He family. When I got into trouble, it was the Su family and the He family who conspired together. He Rufei is a fake General Fei Hong. I have to expose this matter. During the battle at Huayuan, he tampered with the Fuyue army and caused the deaths of his trusted subordinates. I have to settle this score with him. He Yan's eyes were cold and sharp. I originally wanted to keep Mother Qin as a witness. There are still remnants of the Huayuan battle. If we search carefully, we might be able to find their whereabouts. Compared to he Rufei, Su Zhihing's side is easier to deal with. As long as someone can prove that Su Zhihing plotted to murder young Mistress Su, Su Zhihing will definitely drag he Rufei down when he is in danger. At that time, we just have to follow the vine to find the melon, and this matter will be solved. He Yan looked at Xiaoju and asked, "What do you think?" Since her rebirth, she had been keeping her secret from others. Now that she suddenly had an ally, she suddenly felt relaxed. Even if Xiaoju didn't do anything, as long as she had someone with her along the way, it would increase her strength. Sowing dissension? He Yan's eyes lit up. Dissension would cause the enemy to suspect each other. Sowing dissension would cause dissension between enemies. Then should we send someone to He Rufei's side, or to Su Zhihing's side? He Yan pondered. Either side is fine. Xiaoju said. I don't have that many people to use. I do. Xiaoju glanced at her. I'll help you. He Yan's lips curled up again. Suddenly, she thought of something and complained, but why didn't you tell me that you sent someone to investigate Mother Qin? It wasn't easy for me to bribe the Su family's servant, Fu Wang, and spend a lot of money on him. If I had known that you had already found out, I wouldn't have wasted my money. Now all the money is gone. He Yan, Xiaoju interrupted her, do you have no money? Ahem, He Yan put her fist to her lips and coughed, it's not that I don't have any money at all. The next moment, there was a stack of banknotes on the table. He Yan's eyes widened. She swallowed and looked away with difficulty. I don't deserve it. Xiaoju raised her eyebrows. You really don't want it? He Yan quickly grabbed it and stuffed it into her clothes. Take it as a loan. I have a salary now. I'll return it to you when I get my salary. No need, Xiaoju said, you can keep it for yourself. If you don't have enough, you can come to me. He Yan had lived for 2 lifetimes, but this was the first time she had experienced the feeling of squandering money like water. Although she didn't lack money in her previous life, when she was in the He family, she didn't experience the feeling of being a hedonistic son. Later on, when she performed a meritorious service, the emperor rewarded her with a lot of rewards. But today in the military camp, she borrowed a little from one of her brothers, and that friend's family had difficulties. In the end, there wasn't much left, and she gave it all to the He family. After she entered the Su family, she had to be a virtuous wife, but she couldn't be extravagant. Moreover, she was blind not long after, and the power of the family was in He Wanru's hands. She didn't even have a shadow of money. Now that she finally had a taste, it was not bad. Xiaoju, you're really a good person, He Yan flattered, you're more kind than the Buddha of Yuhua Temple. Xiaoju sneered, you think that whoever gives you money is a good person? That's not it. He Yan said, but other people ask me for things. There are very few people who are willing to give me things. She supported her chin with her hand and looked at Xiaoju, you don't seem to have asked me for anything. In her previous life, she had always been giving, whether actively or passively, emotionally or financially. Only this person in front of her had always silently given and never asked for anything. Xiaoju lowered her eyes and looked at her. After a while, she suddenly said, you feel wronged, don't you? He Yan straightened up, what? You suffered a lot and gave the glory that you fought for to others. You're willing to return to the time when you had nothing. Don't you feel wronged? He asked. He Yan was stunned for a moment. After a long silence, she said, in the past, I would feel that way, but now I don't. She smiled, I have old man He, Yunxing, Qingmei, Xiaomai, Shitu, Wang Ba and the others, and you. It's much better than the previous life. Really, Xiaoju, she said seriously, I don't feel wronged. Xiaoju stared at her for a moment. After a while, she turned her head and said, idiot. He Yan didn't think much of it. Then you're still being fooled by the idiot. When we were in the Liang Province Guards, I knew who you were from the beginning. Second young Master Xiao, Military Governor Xiao, secretly taught me swordsmanship when we were classmates. Who would believe that you did a good deed without leaving your name? Everyone will think that second young Master Xiao has ulterior motives for me. And the mole on your waist, tsk tsk. Xiaoju's face stiffened. Are you rebelling? He asked. It's the truth. He Yan spread her hands. Xiaoju stood up and was about to leave. Oh, are you angry? He Yan hurriedly pulled on his sleeve and apologized. I was wrong. I shouldn't have made fun of you. Military Governor Xiao, don't be angry. I apologize to you. What do I have to do for you to forgive me? Xiaoju's footsteps paused and he suddenly turned around. He Yan was sitting in front of the table and was startled by Xiaoju's sudden turn. The two of them were extremely far apart. Xiaoju bent over to He Yan and said with a smile that was not a smile, is that so? He Yan stared at him blankly and nodded subconsciously. He leaned closer and smiled slightly. Okay. What? Let's get married as soon as possible. He Yan was stunned. The young man's handsome face was right in front of him. His eyes were so deep that it seemed to suck him in. He Rufei has begun to suspect your identity. It's too dangerous for you to be alone. I want to protect you. Almost 15 minutes after Xiaoju left, He Yan was still sitting in front of the table, thinking about what he said before he left. He Yanqing frowned as soon as he came in. He asked, He Yan, did you pick up money or treasure? Why are you smiling so creepily? He Yan turned around and rubbed his face. He asked doubtfully, did I smile? He Yanqing sighed and sat down in front of the table. No wonder Dad looks at General Feng Yun like a fat sheep. With your qualifications, he must have a problem with his eyes or his brain to take a fancy to you. He Yan picked up a leaf and threw it at him. How can you talk about your elder sister like that? Do you look like an elder sister? He Yanqing looked at him with disdain. You even pulled him into your room. Dad and I are also men. Cough, why don't you pay more attention? Why are you even more old-fashioned than Dad? He Yan was puzzled. You're so young, yet you're like an old man. I pulled him in because we have something important to discuss. What are you thinking? He Yanqing said impatiently, I don't care about you. I came here to discuss the dowry with you. He Yan, what? The youth's face was filled with genuine distress. Now that the emperor has bestowed the marriage, I have no choice but to get married. Xiao family is rich. Our family can barely support ourselves. I'm still in school, so I can't work to earn money like before. Although you're an official, you've been fined a year's salary. Now, only Dad is receiving wages to earn money. Originally, Dad and I saved the money you gave me for your future. Who knew that you'd find such a family? That money might not be enough, so, what I mean is. What do you mean? Postpone the wedding date. When I start earning money in the future and earn enough for your dowry, you can marry into Xiao family. He Yan, her silly younger brother, was really a genius. He could even come up with this kind of idea. Fortunately, Xiaoju was not here. If she heard it, He Yanqing would tear down her words right after she said that they should get married as soon as possible. Isn't it just money? He Yan said, at most, I'll go to Lutong village again. You dare? He Yanqing said angrily, it's fine in the past. Now, you're a famous person. How can you still fool around like you did in the past? If military governor Xiao finds out about this, what will he think of you? He Yan thought. Xiaoju had already seen the picture with her. What else would he think of her? He'll think of her however he wants. Children don't know much and make a fuss about nothing. However, she also knew that this was how the youth was, so she said, fine, I won't go. Isn't it about money? She took out a stack of banknotes. This was the banknotes that Xiaoju had given her just now. I have a lot of banknotes here. He Yanqing was stunned for a moment. Where did you get the banknotes? I borrowed them from Xiaoju, He Yan said righteously. If it's not enough, I'll ask him for more. Are you crazy? He Yanqing reprimanded. You borrowed his money to prepare your own dowry? Do you think this is reasonable? It's not reasonable, but you don't have to be so surprised. He Yan looked at him with a smile. Actually, the dowry is not a big deal. You have to know that in this world, anything that can be solved with money is not a big deal. In reality, Xiaoju did not care about the secret that she had died once. Or that she was General Feihong. Either of these was more shocking than the dowry. But since Xiaoju did not care about it, then there was really no need to worry about the money. I know that you are experienced and knowledgeable, He Yinxing patiently comforted her, but when other women get married in Shuajing City, if they don't have a dowry, they will be looked down upon and gossiped by their husbands. But when other women get married in Shuajing City, they have to rely on their husbands to support them. He Yan said, I have a salary. You are being punished now, I have a salary. Our family background is not high, I have a salary. He Yinxing was refuted by He Yan and finally said, fine, you have a salary. In the end, you don't want to postpone the wedding date, right? You like General Feng Yun that much. Didn't you say it yourself? He Yan tilted her head and looked at him, if you were a woman, you would only love him. He Yinxing choked and coughed. He swung his sleeves and stood up, forget it, I think you are already so smitten that you won't listen to anything I say. Forget it, I will think of a way with father about the dowry. You take care of yourself. He Yinxing left. He Yan sighed in relief. She lay on her back on the couch as she recalled Xiaoju's words. Marriage. In her previous life, she was full of hope and expectation when she married another person, but the ending was frustrating. But this time, when she heard it from Xiaoju's mouth, she did not feel too much resistance or disgust. It was as if it was her, she would still have hope. However, it was not only that. Xiaoju was right. The current situation in Shuajing City was not stable. She had to deal with the He family and the Su family. With her current identity as Marquis Wuan, there were many restrictions. On Xiaoju's side, Su Jingfu and the Crown Prince were also eyeing covetously. Yuta would enter the capital in a few days. The battle between the Crown Prince and the Fourth Prince had not yet ended. A storm was brewing in Dawei. No one knew what the outcome would be. Just as Xiaoju said, she also wanted to protect him. Xiaoju returned to the mansion. He came back late. Xiao Jing and Bai Rongwei had already gone to bed. These years, he did not spend much time in Shuajing City. Even when he came back every year, he would leave early and return late. His brother and sister-in-law were already used to it. But the kitchen would always prepare hot food for him so that he would not have nothing to eat at night. The snow in the courtyard had been swept clean. He walked into the room, put drinking autumn on the table, and took off his outer robe. Fei Nu followed him in. Go to the Su family tomorrow. Xiaoju said. Fei Nu was stunned, young master, the Su family is not being watched by Luaning. I'm not asking you to investigate. Xiaoju said, go find the Su family's gatekeeper, Fu Wang. Give him a sum of money and make a deal with him. Fei Nu was stunned and nodded. Xiaoju whispered a few more words to him. Fei Nu's face showed a bit of surprise. Although he did not understand why Xiaoju wanted him to do this, he did not say anything and left the room. He sighed softly and his gaze fell on the drinking autumn sword hanging on the wall. He Yan's identity meant that he could only be cautious in his revenge and could not do it to his heart's content. But even if the He family and the Su family were allowed to live in this world for one more day, it would still make him unhappy. He Yan could do some things that were inconvenient for him to do. There were some underhanded methods that He Yan didn't want to use, but he didn't care. Xiaoju stood up and walked in front of the drinking autumn sword. He reached out and touched the scabbard. The scabbard was as cold as snow. The youth looked down thoughtfully. The most precious things for a warrior on the battlefield were the warhorse under him and the treasured sword in his hand. If he lost his treasured sword, it would be like a beast losing its teeth and fangs. This fool's past life was actually a process of constant loss. Even now, he wanted to take back everything that belonged to her. Even more. End of chapter 218. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.